Chapter 82. He possesses a celestial artifact. Haha. The true monarch with white eyebrows erupted into a frenzied laugh. The mountain treasure is now mine. Who among you dares to contest? At this moment, the true monarch radiated an astonishing sword intent, his hair flowing freely in the wind, resembling a demonic deity, exuding an aura that suppressed all. His piercing gaze swept over Ji Wuming and the others, compelling them to lower their heads in defeat. What right did they have to vie for the mountain treasure? I refuse to accept this. Just then, a voice filled with disdain and murderous intent echoed from the horizon. Who dares? Step forward, the true monarch with white eyebrows bellowed in fury. Who among the fools would challenge him? Seeking death, were they? He would gladly oblige. It is I, Chen Lin. A figure materialized on the battlefield, exuding an air of nonchalance, appearing as an ordinary person, yet his sudden arrival was entirely unanticipated. This was indeed Chen Lin. The more unassuming he seemed, the more others dared not underestimate him. It's him. Ha! White eyebrows. Not long ago, you brazenly proclaimed your intent to reclaim your title as the foremost sword immortal of the Taishan domain, and now opportunity presents itself so swiftly. Ji Wuming remarked disdainfully. With the Z sword immortal here, you shall not lay claim to this mountain treasure. Silence. White eyebrows retorted furiously. Ji Wuming, do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Ji Wuming shook his head. I have been defeated. Whether you choose to kill or maim is entirely within your power. But rest assured, I shall await you on the road to the Yellow Springs, for you will soon join me there. White eyebrows scoffed. I am not his Chen Lin's match. Do not worry, I shall spare you for now, but you will witness my prowess in vanquishing him. Chen Lin, I was just looking for you, and you have delivered yourself to my doorstep. Today, I shall demonstrate who is the true sword immortal of the Taishan domain. Fool. Chen Lin dismissed him with disdain. White eyebrows seethed. You dare call me a fool? Chen Lin coldly replied. Is it not true? A defeated foe dares to speak of valor and contend for the title of the foremost sword immortal of the Taishan domain. If you're not a fool, what are you? White eyebrows. I've stated it before, from the moment you were bested by me, you shall forever be at my mercy. White eyebrows seethed with anger. Chen Lin, if I do not kill you today, I am not the true monarch with white eyebrows. Chen Lin declared, there is no need for you to kill me. I have come to slay you. Dare to chase after my senior, Sister Miaoshan. And even if the king of heaven himself intervenes, you shall pay the price. Kill! Chen Lin roared, the long sword materializing in his hand. He slashed towards the true monarch with white eyebrows. The Granzhou Tian sword technique burst forth with keen sword intent. The Granzhou Tian star sword technique aligns with the celestial bodies, and the Granzhou Tian sword drawing technique is a swordplay that embodies speed, ferocity, and precision to the utmost. Blood must be drawn to return. With this sword, he had previously gravely injured Huidou. With this sword, he had also wounded the true monarch with white eyebrows. The true monarch was all too familiar with this sword. It had left him in disarray and with light injuries. Faced with it once more, he immediately summoned all his focus. In recent days, he had been contemplating how to counter this move. While not entirely confident, he at least had some insight. Though your swordplay is swift, my myriad swords returning to the source is not merely unparalleled in offense. I can also defend while attacking. The true monarch with white eyebrows snorted coldly, raising one hand to the heavens and the other to the earth, erupting into maniacal laughter. Chen Lin, I must thank you. This failure has allowed my myriad swords returning to the source to achieve a breakthrough. With a single thought, I can wield a myriad of swords to shake the heavens and part the earth. In an instant, the sea recoiled, mountains crumbled, spiritual energy surged, and even Chen Lin's attacks seemed to be drawn into this force, transforming into swords under the command of the true monarch. Chen Lin's assault collapsed in an instant. At that moment, Chen Lin was momentarily stunned. This is the myriad swords returning to the source. Truly worthy of being the most formidable technique of the Shu Mountain Sword lineage, it is a divine-level skill capable of even influencing his Granzhou Tian sword drawing technique. If you have broken my sword drawing technique, then I shall fulfill your wish. To bring about someone's demise, one must first drive them to madness. As expected, the true monarch with white eyebrows laughed maniacally. Chen Lin, you are nothing but this. Do you now understand the might of my myriad swords returning to the source? I give you a chance. Kneel and confess to everyone present that you, Chen Lin, are not my match, and that your earlier victory was due to your despicable and underhanded tactics in ambushing me. Otherwise, I shall unleash my myriad swords, and in an instant, you will be riddled with holes. White eyebrows cease. At that moment, Miaoshan arrived. Junior brother, you must leave. This is the myriad swords returning to the source of the Shu mountain sword lineage. The true monarch with white eyebrows coldly snorted. I wondered who it was. Turns out it is Miao Shan. Just right. I let you escape before, and now you have delivered yourself to me. Killing one is killing. Killing two is also killing. Today, you shall both die. Miao Shan's face paled, and she angrily retorted, White eyebrows, how dare you? There are so many witnesses here. The true monarch with white eyebrows dismissed her. White eyebrows, kill whoever I please. Moreover, the dead hold no value. Since I dare to kill you, I naturally fear no retribution. Ha ha ha, you shall all die. Miao Shan's complexion turned ashen. Junior brother, it is all my fault. I should have stopped you. Chen Lin smiled. Senior sister, who says I am not his match? The myriad swords returning to the source is indeed powerful. Divine-level sword technique. And had I been in the same realm as you, I could have defeated it with a single strike. Unfortunately, I am merely a Dongxian giant. But so what? Who says I have no other means? In an instant, a destructive sword intent surged forth, darkening the heavens and earth, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as a chilling aura swept through the air. The sea seemed to tremble, sensing some terrifying force. Within this invisible terror, a hint of celestial aura intertwined, the unique aura of a celestial artifact. Just as the crowd was bewildered, the Ziyun sword suddenly appeared in Chen Lin's grasp. A celestial artifact. That is indeed a celestial artifact. In that instant, everyone was left astounded, utterly incredulous and rendered speechless. As a sword was drawn, Chen Lin's fury resonated, causing even heaven and earth to tremble with fear. The destructive aura emanating from the celestial artifact made it difficult for all to breathe. Celestial artifacts are the privilege of emperors throughout the ages. The three great sects and the two ancient clans possess only a single celestial artifact, which is pivotal in maintaining their dominance in the Tianyuan realm, subduing it and establishing themselves as its paramount entities. The significance of the celestial artifact is incalculable, for it is a legacy from the emperors themselves. Do you understand why the 5 major sects are deemed inferior to the 3 great sects and the 2 ancient clans? Firstly, they merely possess the legacy of quasi-emperors. Secondly, they lack the presence of celestial artifacts to suppress the fortunes of their sections. Yet at this moment, Chen Lin astonishingly brandished a celestial artifact. Chapter 83. A Mutual Destruction. No, it cannot be. How could he possess an immortal artifact? It must be a deception. The white-browed, true monarch was on the verge of madness, with the culmination of his 10,000 swords returning to one technique. He was confident in redeeming his former glory as the foremost sword immortal of the Taishan domain, ready to eliminate his opponent and demonstrate that he, the white-browed, true monarch, was not to be trifled with. However, before he could fully revel in his triumph, the emergence of an immortal artifact shattered everything. An immortal artifact transcends the ages, capable of surpassing cultivation realms. Treasures and techniques below the divine level are mere mundane powers, whereas an immortal artifact embodies celestial energy, possessing a higher tier and greater might. Indeed, celestial techniques are formidable, yet they ultimately rely on mortal energy for their execution, making them manageable. The immortal artifact, however, is different. It inherently possesses celestial power. The white-browed, true monarch was oblivious to the fact that Chen Lin was now suffused with celestial energy, adorned in the purple cloud immortal garb and purple cloud shoes. Even his prideful 10,000 swords returning to one technique would not inflict the slightest harm upon Chen Lin, not even at its perfected state. Ji Wuming and the others could only smile bitterly. Chen Lin had no intention of revealing the existence of his immortal artifact. Human nature is inherently greedy, especially when it comes to immortal treasures. Once the fact of his possession became known, other immortal sects, ancient clans, and even forces beyond the Taishan domain would succumb to greed. Yet at this moment, Chen Lin was unafraid. Was it not merely a battle? With the immortal artifact in hand, within the realms of longevity, he had no rivals, unless a Dao-slashing king personally intervened. Moreover, with the purple cloud shoes and the extraordinary skill of a step away from heaven, even if a Dao-slashing king were to strike, he could easily retreat if he could not prevail. The might of the white-browed true monarch was enough to intimidate the world. Before the breakthrough of the 10,000 swords returning to one technique, he was already hailed as the foremost sword immortal of the Taishan domain, ranked 9th on the creation list. Now that he had broken through, he could easily ascend into the top 5. Few could claim victory over him. Yet here was Chen Lin, alone with his sword, capable of slaying the white-browed true monarch. Who would dare to act recklessly? To act without the strength to back it up would be akin to seeking death. To covet the immortal artifact, driven by his own greed, would lead to a futile demise, especially with the presence of the Yushu Immortal sect backing Chen Lin. The Yushu Immortal sect was no trifling matter. Their members were also listed on the Immortal Ascension list. At this moment, the white-browed, true monarch's face was ashen, caught in a dilemma. Though powerful, his 10,000 swords returning to one technique was utterly insufficient against Chen Lin, who wielded an immortal artifact. Chen Lin, you despicable wretch, have the courage to fight without the immortal artifact. The white-browed, true monarch spat through gritted teeth. Chen Lin disdainfully retorted, white-browed, calling you a fool is an understatement. Do you think I am as foolish as you? Why would I not use the immortal artifact I possess? You, the white-browed, true monarch, roared in fury. Having an immortal artifact is impressive. I will fight you to the end. 10,000 swords returning to one. Unleash. The white-browed, true monarch had gone mad. As the hair billowed around him, he appeared like a malevolent demon of death. The fully realized technique of 10,000 swords returning to the origin was indeed far more formidable than its lesser form. Even wielding the dragon sword, capable of slicing through the void, it would be an arduous task to devour the multitude of swords before him. The perfected technique commanded a greater number of swords, radiating a more potent sword intent, and its cataclysmic power was truly awe-inspiring. However, with the celestial artifact in hand, the situation transformed entirely. Drawing upon the strength of the stars, the void split instantaneously, shattering the 10,000 swords returning to the origin with ease. Just as Chen Lin was about to mock the white-browed, true monarch, unexpectedly, the latter erupted into laughter instead of fear. Chen Lin, you have forced my hand. What the celestial artifact? I shall perish alongside you, and then the artifact will belong to the Xianxia sect. You lot, prepare yourselves. Once I confront Chen Lin, you must do whatever it takes to seize the celestial artifact and escape the demon emperor's tomb, returning to the Xianxia sect. Brother Whitebrow, please do not act recklessly. A sense of foreboding enveloped the hearts of all present. The white-browed, true monarch declared resolutely, do you believe that if I do not perish with Chen Lin, he will spare me? The demon emperor's tomb may be enticing, yet it is fraught with peril. Throughout the ages, it has opened countless times, but very few have emerged alive. Is a celestial artifact not more desirable than the tomb itself? We shall follow Brother Whitebrow's command. Several powerful members of the Xianxia sect affirmed. For them, the severely wounded Ji Wuming and his companions posed no threat. Should Brother Whitebrow truly decide to perish with Chen Lin, their only adversary would be the transcendent Miaoshan fairy. 3 of them would find it challenging to contend with a single Miaoshan fairy. Miaoshan fairy's expression grew solemn as she cautioned, Junior brother, do not be careless. Whitebrow has lived for over 600 years. He must possess some sinister trump card. Chen Lin nodded. Rest assured, the one who seeks my life will not be Whitebrow. That remains to be seen. Boom. Unbeknownst to anyone, Whitebrow had suddenly acquired a blood-red orb. A crimson aura enveloped him as the orb swiftly entered his body. He transformed into a figure resembling a demon, his aura surging continually, escalating beyond the realm of creation and striving toward the pinnacle of the Tao, Severin King. All present were rendered speechless. That was the bloodthirsty demon orb, the life treasure of the bloodthirsty demon king from millennium ago, containing boundless bloodthirsty power. The bloodthirsty demon king was a blood-feeding demon spider slain by human warriors long ago, and the orb had fallen into human hands, sparking a calamitous bloodbath. It was later said to have been destroyed by the Xianxia sect, but it seemed we had all been deceived. Damn it, we must stop him. If the bloodthirsty demon orb is refined, it will transform into a bloodthirsty demon that knows only slaughter. Whitebrow let out a chilling yet resolute laugh. Chen Lin, prepare to meet your demise. Chen Lin radiated a terrifying aura, scoffing. By May, can you still consider yourself human? Do you believe that transforming into a bloodthirsty demon grants you the right to perish alongside me? Kill. With the great Zhou Tianshu sword technique. A single strike came swiftly and left just as quickly, leaving no time for anyone to comprehend the unfolding events as Bai Mei's body was cleaved in two. The lower half fell toward the sea, while the upper half lunged toward Chen Lin. Chen Lin, I told you, I will perish with you. In a desperate lunge, a blood sword erupted from his upper body. Chen Lin's expression shifted as he saw the blood sword poised to strike her. However, the Ziyun immortal garb suddenly shimmered with a violet light, and the blood sword was enveloped as if striking cotton, swiftly dissipating into nothingness. Bai Mei, clinging to the last vestiges of life, became frantic, murmuring incessantly, "Impossible? How can you withstand the bloodthirsty demonic power? This contains the mightiest strike of a Tao-slaying sovereign. Unless your violet garb is also a celestial artifact." Before he could utter the last two words, Chen Lin's sword pierced his heart in an instant. Coldly, she remarked, "Isn't it too late to realize that now?" Chapter 84. One Qi transforms into three pure ones. Having slain the true monarch Bai Mei, a golden page fell from his form, radiating a golden glow. With a flick of her wrist, Chen Lin grasped the page, which bore an enigmatic pattern, prompting her to extend her consciousness. Upon contact with the design, an arcane and profound message emerged in her mind. This was the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation. Chen Lin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The two supreme martial arts of the Shushan sword lineage, the 10,000 swords return to one, and the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation, could be executed by one person or by 7, 14, and so on, with increasing power correlated to the number of practitioners. It is an unparalleled martial art. Both the 10,000 swords return to one and the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation are profound and unfathomable. And for those on the creation rankings, reaching a minor mastery of a divine-level martial art is already commendable, let alone mastering two. Bai Mei's pursuit of the title of the first sword immortal of the Tai-Xian domain was due to his minor mastery of the 10,000 swords returned to one. The Big Dipper 7-star sword formation was merely at its preliminary stage. Thus, he typically carried this formation with him, never anticipating that he would perish at Chen Lin's hands and that she would claim it. This golden page was all too familiar to the members of the Xianxia sect. Su Santong immediately stepped forward, declaring, "This is a treasure of our Xianxia sect. It must not be taken." Chen Lin furrowed her brow, gazing coldly at Su Santong. "What if I insist on taking it?" With a wave of his hand, Su Santong produced a talisman, asserting, "Then we must see if my talisman agrees." Chen Lin chuckled, "If Bai Mei could not contend with me, what makes you think you can stop me?" Not to mention Qi Haoyun and Gudan. Qi Haoyun, the foremost of the pure Yang sword lineage. Gudan, the elder of the Danding sect, is a formidable figure within the realm of transformation. Among the 7 channels of Xianxia, Shu Mountain stands as the foremost, with Danding as the second. However, when it comes to prowess, Danding surpasses all others in the 7 channels. Despite the abundance of skilled practitioners, their focus on alchemy renders them less adept in combat. They maintain a low profile, leading outsiders to perceive Shu Mountain's sword channel as the true leader among the 7. To take away the golden page, you must first step over our 3 corpses, the trio declared with a resolute determination to face death. Chen Lin chuckled dismissively, stating, "You may either leave or perish. The choice is yours." Qi Haoyun interjected, "Chen Lin, the golden page in your possession is a sacred heirloom of the Shu Mountain sword channel. You cannot take it away, lest you declare enmity with our Xianxia sect." Chen Lin retorted, "And what of opposing your Xianxia sect? Do I fear you? You have 3 seconds. If you do not depart within that time, I shall unleash a massacre. You dare?" The trio seethed with indignation. Chen Lin sneered, "3 fools. Do you truly wish to test my resolve? 1, 2, we are leaving." As Chen Lin prepared to count to 3, the 3 retreated hastily, fearing that a single misstep could result in their demise at his hands. They fled several dozen kilometers before finally halting. Fu Santong, filled with reluctance, muttered, "Is this truly how it ends? What alternative do we have? Do you really wish to confront him?" Qi Haoyun replied. Gudan sighed, "We must report to the sect leader upon our return." Who would have thought Chen Lin possessed a divine artifact? The trio exchanged glances, each reflecting the greed and frustration mirrored in the other's eyes. Who wouldn't desire a divine artifact? Yet they also value their lives. After Qi Haoyun and the others departed, Chen Lin presented the golden page to the enchanting Fairy Miaoshan. "Senior sister, this contains one of the 2 supreme techniques of Shu Mountain, the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation. Please accept it." Fairy Miaoshan quickly protested. "No, this is your acquisition. How can I accept it?" Chen Lin replied, "I've already memorized it. Besides, with only 2 disciples, it holds little use for me. However, for Luojia Mountain, with dozens of disciples, it would be perfect for training and could serve as a valuable asset for a sect." Fairy Miaoshan expressed her concern. The Big Dipper 7-star sword formation is one of the 2 supreme techniques of the Shu Mountain sword channel. They will not relent easily. Chen Lin reassured her. That is simple. If they truly desire the golden page, I will return it, provided they agree to allow the divine technique to be taught at Luojia Mountain. If they refuse, then I shall not return it. Does the Yushu sect fear the Xinxia sect? Fairy Miaoshan, with a determined resolve, finally conceded, very well. Chen Lin's face broke into a smile. Ding. The host gives the divine technique, Big Dipper 7-star sword formation, to his fellow disciple, Fairy Miaoshan, fulfilling the critical hit conditions. Will you trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward of 5,000 times critical hit. Acquired celestial level swordsmanship. The transformation of the 3 pure ones. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Chen Lin felt immense joy. This marked the acquisition of his 3rd celestial technique. The first technique, the spirit summoning art, bestowed magical essence within the human body, enabling continuous cultivation for 24 hours. Furthermore, with the infusion of spirit, its power was significantly enhanced, serving primarily as a supportive technique, albeit with limited offensive capability. The second technique, the Emperor's Gaze, allowed one to manipulate the fortune and aura of others, effectively eliminating adversaries of lesser cultivation. However, it proved somewhat ineffective against formidable opponents. The transformation of the 3 pure ones, in contrast, represented a genuine offensive celestial technique. This invoked thoughts of one of the most powerful divine abilities of a sage. Although this swordsmanship was not the same as that divine ability, its potency was nonetheless formidable, elevating it to become Chen Lin's most powerful method at this stage. Regrettably, had he mastered this technique earlier, he could have defeated Bai Mei without resorting to the purple cloud sword. Accessing the system panel, Chen Lin surveyed his attributes with great satisfaction. Host, Chen Lin. Qualification, Supreme Celestial Body, 12th grade Celestial Physique, top-tier constitution of the Tianyuan World. Realm, 8th realm of martial arts, late stage of Dongxian, officially entering the higher echelons of the Yushu sect, ranked first among the 12 mountain masters. Surpassing the sect leader, Su Yuan in combat prowess, second only to the path-cutting sovereign of the Yushu sect. The Yushu sect indeed had a path-cutting sovereign. Apologies. Sect leader brother, I have surpassed you. Cultivation method, 9 revolutions profound art, a supreme method ranked among the top 10 across myriad realms. Having reached the 3rd layer of mastery, gaining derived divine abilities, an indestructible body, and the power to manifest the heavens and earth. Divine abilities, transformation of the 3 pure ones, Emperor's Gaze, Spirit Summoning Art, Great Zhou Tian Star Swordsmanship, Great Zhou Tian Draw, Sword Technique. Great Zhou Tian Destruction Sword Technique, Distance of a Breath, Lunar Divine Fire, Solar Divine Fire. Appearance, dominantly imposing, unparalleled in strength, the purple-robed Sword Immortal. Ranking among the top 20 within the Tai-Shin domain. Chapter 85, Treasures of the Inner Tomb. This dramatically elevated his appearance. For being compared within the Yushu sect to now being compared across the entire Tai-Shin domain. Indeed, the gains were substantial. Moreover, there was the mountain treasure. Chen Lin's eyes sparkled as he glanced toward the trembling mountain treasure not far away. In a flash, he appeared before it and grasped it eagerly. The mountain treasure was within his grasp. Just as he was about to seize it, the earth trembled, and the sea surged violently. A mighty imperial aura erupted, instilling an involuntary urge to kneel. The aura transformed into a sword, and Chen Lin was alarmed. If he continued to pursue the mountain treasure, the imperial aura behind him would inevitably cause harm. Chen Lin felt a surge of frustration. With a determined grit, he was compelled to temporarily relinquish his pursuit of the mountain treasure, swiftly evading the immediate danger. Yet, as he dodged, the tumultuous waves of the sea surged forth, obliterating the mountain treasure in an instant. As the waves receded, there was no trace left of the coveted prize. Damn it, it slipped away again, Chen Lin lamented bitterly. However, he could not dwell on his frustrations. Raising his gaze, he beheld a colossal tomb emerging from the very heart of the ocean, ascending steadily, transforming the entire sea into a grand sepulchre. Chen Lin and his companions stood aloft, besieged by the overwhelming aura of the Emperor's might that radiated from the tomb, struggling to withstand its relentless pressure. Those of lesser cultivation were hurled several kilometers away, some even ejected from the confines of the Demon Emperor's tomb. Boom! In the center of the Emperor's tomb, the dragon stone began to slowly part. To their astonishment, the portal of the tomb swung open. Amidst the collective astonishment, treasures began to soar from the depths of the tomb. Magical artifacts, elixirs, techniques, spiritual materials, and herbs. All these treasures belong to me. So many riches. The crowd nearly lost their minds, rushing towards the flurry of treasures. Huh, a 9th grade elixir. I've even managed to snatch a royal grade secret technique. This is an 8th grade artifact. The Fairy of Benevolence also seized a magical item, a 9th grade artifact, and gleefully pursued the next treasure. Chen Lin employed the Emperor's gaze technique, instantly perceiving the grades of all the treasures. While they were indeed remarkable, most were of 8th or 9th grade, with royal grade items being exceedingly rare. None of these treasures truly piqued his interest. What infuriated him most was that, amidst the chaos, the mountain treasure had seized the opportunity to slip unnoticed through the tomb's entrance. Mountain treasure, where do you think you're going? Chen Lin gritted his teeth, making a monumental decision to enter the Demon Emperor's tomb, not for the treasures therein, but for that mountain treasure born of the essence of 100,000 mountains. With a single sword and a flash of movement, he vanished from sight, entering the depths of the Demon Emperor's tomb. At the very moment Chen Lin crossed the threshold, a crimson light emerged from the spot where the white brow had perished, revealing a blood-red orb suspended in midair. A tremendous force of attraction manifested, drawing the spiritual energy of the world towards it as a figure began to materialize. Should Chen Lin have been present, he would undoubtedly recognize the figure. It was White Brow. Inspecting his own form with astonishment, White Brow exclaimed, "I am not dead. Huh! I have achieved the bloodthirsty demon body. Chen Lin, would you say this counts as a blessing in disguise? I am both demon and human now. Just wait. When we meet again, I, White Brow, will ensure you find no rest in death." Realizing the precariousness of his situation, White Brow understood this was no place to linger. Though resurrected, having absorbed the remnants of previous holders of the bloodthirsty orb to reconstruct his body, he felt exceedingly weak. He needed to find a sanctuary to restore his cultivation and solidify his corporeal form. The Demon Emperor's tomb, though brimming with opportunities, was not something he could contend for at this moment. Boom! Once again, a resounding roar echoed as the tomb ceased its ascent, firmly establishing itself above the ocean's surface. The entrance to the tomb swung open, and the treasures within ceased their relentless eruption. All gazes converged upon the revered tomb of the Demon Emperor. What was there to fear? Fortune favors the bold. Having arrived at the Demon Emperor's tomb, to hesitate would be a lifelong regret. Indeed, what was the worst that could happen? Death was a triviality compared to the potential rewards that lay within. The allure of wealth stirred the hearts of many, and soon, individuals surged into the tomb. With the first brave soul, more followed, rushing towards the entrance. The tomb of the Demon Emperor was now accessible, attracting not only the 3 great sects, 2 ancient clans, and 5 major factions, but also a multitude of smaller forces aligned with these 10 prominent powers. The 3 great empires, the tribes of the grasslands, and the mystics of the western borders dispatched their elite warriors in hopes of reaping some benefit. They did not aspire to inherit the ultimate legacy of the Demon Emperor. Even a mere trifle from the tomb would suffice to enrich them immensely. Among those smaller factions and tribal empires, the royal families stood as examples. Their might was merely at the 8th or 9th rank. Should any worldly techniques, artifacts, or elixirs of such caliber emerge, they would spill rivers of blood in pursuit of them. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Yushu immortal sect gathered, including figures like Luo Badao, Yang Invincible, Hong Zhantian, Huang Long, and Wu Zhongyan, alongside a notable number of younger disciples. Xiao Yi, Gu Qinshui, and Shun Linglong encountered the disciples of the Yushu sect outside and chose to follow them into the depths of the tomb. Yang Invincible, the most powerful among the Yushu disciples present, naturally took the lead. He addressed them, saying, "Xiao Yi, Gu Qinshui, Shun Linglong, heed my words. You 3 are the only ones among the 10th generation disciples to have reached the celestial talisman realm. As representatives, prioritize safety above all else. Do not act recklessly, lest you lose your lives." Understood, they replied promptly. Opportunity and peril coexisted. What appeared to be a chance could swiftly turn into a death warrant. The mechanisms of the Demon Emperor's tomb were numerous and fraught with danger, but the greatest threat lay within the human heart. Do not be deceived by the guise of being disciples of the immortal sect. For the sake of treasures, even familial bonds could be severed, let alone the ties among fellow disciples. With a hint of urgency, Shun Linglong inquired, "Sister, what do you think Master is? We've already entered the Demon Emperor's tomb, yet there is no sign of him." Gu Qinshui reassured her, "Do not worry. I believe Master is safe." Indeed, Chen Lin nodded in agreement. Gu Qianxue continued. With the inner tomb now open, perhaps Master has already entered ahead of us. Suddenly, a blue radiance surged towards them. Gu Qianxue instinctively caught it in her hand, revealing a royal-grade elixir. Excellent, she exclaimed, promptly stowing it away. Hold on, fair maiden. A figure suddenly appeared, addressing Gu Qianxue with a loud voice. The elixir in question was initially claimed by me. I wonder if the fairy could graciously return it. The individual approaching was a middle-aged man clad in white robes. Wielding a folding fan, his countenance adorned with a benevolent smile that evoked a sense of warmth and fondness in others. Gu Qianxue replied with a smile. Since it was first seen by you, it is only natural that I return it to you. As she spoke, she produced the elixir and extended it towards him. Chapter 86. A Sword to Slay. Sister, this elixir clearly belongs to you. How has it come to be his? Chen Lin interjected, grasping Gu Qianxue's hand. Gu Qianxue's motion was interrupted by Chen Ling's action. A tremor coursed through Gu Qianxue, and her once-dazed eyes regained their clarity, realizing she had fallen into a trap. A surge of unbridled fury erupted within her. You dare to employ charm on me? You seek death. The middle-aged man's expression turned notably awkward and dark. Curse be it. The Red Wand technique has been thwarted. The man was named Sun Zhao, hailing from a medium-sized sect, the Red Wand sect, which was subordinate to the Luo Fu Immortal Gate. The sect's name signified the stirring of the Red Wand, a dual cultivation sect where disciples would select a partner for mutual cultivation. While being part of the Luo Fu Immortal Gate was not inherently evil, they possessed a nefarious spell. The Red Wand technique, particularly effective against the opposite sex, rendering them enchanted and uncontrollably submissive. This earned the Red Wand sect considerable disdain. Now that his ruse had been unveiled, Sun Zhao's murderous intent surged. That was a king-grade elixir. This expedition to the Demon Emperor's tomb would be worthwhile if he could acquire even that single king-grade elixir. Moreover, 2 beautiful women were before him. Sun Zhao scoffed, ladies. I am Sun Zhao, an elder of the Red Wand sect. Hand over the elixir in your possession, and I might allow you to leave unscathed. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The Red Wand sect, what a trashy organization, Gu Qianxue retorted disdainfully. Linglong, do you know of it? I do not. Chen Linglong replied, shaking her head. It seems merely a small sect. How laughable that they dare to scheme against us, unaware of the meaning of death. To dare insult my Red Wand sect as a minor sect, you are courting death. Sun Zhao's anger flared. After all, the Red Wand sect was a force only second to the 5 major sects, boasting more than one transcendent being, and he himself was a harmonization realm powerhouse. These 2 naive women, mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivators, dare to look down upon him. Once I subdue you both, I shall deal with you properly. Gu Qianxue coldly remarked. Fool, do you not even consider who your opponent is? You dare to make a move? What of the harmonization realm? My master can transcend the profound and surpass creation. I, Gu Qianxue, can equally triumph over the harmonization realm with my celestial phenomenon. The strongest technique of the Red Wand sect is but a king-grade skill. Gu Qianxue practiced a divine-level ultimate technique, a divine sword art, and with Chen Lin's support, had perfected the Tai sword technique and achieved great mastery in the Great Zhou star sword art. To attempt to scheme against her, Gu Qianxue's murderous intent had long been ignited. The dual swords of Yin and Yang do not even require a simultaneous display, simply drawing the Yang sword. A thrust was directed towards Sun Zhao. The void shattered. With a single stroke, Gu Qianxue appeared before Sun Zhao like a specter. Just a moment prior, Sun Zhao had been rife with disdain, intending to showcase the might of his Dao harmonization to let him experience the depths of despair. Behold my Hongwan heavenly blade, he declared, executing the 9th-tier blade technique of the Hongwan sect, comprised of 3 strikes, combined with the Hongwan Heart Sutra, delivering a fierce slash at Gu Qianxue. However, the instant he raised his hand, Gu Qianxue's sword was already before him. The Great Zhou Heavenly Star sword technique adeptly identified the flaw in his blade technique. The tip of the sword striking with a resounding clang against the edge of his blade. A tremendous force surged forth, causing the large sword in Sun Zhao's hand to fly from his grasp. Before he could react, Gu Qianxue's sword was poised at his throat. How boastful you are! I had expected more, yet you are merely trash, a mid-stage Dao harmonization practitioner at best. It is worth noting that Gu Qianxue was at the mid-stage of Tianyuan, having transcended into the realm of condensed qi under Chen Lin's supreme mystical prowess, refining the path of strength. beyond their disparity in realms. Her magical power and physical prowess surpassed Sun Zhao's by a significant margin. Who are you? Sun Zhao was now filled with dread, grappling with the reality that Tianyuan indeed surpassed Dao harmonization. As a distinguished expert of Dao harmonization, he found himself utterly incapable of contending with her. What manner of being had he offended? Gu Qianxue coldly replied, "Listen well, I am Gu Qianxue, a true disciple of the Taiyi Mountain, Yushu Immortal Sect." What? You are a true disciple of Taiyi Mountain? Boom! Sun Zhao felt as if his mind had exploded. On the day the Demon Emperor's tomb was opened, two tales had captivated the masses. First, the Grandmaster of Taiyi Mountain engaged in a battle against the Grandmaster of Suqing's sword sect from the Shushan lineage, triumphing in the contest of creation and transformation. Second, the emergence of a celestial artifact, wielded by none other than Grandmaster Chen Lin of Taiyi Mountain. This was nothing short of mythic. He had, against all odds, offended her disciple. This was tantamount to courting death. With a thud, Sun Zhao knelt before Gu Qianxue, slapping himself fiercely. "I am doomed. I failed to recognize the mountain amidst the peaks, offending you, my lady. I vow that wherever you appear, I shall retreat far and wide." Gu Qianxue scoffed. "The moment you attempted to enchant me with your Hongwan technique, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes peeled." With a single stroke, she severed Sun Zhao's neck. He was dead. Chen Lin long remarked, "Sister, well done. For such a person, 1,000 deaths are hardly excessive. The Hongwan sect harbors no good souls." Gu Qianxue nodded in agreement, profoundly convinced. Unbeknownst to them, within the tomb, various experts were preoccupied with their quest for opportunity, some entering the inner tomb, others engaged in their own pursuits. As Chen Lin entered the inner tomb, he found himself within a colossal city. The towering walls stretched toward the heavens, and the city was an immense expanse, exuding an ancient aura that surpassed even that of the Demon Suppression Pass. As he strolled along the streets, a sudden surge of combative energy captured his attention. Could it be that someone had entered the tomb of the Demon Emperor before him? This was unexpected, for he had been the first to charge in upon the opening of the tomb's gates. Or perhaps, there was more to the tomb of the Demon Emperor than met the eye. Chen Lin made his way toward the source of the conflict. The closer he drew, the more palpable the intensity of the battle became, its destructive power so formidable that it could only be described as cataclysmic. The ground trembled as if a magnitude 12 earthquake had occurred, indicating that at least a powerful being of the third realm of longevity was involved. Soon, Chen Lin arrived at the epicenter of the fierce confrontation, and with the aid of the Emperor's divination technique, he observed the scene with clarity. The combatants included an exquisitely beautiful woman clad in white, her face partially veiled, obscuring her features, yet her imposing presence was ethereal, as if she had descended from the heavens like a celestial maiden. This resemblance evoked memories of Miaoshan in Chen Lin's mind. Both radiated a celestial aura and unparalleled beauty, yet one possessed a compassionate heart while the other exuded an icy demeanor. In Chen Lin's perception, Miaoshan embodied the great mercy of Guanyin, while the figure before him resembled the cold and graceful Chang'e of the Moon Palace. Both shared a singular identity. They were the foremost beauties of their realms, one from Ling Mountain, the other from the Heavenly Court. The adversary opposing the white-clad celestial was a tall, middle-aged man in his 30s. Both were masters of the sword, their sword intent weaving through the battlefield, saturating the air with a cataclysmic force. Chen Lin's arrival evidently startled the two. They immediately withdrew from combat, turning their gazes toward him. With a wry smile, Chen Lin had hoped to witness their duel, but it seemed that would not be possible. He could only step out from his hiding place. "Continue your battle. Do not mind me. I am merely passing through," he stated. The white-clad woman furrowed her brow slightly. The middle-aged man, however, was displeased and snorted disdainfully. "A mere giant of the cave profound realm dares to speak so? Begone." Chen Lin felt a surge of anger. "What if I refuse to leave?" The middle-aged man retorted. "You seek death." With that, a powerful sword intent erupted instantaneously. Chen Lin was taken aback. This sword technique was all too familiar to him. It was the 10,000 swords returning to the origin. This technique he had encountered twice during his battles with a white brow, and he too possessed knowledge of it. The 10,000 swords returning to the origin was not merely a single thought commanding countless blades. It represented a profound understanding of unity in power. Indeed, if you are aware of the 10,000 swords returning to the origin, you should know my identity. Depart, the man commanded. Chen Lin furrowed his brow, replying, I truly do not know your identity. What position do you hold within the Shushan sword sect? And what is your connection to the true monarch of Whitebrow? The middle-aged man paused, exclaiming, Who is the white-browed true monarch? What is this Shushan sword sect? I am one of the elders of the Shushan immortal sect. The Jade Sword Immortal, Zhang Huayu. Shushan immortal sect, Chen Lin replied, You are not from the Taishan domain. The middle-aged man's eyes brightened. You are indeed from the Taishan domain. How fortunate. The Taishan domain is isolated by the 10,000 great mountains, devoid of news. If I can glean information about the Taishan domain from you, it will be a significant achievement for me, the Jade Sword Immortal. Youngster, you cannot escape now. Chen Lin chuckled. With the Emperor's Qi observation technique at his disposal, he clearly discerned that the opponent's strength was even inferior to that of the white-browed true monarch when they first met. How audacious of him to claim that he could not leave. The technique of all swords returning to origin was merely at a minor accomplishment. If I insist on leaving? Chen Lin queried. The middle-aged man scoffed. Then we shall see if you can. He raised his sword, pointing it at Chen Lin. This sword is named the Jade Balance Sword, one of the 9 royal-grade immortal swords of the Shushan immortal sect. To be defeated by the Jade Balance Sword is indeed a blessing for you. Suddenly, the woman in white interjected, Zhang Huayu, cease your wanton slaughter of the innocent. Zhang Huayu retorted dismissively, Zhao Ruoshi, spare me your nonsense. Since entering the Demon Emperor's tomb, you have opposed me. Do you truly believe I cannot kill you? The woman in white coldly replied, You have uttered those words before, yet here I stand, unharmed. You wretched woman, you seek death. Once I deal with this junior, I shall attend to you. The Jade Sword Immortal fumed. The woman in white stood her ground, declaring, If you wish to trouble this esteemed friend, you must first pass through me. Zhang Huayu, infuriated, responded, So, you are truly intent on opposing me? Very well, I shall deal with both of you together. The woman in white remained undeterred. Then come forth. She then turned to Chen Lin, advising, Friend, it would be prudent for you to step back, lest you be caught in the crossfire. Chen Lin shook his head, replying, I appreciate your kindness, fair maiden. Since this Zhang Huayu seeks to kill me, I would not choose to retreat. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and the Yulong sword appeared in his grasp. This sword is called the Yulong sword, another royal-grade treasure. Zhang Huayu's eyes gleamed with excitement. A fine sword. Once I slay you, it shall belong to me. Zhao Ruoshi sighed, cautioning, Friend. Zhang Huayu is a true monarch of creation. Please do not act recklessly. Chen Lin scoffed. A true monarch of creation? I have slain such beings before. With that, both men charged at Zhang Huayu, swords drawn. Jade Sword Immortal Zhang Huayu, your greatest mistake in this life is attempting to kill me, which leaves me no choice but to end your life. Huh. Zhang Huayu laughed heartily at Chen Lin's words. You must be jesting. You intend to kill me? You, a mere Grandmaster Dongxian? Chen Lin replied earnestly, Yes, indeed, it is precisely because I am a Grandmaster Dongxian. Zhao Ruoshi shook her head, letting out a sigh. She had done all she could. Who knows that he is seeking his own demise? Despite her repeated assistance, she could not save someone intent on self-destruction. Chen Lin initiated the Great Zhou sword technique. He stepped forward and thrust his sword toward Zhang Huayu. Just as Zhang Huayu was about to scoff and utter a sarcastic remark, he suddenly felt a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping him, a breath of death looming ominously. How could this be? A bone-chilling sensation filled him with dread. He felt as though he had been frozen in place, unable to move. As the opponent's assault was astonishingly swift, he had not even managed to react before it was upon him. Not only was it fast, but it was also merciless. At this moment, it was too late to defend himself. He could only evade. Gritting his teeth, he executed a bridge fall to the ground, rolling to the side just in time to escape a fatal blow. However, he still received a deep gash on his arm. Zhang Huayu was injured. Although the attack bore the hallmarks of a sneak attack, Chen Lin was merely at the Dongxian realm. In fact, he had not even seen how Chen Lin had drawn his sword. Chen Lin said calmly, Considering how you have consistently underestimated me, I shall use but 50% of my power to issue you a warning. If you do not take this seriously, the next strike will claim your life. Nonsense. Zhang Huayu retorted vehemently. Had it not been for your sneak attack, do you think you could have harmed me? You have thoroughly enraged me, and I shall grant you your wish for death. With a thought, he commanded countless swords, capable of shaking the heavens, parting the earth, suspending mountains, and overturning seas. Come forth. Myriad swords returned to their source. Boom! Countless stones, grasses, and trees on the prairie rose from the ground, transforming into numerous sharp swords that hovered ominously above Zhang Huayu, exuding overwhelming murderous intent. The killing aura surged skyward, darkening the heavens as if a storm was about to break. Zhao Ruoshi's expression changed drastically as she hastily cautioned, "Be careful. This is the myriad swords return to source." "Which is?" Chen Lin interrupted Zhao Ruoshi, saying, "It is one of the two divine sword techniques of the Shushan sword sect. I'm aware, and I have encountered it twice before. Though this sword technique is powerful, it is regrettably exhausting to wield, and he has only mastered it to a minor level. Thus its potency is rather mediocre." "Preposterous!" Zhang Huayu exclaimed angrily. "You dare to say that the myriad swords return to source of the Shushan immortal sect is mediocre? Surely you have never witnessed the might of a divine sword technique." Chen Lin suddenly chuckled. "Shushan immortal sect, though I know not from which realm you hail. I can confidently assert that your sect pales in see even as a novice. Its might is incomparable to divine-level mastery. With a single stroke, Chen Lin instantaneously transformed into three. The three manifestations of sword intent formed a trinity, advancing towards Zhang Huayu. Zhang Huayu scoffed, dismissing it as mere flourish, asserting that under his 10,000 swords returned to origin, they would all crumble into dust. "Is that so?" Chen Lin shook his head. As his sword intent surged, the torrential rain of blades shattered the air, reverting to earth and foliage that fell to the ground. "No, how is this possible? You cannot possibly break my 10,000 swords return to origin." Zhang Huayu was on the brink of madness. "Fake, it's all an illusion, false." Chen Lin retorted disdainfully. "Fake my foot." With a swift stroke, he struck down Zhang Huayu on the spot. Upon Zhang Huayu's demise, several luminous orbs erupted forth. Chen Lin's heart stirred. With a flick of his hand, he swiftly gathered the orbs. Treasures. When he had slain the white brow, he had only taken the golden page, leaving the treasures on the latter's person untouched. Had he taken everything, he would have incurred the wrath of the Xianxia sect. Among the treasures, there was a sword, the Yuhing sword, a royal grade artifact, a round shield, a 9th grade artifact, a cauldron, also a royal grade artifact, and a fist-sized copper ingot. This is indeed 5 elements refined copper, a material for crafting divine-level treasures. However, even so, it paled in comparison to the riches of the white brow, true monarch. The South Mingli fire sword alone surpassed the combined worth of all the treasures possessed by Zhang Huayu, an elder of the Shushan sect. Beside him, Zhao Ruoshi stood in astonishment, her mouth agape, her face a canvas of disbelief. Could it be? The master of Dongxian had slain Zhang Huayu, a true monarch of creation. It was only when Chen Lin approached her that she regained her composure. "Senior brother, the term senior is utterly unwarranted. Simply call me Zhao Ruoshi," she hurriedly insisted. Chen Lin was taken aback. "You call me senior brother?" Zhao Ruoshi smiled. "The title of senior brother belongs to one from the Yushu sect." Chen Lin nodded. "Indeed. I seem to recall never mentioning my origins from the Yushu sect. How did you come to know?" Zhao Ruoshi replied with a smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Ruoshi from the Tiansong region's Guangqing sect. I recognize your identity from the jade pendant at your waist." The jade pendant. Chen Lin then noticed that this pendant was less of an ornament and more of a symbol of identity for members of the Yushu sect, allowing them to recognize one another. Chen Lin inquired, "What exactly is this Guangqing sect from the Tiansong region? I am utterly in the dark." Zhao Ruoshi was surprised. "You are unaware of these matters?" She proceeded to recount all she knew to Chen Lin. It was then that he learned that thousands of years ago, the Yushu sect and the Xianxia sect were not situated in the present Taishan region, but rather in the central domain's sacred lands, having relocated for certain reasons. However, certain sects did not accompany the migration to the Taishan domain. The various esteemed sects within Taishan were subsequently established, which explains why their lineages have only spanned 10 generations. The Guangqing sect, as mentioned by Zhao Ruoshi, was founded by disciples who remained from the original Guangqing mountain. The same holds true for the Xianxia sect. In contrast, the Luofu sect is merely a continuation of a lineage from the Shanqing sacred grounds, akin to the Guangqing sect. Chen Lin realized that this was likely quite different from his initial assumptions, and it was possible that the true heritage extended beyond these known sections. As for Tai Mountain, certain ancient texts record the existence of a supreme, celestial technique known as the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Shield, which could even transform into an unparalleled treasure. Regrettably, this knowledge has been lost. Furthermore, the 9 transformations profound art that he received as a return from a critical strike, which the Yushu sect possesses, only has 3 transformations. The profound art has 9 transformations, while 3 transformations merely allow one to attain the 3rd realm of longevity. Zhao Ruoshi remarked, when considering our shared roots, it is only natural to address you as senior brother. Your prowess earlier truly astonished me. Your mastery of the Dongxian realm and the slaying of the true monarch of creation is an unprecedented feat within our Tian Tsang domain. Such a remarkable talent has likely not appeared for eons, save for the prodigies of the Yuqing sacred grounds thousands of years ago. Senior brother, when you defeated Zhang Huayu, you obtained a piece of 5 elements copper essence. Might I propose an exchange with you? Rest assured, I will offer an equally valuable treasure in return. Chen Lin then realized that what they had just fought over must have indeed been the 5 elements copper essence. It was no wonder, as a divine material. Even if it could not be refined into an 11th grade divine treasure, crafting a royal grade treasure would be a trivial task. In an instant, a thought struck Chen Lin's mind. The critical strike return could be triggered by a gift among fellow disciples. Given that Zhao Ruoshi's Guanxing sect and his own Yushu sect share a common origin, he wondered if a direct gift would activate the critical strike return. The whereabouts of the mountain treasure remained elusive, and it was uncertain whether one could be found within the Demon Emperor's tomb. If a critical strike return were to occur, it might yield an additional piece of celestial-grade material. Moreover, while divine materials are indeed valuable, Chen Lin felt that their utility for him was limited. Unbeknownst to him, having acquired the Xian set, he had begun to regard divine treasures with a hint of disdain. He presented the 5 elements copper essence to Zhao Ruoshi, saying, "Did you not say that we share the same roots and should assist one another? This is merely a piece of 5 elements copper essence. You may take it without hesitation." "Ah," Zhao Ruoshi exclaimed joyfully. "Thank you, senior brother, for your generosity." Beep. The host has gifted Zhao Ruoshi the divine material. 5 elements copper essence. The conditions for a critical strike return are met. Would you like to trigger it? Critical strike. Critical strike successful. Reward: 5,000 times critical strike return, obtaining a piece of celestial-grade material, purple radiant copper. Would you like to claim it? Indeed, it is truly capable of triggering critical returns. System: you are remarkably impressive. Host: did you not say that you and the Guanxing immortal sect share the same roots? Stemming from a singular lineage? The system defaults to recognizing you as fellow disciples, hence the possibility of triggering critical returns. Ha! Chen Lin could not help but chuckle softly. Celestial-grade materials can be refined into celestial artifacts, although they may not surpass mountain treasures. Acquiring a celestial artifact alongside a mountain treasure would be exceedingly assured. Just as Chen Lin reveled in his joy, Zhao Ruoshi, seemingly resolute, bit her lip and retrieved a golden page from her possession, presenting it to Chen Lin. "Senior brother, I obtained this by chance, and I would like to gift it to you." Chapter 89. Cultivators of the Celestial Domain. Chen Lin was all too familiar with this golden page. The one that dropped after defeating the white-browed true monarch was identical to the one before him, both belonging to the sect's inheritance. It likely recorded a divine-level ultimate skill. Chen Lin shook his head. "Junior sister, this is too precious to accept. The value of this golden page far surpasses that of the 5 elements copper essence." Zhao Ruoshi, puzzled, inquired, "Do you know about this golden page, senior brother?" Chen Lin nodded. "This golden page should document a certain divine-level inheritance from the Taqing sacred land, which is why it is so invaluable." Zhao Ruoshi responded, "How could I not know that?" Unfortunately, to decipher the contents of the golden page, one would require a specific secret method from the Taqing sacred land. Regrettably, not only is there uncertainty regarding whether such a method has been lost, even if it hasn't, do you believe it is within my reach? However, concerning you, senior brother, the Xianxia immortal sect you mentioned might very well be the inheritance from the Taqing sacred land. Thus, you may have the opportunity to access the contents of the golden page. Chen Lin suddenly realized his oversight. Previously, when he acquired the golden page, he had directly interpreted its contents, completely disregarding the difficulty of deciphering it. For others, a specific secret method was indeed necessary. Yet he possessed the Heavenly Emperor's divination technique. Smiling, he said, "Junior sister, since you have presented this golden page, allow me to surprise you." With that, he accepted the golden page. As he employed the Heavenly Emperor's divination technique, the contents of the golden page instantly materialized in his mind. It detailed one of the 36 divine powers of the heavenly gang, the mastery of the five thunders. The five thunders refer to gold thunder, wood thunder, water thunder, fire thunder, and earth thunder. Do not underestimate the mastery of the five thunders. It encompasses a coveted ability that everyone yearns for, the refinement of the five thunder divine body. A rare method that can enhance one's innate qualities. Once this divine power is cultivated, it grants an innate affinity for the power of thunder. Furthermore, during confrontations, attacks infused with thunderous energy will significantly bolster one's strength, and upon successfully cultivating the five thunder divine body, one gains the protection of the five thunders, greatly enhancing defensive capabilities. However, for Chen Lin, as a supreme immortal body, mastering the five thunders merely serves as an embellishment. Yet for Xianxia, it undoubtedly represents a timely boon. Although she was a formidable being at the transformation realm, her physique was merely that of an exceptional royal body. Her progress in the transformation realm had reached its limits. To ascend further, one must either enhance their innate qualities or exert tenfold the effort compared to others. Undoubtedly, mastering the five thunder could aid her in refining the five thunder divine body, effectively addressing this limitation. Chen Lin smiled and said, "Junior sister, fulfilling everyone's expectations. I have deciphered the golden page, which records one of the 36 celestial techniques, the mastery of five thunder. I shall now impart it to you." With that, he pointed at the golden page and then handed it back to Xianxia. Upon receiving the golden page, the supreme technique of mastery of five thunder instantly manifested in Xianxia's mind. She was immediately enveloped in joy. "Brother, thank you so much. I thought I would be confined to the transformation realm for my entire life. Yet today you have opened my eyes to the hope of stepping into the realm of the path-slaying king." Chen Lin replied with a smile. "There is no need for thanks. This golden page rightfully belongs to you, and it has allowed me to master this supreme technique as well." Deep within, Chen Lin felt a greater excitement, not from the mastery of five thunder, but from a celestial art, the Jade Clarity Celestial Thunder Technique. Ding! The host imparts the mastery of five thunder, one of the 36 celestial techniques, to Xianxia, fulfilling the critical return conditions. Do you wish to trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward of 4,000 times critical return. Acquire the Celestial Art Jade Clarity Celestial Thunder Technique. The key was that Chen Lin was exceedingly familiar with this Jade Clarity Celestial Thunder Technique, as it was recorded in the library of the Yushu Celestial Sect. However, the version in the library was incomplete. While the 9 transformations profound skill had at least the first 3 tiers, the Jade Clarity Celestial Thunder was severely lacking. Nevertheless, it had still been evolved by generations of predecessors into a king-grade thunder technique, potent in its own right. This time, he had fortuitously received a critical return of this supreme celestial art. In terms of offense, it was unparalleled, surpassing even the unity of 3 purities. This was undoubtedly a significant enhancement to his foundation. Xianxia shook her head and said, "Brother, this simply cannot be. It makes me feel quite guilty." Just as she was about to say more, a sudden, howling voice interrupted them. A dark figure plummeted from the sky, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! The ground was instantly cratered, with dirt flying everywhere. Once the dust settled, Chen Lin was able to discern the situation within the pit. It was Zhu Yan. As soon as Chen Lin spotted Zhu Yan, it was evident that Zhu Yan had also seen him. However, Zhu Yan paid Chen Lin no mind. Instead, he turned around, vigorously pounding his own body with his fists, roaring into the distance as though challenging someone. Not far off, several figures swiftly pursued, hovering in the air, clearly having spotted Chen Lin and Xianxia. "So it is the fairy Xianxia here. How fortunate I am today. Not only have I encountered this ancient demon beast Zhu Yan, but I also have the chance to meet fairy Ruashi." At this moment, a monk emerged from the crowd and spoke. "I have long held the esteemed Lady Ruo, she in high regard, and I was preparing to return and have my master personally visit her to become her dual cultivation partner." Upon hearing this, Xianxia's expression instantly changed, and an overwhelming fury surged within her. Angrily, she retorted, "Master Dingguang, please maintain your dignity and abandon this futile hope. Not to mention whether my Guangxing immortal sect would acquiesce to your unreasonable demands. Even I could never agree. Just looking at you makes me feel disgusted." As she spoke, Zhao Ruo, she quietly informed Chen Lin of the circumstances surrounding the additional storage. The forces in the Tianyuan domain bear some resemblance to those in the Taishan domain. The Taishan domain is dominated by the 3 great immortal sects and 2 ancient clans, followed by 5 major sections. In contrast, the Tianyuan domain is ruled by 3 great immortal sects, a prominent Buddhist temple, and a significant ancient clan, with 3 major sects following. Master Dingwang is the abbot of the Little Thunder Sound Temple. Ha ha! I say, Master Dingwang, have you heard? Just take a look at your own decrepit state. Your teeth have all fallen out, yet you still covet Lady Ruo Shi. After all, she is the most beautiful woman in the Tianyuan domain. The title of Master is equivalent to that of a true monarch in the immortal sections. Master Dingwang stands at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, being the 2nd strongest in the Little Thunder Sound Temple, next to the abbot, Zhao Ruo Shi, while also a true monarch, is the supreme powerhouse of the Guangxing immortal sect, yet her cultivation is merely at the mid to late stages of the transformation realm. With a chuckle, Master Dingwang said, "It is precisely because she is the most beautiful that being her partner would be all the more delightful. My dear, if you agree to dual cultivate with me, I can promise you that I will send away all my previous partners and devote myself entirely to you." Zhao Ruo Shi, infuriated, exclaimed, "Master Dingwang, if you continue with your nonsense, do not blame me for being uncivil." Chapter 90, Master Dingwang. Master Dingwang shook his head and said, "My dear, your anger only excites me further. Therefore, I have decided that I will not seek the consent of your Guangxing immortal sect. I shall become your dual cultivation partner right now. The sky shall be our canopy, and the earth our bed. I will ensure your utmost comfort. And from this moment on, you shall be utterly devoted to me, unable to resist." Ugh! Zhao Ruo, she feigned retching and shook her head, saying, "Master Dingwang, cease your words, or I shall truly be ill. Utter devotion? I would kill you right now." Enraged, Zhao Ruo, she took action. With a sword in hand, she struck towards Master Dingwang. The sword technique she practiced, the Rainfall Sword, is of the royal grade, and wielding her royal grade immortal sword, she unleashed a strike that swept toward Master Dingwang like a tempest. Master Dingwang clasped his hands together, shaking his head as he said, "My dear, why must you be so angry? My joyous meditation is a divine-level skill. Dual cultivating with me will undoubtedly elevate you to new heights, perhaps even aiding you in breaking through to the realm of the path-cutting monarch. Yet you insist on resorting to violence. Though you too are in the transformation realm, you are no match for me. If you do not consent, it seems I have no choice but to use force." The first stance of the Tathagata palm. The radiance of the Buddha. Boom! The venerable Dingwang unleashed a powerful strike, directing a colossal swastika toward Zhao Ruoshi, intending to subdue her. The Tathagata palm, a supreme divine technique, is said to culminate in the final move, the 10,000 Buddhas paying homage, which has attained a realm of celestial martial arts. As the swastika approached, Zhao Ruoshi's own attack was instantly shattered, and the overwhelming force bore down upon her. "Beautiful maiden, it is not too late to surrender. Otherwise, should I strike, you shall suffer greatly, and it would grieve me to see you harmed," Dingwang taunted. Zhao Ruoshi retorted fiercely, "Dingwang, you bald monk, if you have the courage, then kill me. Even in death, I shall not yield." The expression of the venerable Dingwang shifted suddenly, and with a cold snort, he declared, "You are refusing my hospitality and inviting punishment instead. Once I have subdued you, I shall gradually enlighten you. Under the influence of my Buddhist teachings, even the most virtuous maiden will ultimately submit." The crowd sighed collectively. Zhao Ruoshi, renowned as the most beautiful woman of the Tianyuan domain, was regrettably matched against the old monk Dingwang. It was recalled that the previous saintess of the Tai sect had also fiercely resisted at first, even contemplating suicide, only to be captured by Dingwang and eventually succumb to his whims. Zhao Ruoshi feared she might not escape a similar fate. How many have fallen to this accursed Dingwang? If I were capable of defeating him, I would not hesitate to strike him down right now. Hush, keep your voice down. It is said that Dingwang has inherited the teachings of the joyful Buddha. Even the Bodhisattva of the Great Sun at the small Thunder Sound Temple turns a blind eye to his actions. As the massive swastika loomed closer, Zhao Ruoshi resolved that even in death, she could not allow the old monk to prevail. The women who had suffered under his persecution, claiming to engage in dual cultivation, were merely vessels for him, their identities manipulated and their selves erased. Such a life was not worth living. With this thought, Zhao Ruoshi gritted her teeth and raised her hand to her neck. Just then, Chen Lin moved, appearing before her in an instant. Senior sister, wait. I'm here as well. Zhao Ruoxi shook her head. The old monk Dingwang is not comparable to Zhang Huayu. In our Tianyuan domain, there exists a list of prodigies, and Dingwang ranks third, while Zhang is merely in the 20s. Brother, you must leave. You are no match for him. Chen Lin replied. Since you call me brother, how could I abandon you? Are you doubting my strength, dear sister? What if he ranks third? Let me show you how I shall slay this old monk. Chen Lin's appearance caused Dingwang to frown, but upon assessing Chen Lin's strength, he erupted into a boisterous laugh. A mere Dongxian giant dares to play the hero? Very well, I shall grant you your wish. Dingwang raised his hand and pressed down violently upon Chen Lin. The swastika, which originally bore only an intimidating aura, was now imbued with a sense of destruction. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. Who is this fool? Does he not recognize his opponent? This is indeed the venerable Dingwang, daring to step forth as a hero to rescue the fair maiden? His own demise is of no concern to us. Chen Lin shook his head, remarking, It seems no one has faith in me. What a cave, profound giant. Slaying an old bald donkey is sufficient. As soon as the words left his lips, he stepped forward, the Yulong sword appearing in his grasp. Piercing forward with a swift thrust. Clang! The sword struck the swastika, which shattered instantly. Chen Lin remained unmoved. The venerable Dingwang's form flickered slightly, involuntarily taking a step back. No wonder he dared to be a hero. It appears he possesses some skill. Alas, he remains at the cave profound realm. What does it matter if he shatters my Buddha's light? Prepare to receive my finger. Boom! The venerable Dingwang promptly pointed forth, unleashing the indeterminate Zen finger, a royal-class skill. The formidable force shattered the void, surging toward Chen Lin. Unfazed, Chen Lin raised his sword and sliced outwards, dispelling the indeterminate Zen finger effortlessly, and charged toward the venerable Dingwang with sword in hand. Bald donkey, the type I loathe most, are those who cloak their malevolence in the guise of righteousness. I have let it slide until now, but having encountered you, I shall slay you on sight. The venerable Dingwang scoffed, Kid, your strength is lacking, yet your audacity is grand. Many have sought to end my life, only to be sent to the western paradise by my hand. You will be no exception. To perish at the hands of the venerable Dingwang is a privilege in itself. With a mighty sweep, he unleashed the Buddha's palm of the Tathagata. Be careful, senior brother. Zhao Ruoxi cautioned. Chen Lin smiled confidently. Rest assured, an old bald donkey cannot harm me. Immediately, he slashed forth with his sword. Truly, this man is blissfully ignorant and fearless, treating the venerable Dingwang with such disregard. Were it not for the knowledge of his cave profound cultivation, one might mistake him for a king of the Tao. Nonetheless, such cultivation is not easily attained, yet it is unfortunate to oppose the venerable Dingwang. The surrounding conversations did not escape Chen Lin's ears. He coldly snorted, An old bald donkey has managed to frighten you also? Fear not. Even should the old bald donkey perish, I shall remain unscathed. Boom! The sword descended with tremendous force, a deafening explosion resonating as overwhelming power surged forth. The venerable Dingwang's Tathagata palm was shattered on the spot, yet the sword intent remained undiminished as it continued its assault. The venerable Dingwang's expression changed dramatically. With a wave of his hand, he shattered the sword intent and solemnly inquired, Kid, who exactly are you? With mere cave profound cultivation, how do you possess strength akin to that of the creation realm? Chapter 91. Witnessing the birth of a legend. Chen Lin retorted coldly, Listen well. The one who seeks to kill you is Chen Lin, the master of Tai Mountain from the Yushu Immortal Sect. The Yushu Immortal Sect? There is no such sect within our Tianyuan domain. Could it be that he hails from other territories? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The Demon Emperor's tomb actually connects to other domains, meaning the competition for the opportunities within it extends beyond our Tianyuan domain. A profound sense of crisis instantaneously engulfed the hearts of all present. The opportunities within the Demon Emperor's tomb were finite, with each additional contender. The chances of acquiring these fortunes diminished. It is no wonder that one would brazenly challenge the esteemed Master Dingwang, aptly illustrating the adage that ignorance breeds audacity. Master Dingwang, ranked third on the celestial fortune list of the Tianyuan domain, is not someone an outsider of the Dongxian realm could contend with. In this manner, should the outsider dare to be reckless, it would provide Master Dingwang the perfect opportunity to eliminate him, thereby reducing the number of rivals vying for the treasures of the Demon Emperor's tomb. Among the assembly, while all possessed the cultivation of the third stage of longevity. Not a single master of the creation realm was present. They were merely formidable beings of the transformation spirit and Dongxian levels. To the creation true monarch, Chen Lin was of little concern, but to them, he represented a significant competitor. As for whether Chen Lin was acting on behalf of the fair Xiaoruoxi, they chose to disregard it, focusing instead on the fact that if Chen Lin were to perish, there would be one less contender for the treasures of the Demon Emperor's tomb. With a smile, Chen Lin remarked, "You speak most correctly. The opportunities within the Demon Emperor's tomb are indeed limited. Should I slay Master Dingwang, would that not greatly enhance your chances of obtaining a fortune?" Master Dingwang scoffed. "I have traversed the Tianyuan domain for centuries and encountered many a boastful individual. Yet one who so recklessly seeks their own demise as you is a rarity. I believe you shall be the last of your kind. Remember this. Even a hero rescuing a damsel requires strength." Shaking his head, Chen Lin retorted, "Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Never underestimate anyone." Xiaoruoxi's expression was fraught with anxiety. Although Chen Lin exhibited extraordinary combat prowess, having slain the true monarch Zhang Huayu, Master Dingwang was not Zhang Huayu. Despite Master Dingwang's lack of integrity, his strength ranked among the elite. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Brother, I shall assist you. Together we shall confront this old bald donkey." Chen Lin responded, "Sister, there is no need. I have already stated. The third on the creation list, in my eyes, is no different from a mere mutt. Killing him would be as effortless as dispatching a dog. You dare to insult me as a dog." Master Dingwang seethed with fury. Throughout his life, he had never been spoken to in such a manner, especially by a mere junior of the Dongxian realm. If he did not eliminate this opponent today, he would become a laughingstock throughout the Tianyuan domain, bringing disgrace upon himself in other territories. "If I do not slay you today, I am not Master Dingwang. Prepare to meet your end." In that moment, Master Dingwang unleashed his full power without mercy, manifesting the pinnacle of creation realm prowess through the R'lyeh Divine Palm, the most formidable technique inherited from the small Thunder Sound Temple. A celestial radiance enveloped the heavens, transforming the plane into an ocean of Buddhist light. An exalted Buddha emerged behind Master Dingwang, casting a benevolent gaze downward, evoking a profound sense of surrender to the divine. This is precisely the formidable nature of the R'lyeh Divine Palm. Before the venerable Dingwang, Chen Lin felt an overwhelming pressure, surpassing even his second encounter with the true monarch of White Brows. Truly, he was the third-rank powerhouse on the creation list of the celestial Sound domain. Had it not been for his acquisition of the One Qi transforming three purities and the Yuqing Divine Thunder, he would have had to resort to the Ziyun Immortal Sword. However, now he possessed the Buddha's light while he wielded the thunder of the heavens. An opportune moment to test the might of the Yuqing Divine Thunder he had recently obtained. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap rent the air, manifesting above the heads of the gathered assembly, creating a breach in the encompassing Buddha's light. What is this? Thunder at this moment? Could it be that the tomb of the Demon Emperor is undergoing some change? The force of the thunder was so formidable that their immediate reaction was to associate it with the tomb of the Demon Emperor. Yet, it was not a transformation of the tomb. Rather, someone was unleashing a divine thunderous power. It was him. He was capable of wielding the thunder law, which was at the very least a divine-level martial technique. The crowd was utterly astonished. Xiaoruoxi felt a slight alleviation of her worries. The venerable Dingwang snorted coldly. "No wonder you are so confident. It turns out you have mastered a form of thunderous divine power. However, you must understand one crucial fact. While the gap in divine power can be bridged over time, the disparity in realms can never be fully closed." "Is that so?" Chen Lin replied dismissively. "The Yuqing Divine Thunder is not merely a divine secret skill. It is an immortal technique, far more complex than your imagination allows." The thunder in the sky continued to pour down. One bolt, two bolts, countless strikes of thunder fell, each one diminishing the surrounding Buddha's light. At this moment, Chen Lin was enveloped in a storm of thunder, resembling a colossal thunderous titan, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. With a flourish of his hands, a bolt of lightning surged forth like a great dragon, charging towards the venerable Dingwang. The venerable Dingwang's expression turned grave, for he now sensed an intense threat. He realized that should the bolt of thunder strike him, it would mean either death or grievous injury. How can this be? A Grand Master of the Cave, profound realm possesses such terrifying thunder? His formidable powers and the might of the thunder were not inferior to his own. The Buddha's light was gradually being extinguished, and the crisis loomed ominously. Death was all but imminent. What kind of divine power is this? The venerable Dingguang roared in fury. Chen Lin retorted dismissively. I have stated before, the dead need not know so much. Old bald donkey, do you truly believe no one in this world can contend with you? Instead of diligently practicing Buddhism, you choose to wreak havoc upon the world. Others may ignore you. But today, I shall take it upon myself to confront you. With a grasp into the void, Chen Lin summoned a spear that shimmered with boundless lightning, hurling it towards the venerable Dingguang. The venerable was taken aback, hastily waving his hand as a robe flew forth to intercept the lightning spear. Merely a royal-grade treasure. The sound of tearing fabric echoed. The spear, defying the obstruction of the cassock, tore through it effortlessly, maintaining its formidable power as it hurtled towards the esteemed Master Dingguang. The master, taken aback, swiftly attempted to defend himself. With a thunderous crash, the lightning spear struck him with tremendous force, sending him flying through the air like a mere scarecrow, blood spurting from his mouth. The spear's might dissipated entirely, leaving all spectators in stunned silence. Could it be that Master Dingguang was injured? How could this possibly be? The fact that he had forced the master to such a state was utterly inconceivable. This was madness. After all, he was merely at the Dongxian realm, facing the illustrious Master Dingguang. We were on the brink of witnessing history, encountering an extraordinary prodigy. Chapter 92. I possess a divine artifact. Master Dingguang was nearly driven to madness. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he declared angrily, Kid, I didn't realize you possessed such skill to have wounded me. Chen Lin retorted dismissively, You still have some power left. That you have not perished is fortunate for you. However, do not be mistaken, the next strike will claim your life. Arrogance. Master Dingguang seethed. You wish to kill me with such meager strength? It seems I must demonstrate my true prowess, lest you, a mere junior, underestimate me. I acknowledge that, despite being at the Dongxian realm, your strength is not inferior to mine, but to take your life remains a trifling task. In the next moment, an iron pestle appeared before Master Dingguang. This was the demon-slaying pestle, a supreme divine artifact, and its emergence signified certain death for its opponent. The onlookers shook their heads in dismay, as if the outcome of the battle had already been determined. They believed that no matter how powerful Chen Lin was, even capable of summoning thunder, the moment Master Dingguang unveiled the demon-slaying pestle, the result was inevitable. Zhao Ruoshi's face turned pale as she hastily warned, Senior brother, that artifact is one of the 3 divine artifacts of the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple. Once it is drawn, you stand no chance against him. Chen Lin chuckled, Junior sister. You previously stated that my Yushu sect is the true inheritor of the Jade Pure Sacred Land. Isn't that a divine artifact? As the first seat of the mountain, I too possess a divine artifact. You possess a divine artifact? The crowd erupted in laughter. Divine artifact? Then show it. They understood the rarity of such treasures. The Lesser Thunder Sound Temple possessed merely 3, and even the Guangxing sect, where Ruoshi resided, had only 2, exclusively wielded by the Grand Elder, the sect leader, or the Supreme Elder. Even Ruoshi herself lacked one. Did you, a mere giant of the Dongxian realm, truly have the right to possess such a treasure? Chen Lin scoffed. What is so precious about a divine artifact? Indeed, it is valuable. Junior sister, I recall you wield a royal-grade artifact, which is somewhat lacking. How about this? I shall gift you a divine artifact. Ah, Zhao Ruoshi gasped in shock. Senior brother, there is no need. Such a divine artifact is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Accept it, you must, Chen Lin insisted. What is a divine artifact? I have plenty. Allow me to ponder what gift I should bestow upon you. Suddenly, Chen Lin realized that he possessed no extraordinary divine swords worthy of note. Aside from a king-grade Yulong sword and a celestial artifact, the Ziyun sword, he found himself at a loss. Ah, but he remembered the spoils of victory. He had nearly forgotten the Yuheng sword obtained from vanquishing Zhang Huayu. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he promptly retrieved the Yuheng sword from his Qingquan ring, offering it to his junior sister. Take this sword for the time being. Wait a moment, and I shall soon present you with a divine sword. By first gifting the Yuheng sword, he could take advantage of the situation and subsequently acquire a divine sword, demonstrating his cleverness. Isn't that the Yuheng sword belonging to the Grand Elder of the Shushan sect? How did it end up in his possession? Murmured the onlookers, astonished. Could it be that he has slain Zhang Huayu? A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Zhang Huayu was a true monarch of the transformation realm, ranked 27th on the transformation list, although his rank was modest. It was shocking to learn of his demise at the hands of another. They had all witnessed Chen Lin's formidable combat prowess. He had not faltered against the esteemed Zheng Guang, making the slaying of Zhang Huayu entirely plausible. However, a voice of mockery arose. I recall certain individuals claiming they would present the divine sword to the fair Ruo Shi. What does it signify that he now offers the Yuheng sword? The implication was clear. It indicated an inability to produce anything better. Chen Lin chose to dismiss their taunts, recognizing them as mere sycophants. They had spoken ill in their attempts to ingratiate themselves with Zheng Guang, but he wondered how their demeanor would shift once he had defeated the esteemed elder. Beat. The host has gifted his fellow disciple, Zhao Ruo Shi, the king-grade Yuheng sword, meeting the criteria for a critical hit. Will you proceed with the critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward of 4,000 times the critical return, acquiring the divine sword, Tianyuan sword. Excellent. It may not rank among the highest tiers, lacking the first-rate or supreme classifications. Yet it is undeniably a divine artifact, only one rank below the demon-subduing staff. Chen Lin silently uttered the word receive, and the Tianyuan sword materialized in his grasp. The radiance of this divine artifact immediately illuminated the surrounding plains, captivating the attention of all present. How could this be? He truly wielded a divine artifact. What manner of identity did he possess in other realms to carry such a treasure? The outcome of this confrontation was now uncertain. At this moment, those who had previously mocked Chen Lin began to regret their words. In their eagerness to curry favor with Zheng Guang, they had not anticipated the swiftness of their own humiliation. Their only hope was that he would be magnanimous enough not to seek retribution later. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Lin extended the Tianyuan sword to Zhao Ruo Shi, saying, "Junior sister, this sword is yours." "Ah!" Zhao Ruo Shi exclaimed, alarmed. "Senior brother, I cannot accept this. What will you do with it?" Chen Lin smiled and replied, "Who said I possessed only one divine artifact? Come now, quickly accept it. That old bald donkey is still watching." Zhao Ruoshi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively receiving the Tianyuan sword. Ding! The host bestows the divine sword Tianyuan upon his fellow disciple, Zhao Ruoshi. As the Tianyuan sword is a reward from the system, it can only trigger an equal critical return, resulting in the acquisition of the divine sword, Qinghong sword. Indeed, the system's rewards have been activated. The Qinghong sword then materialized in Chen Lin's grasp. Is this madness? Gasps of disbelief echoed among the onlookers. They had already been stunned by the appearance of a divine sword, and now another one emerged as if they were mere cabbages, available in abundance. With a grin, Chen Lin remarked, "Old bald donkey, I possess more divine treasures than you." The venerable Dingguang's eyes glinted with greed. "Once I eliminate you, your divine treasures will belong to me." Chen Lin scoffed, "To seize my treasures? Not with your capabilities. Enough of this time wasting. You may perish." In that moment, Chen Lin resolved to wield his sword. The jade, clear divine thunder was formidable, yet it had failed to vanquish venerable Dingguang. Thus, he opted for the sword. The immortal level sword technique, one chi transforms into 3 clarity, was swiftly executed by Chen Lin. Venerable Dingguang's face contorted with rage as he bellowed, "You shall die." He raised the demon-subduing divine pestle and hurled it toward Chen Lin with great force. However, mid-air, he suddenly perceived 3 Chen Lins before him. With disdain, he dismissed it as mere trickery, proclaiming, "Such parlor tricks cannot deceive me. My Buddhist lineage is ancient." He lunged at one of the 3 figures with ferocity. Bang! The demon-subduing divine pestle collided violently with the Qinghong sword, unleashing a massive shockwave. Venerable Dingguang chuckled, "Child, your flashy swordplay is nothing remarkable." Yet in the next moment, his expression faltered, and blood gushed forth from his mouth. Chapter 93. The Fate Connection System. Behind him, 2 Chen Lins, each wielding a sword, simultaneously pierced through his form. How is this possible? Were you not illusions? Venerable Dingguang howled in disbelief, plummeting to the ground like a meteor. What had just transpired? How had the old bald donkey met his demise? I only witnessed him splitting into 3, and then he perished. What are you waiting for? Hurry and flee, unless you wish to face retribution later. The spectators, filled with trepidation, had no intention of lingering. They wished they could sprout additional legs to escape swiftly. Chen Lin paid them no mind, regarding them as inconsequential. He casually remarked, "One chi transforms into 3 clarity is not as simple as you might imagine. Most importantly, it's evident that this sword technique is intricately linked to that esteemed being. Each strike instantaneously manifests as 3 figures. Once the techniques are exhausted, the 3 converge into 1. Even if it were but a fleeting moment, it was sufficient for this sword technique to ascend to the pinnacle of celestial mastery, becoming Chen Lin's most formidable swordplay at this stage, unparalleled in its might. Senior brother, you truly killed that old bald donkey," Xianxia exclaimed, her face a mask of incredulity. As the true monarch of creation in the celestial Tsang domain, she was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the venerable Dingguang. She had previously resigned herself to certain death, yet unexpectedly, Chen Lin had appeared and ultimately vanquished the old bald donkey. With a smile, Chen Lin replied, "I told you. He was merely an old bald donkey. Slaying him was as effortless as turning over one's hand." Xianxia, filled with genuine gratitude, said, "Senior brother, I truly do not know how to express my thanks. Had it not been for you, I fear I would have become that old bald donkey's slave forever. Your immense kindness is something I shall never forget. I am at a loss as to how I might repay you." "That is quite simple. You could offer yourself in return," Chen Lin remarked casually. "What did you just say?" Xianxia's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully rebuked him. Realizing his misstep, Chen Lin understood the gravity of his words. This was not his previous life where such innuendos were commonplace. Here, in the Tianyuan World, one could hardly speak so brazenly without being labeled a rogue. He quickly clarified, "Junior sister, I did not mean it that way. My intention was not. I did not even know how to explain." "I am willing," Xianxia suddenly declared, her resolve firm, despite their brief acquaintance. She was profoundly impressed by Chen Lin's character and abilities. He had saved her life twice, once by slaying Zhang Huayu, and now rescuing her from the clutches of the venerable Dingguang. As a true monarch of creation, she innately understood the dangers posed by Dingguang's control. Once ensnared, there would be no escape, no hope for survival. Not to mention, he had previously gifted her the 5 elements copper essence and assisted her in mastering the 5 thunder. And now he presented her with a divine artifact. Such kindness stirred her heart deeply, leaving her in a tumult of emotions. Chen Lin's casual suggestion of offering herself had undoubtedly shattered the barriers that had stood between them. Indeed, if she were to become his Tao partner, would that not be a fitting way to repay him? The mere utterance of "I am willing" left Chen Lin momentarily stunned. Xianxia then added, "But I have one condition." Only then did Chen Lin comprehend the implication of her earlier statement. She was willing to become his Tao partner. In an instant, an overwhelming joy flooded through him. Although he was now a master of the Tao, a cultivator of considerable standing, he had only recently arrived in this realm and still harbored a hint of youthful naivete. To have such a stunning beauty, the most renowned in the celestial Tsang domain, willingly propose marriage to him was enough to ignite his heart with fervor. He could hardly contain the impulse to sweep Xianxia into his arms and spin her around in delight. Did this mean he had a wife now? "Junior sister, speak." "I am listening," Chen Lin eagerly urged. Xianxia said, "Senior brother, I have agreed to become your Tao partner, but ultimately, our union stems from the Demon Emperor's tomb. Once we leave this place, I cannot accompany you back to the Taishan domain for the time being. Thus, we will inevitably be separated by distance. Although I have consented to be your Tao partner, you must personally visit my Guangxing immortal sect to propose publicly. Otherwise, I can only be considered your girlfriend at most." Chen Lin, initially puzzled, smiled and replied, "That is only fitting. After all, you are an elder of the sect, and I am the head of the mountain gate. A public declaration is essential. I will not only propose, but will also bring you into my home via the grand 8-platform bridge, making you my beloved wife." "Indeed, you are so kind, senior brother," Xianxia remarked. "Is it still senior brother? Perhaps it is time for a change in address." Chen Lin jested. "Not yet. I shall only call you that until you marry me," Xianxia insisted, shaking her head. With a sigh, Chen Lin conceded, "Very well. However, since you are my girlfriend now, may I embrace you?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation. An embrace? Xianxia's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively took a step back, lowering her gaze. "I'm sorry, senior brother, but—" "All right then," Chen Lin sighed. "If you do not wish to, I shall not insist." Xianxia seemed to gather her resolve, suddenly taking a swift step forward to plant a delicate kiss on his cheek before retreating quickly, her face a deep crimson. Boom! Chen Lin felt a thunderous sensation in his mind. Had he just been kissed? Haha. Ding. Congratulations, host, for finding a partner. The affection system is now unlocked. Binding partner Zhao Ruoshi grants the host a grand gift pack, an additional daily critical return chance, and one extra treasure critical return opportunity. This system encourages the host to strive for a complete union as husband and wife. Upgrading the critical return system will become possible. The affection system can even be upgraded. System, care to elaborate? This system, dedicated to serving the host, asserts that a Tao partner supersedes the bonds of master and disciple or father and son, aligning more with critical returns. The more partners, the greater the critical return opportunities. With more Tao partners, the multiplier increases. By adding another Tao partner, the 10,000-fold critical return can elevate to a maximum of 100,000 times. 100,000 times. If the first is worth that, then the second would be 1,000,000, and the third the fourth. System, you are indeed cunning. But I like it. Chen Lin couldn't help but dream of the future. In this life, what could be better than this? To be invincible in the world. Gather a multitude of disciples, and marry several wives. The system truly considers my interests. Just imagine receiving critical returns in the tens of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions. Wouldn't I become supremely powerful? I would challenge the world to see who would dare oppose me. However, it must be through Tao partners. It seems I must exert myself further. After this outing, I shall hasten to the celestial domain to propose. No, wait. It appears there is still someone awaiting me at the Jade Void Immortal Gate. Chapter 94. The Chaotic Seed Green Lotus. Goodness, perhaps I should first win over Sister Miaoshan. Is it not merely the pursuit of romance? Previously, it was about seizing opportunities, yet now I find myself with a royal decree to simultaneously engage in courtship. In due time, I shall merely need to offer gifts, and then reap the rewards, securing a companion while acquiring treasures, a remarkable dual benefit. Brother, you should take back this sword, Zhao Ruoshi exclaimed, holding the Tianyuan sword. It is far too precious. Chen Lin replied, Ruoshi, let me ask you, what is our relationship at present? Are we not in a romantic partnership? It is entirely reasonable for a boyfriend to present gifts to his girlfriend. Now do accept it. The Tianyuan sword is merely a second-tier divine artifact. When the opportunity arises, I shall bestow upon you even finer treasures. But, Zhao Ruoshi frowned. Chen Lin interrupted her. Nobuts, it is settled. Very well. Acknowledging she could not argue against Chen Lin, Zhao Ruoshi nodded silently. Chen Lin smiled softly. Now that is more like it. Just as the two were engrossed in their affections, a thunderous roar shattered the moment. They looked up to see massive hands descending upon them. And it dawned on them that they were not alone. A colossal creature, Zhu Yan, loomed nearby. Cursed be it. Previously, a crowd had pursued Zhu Yan, forcing it into a wretched state. During the fierce battle between Chen Lin and the venerable Dong Wang, it lay low, feigning death, only to strike unexpectedly when the conflict neared its conclusion. Chen Lin's anger surged within him. He had been contemplating how to deal with this Zhu Yan. It was worth noting that a significant part of his descent from the mountain was driven by the desire to confront this beast, for within its bone was the essence of the 3 heads and 6 arms divine ability. Mastery of the 4th layer of the 9 transformations profound art would enable him to grasp this power. An early mastery of the 3 heads and 6 arms would greatly aid in transcending to the 4th layer. Yet, when Chen Lin truly began to cultivate the 9 transformations profound art, he discovered the difficulty of mastering such formidable prowess. After millennia of cultivation, he had reached only the 3rd layer. The 4th layer required 100,000 years, the 5th 1,000,000, the 6th 10 million, the 7th 1,000,000,000, and the 8th and 9th layers were even more distant. It was no wonder that, across the myriad realms, this technique was widely known yet seldom mastered. The sheer difficulty of cultivation was evident. Chen Lin swiftly lifted Zhao Ruoshi and retreated rapidly. After distancing themselves by several dozen meters, he said, Ruoshi, wait here while I deal with this Zhu Yan. Just as he was about to act, the earth quaked violently, a tremendous fissure splitting the ground, cities vanishing, and the land succumbing. A colossal stone tablet began to rise slowly from the depths, a sight that stirred countless powerful beings. Countless figures rushed forth with astonishing speed. 1, 2, 3. Within moments there were dozens. Zhu Yan had initially intended to engage in combat with Chen Lin, yet upon witnessing the situation, he unexpectedly turned and fled. Chen Lin furrowed his brow, choosing not to pursue, but instead focusing on the approaching powerhouses. Zhao Ruoshi remarked, Senior brother, It is highly possible that the Demon Emperor's tomb connects the 9 great territories of the Tianyuan continent. All those before us are formidable beings of the third realm of longevity, many of whom I do not recognize. This implies that the opening of the Demon Emperor's tomb encompasses not just the Taishan region, but all 9 territories. Look, what is inscribed on the stone tablet? Could it be an immortal technique? No, this must be the true location of the tomb, the Demon Emperor's stele, which serves as the entrance. Our current position is merely the periphery of the tomb. At that moment, a demon of the creation realm, exuding a malevolent aura, suddenly appeared, fixated on the stele with palpable excitement. This is a demon commander from the Demon Emperor's dynasty. Everyone be cautious. The Demon Emperor's dynasty, located deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, commands all demons. With 4 great demon kings, 36 demon commanders, and 72 demon generals, it sweeps across the realm. Each of the 4 demon kings is a slayer of the Tao, while the 36 commanders and 72 generals are all demons of the creation realm. Each commander could easily rank among the top 10 of a territory's creation list. Demons are transformed from beastly creatures and, upon reaching the third realm of divine powers, can assume human form and awaken innate abilities. Moreover, due to their origins, they possess naturally superior physiques compared to humans and more robust magical powers. What is there to fear? Even if the demon commander is powerful, he is but one. With so many of us here, can we truly be intimidated? Scoffed a human warrior. Immediately, others echoed, indeed, demons have always been at odds with our kind. What can a single commander do? If he dares to show his face here, let us join forces to vanquish him. A commander may possess numerous treasures. The mere mention of treasures stirred many human warriors into restlessness. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, a confrontation seemed imminent. Suddenly, several dark figures surged from the distance. Standing behind the demon commander, no less than 10 high-level demons of the third realm of longevity. The previously boisterous human warriors fell silent, their gazes drawn increasingly to the stele. The stele bore no inscriptions, only a single blue lotus. Isn't this the Chaos Seed Blue Lotus? A thought suddenly emerged in Chen Lin's mind. What did you say? What does the Chaos Seed Blue Lotus mean? A nearby individual, having overheard Chen Lin, found his words deeply profound and began to ponder intently. This contemplation rapidly spread, 1 to 10, 10 to hundreds, as all present absorbed those 5 words. Boom! A sudden phenomenon emerged, a green lotus floating above the crowd. A human figure, a master of the cave realm, burst into laughter. Despite possessing only the initial stage of the cave realm, under the gaze of the crowd and the green lotus above, his cultivation surged forward, advancing at an astonishingly visible rate. From the initial to the mid, then the late stage of the cave realm, he finally stabilized at the pinnacle. The crowd erupted in astonishment, for he had broken through merely due to 5 revealing words inscribed on the stone tablet, ascending directly from the initial stage to the pinnacle of the cave realm. A notification chimed. The 5 revealing words from the host have placed the fellow disciples into a state of enlightenment, triggering a critical return. Would you like to proceed with the critical hit? What transpired? Fellow disciples? This individual was also among those who failed the inheritance of the Jade Qing sacred land. Chen Lin turned to Zhao Ruoxi and inquired, Ruoxi, do you recognize this person? Zhao Ruoxi shook her head, replying, I do not know him. He likely does not hail from my Tiansong domain. Nevertheless, does it truly matter who he is? The opportunity for enlightenment is what truly counts. Critical hit. Critical success. Reward. 4,000 times the critical return. Granting 40 minutes of enlightenment time. Would you like to accept? Not for now. 40 minutes? Such opportunities for enlightenment are rare and precious. Chen Lin, a beneficiary of this enlightenment, understood that many may never experience it even once in their lifetime, while others could attain it endlessly. He decided to reserve this opportunity. One never knows when it might be needed. Chapter 95, Emperor Xiaoqing. What a chaotic seed of the Green Lotus, embodying the path of the Green Lotus Demon Emperor. The void trembled as a graceful young man emerged, radiating joy. The holy son of Yaoqi, Emperor Xiaoqing. It was he. With the arrival of the young man, the crowd was thrown into a fervor. In the celestial origin world, countless immortal sects and ancient clans existed, yet only 3 could be deemed sacred lands, with Yaoqi's sacred land being one of them. The holy son of Yaoqi, the son of the current Holy Mother, destined to inherit the Yaoqi sacred land. The true monarch of creation. Upon the appearance of Emperor Xiaoqing, Chen Lin couldn't help but express admiration under his celestial observation technique. One extraordinary prodigy. Having cultivated for merely 2 or 3 decades, his strength was scarcely inferior to that of the venerable Dingguan. Upon seeing Emperor Xiaoqing, Zhao Ruoshi's expression instantly became unsettled. Clearly, Emperor Xiaoqing had also noticed her, and his face lit up with delight as he approached her with a smile. Ruoshi, you truly came to the Demon Emperor's tomb. He reached out to take her hand. Zhao Ruoshi furrowed her brow and stepped back, saying, Emperor Xiaoqing, please conduct yourself properly. With a smile, Emperor Xiaoqing replied, Ruoshi, are you angry with me? I've told you, it was my mother who opposed our union. However, I do have feelings for you. Rest assured, I will persuade my mother to accept you. A sense of unease surged within Chen Lin. A rival in love? No. It felt more as if he were the third party in this scenario. It has come time for her to meet the parents. The crowd buzzes with speculation. Who is this woman? They whisper. How could she have captured the favor of the son of the Yaoqi? Unbeknownst to them, her name is Zhao Ruoshi, also known as the Immortal Ruoshi. She is one of the elders of the Guangxing Immortal Sect in the Tianyuan domain, a true master transformation, and is celebrated as the most beautiful woman in the Tianyuan domain. A female master transformation is indeed a rarity in the world. The previously envious onlookers nodded in agreement, acknowledging that only a woman of her caliber could be worthy of the Yaoqi's son. They truly are a match made in heaven. Meanwhile, Chen Lin felt a pang of discomfort, furrowing his brow as he observed Zhao Ruoshi. He needed an explanation. In a flurry, Zhao Ruoshi exclaimed, Xiaoqingdi, please be mindful of your words. We have no connection whatsoever. Your affections were one-sided, and it was you who expressed your feelings to your mother, not I. I am well aware that I, Zhao Ruoshi, am unworthy of you, the esteemed son of the sacred land. Therefore, there is no need for you to persuade your mother to accept me, for we are not related in any way. Moreover, I already have a partner. With that, Zhao Ruoshi linked her arm with Chen Lin's. Chen Lin quickly grasped the situation. Xiaoqingdi, the son of Yaoqi, stood at the pinnacle of status in the Tianyuan continent, having always obtained whatever he desired since childhood. Upon seeing Zhao Ruoshi, he confidently assumed she would reciprocate his feelings and brought her to meet his mother. Little did he know, not only did his mother oppose their union, but Zhao Ruoshi had no feelings for him at all. This misunderstanding led him to believe that her disinterest stemmed from his mother's objections. A wave of guilt washed over him as he clasped Zhao Ruoshi's hand. This scene did not escape the attention of the onlookers. Who is this man daring to compete for the affections of the Yaoqi as son? Does he wish for his own demise? They murmured, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The Yaoqi holds immense prestige. Who would dare offend such a powerful entity? Xiaoqingdi, trembling with rage, demanded, who are you to dare to compete with me for a woman? Chen Lin retorted coolly, I am Chen Lin, the head of Tai Mountain from the Yushu Immortal Sect. Let me clarify. Ruoshi has never had any feelings for you and is not your woman. She's my girlfriend now. So I kindly ask you to cease your pursuit of her. What sect is the Yushu Immortal Sect of Tai Mountain? I have never heard of it, the crowd speculated, sensing trouble brewing for Chen Lin. Ridiculous. Xiaoqingdi shot back in anger. Ruoshi, it must be that because my mother opposed our relationship, you sought out this so-called boyfriend merely to provoke me, correct? He is an imposter, is he not? Zhao Ruoshi shook her head and said, Xiaoqingdi, I have mentioned before that I have never harbored any feelings for you. The sacred land of Yaoqi has always adhered to the principle that the holy son should be matched with the holy maiden. I possess enough self-awareness to know that I would never develop any affection for you. Furthermore, my future partner is my senior brother. Boom! Xiaoqingdi felt as though his mind had exploded. His eyes turned crimson, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Ruoshi and demanded, Zhao Ruoshi, do you truly not have any feelings for me? None. Zhao Ruoshi replied emphatically. Very well, none at all. Xiaoqingdi suddenly burst into laughter. The rage and infatuation that had consumed him vanished without a trace, replaced by madness and ruthlessness. Zhao Ruoshi, I initially intended to pursue you in the name of the sacred land of Yaoqi and make you my woman. Yet, you fail to recognize my worth. Not only do you reject me, but you also choose a partner whose realm is inferior to mine. Since that is the case, there is no need for me to feign civility before you. You have brought this upon yourself. He then declared, from this moment forth, you are my woman. Turning to Chen Lin, he stated, you have two options. First, leave Zhao Ruoshi immediately and go as far as you can. Second, I will kill you right now. Chen Lin shook his head and replied, "What a magnificent holy son. You have revealed your true nature. If I choose neither, opting for a third choice instead, I wager that you cannot force me to leave, nor can you kill me." Xianxia sneered. "Confidence is commendable, but it remains to be seen whether you possess the strength to back it up. How dare a mere Dong Xian realm challenge me? You seek death." With that, Xianxia unleashed a palm strike towards Chen Lin. The heavenly splitting palm, a divine skill of the sacred land of Yaoqi, could cleave the heavens, let alone a mere human. Chen Lin shook his head, unafraid, and stepped forward. The supreme divine fist, the king of the Tao-killing fist, was instantly unleashed. Boom! The two strikes collided, unleashing a tremendous force that sent them both stepping back a pace, resulting in a stalemate. Not only was Xianxia stunned, but the onlookers were equally astonished. How could this be possible? That was Xianxia, unless he had shown mercy, which must be the case, considering Chen Lin's realm was merely Dongxian. After all, it seemed rather unfair for a true monarch of creation to engage with him. Why should the Holy Sun show mercy to a thief attempting to steal your woman? He should go all out and eliminate him. Someone shouted loudly. Chapter 96. The Emperor's Overbearing Fist. Xianxia furrowed his brow, then coldly scoffed. "I did not realize you had some skill. No wonder you dare to covet my woman. The tomb of the Demon Emperor is about to open, and I will not trouble you for now. However, once we leave the tomb, Xianxia, will assuredly kill you." The Holy Sun showed mercy, allowing him to live until they exited the tomb of the Demon Emperor. It was merely his good fortune that the tomb of the Demon Emperor was on the verge of opening. The Holy Sun merely wished to seize such an opportunity. Chen Lin scoffed. "You may speak as you wish, for your words are your own." "What do you mean?" inquired Xianxia. Chen Lin retorted disdainfully. "I mean in the most literal sense. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. If Ruashi is my woman, accept it or not. Should you choose to create trouble for me or for Ruashi, regardless of your status, I shall simply say this: death." A thunderous silence followed. Such audacity! He dared to threaten the holy son of the Yaoqi. Everyone stared incredulously at Chen Lin, questioning their own hearing. Had he lost his mind? Did he not recognize the stature of the Yaoqi holy son? Xianxia, amused yet enraged, responded, "You, a mere novice in the Dongxian realm, dare to threaten me with death? Who has granted you such audacity? Surely you must be mad." Chen Lin coldly replied, "Whether I am mad is of no concern to you. You simply need to remember my words. Do not come to me later, claiming to be the Yaoqi holy son, the offspring of the Yaoqi saintess, begging for mercy. I assure you, such words will hold no weight with me." Xianxia sneered. "Very well. We shall see what capabilities you possess to speak to me in such a manner." At that moment, Xianxia had already condemned Chen Lin to death in his mind, his murderous intent palpable. Had it not been for the impending opening of the tomb of the Demon Emperor, he would have struck him down then and there. Their brief exchange had shown him that killing Chen Lin would not be an easy task. Furthermore, despite his status as the Yaoqi holy son, he was surrounded by countless powerful figures, all coveting the treasure of the tomb of the Demon Emperor. For now, he would bide his time. After emerging from the tomb, he would ensure that Chen Lin met a gruesome end. The atmosphere grew oddly relaxed due to the confrontation between Chen Lin and the Yaoqi holy son. Zhao Ruashi expressed her concern. "Senior brother, you have acted too recklessly. The Yaoqi holy son is vengeful, deceitful, appearing benevolent to the world while committing unspeakable acts behind the scenes. Once the tomb of the Demon Emperor closes, he will not let you off." Chen Lin replied with a cold snort. "And what of it? I have always held to the principle of not provoking others. Yet I will not cower in the face of provocation. He openly threatened us. Must I remain silent? Besides, whatever his status may be, should he provoke me, he shall meet his end." But Zhao Ruashi's worry only deepened. Chen Lin continued, "Do you regard the holy son of the Yaoqi with such reverence? Ruashi, if we were to clash, who do you believe would emerge victorious?" "Certainly, it would be you, senior brother," Zhao Ruashi affirmed confidently. Chen Lin was taken aback. "You have such faith in me?" Zhao Ruashi nodded. "You have already slain that old bald wretch Ding Guang. Despite his vile character, he was formidable, ranking third on the fortune list. Xianxia, though he is the Yaoqi holy son, has trained for a significantly shorter time and is still inferior to that old man. If you could defeat him, how could Xianxia possibly be your match?" Chen Lin chuckled. "You truly understand me, since you have such unwavering confidence in me. What is there to fear?" Suddenly, Chen Lin recalled that when he formed a bond with Zhao Ruashi through the fate system, He had received a grand gift package from the system, which he had yet to claim. System, claim the grand gift package. The grand gift package opens, revealing the Supreme Divine Fist's second technique, the Imperial Dominance Fist, a divine-level martial technique. The Royal Path-Killing Fist is also a divine-level technique. But the first move alone is merely a mediocre divine-level skill. However, once the second move is unleashed, bolstered by the Royal Path and centered on the Imperial Path, this martial art ascends to the pinnacle of divine mastery. The Supreme Divine Fist consists of 6 moves, each more powerful than the last, enhancing the capabilities of the preceding techniques as well. At the moment he grasped the Imperial Dominance Fist, both the Imperial Dominance Fist and the Royal Path-Killing Fist were instantaneously elevated to the absolute peak of divine power, matching the prowess of the old monk's Relai palm. Indeed, it even surpassed the strength of the sky-splitting palm wielded by Emperor Xiaoqing by a margin. This martial technique arrived at a most opportune moment, instantly compensating for his previous shortcomings in unarmed combat. Of course, when it comes to the most formidable techniques, swordsmanship remains supreme. The 2 moves of the Supreme Divine Fist would at best be comparable to the Great Zhou Tian sword technique. But one must not forget that he also possesses the singular Qi transforming 3 Qing sword technique. Roar! Just as a brief silence enveloped the scene, Zhu Yin suddenly surged forward, charging toward the gravestone. At that moment, rushing toward the gravestone was perilous. It served as the entrance to the Demon Emperor's tomb. Quick! Stop him! Emperor Xiaoqing realized with sudden clarity. The Demon Emperor's tomb, the burial site of the Chen Lin Emperor who once suppressed the Tianyuan World for millennia, leaving behind the legend of the Eternal Lotus. He was revered as one of the 10 mightiest emperors in the Tianyuan World. The tomb was established before his demise, containing the treasures amassed throughout his life. The Demon Emperor's tomb is also celebrated as one of the greatest treasures in the Tianyuan World, having been opened thrice, with each occasion resulting in countless casualties, ultimately failing to secure the legacy of the Demon Emperor. This marks the 4th attempt, and now Zhu Yin was taking the lead. Do you not find this Zhu Yin somewhat familiar? 500 years ago, it was he, the very Zhu Yin who escaped from the Demon Emperor's tomb. Born within the tomb, he undoubtedly knows the way to it. If everyone follows him, they are certain to find a treasure. Zhu Yin originates from the Demon Emperor's tomb. Everything begins to make sense. No wonder Chen Lin was puzzled as to why Zhu Yin knew that the blood of demon beasts could unlock the Demon Emperor's tomb, and why he was always one step ahead. Regrettably, everyone misunderstood him, witnessing a splendid spectacle which caused the people of the Tai-Xian domain to lag behind. The area gathered powerful beings from various territories, all in the lifelong Third Realm, but conspicuously lacked strong contenders from the Tai-Xian domain. They must let Zhu Yin lead the way. Chen Lin smiled. The Demon Emperor's tomb? He was indifferent. With a system at hand, the inheritance of the Demon Emperor's tomb, regardless of its potency, would ultimately be his to claim. Not to mention his current cultivation of the 9 transformations profound art, the 3 clears transformation, the Emperor's prognostication technique, and the Supreme Divine Fist, among others, was by no means inferior to the legacy of the Demon Emperor. Coupled with the Ziyun set, which is a top-tier celestial artifact ensemble, his focus lay on the creature known as Zhu Yin. It was evident that Xiao Qingdi shared a similar sentiment. The Holy Land, akin to the celestial sects, also possessed what is deemed the legacy of the great emperors. However, the celestial sects had merely obtained fragments of this legacy. For instance, the Yushu celestial sect, originating from the Yuqing Holy Land, suffered great losses in a past conflict, leading survivors to establish the sect with remnants of the Holy Land's inheritance. In contrast, the Holy Land held a complete legacy of the great emperors. Chapter 97, Burdened by Reputation. The Yaoqi Holy Land, inheriting from the Yaoqi Emperor, held a status and power throughout the vast epochs of the Tianyuan world that surpassed even that of the Chen Lin Emperor. Its legacy was indeed more formidable. Among the 10 great emperors, it ranked 5th, being one of the 2 female emperors, while the Chen Lin Emperor ranked 9th. As for the rankings, they could be understood through the heavenly Tao imprint. With a swift motion, the 2 attacked Zhu Yin, one on the left and the other on the right. As Zhu Yin charged towards the tombstone, he was abruptly intercepted by Chen Lin and Xiao Qingdi. Enraged, he let out a deafening roar and swung his fists towards them, commanding them to clear the way. The collision of fists unleashed an immense force that sent shockwaves through the vicinity, propelling anyone nearby away from the epicenter of the confrontation. Chen Lin stood unwavering, braving Zhu Yan's assault, while Xiaoqingdi was forced to retreat several steps, yet managed to withstand the onslaught. The ancient demon beast, a top 10 entity renowned for its strength, boasted an indestructible body, capable of earth-shattering might. The sheer power behind that punch could easily move mountains and overturn seas. Upon witnessing Chen Lin remain unfazed while he himself was pushed back, Xiaoqingdi's expression shifted dramatically, a tumult of emotions stirring within him. How could this be? How could his physical prowess possibly surpass his own? He was, after all, a naturally gifted divine body, cultivating the Qi Ming Nine Heavens technique from the Yaoqi Holy Land, which allowed him to attain the Qi Ming Golden Body, renowned as the foremost body refinement technique in the Tianyuan continent. How could his strength possibly be inferior? It was implausible, unless Zhu Yan had intentionally focused his attack on him. In that fleeting moment, Xiaoqingdi felt a significant easing of his anxiety. Alas, little did he know that Zhu Yan's focus was not on him, but rather on Chen Lin. This was not the first encounter with Chen Lin. Time and again, he had thwarted his endeavors. A boundless fury welled up within him, yearning to crush Chen Lin with a single blow. Now, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. With formidable strength, he struck down with ferocity. Yet, to the onlookers, it was a scene of astonishment. How could he withstand Zhu Yan's assault? No wonder he was so audacious. Indeed, he possessed considerable skill. With a single blow from Zhu Yan, we would be reduced to mere pulp. Moreover, even the holy son of Yaoqi was forced to retreat, yet he remained unyielding. Does this not imply that Zhu Yan surpasses the holy son of Yaoqi in strength? Nonsense. Immediately, someone protested. Are you blind? Did you not observe that Zhu Yan targeted two individuals simultaneously? The holy son of Yaoqi possesses formidable prowess, posing a greater threat to Zhu Yan. Thus, it is only natural that Zhu Yan's focus lay on him. If he directed his attention elsewhere, he would surely be crushed by a single strike. The surrounding conversations reached Chen Lin's ears clearly, and he disdainfully remarked, "Holy son of Yaoqi, you do not share their misguided notions of self-comfort, do you?" The holy son frowned and inquired, "What do you mean?" Chen Lin shook his head and said, "The holy son of Yaoqi is nothing exceptional. Did you not wish to kill me? Very well. Let us see who can vanquish this Zhu Yan." The holy son of Yaoqi replied, "Let us compete. Whoever strikes first." Chen Lin responded, "It should be you. Should I strike first? I fear you would not even have the chance to face Zhu Yan." The holy son coldly huffed. "Allowing you to strike first would be the gravest mistake of your life. Zhu Yan's precious bones shall be mine." With that, the holy son advanced toward Zhu Yan. Chen Lin chuckled and withdrew from the fray. Zhao Ruoshi hurriedly asked, "Senior brother, are you all right?" Chen Lin shook his head. "I am fine. But the holy son of Yaoqi may find himself in trouble." Zhu Yan's fury ignited, and the intent to kill surged forth. He would likely unleash his full power. At this moment, unless I fought with all my might, it would be impossible to defeat him. Otherwise, the holy son of Yaoqi is indeed no match for Zhu Yan. The holy son's strength is approximately ranked in the mid-teens of the creation rankings. Chen Lin donned the purple cloud immortal garb and purple cloud shoes, both artifacts of celestial quality. Without considering these two artifacts, his battle prowess was nearly on par with that of the old monk's breakthrough. With the two artifacts, he likely surpassed the old monk slightly, placing him among the top ranks of the creation rankings. Adding the purple cloud sword, he would effortlessly sweep through the creation rankings, unless a Dao-slaying monarch intervened personally. Even if he could not emerge victorious, escape should be feasible. When facing adversaries at close range, a slight miscalculation could lead to flight, which is a divine-level skill. As for Zhu Yan, his strength undoubtedly rivals that of the first or second in the creation rankings. Zhao Ruoshi smiled and said, "Senior brother, you are quite devious. Are you planning to use Zhu Yan to deal with the holy son of Yaoqi? In that case, no one can claim you dispatched him." Chen Lin shrugged. "Am I being devious? If blame is to be placed, let it fall upon his own overconfidence and haste to showcase himself. As the holy son of Yaoqi, endowed with exceptional talent, he has never faced the harshness of society. Can he fault me for that? How many from the Tianyuan aristocracy live for centuries before grasping this truth? They devote themselves entirely to cultivation, caught in relentless strife. Yet, when compared to the fierce competition of the modern world, it pales in comparison. This is a realm of cultivation, governed by strict regulations and equitable resource distribution. The only adversary is perhaps the demons of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Just as the two were conversing, The Saint of Xiaoqi had already engaged in a fierce battle with Zhu Yan. Immortal and indestructible, possessing immense strength, with 3 heads and 6 arms. All 3 of his formidable innate abilities unleashed, his colossal figure wielded 2 giant axes, 2 iron rods, and 2 wolf-fang clubs, mercilessly striking the Saint of Xiaoqi, who was spitting blood and in a state of utter disarray. The Saint of Xiaoqi was painfully aware of his own predicament. Zhu Yan, indeed, was a primordial beast, his power overwhelmingly formidable. Even with all his strength unleashed and divine artifacts summoned, the saint was still no match for him. Each strike sent his blood surging, forcing him to cough up blood multiple times. Damn it, it's all Chen Lin's fault. Were it not for him, I could withstand Zhu Yan's might. I cannot continue like this. If this persists, I will not only be defeated but severely injured as well. Just as the Saint of Xiaoqi desperately evaded, contemplating strategies in his mind, the mocking voice of Chen Lin reached his ears. You cannot win. Saint of Xiaoqi, too afraid to confront him directly, resorting only to evasion. It's fine if you cannot win. Just say the word, and let me take care of it. If you cannot handle a single Zhu Yan, how can you call yourself the Saint of Xiaoqi? You're bringing shame to your sect. Chen Lin, silence yourself. The Saint of Xiaoqi trembled in fury, shouting, Fine. I admit I am no match for Zhu Yan. If you have the capability, come and slay him yourself. Chen Lin, unfazed, replied, Very well. It's merely a Zhu Yan, I shall show you. With that, he charged toward Zhu Yan. As Chen Lin engaged Zhu Yan, the Saint of Xiaoqi seized the opportunity to withdraw from the fray and consumed a medicinal pill, finally managing to suppress his internal injuries. He disdainfully remarked, Foolish one. A being of Zhu Yan's strength could easily be dealt with by someone of the Dongxian realm. Chapter 98. Boasting of annihilating the sacred land. Xiaoruoshi. This is the man you seek. Unfortunate for you, he will soon meet his demise at Zhu Yan's hands, and then you shall be left in mourning. The Saint of Xiaoqi scoffed. He then turned to address the assembly. Everyone present, heed my words. None shall assist Chen Lin in his confrontation with Zhu Yan. Whoever dares to intervene will be considered my enemy. Rest assured, Saint, this Chen Lin, ignorant of his own insignificance, dared to offend you. Were it not for your mercy, he would have perished long ago. Now, dying at Zhu Yan's hand would be a favor to him. We shall not offer our assistance. Indeed, we will not interfere. The crowd responded in unison. Xiaoruoshi gritted her teeth. Xiao Qingdi, you are truly despicable. Xiao Qingdi coldly retorted, Despicable? Chen Lin is hardly any better. He knows that my reputation has shackled me, forcing me to confront Zhu Yan. True, I value my reputation, but I value my life even more. He thinks I am unaware of his schemes. By provoking me, he has fallen into my trap, becoming Zhu Yan's opponent. Let us see how he meets his end. Xiaoruoshi remarked, Xiao Qingdi, do not celebrate too soon. My senior brother has stated that Zhu Yan is not his adversary at all. Haha. Xiao Qingdi laughed maniacally, declaring, Zhu Yan is no match for him. Xiaoruoshi, from where does this man derive his confidence? Even I cannot contend with Zhu Yan, and yet he, with his mere Dongxian cultivation level. Xiaoruoshi retorted, though my senior brother's realm is beneath yours, his prowess far surpasses yours. Xiao Qingdi scoffed. I shall see how he is superior to me. You will witness it, she replied. Chen Lin, having listened intently to their exchange, bellowed, Xiao Qingdi, do you wish to witness my strength? Very well, I shall demonstrate how I slay this ancient beast, Zhu Yan. With a single breath, he transformed into 3. The Ziyun sword materialized in his grasp, its immense sword intent descending like a tempest. 3 figures emerged, each wielding a formidable sword intent, obliterating all in their path as the void shattered. You claim to have 3 heads and 6 arms, yet you remain but a single person. I may appear as one, but I manifest as 3 hearts, 3 sword intents. With a single stroke, a colossal head was severed, and Zhu Yan was vanquished on the spot. How is this possible? The astonishing power of that strike left everyone in shock. Xiao Qingdi stood agape, struggling to breathe, managing to utter a few words, a celestial artifact. That must be a celestial artifact. And that sword technique, it surely is of celestial caliber. No, it cannot be. How could he possess a celestial artifact and celestial sword techniques? This is unfathomable. To slay Zhu Yan, an ancient beast of the transformation realm, at the Dongxian level. Moreover, the sword in his hand appeared to be a celestial artifact, and the sword technique was indeed formidable, instantly transforming into 3 entities. Certainly a celestial sword technique. with both a celestial artifact and celestial sword techniques. Who then is truly the Holy Land's chosen one? This compelled the crowd to draw comparisons between Chen Lin and the Holy Son of Xianxia. They realized that throughout it all, they had only known Chen Lin to possess Dongxian cultivation, with nothing else to inform them. Zhao Ruoxi, the true monarch of transformation, the most exquisite beauty of the Tianyuan domain, truly seems to have randomly chosen a partner. The Holy Son of Xianxia glared intensely at Chen Lin, demanding, "Who on earth are you?" Chen Lin replied nonchalantly, "I am simply myself, Chen Lin, the partner of Ruoxi." The Holy Son of Xianxia retorted, "Do you believe you can still kill me?" Arrogantly relying on his status, he exhibited an air of superiority, oblivious to the realities of the world. One could not help but wonder how the Holy Land selected its son, as he seemed unworthy of such a title. The Holy Son of Xianxia, already wounded, spat out a mouthful of blood in response to Chen Lin's scorn. Overwhelmed by boundless fury, he began to roar, "Chen Lin, remember this. I, Xiao Qingdi, vow to kill you, and you, Zhao Ruoxi, having chosen him, prepare to face the consequences of my wrath. You two wretched lovers shall perish." Just as Xiao Qingdi lashed out in rage, Chen Lin moved unexpectedly, appearing before Xiao Qingdi and delivering a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoed throughout the venue. He had actually struck the Holy Son of Xianxia. A profound silence enveloped the scene as everyone gazed in disbelief at the unfolding drama. Could it be that Chen Lin had lost his mind? How dare he lay a hand on the Holy Son of Xianxia? Insulting him was one thing, but to resort to violence was another. This act laid bare the enmity between them. The Holy Son of Xianxia was on the brink of madness. "You dare to hit me, Chen Lin? Just wait." Zhao Ruoxi, pale with fear, clutched Chen Lin's hand tightly, her voice laced with concern. "Senior brother?" With a smile, Chen Lin replied, "Did you not hear what he just said? If I did not strike him, he will not let me off the hook. Having hit him, he still won relent. So why not?" Moreover, in an instant, Chen Lin's expression shifted, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupting within him. "He claims I can, while you cannot. Xiao Qingdi, Holy Son of Xianxia, heed my words. The enmity between us shall be addressed. Even if you were to mobilize the entire Xianxia sacred land for revenge, I will stand resolute. However, should you dare to harm Ruoxi, I, Chen Lin, vow that the Xianxia sacred land shall vanish from the Tianyuan world." Had he lost his senses? He threatened to annihilate the sacred land. His proclamation sent ripples of shock through the crowd. Witnessing his madness, they realized this was the true depth of his insanity. He believed he could obliterate the sacred land. Who did he think he was? The power of the sacred land was beyond his imagination. A bold fool indeed. The most vicious oaths often lead to the most tragic ends. Xiao Qingdi snorted coldly. "Very well. I shall await your attempt to destroy my Xianxia sacred land. Chen Lin, I once thought you a prodigy and my greatest adversary, but now it seems you are merely a madman, a fool courting your own demise. The might of the sacred land is not to be profaned. With your words alone, you are destined for death." Chen Lin scoffed. "Everything is determined by strength. Is it not merely a sacred land? It is not an emperor." His confidence remained steadfast. For others, the sacred land was a formidable entity, but for Chen Lin, it was merely a slight inconvenience. After all, he possessed a system that granted a tenfold critical return. Once he secured Zhao Ruoxi, the returns could escalate to 100,000, 1,000,000, or even 10 million times. To encapsulate his belief, the extent of one's aspirations determines the heights of their future achievements. Chapter 99. The Xianxia Immortal Technique. Chen Lin approached Zhu Yan, drawing his sword to slice through its body. A shimmering golden bone emerged before him. Chen Lin's heart leaped with joy. This was indeed the treasure bone of Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan embodies 4 divine powers, 3 heads and 6 arms, the ability to manifest the heavens and the earth, boundless strength, and an indestructible form. However, it remains uncertain which of these powers he will refine into the precious bone, thereby establishing it as his innate divine ability. The calamity fighting spirit will absorb the divine power into the precious bone, while the insect carving will infuse the speed power into it. The precious bone serves as the source of life for demonic beasts. Once the divine power merges with the precious bone, it becomes an intrinsic ability, requiring no consumption of spiritual energy, physical strength, or even vitality, akin to being a part of one's own body, much like the innate divine powers of humanity. In fact, Humans also refine their innate divine powers within their own bodies, though unlike the demonic beasts, they do not integrate them into precious bones. The same applies to demons. The demonic crystal core becomes the repository for their innate divine powers. However, when a demon perishes, similar to humans, it does not leave behind its powers. With a mere wave of his hand, the precious bone appeared in Chen Lin's grasp, only for him to feel a profound disappointment. Damn, this Zhu Yin is truly cowardly. He didn't incorporate any of the impressive powers, manifesting the heavens and the earth, 3 heads and 6 arms, or boundless strength, into the precious bone, but instead opted for an immortal and indestructible physique. Enhancing defense, recovery speed, and physical vitality is of little use to him. Not only was he cultivating the 9-turn mysterious art, but he also possessed the supreme celestial body. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This might be an opportunity to seize a windfall. While the precious bone may not be on par with celestial grade treasures, it is nonetheless a divine artifact. Moreover, being in a fateful bond with Zhao Ruoxi, although they are not true partners, they share a supplementary connection, promising a significant return on any investment. Perhaps he could extract a marvelous treasure from this. Endowed with the supreme celestial body, practicing the 9-turn mysterious art, and draped in the purple cloud celestial garment, he had effectively shielded himself from all sides. Unless faced with a path-cutting monarch, no powerful being could breach his defenses. Even Zhu Yin would find it impossible, with an additional boost to his divine powers. Perhaps he would not even fear a path-cutting monarch. Despite his earlier bravado, disregarding the holy son of Xianxia and proclaiming his intent to annihilate the Holy Land, deep down, he was already feeling a sense of dread. This is a world of cultivation. Survival is paramount. It is wise to tread carefully, while the thrill of victory is enticing. Anxiety often accompanies it. Who knows how many powerful beings exist within the Xianxia Holy Land? At the very least, there is more than one path-cutting monarch, and there may even be a quasi-emperor lurking within. In an age where true emperors do not emerge, a quasi-emperor would reign supreme. Enhancing defense and increasing escape speed are essential. If a single strike does not bring him down, he must flee immediately. Chen Lin glanced at the precious bone and extended it toward Zhao Ruoxi. Ruoxi, this is for you. What? Senior brother, I cannot accept this. It is far too precious. Zhao Ruoxi quickly declined. Chen Lin responded with a smile, why not? You are to be my future partner. What is yours is mine. Hurry and accept this. Within lies the indestructible essence of Zhu Yin. If you refine it, your innate abilities will surely ascend to unprecedented heights, enabling you to achieve the divine form. It is far heavier in your possession than in mine. Thank you, senior brother. Zhao Ruoxi was profoundly moved. Throughout their journey, Chen Lin had bestowed upon her peaches of immortality, divine abilities, and even a legendary celestial sword. Now, he was gifting her such a precious bone. She had witnessed all his generous offerings, including his gallant rescue of her. Such a commendable man is rare to find. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with challenges. And to achieve greatness, one must not overlook the importance of resources, companions, and opportunities. While companions may also imply friends, the sincerity found in romantic partnerships surpasses that of mere comrades, offering mutual support and reliance, making it the most fitting bond. Zhao Ruoxi, as a woman, is acutely aware of the arduous journey that a female cultivator must undertake to attain success, especially a beautiful one. First, there was the bald old monk Ding Guang, followed by the formidable Xiao Qingdi. Had she not encountered Chen Lin, she could hardly bear to contemplate her fate. A source of support is precisely what she yearns for, and Chen Lin undoubtedly fits that role. Oh no, could it be that she has truly developed feelings for him? In fact, forming a partnership with him would be a splendid choice. If her earlier proposal for a marriage visit had contained an element of testing and negotiation, at this moment, her heart was irrevocably captivated. Zhao Ruoxi inquired, senior brother, why are you so kind to me? Chen Lin replied with a smile, silly girl. You are to be my future partner, my wife. If I do not treat you well, to whom should I extend my kindness? The two exchanged sweet nothings, showering each other with affection, leaving those around them in awe. The offering of such a divine bone was simply astonishing. Only envy, jealousy, and resentment lingered in the air. Had they known that Chen Lin had not only gifted a divine bone, but also a legendary sword and an extraordinary ability, they would have likely fallen to their knees, pleading for his favor, with women clamoring to bear his children. Xiao Qingdi was utterly enraged. Until now, He had been oblivious to the reasons for his defeat. In this moment, the truth dawned upon him. Chen Lin must be out of his mind to present such invaluable treasures to a woman. Meanwhile, Chen Lin was lost in joy. Indeed, the system has not deceived me. Ding. The host has gifted the couple Zhao Ruoshi the divine bone of Zhu Yan, meeting the critical return conditions. Would you like to trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward. 9,000 times critical return, obtaining the celestial technique. Xianxia technique. What an extraordinary ability. What a splendid celestial art. Though merely a first-rate celestial technique, it serves as a passive support skill. When faced with danger, it instantly conjures 3 ethereal turtle shields around the user, capable of defending against any attack and rebounding damage back to the assailant. Furthermore, when enemies draw near, the shields can even strike them. Thus, he possesses 3 layers of defense. The first layer being the Xianxia immortal technique, the second layer the purple cloud immortal garment, and the third layer the indestructible body cultivated through the 9 transformations of profound arts. Additionally, one must not overlook the defensive capabilities of the Tianyuan ring, albeit its low rank as merely a royal-grade magical artifact. Royal-grade artifacts are often disregarded, which epitomizes Chen Lin's character. Were others to glean his sentiments, they would undoubtedly be infuriated to the point of bloodshed, for many would fight fiercely over a royal-grade artifact, while he dismisses it as worthless. This expedition to the Demon Emperor's tomb proved to be immensely fruitful. Most importantly, he has found a partner, and it is merely a matter of time before he proposes, and they become Tao companions, leading to a system upgrade and 100,000-fold critical strike. At that point, would he still lack for immortal techniques? Perhaps even transcendent abilities surpassing those of immortal arts would be effortlessly within his grasp. Suddenly, as Chen Lin reveled in his delight, the tombstone began to tremble, cracking sharply down the center. All present were rendered speechless. The tombstone vanished, and the entrance to the true Demon Emperor's tomb was lost. How could this be? Wasn't the tombstone supposed to serve as the entrance? Did this mean they could not enter the Demon Emperor's tomb? Chapter 100. The Reappearance of the Mountain Treasure. Look over there. At that moment, a winged orb suddenly burst forth from the shattered tombstone. Upon its emergence, it startled at the sight of the multitude surrounding it, trembling in fear. What on earth is this orb? It is the mountain treasure, a gem born once in 10,000 years from the 10,000 great mountains. Instantly, someone cast it aside. Everyone felt as if they were losing their minds. The mountain treasure, the essence of the great mountains, belonged to the 12th grade of immortal artifacts. It could be refined into an immortal weapon or harnessed to enhance one's cultivation level. Although the entrance to the Demon Emperor's tomb was destroyed, which initially suggested a fruitless endeavor, encountering the mountain treasure was an unexpected fortune. The value of the mountain treasure, even within the confines of the Demon Emperor's tomb, is among the highest. Ha! The mountain treasure has indeed escaped to the Demon Emperor's tomb. This treasure is rightfully mine. The Demon Lord laughed heartily, suddenly unfurling his wings and creating a whirlwind that swept toward the human powerhouses in all directions. The Demon Lord himself lunged toward the mountain treasure, intent on seizing it. Damn it, stop him. The mountain treasure must not fall into the hands of a demon. The crowd panicked, shouting in unison as they hurried to obstruct him. Release the mountain treasure, begone. Xiao Qingdi sprang into action. He was determined to claim the mountain treasure. With it, he could forge an immortal weapon, and, against Chen Lin, he would surely redeem himself. After all, wasn't it merely an advantage of wielding an immortal weapon? Once he possessed such a weapon, defeating Chen Lin would be as easy as breathing. Remember this, you 2 wretched souls. I, Xiao Qingdi, will ensure your dismemberment. Xiao Qingdi, who had just been struck down moments ago, seemed oblivious to his own folly, daring to contend with the Demon Lord for the mountain treasure. The Demon Lord, known as Golden Eagle, was one of the 36 demon lords of the Demon Monarch dynasty. There exist 3 divine powers, a pair of wings capable of traversing the void, a pair of eyes that can instill terror in the hearts of others, and a pair of claws that can shatter anything. He is also the commander of countless demons and beasts in the Taishan realm. Even ancient beasts like Zhu Yan, Huidou, and Gujiao are under his command, which speaks volumes of his formidable strength. When the Golden Eagle Demon Commander made his move, Chen Lin felt an unprecedented pressure. His power surpassed even that of the previously encountered Dingwang Leiachalu, making him a formidable contender for the top spot on the creation ranking. Get lost. In response to the obstruction posed by the Emperor Xiaoqing, The Golden Eagle Demon Commander's eyes emitted a blinding golden light, instantly causing the Emperor to suffer mental distress, halting his movements. This brief pause, even if just for a second, could prove fatal in a duel between experts. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the Golden Eagle Demon Commander flapped his wings, sending the Emperor flying like a kite with its string cut. Meanwhile, he seized the mountain treasure effortlessly. Ha ha ha! The mountain treasure now belongs to me, the Golden Eagle Demon Commander. His laughter reverberated throughout the venue. This is bad. The treasure has been taken by the demons. We cannot allow them to make off with it. Panic ensued among the crowd as they rushed to intervene. However, the demons accompanying the Golden Eagle were not to be trifled with. They quickly formed a battle array to thwart the crowd. Demon Commander, go on ahead. We'll hold them off. The Golden Eagle Demon Commander glanced at the crowd, snorting disdainfully. With the treasure in hand and the entrance to the Demon Emperor's tomb sealed, I have no time for games with you. With that, he unfurled his wings, preparing to depart. Senior brother, we must not let the demons take the mountain treasure, Zhao Ruoxi urged anxiously. Chen Lin nodded resolutely. Do not worry. As long as I am here, he shall not take the treasure. With that, he instantaneously appeared before the Golden Eagle Demon Commander, sword in hand, and coldly declared, if you wish to take the mountain treasure, have you consulted me first? The Golden Eagle Demon Commander furrowed his brows at Chen Lin. He had witnessed Chen Lin's fierce battle with Zhu Yin and felt no fear towards anyone else present, except for this one person, who instilled a sense of caution in him. Possessing a celestial artifact and extraordinary combat prowess, Chen Lin was a formidable opponent. Unless a Dao-slaying king intervened personally, the Golden Eagle Demon Commander doubted his ability to prevail. Human warrior, I have no intention of becoming your enemy, and I acknowledge your strength. How about we strike a deal? Allow me to leave, and I shall offer you my unique soul-returning grass as compensation. The soul-returning grass is a divine-grade herb with a miraculous ability to resurrect the dead. If consumed within 7 days after death, it can bring a person back to life. It grows in the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Although it is not as precious as the mountain treasure, it remains among the finest of divine-grade herbs. Even regarded as a semi-celestial medicine. Chen Lin shook his head. If I kill you, the mountain treasure will be mine, and the soul-returning grass will also belong to me. Why would I enter into such a transaction with you? The Golden Eagle Demon Commander, filled with rage, exclaimed, Human warrior, ponder carefully. Though you wield an immortal artifact, do not underestimate me. I am no easy prey. Do you truly wish to provoke me? I may very well be your equal. Chen Lin responded with a chilling laugh. Enough of your trivial chatter. Let us settle this through combat. If a fight is what you seek, I shall oblige. The Golden Eagle Demon Commander was incensed. With a fierce screech, he unfurled his wings, tearing through the void, and lunged at Chen Lin with his claws. A subtle smile graced Chen Lin's lips as he stepped forward, unleashing the kingly killing fist. Having acquired the Imperial Dominance Fist from the Enchanted Gift Pack, his martial intent had ascended to the pinnacle of divine mastery, bestowing immense power upon his strikes. As Chen Lin's fist surged towards him, the Golden Eagle Demon Commander scoffed. My golden claws are indestructible. You dare engage me in direct confrontation? You seek your own demise. Their claws and fists collided with a resounding impact. A moment ago, the arrogant Golden Eagle Demon Commander was scoffing. Now, he let out a pained cry. With a sickening crack, his once invulnerable claws shattered, eliciting anguished wails. How can this be? Your fist surpasses my claws. Chen Lin retorted with a cold snort. There is nothing impossible. At that moment, Chen Lin was elated. The mystical turtle immortal technique, with its ability to rebound, augment, and empower, coupled with the divine thunder of jade purity, had rendered his attacks overwhelmingly potent, even capable of stunning the Golden Eagle Demon Commander. Hand over the mountain treasure and the resurrection herb, and I shall allow you to depart. Otherwise, death awaits you. Impossible. The Golden Eagle Demon Commander bellowed. I concede that I am no match for you, but if I choose to flee, do you believe you can stop me? Losing a fight is no disgrace. Securing the mountain treasure is sufficient for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he flapped his wings, conjuring a whirlwind that surged towards Chen Lin. In an instant, the fabric of space tore as he vanished from sight. Before departing, he left behind a taunt. Human warrior, I have declared my intent to leave. None can impede my escape. Chen Lin scoffed, is that so? Attempting to flee without consulting me? With a disdainful grunt and a glint in his eyes, he struck the void with a powerful punch. Chapter 101, 1 against 100. With the prince's Qi observation technique, He captured the essence of the Golden Eagle Demon Commander, leaving him with no place to hide. One punch, and the Golden Eagle Demon Commander was expelled from the void. His face was etched with shock. How can this be? You found my location. It must be pure luck. He dismissed the notion, believing that a mere void enlightenment master could not pierce the veil of space. With a flap of his wings, he attempted to retreat into the void once more. Chen Lin coldly remarked, "One does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Come out." His eyes sparkled with determination as he threw another punch. The Golden Eagle Demon Commander fell from the void once again. This time, he was utterly astounded, unable to escape or fight back. He could only hang his head in despair and utter, "Human race's strong one, you have triumphed. If you allow me to leave, I shall offer you the mountain treasure and the resurrection herb." Chen Lin scoffed, "I'm afraid it is too late. I extended you an opportunity which you failed to cherish. Thus, you must meet your demise." With a resounding impact, he unleashed the Imperial Fist. Boom! His fist struck the Golden Eagle Demon Commander with tremendous force, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream as the commander perished instantly. Dead. Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly this effortless? A formidable demon commander, and yet his mental fortitude was so fragile. In a life-and-death struggle, he suspected that he would have needed several exchanges before overcoming him. However, such considerations were trivial. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a demon crystal core from the realm of transformation, securing it. The storage artifact of the Golden Eagle Demon Commander was also discovered, yielding the mountain treasure and the resurrection herb, along with a long spear, a supreme treasure of the royal grade, which Chen Lin had no time to utilize before slaying him. At the moment of Chen Lin's victory over the Golden Eagle Demon Commander, his subordinates were also being vanquished under the onslaught of the human race as warriors. The spoils were swiftly divided amongst the victors. Though the demons were formidable, they numbered merely a dozen, while the human warriors totaled around 70 to 80. "I shall relinquish the mountain treasure and grant you your freedom," Chen Lin declared. Just as he finished collecting the spoils, Xianxia sprang forth once more, his intent to kill palpable, his expression icy. Chen Lin furrowed his brow and retorted angrily, "Xianxia, it appears the lesson earlier was insufficient. You dare to emerge again looking for trouble. Do you truly believe I hesitate to eliminate you?" Xianxia ground his teeth. "Chen Lin, do not rejoice too early. I admit that in my current state, I am indeed no match for you. However, do not grow too arrogant. I hail from a sacred lineage with profound roots. You cannot compare. I firmly believe that soon I shall have you beneath my feet." Begging for mercy, Chen Lin, filled with disdain, replied, "You speak of your imperial stature and sacred lineage, yet you are not my equal even now, let alone in the future. Spare me your drivel and make your exit swiftly." Xiaoqingdi's words pierced deeply, inciting a furious outburst. "Chen Lin, you shall pay dearly for this. Everyone, let's act together. Whoever manages to slay him shall claim the mountain treasure. No one is permitted to snatch it. Those who dare to do so will find themselves at odds with my Yaoqi sacred land." Xiaoqingdi's declaration served as a clear message to all. Whoever killed Chen Lin would rightfully possess the mountain treasure. Though the treasure was enticing, it also required due recognition and enjoyment. Previously, they had underestimated their strength, fearing that any treasure obtained would be seized. However, the situation had changed. With Xiaoqingdi and the backing of the Yaoqi sacred land, they were assured. This was akin to providing all with a safeguard. All were visibly stirred, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Xiaoqingdi aimed for this effect, continuing, "No matter how strong he is, he stand alone. With our numbers combined, do you truly believe we cannot slay him and claim the mountain treasure? Indeed, the sun spoke wisely. Let us unite and vanquish him. The treasure of the mountain shall be ours. With the sun as our guarantor, whoever slays him shall claim it, and none among us shall dare to usurp. Kill." In an instant, chaos erupted, as the cries for blood reverberated throughout the scene. Beside them, Zhao Ruoxi, on the verge of tears, stepped forward to confront Xiaoqingdi, saying, "Xiaoqingdi, you are despicable and shameless. Unable to face him alone, you incite all present to join you." Xiaoqingdi scoffed, "Wretched woman, if I am indeed vile, let me demonstrate it for you. Did you not choose him over me? I shall make you witness how he falls, besieged by so many." With gritted teeth, Zhao Ruoxi charged toward Chen Lin, declaring, "Brother, if we must perish, let's perish together." Chen Lin, momentarily taken aback by her arrival, quickly shielded her behind him, asserting, "Do not worry. A mere rabble like them cannot harm me. If you all wish to attack together, so be it." It saves me the trouble of dealing with each of you individually. Such audacity, scoffed Xianxia. With so many of us attacking, how can he be so brazen? With that single command to kill, everyone moved, unleashing their might against Chen Lin. With a sweeping gaze, Chen Lin bellowed, "Outnumbered, is it? Very well. I shall grant you this." With a mere thought, he summoned a myriad of swords, capable of shaking the heavens, splitting the earth, and overturning mountains and seas. Come fort. Myriad swords. Boom! As the myriad swords converged, the weapons in the hands of all present flew uncontrollably into the air, swirling behind Chen Lin, transforming the very rocks and flora into swords. In terms of a collective assault, the myriad swords returning to the source was unparalleled, boasting vast coverage and a grand spectacle that could intimidate the masses. Is this not the myriad swords returning to the source of my Shushan sect? How could he wield it? Could he possibly be one of us? Yet, I do not recognize him, remarked a powerful figure from the Shushan sect among the crowd. Nonsense. Perhaps your Shushan sect's technique has spread, and he learned it, someone retorted angrily. To imitate my Shushan's myriad swords returning to the source is to court death. The Shushan expert gritted his teeth in fury. Xiao Qingdi gazed at the suspended myriad swords returning to the source, sneering, all show and no substance. Do not be afraid. Let's charge together. With our numbers, the myriad swords returning to the source cannot harm us. The sun is correct. Although the myriad swords returning to the source is formidable, we can withstand it together. Our attacks will be dispersed, rendering them ineffective, the Shushan expert asserted. Chen Lin smiled. Who said my attack was merely the myriad swords returning to the source? Yuqing divine thunder. Suddenly, rolls of thunder split the void, descending from the heavens to envelop the myriad swords returning to the source. Yuqing divine thunder, a first-rate celestial force. O thunder of the heavens, heed my command. Not only can he launch direct assaults, but he can also imbue the power of the divine thunder with various attacks. Each strand of sword intent carries the essence of the jade, pure divine thunder, augmenting every strike 100-fold, 1,000-fold. As myriad swords return to their origin, they descend with a thunderous roar. The onslaught arrives in an instant, enveloping all in a torrent of sword intent. The heavens are shrouded in dark clouds, and an immense pressure descends, instilling a sense of impending death. Each sword embodies the jade, pure divine thunder, and where the divine thunder strikes, it annihilates the world, reducing all to oblivion. Chapter 102. The compensation of Xiao Qingdi. Not good. Everyone, take cover. This is no ordinary myriad swords returning to their origin. The power of the divine thunder is terrifying. The crowd quickly recognized the formidable nature of the jade pure divine thunder. Alas, it was evidently too late. Those with slightly higher cultivation fared better, but those a notch below were instantly enveloped by the sword intent, succumbing to the thunderous assault. They did not even have time to scream before being reduced to ashes. In an instant, among the 70 or 80 formidable beings from various realms at the pinnacle of longevity, over 30 met their demise, while another 20 or 30, though they evaded the sword intent, were nonetheless struck by the jade, pure divine thunder, left grievously injured. The scene was one of utter devastation, filled with cries of despair. How could this happen? How could he be so powerful? Xiao Qingdi's face turned ashen. Is he mad? Such thunderous might, coupled with the myriad swords returning to their origin, requires not only immense magical power, but also a robust physique. How has he achieved such strength? This was a level of power he had never witnessed before. Even the king of the path would pale in comparison. In that moment, fear gripped him, a profound terror he had long refused to acknowledge. Chen Lin loomed in his mind like a waking nightmare, capable of vanquishing him, unleashing such formidable attacks with merely the cultivation of the profound realm. 70 to 80 individuals, including several true monarchs of creation and numerous formidable beings of the spirit transformation realm, were decimated in a single move, with the remaining survivors left in a state of utter disarray. Most significantly, he possessed a celestial artifact. Had he lost? Ha ha! Chen Lin, you have triumphed. This marked the first occasion Xiao Qingdi willingly conceded defeat. How absurd! He, the self-proclaimed emperor, the holy son of Yao Qi, believed himself invincible in the world. In the central domain, he was the pride of the heavens, the epicenter of all cultivators, reigning over vast territories rich in resources where none dared to defy him. Yet today, in the tomb of the demon emperor, he was defeated, laughably so. Chen Lin scoffed. Now you acknowledge your defeat. Do you not think it too late? Xiao Qingdi replied, what do you wish to do? I have indeed lost, yet I remain Xiao Qingdi, the holy son of Yaoqi. Chen Lin retorted disdainfully, I warned you before not to leverage your identity as the holy son of Yaoqi. I spared you once, and you failed to cherish that opportunity. Now, this is the second time. How can I let you go? A singular hatred may stem from a misunderstanding, but a second instance of hatred signifies a life and death struggle. I shall slay you, and even the holy land of Yaoqi would not spare me. Should I refrain from killing you, the holy land would still seek my demise. You must ponder whether I ought to take your life. Xiao Qingdi's expression shifted dramatically. Chen Lin, do you dare? He retorted, release me, and the most that will occur is that the powerful of the Holy Land will seek vengeance upon you. Should you take my life, my parents shall intervene personally. My father possesses a natural immortal body, and my mother is the Holy Mother of Yaoqi. Chen Lin furrowed his brows. Indeed, Xiao Qingdi's words held merit. While he possessed a system that granted him confidence, he had yet to fully mature and required time. To truly slay, Xiao Qingdi would pit him against formidable parents. And he recognized he was not yet their match. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Lin declared, you present a valid point. I may choose not to kill you, yet your repeated provocations necessitate a price for your freedom. Xiao Qingdi inhaled deeply and produced a storage pouch, stating, here lies a pan tao, a 12th grade immortal medicine. It blossoms over a millennium, bears fruit in another 1,000, ripens after a year, and requires 3,000 years before it can be consumed. Each fruit yields 9 seeds. Though one must consume 9 to regain a life, a single fruit can cleanse one's marrow, transform one's being, and extend life by a millennium. Let this serve as my apology. The mention of the Pan Tao stirred something within Chen Lin. Indeed, he pondered whether a single Pan Tao could grant him the innate water essence of the Pan Tao, which would be a true primordial spiritual root, capable of leading one to immortality after 6,000 years. However, Chen Lin had no intentions of allowing Xiao Qingdi to escape so easily. With a cold scoff, he remarked, Xiao Qingdi, as the illustrious son of the Holy Land of Yaoqi, do you truly consider yourself worth just 1 Pan Tao? Fate observes our actions. You are correct. I hesitate to slay you due to the influence of your parents. Yet that does not imply I lack the resolve. If the stakes are insufficient, I shall risk it all. Do you believe that, given my talents, the other 2 great holy lands would not turn against your Yaoqi for my sake? Xiao Qingdi's countenance paled. Indeed, he had not contemplated this dilemma. Chen Lin was too monstrous. He was almost beyond comprehension. With strength at the Dongxian realm, he possessed the power to sweep through the Zhao Hua realm. What more do you desire? Xiao Qingdi inquired. Chen Lin turned to Zhao Ruoxi and asked, Junior sister, you are most familiar with the Holy Land of Yaoqi. Pray tell, what arcane techniques or divine treasures do they possess? Xiao Qingdi's expression shifted once more. Zhao Ruoxi, before you respond to this query, consider the implications for both you and your sect, the Guangqing Immortal Gate. Had he refrained from speaking, it might have fared better. Yet, upon uttering those words, Zhao Ruoxi's anger ignited. Xiao Qingdi, whether you wish for me to remain silent or not, I shall speak. Brother, the Holy Land of Yaoqi possesses a Pan Tao tree, of which you are likely aware. In addition, they possess a primordial spiritual treasure, the pure Cloud Banner, which is likely not in his possession. Moreover, they have several immortal artifacts, which should also not be found on him. With his esteemed lineage as the holy son of the Yaoqi, born of father with a celestial physique and a mother, the Holy Mother of Yaoqi, he had indeed attained the creation realm. Yet, to ensure absolute safety, he had undoubtedly mastered a divine-level secret technique known as the Sacred Spirit Mantra. Very well. I demand the Sacred Spirit Mantra, Chen Lin declared to the Emperor Shaoqing. The Emperor trembled with fury. The Sacred Spirit Mantra, though merely a divine-level secret technique, was extraordinarily wondrous, primarily focused on healing. Regardless of the severity of one's injuries, it promised rapid recovery with astonishing speed. Upon Zhao Ruoxi's reminder, Chen Lin realized that the Emperor Shaoqing had seemingly been wounded by Zhu Yin earlier. Yet, in the midst of inciting others to attack him, the wounds had inexplicably healed. Did this not illustrate the formidable nature of the Sacred Spirit Mantra? In critical moments, it could save lives and deceive foes, delivering a lethal blow. Chen Lin remarked, why the reluctance? Very well, I shall grant you the Sacred Spirit Mantra. The Emperor Shaoqing produced a golden page, transcribing the mantra and cautioned Chen Lin The sacred spirit mantra is a secret art of our Xianxia holy land. It would be unwise to disseminate it. For anyone who dares would find themselves at odds with us, facing relentless pursuit from the Xianxia holy land, regardless of their location. Chen Lin accepted the secret art, fully aware of its marvel. However, this was not the time for contemplation. He would stow it away for now. The Emperor, Xianxia, inquired. May I take my leave now? Begone, Chen Lin replied. The Emperor shot a lingering, intense glare at Chen Lin and Zhao Ruoxi, as if etching their images into his memory, vowing to return for vengeance for this humiliation. With the departure of the Emperor Xianxia, the remaining individuals dared not linger and hastily prepare to flee. Yet, in the next moment, they were halted by Chen Lin, whose consciousness swiftly locked onto each one of them. The space crackled with the presence of the Yuqing divine thunder. Any hint of resistance would be met with a bolt of lightning that would reduce them to ashes in an instant. Chapter 103. Demands for compensation. Are you all planning to depart just like that? Chen Lin exuded an overwhelming aura of menace. Do you not grasp a fundamental truth? One must acknowledge their misdeeds and stand tall when faced with consequences. Since you all stand as my adversaries, you must pay the price for the departure of the holy son of Xianxia. You cannot simply leave. What do you intend to do? At this moment, the group dared not resist. The earlier scene had made it abundantly clear that this individual was a harbinger of death. It was absurd to think that a mere Dongxian cultivator could instill such fear in them. Chen Lin proclaimed, I will count to 10. Each of you, the true monarch of creation, shall compensate me with 2 royal-grade treasures, the Dongxian giants, 1 royal-grade treasure each, and the transformation masters, 1 ninth-grade treasure each to leave. Should I surpass 10 counts, there will be no mercy. Compensation. Though they were 1,000 times unwilling, none dared utter a word of complaint. The numerous corpses before them served as undeniable evidence. He was indeed capable of murder, willing to stand against the world itself. Even the Emperor Xianxia had to present the peach of immortality and the sacred spirit mantra to secure his escape. To them, although the treasures of Wang Ping were invaluable, they were certainly preferable to losing their lives. Soon, everyone surrendered their magical artifacts and departed from the scene. As for the bodies, Chen Lin naturally did not hesitate to loot them entirely. Gazing at the treasures before him, Chen Lin could not help but smile. If Ruoxi had truly struck it rich this time, there was even a divine-level artifact, albeit a slightly inferior one of the 3rd tier. Kulme, let us divide these treasures equally among us, Chen Lin casually remarked. Zhao Ruoxi shook her head, saying, Senior brother, these are all yours. I do not wish for any. Chen Lin was taken aback. How can you refuse? If you see something you fancy, just take it. Zhao Ruoxi replied, Senior brother, you have offended everyone this time. They are all elders and leaders from various realms. I fear for what may come next. Chen Lin reassured her, no matter if we can subdue them this time, we can certainly instill fear in them again next time. However, Zhao Ruoxi remained apprehensive. Suddenly, Chen Lin embraced Zhao Ruoxi, declaring, in my eyes, there is no however. Her face flushed instantly. Looking at Zhao Ruoxi in his arms, Chen Lin felt a surge of sweetness within, chuckling as he said, Ruoxi, since you disdain these treasures, accept this peach of immortality. Zhao Ruoxi was about to decline when Chen Lin asserted, It's settled then. If you refuse this peach, I shall be quite upset. Zhao Ruoxi hesitated. This peach was indeed a celestial elixir. Not only could it extend one's life by 1,000 years, but its ability to cleanse the marrow and transform the body was something many would risk everything to obtain. With only 9 of these peaches existing every 3,000 years, even the Xianxia Holy Land would find it difficult to part with one. She had obtained it with great difficulty from Emperor Xiao, yet she would give it away so easily. In that moment, she felt touched, gazing at Chen Lin with affection. Little did she expect that this expedition to the Demon Emperor's tomb would lead her to a man she could consider as a life partner. Divine-level techniques, treasures, celestial elixirs, these were things she had never dared to dream of, now so effortlessly acquired. Zhao Ruoxi was not one to merely indulge without reciprocating. Witnessing Chen Lin's selfless generosity made her heart ache with discomfort. Chen Lin seemed to perceive Zhao Ruoxi's thoughts and comforted her. Ruoxi, you are already mine. What are these trifles worth? Accept them without any burdens. I will find the right moment to formally propose and take you as my bride. At that time, all the gifts will return to you, and you will gain a partner as beautiful and capable as yourself. Very well, Zhao Ruoxi nodded. Chen Lin immediately beamed with joy. This was his future partner, one who could enhance their bond while also elevating her prowess. Most importantly, he would reap the benefits of it all, a delightful prospect indeed. How could she fathom the joy that lay within such an arrangement? It is imperative that upon my return, I swiftly enhance my capabilities and venture into the celestial domain. The prospect of forming a Tao companion bond with a return on investment of 100,000 times is undeniably enticing. A Tao companion, along with treasures, is a dual blessing. Notification. The host bestows upon their beloved Zhao Ruoxi a celestial-grade peach, qualifying for the critical return. Shall it be activated? Critical hit. Success. A reward of 8,000 times the critical return has been granted, yielding a 3,000-year-old innate rainwater peach. 3,000 years. Alas, the critical hit was insufficient. Had it been 10,000 years, I would surely have acquired a 6,000-year-old peach, or perhaps even a 9,000-year-old one. Yet, I remain uncertain whether a 6,000-year-old peach can truly lead to ascension. Nevertheless, this is an innate spiritual fruit categorized into 4 tiers: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, and exquisite. A 3,000-year maturity is merely third-rate, yet it still belongs to the innate level, significantly surpassing the celestial grade. The celestial grade is divided into 12 ranks, while the innate is classified into third-rate as the 13th rank, second-rate as the 14th, and so forth. As I claim the peach, my eyes widen in realization. It is indeed a treasure of innate origin. I understand now why a 6,000-year maturity can facilitate direct ascension. A 3,000-year peach can yield 10,000 years of magical power. However, a bitter smile crosses my face. Previously, my magical power of 10,000 years had only allowed me to reach the mid-stage of the cave profound realm. And now I find myself at the late stage. To achieve the realm of creation, it seems that 10,000 years of magical power would barely suffice. The 9 transformations mystic art, while formidable, presents its own challenges. The magical power required is hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times greater than that of techniques of the same level. Yet, once mastered, one's combat prowess far exceeds that of peers. This is the supreme technique, renowned across the myriad realms for proving one's path through strength. However, this is not the moment for a breakthrough. As we are within the tomb of the Demon Emperor, a sense of impending danger washes over me, and I am jolted from my thoughts. I swiftly scoop up Zhao Ruoxi and declare, "Let us depart from this place." In an instant, we find ourselves at the entrance. Upon crossing the threshold, I suddenly sense a tremendous force attempting to break free from my embrace. Alarmed, I clutch Zhao Ruoxi tightly. She seems to grasp the gravity of the situation and sorrowfully remarks, "Brother, it is futile. The tomb of the Demon Emperor is about to close, entombing itself once more, awaiting the fated ones. I entered the tomb from the celestial domain, and I shall be returned there. At this moment, is it time to part ways?" A profound sense of reluctance swells within me. In this fleeting time together, I have already come to regard Zhao Ruoxi as my own. Yet, the tides of fate cannot be resisted. Gritting my teeth, I assure her, "Ruoxi, do not worry. Soon, I will return to the celestial domain to fetch you." Zhao Ruoxi nodded emphatically, declaring, "Senior brother, I await your return." As her words faded, she vanished mysteriously. Chen Lin was taken aback, a bitter smile crossing his lips as he realized, in an instant, that he had returned to the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Chapter 104. The Seizure of Junior Treasures. Within the 10,000 Great Mountains, Gu, Xianxia, and Shun Linglong, along with the entirety of the Taishan domain, found themselves unable to approach the inner tombstone of the Emperor's mausoleum, having been expelled instead. Fortunately, they had not entered. Otherwise, faced with temptation, their self-restraint might have faltered. Should they have succumbed to the collective effort against Chen Lin, a calamity of casualties would have been inevitable. Nonetheless, despite their exclusion from the inner tomb, their fortunes were not entirely diminished. They diligently scoured the area for treasures that had erupted from the inner sanctum, discovering a plethora of artifacts, including a few divine-grade relics. Among them, Shun Linglong was particularly fortunate, acquiring a divine-grade artifact known as the Unfettered Flying Ring, albeit of a slightly inferior tier, third-rate divine. When wielded in combat, it could unexpectedly launch an attack on adversaries. However, this scene was witnessed by Qi Haoyun, who, driven by insatiable greed, was immediately compelled to seize the opportunity for theft. Having previously abandoned his pursuit, he unexpectedly encountered Shun Linglong and her companions once more. A spark ignited within him as he donned a black robe, enveloping himself in its folds. His aura shifted, transforming him into a phantom, silently advancing towards Chen Lin. At that moment, Chen Lin was joyfully toying with her newly acquired unfettered flying ring, reveling in her luck. Since joining Tai E Mountain, she had accumulated numerous artifacts, all bestowed by her master, but this time she had earned her prize independently, a divine-grade treasure, no less. Be cautious, junior sister. Just then, the figure cloaked in black appeared before Chen Lin, launching a palm strike at her. By the time Xianxia noticed, it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as the black-robed assailant sent Chen Lin sprawling, effortlessly snatching the unfettered flying ring from her grasp. Xianxia swiftly caught Chen Lin, exclaiming, "Are you all right, junior sister?" Chen Lin coughed up blood, her voice tinged with urgency. "Senior sister, he has stolen my treasure." Xianxia replied, "What matter is your ring at such a time? Your injury is paramount. Once master returns, we shall inform him, and he will seek justice for us." In Xianxia's mind, her master was omnipotent, certain to uncover the identity of their assailant and reclaim the unfettered flying ring. This locale was on the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The ability to appear before them undetected and launch an attack could only belong to a being of transformative prowess or individuals from one of the 3 great sects. 2 ancient clans or 5 major factions. Such audacity to assault a member of the Yusu immortal sect and steal their treasures would not go unpunished. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. At that precise moment, the enchanting fairy Miaoshan arrived, witnessing the scene and immediately confronting the figure in black robes. Xiaoyun, at that moment, was elated. After all, this was a divine artifact. Suddenly halted by Miaoshan, he inwardly cursed at the prospect of retreat, but dared not underestimate the situation. Swiftly preparing to defend himself. Logically, his power should surpass that of the fairy. Yet he found himself at a disadvantage, as the techniques of the pure Yang sword lineage were rendered ineffective, leaving him feeling restrained and vulnerable. Panic surged within Xiaoyun as he thought, the more one fears something, the more it materializes. Just then, Fu Santong happened to pass by. Miaoshan's heart stirred. She shouted, "Brother Fu, this man has stolen the treasures of my Yushu sect disciple. I implore you to lend your aid and help us subdue him." Fu Santong nodded, responding, "Since the fairy has spoken, how could I stand idly by?" With a wave of his hand, several talismans flew forth, launching an assault on Xiaoyun. Enraged, Xiaoyun trembled with fury, desperately wanting to curse. "Damn it, Fu Santong! Does he not realize who I am?" It seemed he truly did not. Initially, Xiaoyun had refrained from revealing his identity, already at a disadvantage against Miaoshan. With Fu Santong's intervention, he was utterly outmatched, quickly driven into a corner. Seizing an opening, Miaoshan struck fiercely with the great compassion palm upon Xiaoyun's shoulder. He let out a muffled groan, sent flying, and before he could catch his breath, Fu Santong's assault arrived in an instant. With a flourish, he conjured symbols, and a torrent of talismanic swords rained down upon him. Xiaoyun's expression shifted dramatically. At this juncture, he was forced into a desperate situation. If he did not unleash his true abilities, he would undoubtedly be injured. Gritting his teeth, he immediately summoned the essence of pure Yang sword intent, a magnificent surge of power that rendered Fu Santong's talismanic swords ineffective. Miaoshan's countenance changed as she exclaimed, "Pure Yang sword intent? You are Xiaoyun." "What? Xiaoyun?" Fu Santong was momentarily taken aback. At this point, Xiaoyun ceased to conceal his identity. The black robe shattered, revealing his true self. No longer in disguise, he declared coldly, "Miaoshan, since you have uncovered my identity, what of it? I have seized the treasures. Do you truly believe you can stop me? Just you alone?" Turning furiously to Fu Santong, he demanded, "Fu Santong, are you out of your mind? When did my Xianxia sect and your Yushu sect become such close allies? She commands you to act, and you comply? Had you refrained, I would not have revealed myself." Fu Santong, realizing his mistake, sheepishly replied, "Xiaoyun, all right, I admit I was wrong this time. How could I have known it was you? But what does it matter now? Can she, Miaoshan alone, hope to restrain both of us?" At that moment, with a thunderous roar, a figure suddenly materialized on the battlefield, none other than Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi let out a cold snort. "Ah, you members of the Xianxia sect, accustomed to your despicable and shameless ways, have reduced the esteemed Taiping legacy to such a state. Do you not feel ashamed before our ancestral masters?" "Nonsense," Xiaoyun retorted. Indeed, I have seized the divine treasure, but do not conflate this with any ancestral matters. I acknowledge that we are of the same lineage. Yet for hundreds of thousands of years, we have acted independently. Let us not dwell on the past. Yang Wudi shook his head. If we are to avoid tracing our roots, then I shall act without hesitation. Return the treasure and apologize to my Yushu sect. Or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Qi Haoyun and Fu Santong felt a sudden chill in their hearts. Yang Wudi was not like them. He was a titan of the Dongxian realm. They were merely formidable cultivators. Should a confrontation arise, they would be no match for Yang Wudi. Just then, a voice filled with disdain echoed through the air. From a void, a figure emerged slowly. Upon his arrival, Qi Haoyun and Fu Santong were overjoyed and respectfully exclaimed, "Senior brother Bai Mei." The newcomer was none other than the true monarch Bai Mei. Upon seeing him, the fairy Miaoshan's expression shifted dramatically. "No, it cannot be. You were clearly slain by junior brother Chen Lin. How can you still be alive?" Chapter 105, A Bloodbath Unleashed. Chen Lin killed me. A fragment of memory surged into Bai Mei's mind, and a manic glow flashed across his face. Yes, Chen Lin did kill me, but I did not perish. Instead, I have emerged stronger than ever. You are all disciples of Chen Lin. With him absent, your blood shall cleanse my humiliation. Kill. Bai Mei gone mad. The South Mingli fire sword slashed fiercely towards Miaoshan and Yang Wudi. This is bad, we must evade. Yang Wudi and Fairy Miaoshan were struck with terror. They never anticipated that Bai Mei would strike with lethal intent upon his arrival, acting like a lunatic. Previously, Bai Mei was ranked 9th on the creation list. Within the entire Yushu sect, only the elder and the sect leader could contend with him, perhaps even Chen Lin. But none of them were present. Only the two of them remained, one in the Dongxian realm and the other in the transformation realm. They feared they would not withstand even a single strike from Bai Mei. Boom! The overwhelming sword intent swept through like a tempest, cleaving the ground and creating an abyssal fissure. Yang Wudi and Miaoshan were sent flying like mere straw men by the sheer force of the sword intent. Gu Qinshui and the others turned pale, as a shadow of death loomed over everyone's hearts. Yang Wudi hurriedly rose and said, "Bai Mei, do you truly intend to unleash a massacre? Are you seeking to incite a war between the Xianxia sect and the Yushu sect?" Bai Mei scoffed. "What of inciting a war? You of the Yushu sect shall all perish." Just as I intended to strike first, Bai Mei's murderous intent solidified as he let out a cold snort and lunged at Yang Wudi with his sword. Yang Wudi's expression shifted dramatically. He glanced back at the disciples of the Yushu sect, and a resolute thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Miaoshan, take the disciples and flee. I will hold them off." "Brother, no. You will perish," Miaoshan exclaimed, as if realizing something profound. With unwavering determination, Yang Wudi insisted, "Hori. If we do not leave now, none of us will escape. I have already signaled the sect leader in hopes that he arrives in time. Bai Mei, if you wish to slay the disciples of Yusu, you shall have to step over my corpse." Yang Wudi roared, charging defiantly towards Bai Mei. The exploding chi technique, a royal-level secret art passed down from Mount Taiwa, allowed one to instantaneously reverse their vitality, enhancing their cultivation and unleashing a strike far surpassing their innate prowess. However, this came at a grave cost. After a single use, one's internal energy would be utterly depleted, leaving them in a state of extreme weakness. At this moment, Yang Wudi had no alternative. Moreover, his application of the exploding chi technique was not aimed at attacking Bai Mei, but rather to seize him in an embrace, forcefully driving them both downwards towards the ground. "Brother Yang," tears streamed down Miaoshan's face, realizing that she must escape, taking as many of the Yusu disciples with her as she could. Bai Mei had lost his sanity, intent on annihilating every disciple present from the Yusu sect. With clenched teeth, Miaoshan shouted, "Go. Leave this place at once." "I will not leave. I choose to stay with my master," Yang Long declared resolutely. Watching his master charge fearlessly towards the enemy, Yang Long's heart bled. Miaoshan cried out, "Yang Long, do you wish for your master to die in vain? Take the Yusu disciples and return to report to the sect leader. Seek out Brother Chen Lin to avenge your master." With gritted teeth, Yang Long bellowed, "Let us go." Just as Bai Mei prepared to strike down the Yusu disciples, he was suddenly embraced by Yang Wudi, his fury peaking. A flash of red ignited in his eyes as he coldly declared, "Those who stand in my way shall die." With a single palm strike, he forcefully struck the top of Yang Wudi's head. Yang Wudi staggered as if struck by lightning, his body trembling. eyes rolling back as he weakly released his grip and collapsed to the ground. He was dead. Yang Wudi had been slain. Fu Santong and the other elders and disciples of the Xianxia sect were left in stunned silence, their throats constricted with fear. Could it be that Bai Mei had truly lost his mind? How dare he actually kill Yang Wudi? Was this the prelude to an all-out war? In that fleeting moment, he was convinced he was on the brink of death. Qi Haoyan, have you noticed that senior brother Bai Mei seems different from before? Su Santong could not help but inquire in a hushed tone. Qi Haoyan frowned, evidently sharing the same sentiment. However, he cast a fearful glance at Bai Mei and remarked, "Do you wish to perish?" "Silence," Bai Mei retorted, having just slain Yang Wudi, his figure flickering as he swiftly pursued them. A sinister chuckle escaped his lips, reminiscent of a demon's whisper. "You disciples of the Yushu sect shall all meet your demise. None shall escape. Miaoshan, the beloved of Chen Lin, shall be the first target." In an instant, Bai Mei appeared before Miaoshan, an overwhelming sword intent erupting forth. "This is dire." Miaoshan gasped, dread enveloping her as the fierce sword intent seemed poised to pierce through her very being. Gritting her teeth, she unleashed a flurry of willow leaves. These leaves, imbued with the power of generations of the Luojia Mountain's foremost masters, were meant to deliver a lethal strike in critical moments of life and death. At this juncture, this blow rivaled that of a half-step Dao King, representing Miaoshan's ultimate trump card. She had no choice but to employ this technique now. Lord Bai Mei is exceedingly formidable. A single strike could spell my end. My demise may be inconsequential, but the dozen or so disciples behind me would surely perish, she thought. Bai Mei had descended into madness, striking down anyone in his path. These disciples were the future and elite of the Yushu sect, prominently featured among the top 20 in this martial arts tournament. With a thunderous roar, the willow leaves transformed into a blade, the formidable sword intent clashing against Bai Mei's assault. A tremendous force erupted from the collision, sending those in close proximity hurtling backward, including the Yushu disciples. Miaoshan's form trembled as the willow leaf shattered with a resounding crack, leaving behind a tiny fragment the size of a thumb that flew back to her, entering the jade purity vase. The leaves had been rendered useless. Without a century of restoration, they could never return to their original state. Bai Mei, intrigued by Miaoshan's powerful strike, chuckled, "What an extraordinary willow leaf." It is said that Luojia Mountain possesses 3 such leaves, each remarkable in its own right. Today I have witnessed one, yet alas, it is destroyed, leaving you defenseless against my assault. Miaoshan, you may now embrace death. Before his words could fade, an overwhelming sword intent pierced through Miaoshan's body. Chapter 106. I shall send your soul into dismay. Miaoshan halted, as if struck by lightning. A mournful laugh escaping her lips as she turned to Gu Qianxue and the others, summoning her last vestiges of strength to cry out, "Flee!" With a spurt of blood, she gazed longingly into the distance, regretful as she spoke. "Chen Lin, I fear I must depart. I truly regret not having met you sooner." With that, her head tilted, and she fell from the sky. She was gone. "No, Master, Aunt Miaoshan." A multitude of disciples, tears streaming down their faces, glared at Bai Mei with intense hatred. Bai Mei had slain Master Yang and Master Miaoshan. They were prepared to confront him. Indeed, they resolved to fight back. With no hope of escape, they charged at Bai Mei, brandishing their weapons and letting out a fierce battle cry. Bai Mei sneered, underestimating them. He had initially thought that killing them one by one would be tedious, but since they sought their demise, he would oblige. He commanded, invoking the divine dragon sword technique, an elite swordsmanship of the Shushan sword sect, capable of transforming the blade into a divine dragon, perfectly suited for mass slaughter. At that moment, Bai Mei resembled a demon risen from the depths of hell, driven by vengeance and a thirst for blood. They all joined forces. Death was the worst that could happen. With a maniacal laughter, Bai Mei declared, "Go to your deaths." A colossal dragon roared and devoured the crowd in one fell swoop. "How can you still be alive? Bai Mei, how dare you threaten the disciples of Yushu sect?" Just then, as it seemed that all present were fated to perish beneath Bai Mei's blade, a voice filled with murderous intent reverberated throughout the outskirts of the 10,000 great mountains. Chen Lin burst forth, his face a mask of fury. "That mere dragon, perish!" he cried, unleashing the kingly killing fist. With a single strike, the dragon emitted a final, defiant roar before exploding, sending shockwaves that knocked everyone off balance. The divine dragon dissipated, and the southern brightly fire sword returned to the hands of the true monarch Bai Mei. "Chen Lin, it is you. At long last." I have found you again. I shall kill you. Bai Mei, nearly driven mad, fixated on Chen Lin, exuding an overwhelming aura of malice. Master, Uncle Chen, Gu Qianxue and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, tears cascading down their faces as they wept. Master Yang is dead, and Master Miaoshan was also killed by him. You must avenge them. Shen Linglong sobbed. What did you say? Sister Miaoshan is dead? Chen Lin trembled uncontrollably, a wave of sorrow surging through him, tears welling in his eyes. Bai Mei, you must die. Miaoshan is dead. No, how can this be? I should have strived harder to forge a bond with her, to make her my partner. Fury ignited within Chen Lin, transforming him into a vengeful deity as he charged at Bai Mei. Bai Mei, I will kill you. Bai Mei, in a frenzy, laughed maniacally. Ah, Shen Lin, you are enraged. It seems my killing of Miaoshan was indeed the right choice. What a pity I couldn't slay your disciples, but fear not. Soon I will kill them before your very eyes, and then I shall finish you off. In that moment, Bai Mei forsook his primary technique, the 10,000 swords returning to the source, and unleashed a bloodthirsty strike. Like a spider weaving its web, he hurled the southern bright leaf fire sword towards Chen Lin, the blade flashing like lightning. Suddenly vanishing into the void, he reappeared before Chen Lin, thrusting with ferocity. You shall perish. Chen Lin's heart jolted. Bai Mei's strength had once again escalated, particularly those blood-red eyes, emanating an aura of carnage at that moment. Bai Mei resembled less of a man and more of a ferocious beast. He was consumed by madness, steeped in a thirst for blood. Remarkably, he had grown even stronger than the bald monk Ding Guang, nearing the prowess of the Golden Eagle Demon Lord. But what of it? Bai Mei was advancing, yet so was Chen Lin. Presently, Chen Lin was the embodiment of invincibility. No matter the assault, a single strike from me suffices. The great Zhou, celestial sword technique, swift, ruthless, precise, was executed to its zenith. One sword. Bai Mei's bloodthirsty strike was swift, yet Chen Lin's swordplay was swifter, more ruthless, and more precise. Just as the true Lord Bai Mei aimed to pierce Chen Lin's sword preemptively pierced through Bai Mei. Blood gushed from the wound. No, how can this be? How could you be so powerful? Bai Mei was on the verge of collapse, having narrowly escaped death and inadvertently gained the bloodthirsty legacy of the Blood Demon King. He had reforged his body with blood, his strength now exponentially magnified. He believed he could sweep all aside, exacting revenge on Chen Lin. But now he could not withstand even a single strike from him. It was all a deception, an illusion. Are you even human or specter? Chen Lin gritted his teeth, declaring, Bai Mei, last time I wondered how you survived. This time, I shall ensure your body is torn asunder. You deserve death for slaying Sister Miaoshan. I will send your soul into eternal torment, never to be reborn. Boom! In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds. Thunder gathering, as a colossal jade-clear divine thunder amassed, striking down with a resounding crash. It struck Bai Mei directly. The jade-clear divine thunder, a force of annihilation, would reduce anything it struck to ash, leaving not a droplet of blood nor a whisper of soul behind. No, do not kill me. Bai Mei seemed to grasp the imminence of death, shrieking in terror and pleading for mercy. Chen Lin, cold and unyielding, replied, I regret not having obliterated your soul completely before. That was a grave error. This time, I shall not allow you to live. The jade, clear divine thunder descended in an instant, and Bai Mei's soul was utterly shattered. The Nanming Li Hua's sword in his hand, now bereft of its master, fell to the ground as Chen Lin swiftly retrieved it with a flick of his wrist. At that moment, Qi Haoyun and Fu Santong were utterly horrified. Chen Lin, this god of slaughter, truly has slain Bai Mei. Should Bai Mei be killed? Indeed, you have already slain 2 esteemed leaders of the Yushu immortal sect. This is madness. And do you not think they have a right to seek vengeance? Seeing Chen Lin gaze upon them, the two recoiled in fear, trembling and stammering. Chen Lin, what do you intend to do? We did nothing. Both Yang Wudi and the immortal Miaoshan were slain by Bai Mei, which has nothing to do with us. In fact, we intended to intervene just moments ago, but were threatened by Bai Mei. Indeed, had we dared to speak out, he would have killed us as well. He has gone mad, possessed by demons. You sensed it too, the bloodlight emanating from his body. He is transformed into a fiend. Your act of slaying him is commendable, otherwise countless lives would have been lost. Chen Lin's murderous intent crystallized as he spoke. Have you finished? If so, you may meet your end. With a swift stroke of his sword, he struck at the two. Chapter 107. the 9-turn soul revival pill. At the moment of Miaoshan's demise, every member of the Zhuangking sect present was doomed. In a single stroke, Fu Santong and Qi Haoyun did not even have time to cry out before being cleaved in two. The brutality of the act and the decisiveness of the slaughter left onlookers from various powerful factions utterly astonished. First, Bai Mei dispatched the 2 leaders of the Yushu sect, and then Chen Lin appeared, vanquishing the 3 leaders of the Zhuangking sect. It seems that the Zhuangking and Yushu sects are destined for irrevocable enmity. The 2 mightiest factions of the Tai-Xian domain have fallen into discord, and it is likely that turmoil will reign in the Tai-Xian domain henceforth. The various factions present could only sigh, as though they could already envision a realm rife with blood and steel. Are you not overthinking this? The 2 great sects may be at odds, but do not forget the prowess of the Tai Mountain's leader, Chen Lin. With a single sword, even the esteemed Bai Mei could not withstand 3 strikes. His killings are decisive. Do you truly believe that, should battle ensue, the Zhuangking sect could escape unscathed? One anxious observer remarked. Furthermore, it is evident that the Zhuangking sect bears the brunt of the blame in this conflict. Firstly, a dignified leader stooped to seizing treasures from juniors. Secondly, Bai Mei unleashed his wrath, having slain not only the Taohua Mountain leader of the Yushu sect, but also the leader of the Lejia Mountain and Chen Lin. His vengeance for his sect is justified, no matter the context. Moreover, have you not noticed how deeply shaken Chen Lin appeared upon learning of Miaoshan's death? Soon after, the disciples discovered the bodies of Yang Wudi and Miaoshan, mourning sorrowfully by their side. Master Uncle, they parted to make way for Chen Lin as he approached. He silently knelt beside their remains, gazing mournfully at Miaoshan. Sister, forgive me, I have arrived too late. Had I sensed this sooner, you would not have perished. Master Uncle, is there truly no hope for my master? Lin Xiaoyue lamented. Chen Lin shook his head. Reviving the dead is no simple matter, unless one possesses the 9-turn soul revival pill, which must be consumed within 7 days. Yet this pill is merely a fabled concoction. Where might one procure it? Suddenly, Chen Lin was struck by a wave of excitement. Indeed, did I not acquire a soul revival herb from the Golden Eagle Demon Lord? A divine-grade spiritual herb. Once more, let us summon a myriad of critical strikes. Surely, a divine herb shall be bestowed upon us, perhaps even an elixir capable of resurrection. The soul-returning grass, in theory, possesses the power to revive, but only if a breath of life remains. Alas, both Yang Wudi and the enchanting Miaoshan have succumbed completely. The efficacy of the soul-returning grass remains slightly insufficient. Chen Lin inhaled deeply and remarked, Ling Long, your exuberance has led you astray this time. Do you not comprehend the wisdom of discretion? Upon acquiring treasures, one should conceal them. Chen Ling Long, filled with remorse, replied, Master, I acknowledge my error. Chen Lin continued, Very well, recognizing one's faults is commendable. Consider this a lesson learned. Thankfully, Qi Haoyun acted swiftly, otherwise had you been caught off guard, your very life might have been at stake. Herein lies a soul-returning grass. Take it, for it may one day save your life. As he spoke, he handed over the precious herb. Is this truly the divine herb, the soul-returning grass? Shen Linglong inquired eagerly. Indeed, Chen Lin affirmed. Shen Linglong rejoiced, Master. Possessing the soul-returning grass is splendid. We can administer it to Uncle Miaoshan, and he shall be revived. Lin Shu suddenly knelt and implored, I beseech you, Master Uncle, save my teacher. Chen Lin shook his head. While the soul-returning grass indeed has the power of resurrection, it only applies in a state of false death. Sister Miaoshan is utterly deceased. Even with the herb, it would be futile. Lin Xiuyue pleaded, Master Uncle, please allow my teacher to consume the soul-returning grass. After all, it is a divine herb, and surely there exists a glimmer of hope. Shen Linglong added, Master, sister is right. You should administer it to Uncle Miaoshan. Gu Qinxue also chimed in, Master. The assembly collectively voiced their entreaties. Chen Lin responded, I understand your sentiments. I too wish for sister's revival. Linglong, I possess my own methods to ensure her resurrection, but first, you must accept this soul-returning grass. Trusting in Chen Lin, Shen Linglong resolutely stated, Thank you, Master. I believe in your words. As she received the herb, Chen Lin finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Ding. The host bestows upon disciple, Shen Linglong the divine herb. Soul-returning grass, fulfilling the conditions for critical return. Shall it be activated? Critical strike. Critical success. Awarded an 8,000-fold critical return. receiving the celestial elixir. 9 revolutions soul returning pill. Shall it be claimed? Claim it. Indeed, the 9 revolutions soul returning pill has been acquired. Splendid. Miaoshan shall be saved. Chen Lin immediately knelt to administer the 9 revolutions soul returning pill to Miaoshan. Master, what is it that you are administering to Uncle Miaoshan? Gu Xianxia inquired. The 9 revolutions soul returning pill, Chen Lin responded. The 9 revolutions soul returning pill. Instantly, incredulity washed over the faces of all present. This is a celestial elixir. To possess even a single divine pill is a remarkable feat. In the realm of the 12 mountain gates of the Yushu celestial sect, none are particularly adept in the art of alchemy. Rather, they excel in the forging of artifacts. This explains the plethora of royal grade and divine grade treasures produced by various sections. To elaborate, among the 3 great sects, the Yuqing sect is renowned for its mastery in crafting, while the Luofu sect, originally a branch of the Xianxia Holy Land, is proficient in the path of the sword, with a modest acquaintance in formations. Conversely, the Xianxia sect has nearly wholly inherited the teachings of the Ta-Ching Holy Land, flourishing in all disciplines: artifact forging, alchemy, formations, talismans, and swordsmanship. Uncle Chen Lin astonishingly produced a celestial elixir. However, at that moment, their concerns were overshadowed by the effects of the elixir. As the medicinal essence coursed through her being, a radiant golden light erupted from the body of Fairy Miaoshan, stunning all present and causing them to involuntarily retreat a few steps. The golden light shimmered, transforming into myriad golden sparks that fused into her form. Each spark resembled a fragment of vitality, enveloping Miaoshan as spirit and corporeal body, tirelessly mending the injuries of her soul and flesh. The visible wounds healed at an astonishing pace, a testament to the miraculous power of the 9-turn soul recovery elixir. For many, it was their first encounter with the might of such a celestial remedy. As the elixir's effects took hold, her physical injuries were mended and her spirit restored. The formidable power of the elixir invigorated Fairy Miaoshan, prompting her to gradually open her eyes. Where am I? Did I not perish? She inquired, bewildered. Master, Elder Miaoshan. She has awakened. The astonishment was palpable among the various factions. The ability to resurrect the dead was nothing short of miraculous. Most astonishing of all was the revelation that Chief Chen Lin possessed the 9-turn soul recovery elixir, an extraordinary celestial medicine. Chapter 108, Resurrection. Lin Shiyue quickly clarified, Master, you indeed passed away, but Uncle Chen Lin has brought you back to life. Where is Chen Lin? Fairy Miaoshan urgently asked. Sister, I am here, Chen Lin promptly responded, assisting Fairy Miaoshan to her feet. Sister, I am late to your side, but fortunately, I obtained a 9-turn soul recovery elixir from the Demon Emperor's tomb. Otherwise, I would have lost you forever. The 9-turn soul recovery elixir. Fairy Miaoshan trembled, exclaiming, Brother, how could you be so foolish? This is a celestial elixir. Why would you administer it to me? Sister, what nonsense are you speaking? The elixir cannot compare to your life. For you, I would not hesitate to sacrifice not just this elixir, but even the entire world, Chen Lin declared. You. Fairy Miaoshan felt her cheeks flush. Sister, this is indeed the 9-turn soul recovery elixir. Please check how your body has fared, Chen Lin urged. Fairy Miaoshan, in awe, discovered her cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the transformation stage, her injuries fully healed, and her physique significantly enhanced. Previously, she had possessed a superior royal body. Yet now she found herself transformed into an exceptional royal body. Chen Lin joyfully exclaimed, Congratulations, senior sister. This time, it seems that misfortune has turned into fortune. The enchanting, immortal Miaoshan responded, I owe you my gratitude. Had you not presented the 9 rebirth soul elixir, I would have faced certain death. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she urged, Oh no, junior brother, we must hurry. The esteemed by Mei Zhenjuan of the Xianxia sect is still alive. He was the one who attacked me, and he continues to pursue the disciples of Yushu sect. Even senior brother Yang has fallen at his hands. Panic-stricken, Miaoshan glanced around anxiously. Chen Lin reassured her. Do not fear, senior sister. Bai Mei is dead, truly dead this time. I ensured that his soul was scattered, preventing any possibility of resurrection. It was my oversight that allowed him to survive for so long and put you in peril. Bai Mei is truly dead? Miaoshan asked, uncertainty in her voice. Yes, master. Bai Mei Zhenjuan is indeed deceased, Lin Xiaoyue affirmed. Moreover, Uncle Chun has also slain both Qi Haoyun and Fu Santong, the other esteemed leaders. Ah, Miaoshan's face paled, and she clenched her teeth, declaring they deserve their fate. By the way, junior brother, you have saved my life, as well as senior brother Yang's. How is he faring? She inquired hastily. At that moment, Yang Long knelt before Chen Lin, pleading, Uncle, I beg you to save my master. Senior brother Yang. Miaoshan finally noticed Yang Wudi, lifeless on the ground. She vividly recalled the moment he had bravely unleashed the explosive Qi technique to buy them time to escape, but alas, Bai Mei was too formidable. Miaoshan urged, Junior brother, you might be able to revive senior brother Yang. Chen Lin nodded confidently, indeed. At that moment, he felt a surge of assurance. Thankfully, the system was remarkably effective. Ding. The host has administered the 9 Rebirth Soul elixir to Miaoshan. The critical return conditions have been met. Would you like to trigger a critical hit? It truly activated a critical return. What a relief. Had it not triggered, Yang Wudi would have been beyond salvation. Thankfully, there was still time. Critical hit. Critical success. As the 9 Rebirth Soul elixir is a reward for the critical hit, the second critical can only yield an equivalent return. According to the host's fervent wish, a critical return has been granted. 1 9 Rebirth Soul elixir. Another 9 Rebirth Soul elixir. Yang Wudi could be saved. Chen Lin took a deep breath and said, in fact, I acquired 2 9 Rebirth Soul elixirs from the Demon Emperor's tomb, perfectly suited for you and senior brother Yang. There are more 9 Rebirth Soul elixirs. Master can be saved. Yang Long exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. His master had always treated him like a son. Witnessing his master on the brink of death had filled him with despair and sorrow. Now, the knowledge that his master could be revived brought him immense joy. Please, uncle, grant me the 9 Rebirth Soul elixir, Yang Long pleaded. Chen Lin nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, I will take care of everything. Senior brother Yang will be just fine. With that, he retrieved the 9 Rebirth Soul elixir and administered it to him. The elixir entered his body. The immense medicinal power instantaneously took effect, erupting in a brilliant golden light that transformed into shimmering particles, akin to the experience of the celestial maiden, Miaoshan, before it re-entered the body. It nourished the flesh, healed wounds, mended the soul, and replenished vitality. However, something was amiss. Brother Yang's vitality and magical energy were utterly depleted, without any magical essence or life force. Even the 9 turns resurrection pill would struggle to revive him. Everything seemed to progress smoothly until Chen Lin identified a grave issue, the lack of vitality and exhausted magical energy. Although the 9 turns resurrection pill was powerful, it primarily repaired physical injuries and the soul, with minimal effect on vitality and magical energy. Even a trace of either would suffice, yet now there was none. Yang Long's expression shifted dramatically as he anxiously inquired, Master Uncle, what should we do now? At that moment, Yang Long felt utterly helpless, being too young to face such dire circumstances concerning life and death. Miaoshan spoke, Junior brother, do you have any solutions? Chen Lin nodded, indeed. I have recently acquired a divine secret technique that may prove useful. The technique he referred to was the Holy Spirit art, capable of aiding in the recovery of injuries. Magical energy, vitality, and the soul. As long as one remained alive, it accelerated recovery significantly. At his current level, the recovery speed was 10-fold that of an ordinary person. And with mastery, it could reach 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold upon perfection. This was the reason why Emperor Shaoqing had miraculously healed from severe injuries within half an hour, despite only having practiced the technique to a minor level. Not only could this art assist oneself in recovery, but it could also aid others. It was indeed a supreme divine skill, albeit not an immortal technique. Chen Lin also contemplated the potential to leverage this art for personal gain, though the current situation was not suitable for such thoughts. The rapid mastery of this technique was largely due to his affinity with spiritual techniques, with a connection to magic. The methods would naturally be assimilated once the cultivation approach was understood. Miaoshan urged, Junior brother, you must save brother Yang quickly. Chen Lin replied, I shall do my utmost. With that, he began to employ the Holy Spirit art within Yang Wudi's body, enhancing the recovery speed and the rate of medicinal absorption tenfold, effectively compensating for the deficits in magical energy and vitality. The problem was swiftly resolved, and thanks to the Holy Spirit art, Yang Wudi gradually opened his eyes. Am I in the underworld? He uttered, bewildered. Master, you are finally awake, Yang Long exclaimed. Yang Wudi's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, Yang Long, you too have perished. It is my failure as a master that I could not save you. Yang Long's face flushed as he retorted, Master, what are you saying? I'm not dead. Nor are you. Yang Wudi shook his head and said, Do not deceive me. I distinctly remember that I unleashed the explosive Qi technique to thwart Bai Mei, sacrificing myself in the process. How could I possibly survive? Yang Long replied, Master, it is true. It was Uncle Chen Lin who saved you with the 9-turn resurrection pill. At the mention of Chen Lin and the 9-turn resurrection pill, Yang Wudi was taken aback. Brother Yang, you truly did not perish, Fairy Miaoshan remarked, then briefly recounted the events. It was only then that Yang Wudi began to comprehend that he had indeed died and was subsequently revived, to be brought back from the dead. I owe my revival to Chen Lin and the 9-turn resurrection pill, he reflected. Junior Brother Chen, you are quite extravagant. That is a 9-turn resurrection pill. How could you have used it? What a pity. Yang Wudi lamented with a heavy heart. Chen Lin found himself at a loss for words. Brother, are you certain I should not have employed the 9-turn resurrection pill to save you? Instantly, Yang Wudi realized he may have misspoken and awkwardly replied, I did not mean that. I know nothing. Chen Lin chuckled and said, Here, not only do I wish to congratulate Brother Yang on his miraculous revival, but I must also commend him on achieving the realm of the true monarch of creation. The true monarch of creation? Yang Wudi then grasped the significance of his cultivation level. I have actually become a true monarch of creation. The 9-turn resurrection pill is indeed a celestial elixir. Junior Brother Chen, not only have you resurrected me, but you have also enabled me to attain the true monarch of creation. Such a profound debt of gratitude cannot be expressed in words. Should you ever require assistance from Mount Taiwan, do not hesitate to call upon me. Even if it costs me my life, I shall fulfill your requests. Chen Lin replied with a smile, As fellow disciples, it is only natural. Besides, what is a mere 9-turn resurrection pill compared to your life? These words reflected Chen Lin's genuine sentiments. Upon acquiring the couple system, he indeed received an additional chance for a critical strike. Previously, he had experienced one instance of a 10,000-fold critical strike and one equivalent critical strike, after which the opportunities had ceased. Now, he had gained an extra opportunity for a critical strike. At that moment, the system chimed. Ding! The host has administered the celestial grade 9-turn resurrection pill to fellow disciple Yang Wudi, fulfilling the conditions for a critical return. The 9-turn resurrection pill is a system return item and can only trigger an equivalent return, yielding one celestial grade divine completion pill. The divine completion pill, as its name suggests, enables any celestial technique below the celestial grade to directly reach the pinnacle of perfection. Such a wondrous pill exists in the world. However, considering the myriad wonders of the Tianyuan realm, this revelation was hardly surprising. Yet, possessing such a celestial elixir posed a dilemma for Chen Lin. He had quite a number of celestial techniques below the celestial grade, including the Jade Clear Divine Thunder, the Xianxia Immortal Technique, the Emperor's Qi Observation Technique, and the One Qi Transforming 3 Clears, among others. Among these, the Jade Clear Divine Thunder, the Xianxia Immortal Technique, and the One Qi Transforming 3 Clear Sword Technique were only at the introductory level, while the Emperor's Qi Observation Technique had reached a minor completion stage. The 10,000 swords returning to the origin was also at the initiation phase, whereas the Great Zhou Tian Sword Technique and the Star Sword Technique had achieved the extraordinary and transcendent realms, respectively. The Sword Drawing Technique had attained perfection, and the Destruction Sword Technique had reached great success. Furthermore, the Supreme Divine Fist has only been mastered with 2 punches, while the Royal Killing Fist has merely reached the initial stage of perfection. This progress is largely attributed to his spiritual summoning technique, which allows for the transformation of his skills into spiritual form and his magical power into spiritual essence, facilitating a swift entry into the practice. However, even his spiritual summoning technique has only reached a minor completion stage. For Chen Lin, the most significant aspect remains the Sacred Spirit formula. Regrettably, it is merely a divine-level technique. Yet, despite its classification, the extraordinary nature of its abilities leaves him in awe. Upon reaching the pinnacle of mastery, it boasts a restoration speed 1,000 times greater. This equates to a scenario where, when faced with an overpowering enemy, he could outlast them, effectively exhausting them to death. This represents true infinite endurance and immortal existence. It surpasses the first level of the 9 revolutions profound art. Although this does not necessarily imply that it is more formidable than the indestructible body acquired at the first level. The indestructible body from the 9 revolutions profound art enhances its efficacy with each level of cultivation. For instance, at the 3rd level, it can increase restoration speed by 500 times, comparable to the great accomplishment of the sacred spirit formula. This is merely the 3rd level, while the 9 revolutions profound art encompasses a total of 9 levels. When combined, along with the purple cloud immortal garment and the profound turtle immortal technique, it results in an indestructible force. Nevertheless, despite the strength of the sacred spirit formula, Chen Lin has no intention of solely choosing it, for there remains potential to reap additional benefits. After all, he has 2 disciples to consider. Ultimately, he decides to keep the perfected divine elixir for future use. With a flicker of thought, he retrieves his system panel. Host, Chen Lin. Qualities: Supreme Immortal Body, 12th rank Immortal Body, top-tier physique of the Tianyuan World. 2nd rank on the Tianyuan Continent Physique Golden List. A ranking has emerged. 2nd place. But who holds the 1st? The system swiftly provides an answer. The Tianyuan Immortal Body, favored by the Tianyuan Heavenly Tao, gathering fortune, the child of the Heavenly Tao. Well, this is the world's physique. A comparison he cannot make. However, being 2nd is still commendable. He continues to survey the panel. Realm, 8th realm of martial arts. Late stage of the cave, profound realm. Ranked 2nd in combat power within the entire Yushu Immortal Sect, only behind the king of path slaying of the Yushu Immortal Sect, ranked 1st on the creation list. Indeed, quite impressive. Has he achieved 1st place? This recognition is well-deserved. He intends to return and discover who stands before him. Techniques, 9 revolutions profound art. A supreme technique ranked among the top 10 across myriad realms, cultivated to the 3rd level of great accomplishment, mastering derived divine abilities, possessing an indestructible body, capable of manifesting the heavens and earth, and possessing immense strength. Divine abilities, 1 Qi transforming into 3 pure ones, Imperial Qi observation technique, spiritual summoning technique, Jade clarity, divine thunder, profound turtle immortal technique, first 2 forms of the supreme divine fist, all swords returning to the source, sacred spirit formula, great circulation stellar sword technique, great circulation sword drawing technique, great circulation destruction sword technique, close yet distant, tying divine fire, sun divine fire. Appearance, dominant and imposing unrivaled, purple-robed sword immortal. Ranked 1st on the creation list, sufficient to place within the top 10 of the Taishan domain. His appearance has further elevated. Has he broken into the top 10? Haha, excellent. At this moment, Chen Lin realized that the concept of beauty encompasses many facets: appearance, charm, and influence. He possessed confidence in his looks and charisma, yet he felt lacking in the realm of influence. After all, was he not a latecomer to the Tao of Dongxian? Little did he know that his victories, defeating the white-browed true monarch, slaying Zhu Yan, and now massacring the Xianxia immortal sect, had already spread his renown throughout the entire Taishan domain. Had they been aware of his accomplishments in the inner tomb, they would likely rank him not merely among the top 10 in beauty, but potentially within the top 5. He had faced 100 opponents, including true masters of creation, and even the holy son of the Yaoqi sacred land. A madman, yes, but one who could suppress all unparalleled powerhouses. A feat unprecedented in ancient and modern times alike. A decade ago, the true monarch of Taishan suppressed the Taishan domain, reigning 1st on the list of creation. When he fell, many believed it marked the beginning of Tai Mountain's decline. The principle of peak leading to fall is well known. Nevertheless, Chen Lin's rise completely overturned their assumptions. What struck terror into their hearts was the fact that this transformation unfolded over a span of 10 years. The white-browed true monarch, ranked 9th, was slain by him. This was before the update of the creation rankings. Once updated, the sight of Chen Lin at the top would undoubtedly shock everyone once more. If Dongxian held the 1st place, how formidable would the concept of creation be? The demon emperor's tomb had closed once more, and the treasures within were now shrouded in mystery. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Lin had already acquired the treasures, including the bone treasures of Zhu Yan, Huidou, and Gujiao, the 3 ancient beasts of legend. He gifted the bone treasure of Zhu Yan to Zhao Ruoxi, and with such a treasure, alongside the Pan Tao, he believed that their next encounter would undoubtedly astonish her. He wondered if she had stepped into the realm of the path-slaying monarch. Let us not forget that Xiaoruoshi had also cultivated one of the 36 heavenly gang divine techniques, the control of 5 thunders. These legendary techniques, each capable of aiding one in reaching the monarch level, were matched by the 72 earthly fiends techniques, also divine in quality, each assisting in attaining the realm of creation. Regrettably, both the 36 heavenly gang and 72 earthly fiends have been lost to the ages for millennia. Among the 9 great territories, perhaps only the sacred lands possess a couple of these techniques, with the chances of any sect having a lineage being exceedingly slim. With the death of the Golden Eagle demon commander and the retreat of the demons, the 3 ancient beasts also perished. The crisis had been averted. Everyone dispersed, having not entered the inner tomb, but still acquiring numerous treasures from the outer tomb. Though not of high rank, they were indeed rare. Fairy Miaoshan inquired, "Junior brother, what are your plans next? Will you return to the mountain, or?" Chen Lin shook his head. There is no rush to return to the mountain. Xianxia and Linglong's realms are unstable and require settling. I wish to take them on a journey before we head back. Previously, Chen Lin contemplated leaving the Demon Emperor's tomb to ascend the mountain and break through to the early stage of the transformation realm. However, it now appears that such aspirations must be postponed. The fairy Miaoshan exhibited a demeanor suggestive of hesitation, with a distinct hint of disappointment gracing her countenance. Chen Lin felt a stirring within. "Senior sister, what are your intentions?" The fairy Miaoshan replied, "I shall return to the mountain. Having faced death once, I have fortuitously ascended to the pinnacle of the transformation realm and must dedicate time to consolidate my cultivation. Junior brother, return soon. I await you." Upon uttering these words, she herself was taken aback, clearly surprised by her own admission, her face flushing as she added, "Do take care." This expression struck a chord within Chen Lin, resonating with a familiar sentiment. It was unmistakably the feeling of affection that Miaoshan harbored for him. If he could muster additional resolve, he might seize the opportunity to win her over. His previous efforts were not in vain, and with the aid of the 9 soul restoration elixir, the prospect of a resounding success filled him with eagerness. "Senior sister, your jade bottle, which contained the attacking willow leaf, has been destroyed. You surely lack a protective artifact. I happen to possess a divine greatsword, which you may use for your defense." Without hesitation, Chen Lin produced the Qinggang sword. At that moment, he wielded 2 divine greatswords, the Nanming Li Hua sword, a first-rate divine weapon, a treasure of the Shushan sword sect, which would undoubtedly attract attention and conflict, and the Qinggang sword, though slightly inferior, still a formidable divine artifact, surpassing even the Wulong sword from Wulong Mountain. The fairy Miaoshan could hardly fathom that Chen Lin would present her with a divine greatsword, promptly shaking her head in refusal. "Junior brother, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Chen Lin urged, "Senior sister, please accept it as a token from your junior brother." "A gift? On what grounds do you offer me such a present?" she inquired. "On the grounds of a romantic relationship," he boldly declared. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, "What nonsense are you speaking? I shall ignore you." With that, she snatched the Qinggang sword and soared into the distance. Chen Lin stood in stunned silence. What did this mean? Had he misspoken? Yet with the Qinggang sword now in her possession, did it not imply, "Ding, the host has established a romantic relationship with the fairy Miaoshan, rewarded with 1 daily opportunity for critical hit returns and a couple's gift pack. The host is encouraged to strive further to become Dao partners with the fairy Miaoshan, with critical hit returns yielding a 10-fold enhancement." She had agreed. Chen Lin was instantly enveloped in joy. He could now receive 6 opportunities for critical hit returns each day. Most significantly, there was the gift pack. The last one had granted him the 2nd style of the Supreme Divine Fist, the Imperial Path Overlord Fist. He wondered what treasures this new one might bestow. Ding. The host has gifted the fairy Miaoshan the divine grade sword, Qinggang sword, fulfilling the conditions for critical hit returns, as it is itself a reward. The equivalent critical hit return is granted, resulting in the divine grade sword, Qingling sword. The Qingling sword perfectly fills the void left by the Qinggang sword. "Brother Chen, you are truly remarkable. Even Sister Miaoshan has fallen under your charm," Yang Wudi remarked with a sense of admiration. Chen Lin, feeling a bit bashful, chuckled softly. Yang Wudi continued, "Brother Chen, the demonic forces have retreated, and the tomb of the Demon Emperor is once again sealed. I intend to return to the mountain." Chen Lin replied, "I bid you farewell, brother." Yang Wudi cautioned, "Be sure to exercise caution while you are away. By the way, the grand event of our Taishan domain, the Taishan Assembly, is approaching. I hope you will not be absent. Chen Lin had almost forgotten about the Tianyuan assembly. Xianxia, curious, inquired, Master, what is the Tianyuan assembly? Chen Lin explained. The Tianyuan assembly is the most prestigious event in our Tianyuan domain, akin to the martial arts tournament of the Yusu Immortal Sect. However, unlike the tournament that features disciples who have been in the sect for about a decade, the Tianyuan assembly encompasses the entirety of the Tianyuan domain. It includes realms from the 3 stages of divine powers to the 3 stages of longevity, attracting powerful figures from all walks of life, including those from the Hidden Dragon and Creation rankings. Shun Linglong interjected, Master, what is there to fear? My sister and I are ranked 1st and 2nd on the Hidden Dragon list. Chen Lin replied. The Hidden Dragon list ranks only the young talents under the age of 35. This assembly will see many seasoned powerhouses. Although their cultivation may not be at the highest level, they possess years of experience, making them formidable opponents. If you encounter such experts, you may not necessarily prevail. At this point, Chen Lin paused, then continued, furthermore, due to the unique nature of the Tianyuan assembly, it has attracted numerous powerful individuals from other territories, making it the grandest event in our Tianyuan domain. It was at this assembly that your ancestral master gained fame, suppressing the Tianyuan domain for centuries, thereby demonstrating the might of our Tai Mountain. I had originally planned to take you on a journey to consolidate your newfound cultivation, but it seems there is no time for that now. We must return to the mountain. Chapter 111, The Wuxiang Tower. Master, I believe it would be wise for you to visit Jingzhou City before returning to the mountain, Xianxia suggested. Chen Lin inquired, give me a reason. Xianxia replied, have you heard of the Wuxiang Tower? Chen Lin nodded, the foremost trading house in the Tianyuan World, known for its discretion, facilitating relations between the secular and the immortal realms. The Wuxiang Tower spans the 9 great territories, shrouded in mystery, and has established various rankings such as the Immortal List, Creation List, and Hidden Dragon List, showcasing their unparalleled intelligence capabilities. Xianxia continued, actually, we have a Wuxiang Tower in Jingzhou City as well. My father just informed me that, taking advantage of the recent turmoil caused by the demons and the emergence of the tomb of the Demon Emperor, the Wuxiang Tower plans to hold an auction in Jingzhou City. That is why I suggested you pay a visit. Oh, Chen Lin's interest was piqued. Though he had never dealt with the Wuxiang Tower, its enigmatic nature intrigued him. The Wuxiang Tower is characterized by one major trait. It recognizes only wealth, not individuals. Anyone with wealth can procure whatever they desire from the Wuxiang Pavilion, be it treasures, intelligence, or even cultivation techniques and elixirs. However, one must bear in mind that the prices are far from modest. It is said that someone once commissioned a divine artifact from the Wuxiang Pavilion, earning worldwide renown. Although the auctions at Wuxiang Pavilion are infrequent, each event draws not only major dynasties and powerful factions, but also ancient clans, celestial sects, and formidable religious figures. This time, following the opening of the Demon Emperor's tomb, it is likely that Wuxiang Pavilion will unveil something extraordinary, making it truly worth attending. Chen Lin nodded, stating very well. Let us proceed to Wuxiang Pavilion in Jingzhou City. Wuxiang Pavilion is situated in the eastern district of Jingzhou City, a seemingly inconspicuous establishment amidst the Grand Tang Dynasty's principal city, where it is perceived as merely a vendor of herbs, cultivation techniques, and intelligence. Occasionally, it publishes various lists, such as the Immortal Ranking, the Fortune Ranking, and the Hidden Dragon Ranking, enigmatic to outsiders. Yet those in the know recognize the pavilion's formidable reputation. Within Jingzhou City, Wuxiang Pavilion harbors a harmonization realm powerhouse, a revered figure within the Tang Dynasty, and in Jingzhou, he is undeniably the foremost expert. Just a few hours prior, news circulated that Wuxiang Pavilion would host a grand auction. As the tidings spread, a multitude of powerful beings appeared, Tianyuan, harmonization, and even transformation realm experts. Accompanied by 3 others, they headed directly to Wuxiang Pavilion. Upon arrival, they were intercepted by a steward who informed them, esteemed guests, Wuxiang Pavilion is currently at full capacity. Please form an orderly queue. Furious, Xianxia retorted, presumptuous. Do you know who we are? Fetch Song Shuwen for me. Song Shuwen is the head of Wuxiang Pavilion in Jingzhou City and a harmonization realm expert. In the past, as the scion of the Xie family, one of the 9 great clans of the Tang Dynasty, Xianxia was fearless in Jingzhou, disregarding even the likes of Lu Chengfeng and his son. However, he dared not act recklessly within Wuxiang Pavilion, especially in the presence of Song Shuwen, whom he respected deeply. Now, He represented not merely himself, but the tiny mountain of the Xianxia sect. No matter how formidable you are, Song Shuwen, can you compare to the head of Tai Mountain? Wuxiang Pavilion, despite being the foremost commercial establishment in Tianyuan, should not forget that this is the Tai-Shin domain. The steward, momentarily taken aback, scoffed. You have audacity, indeed, to cause a ruckus in my Wuxiang Pavilion and dare to address our boss by name. You seek death, he commanded. Seize these troublemakers and expel them. You dare, Xia Qingshan bellowed, unleashing the oppressive aura of his condensation realm. The steward's expression shifted, indignantly retorting, Xie Qingshan, do you truly intend to act against me in Wuxiang Pavilion? Xie Qingshan, astonished, replied, you know me? The manager coldly scoffed. Who does not know you? Xie Qingshan, the scion of the illustrious Xie family, one of the 9 great clans of the Tang dynasty, the tyrant of Jingzhou. Allow me to remind you, you are courting trouble for your family. A mere Xie family does not command respect from Wanxiang Tower. Xie Qingyun chuckled disdainfully. What if I do take action? A few insignificant ruffians dare to obstruct my path? Do they not realize that I am no longer the same as before? He continued. It would be best to hand over Song Shuwen immediately, stating that the headmaster of Tai Mountain has come to Wanxiang Tower, and he should be received with haste. The manager retorted, I care not for your Tai Mountain headmaster. To dare invade Wanxiang Tower is to seek death. Why are you still standing there? Attack! Just as his subordinates were about to spring into action, an anxious voice broke through the tension. Stop this at once. In an instant, a middle-aged man appeared before them. The manager's expression brightened upon seeing him, and he hurriedly said, My lord, your arrival is most fortuitous. These audacious individuals dare to disturb Wanxiang Tower. I was just instructing my men to drive them away. Silence. The middle-aged man was Song Zhengwen, the head of Wanxiang Tower. He furiously declared, You shall be dealt with later. Then, with a face full of apology, he addressed Chen Lin, saying, I am Song Zhengwen, the head of Wanxiang Tower in Jingzhou. I deeply apologize for our earlier disrespect towards you, my lord. The manager was left utterly bewildered. The lord himself was offering an apology. Who exactly was this person? An overwhelming fear surged through him. With a thud, he fell to his knees, desperately pleading, My lord, I am blind to your greatness and have offended you. I deserve death. As he spoke, he slapped his own face repeatedly in remorse. Xie Qingshan sneered. Now you know fear? Where was your courage before? What a farce. Let me remind you, I am now a disciple of Tai Mountain, not the former tyrant of Jingzhou. Enough, he means no harm. Let it be, Chen Lin interjected, putting a stop to Xie Qingshan's arrogance. Yes, Xie Qingshan readily agreed. The manager bowed his head to Chen Lin, exclaiming, Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Chen Lin turned to Song Zhengwen and asked, You recognize me? Song Zhengwen replied, Who does not know of your renown, my lord? Even the once great, by Mei Zhenjuan of the Shushan sword sect fell at your hands. In the next creation list, you are surely destined for the top 5. Most importantly, you have reached the realm of Dongxian, unparalleled in history. You must be here for the auction in 3 days. Indeed, Chen Lin nodded. Wanxiang Tower, the foremost trading house in the Tianyuan world, shrouded in mystery and wielding influence across the 9 great domains, holds auctions infrequently. Each event is replete with rare treasures, magical arts, and secret techniques. This time, coinciding with the opening of the Demon Emperor's tomb and the Centennial Taishan Festival. One can only expect an abundance of extraordinary goods for this auction. How could I possibly miss such an event? Chapter 112, The Overlooked Alchemical Prodigy. Grateful for your esteemed patronage, this auction has indeed been meticulously prepared by my Wanxiang Pavilion. Not only do we have a divine artifact on offer, but we also present 5 varieties of royal-grade spiritual herbs, along with a myriad of secret techniques and treasures, all guaranteed to satisfy your esteemed self. Master Song Zhengwen remarked with a smile. Oh, Chen Lin expressed his keen interest. Artifacts and secret techniques are one thing, but the crux lies in the spiritual herbs. The Yushu sect excels in crafting weapons and possesses numerous secret techniques, yet falls short in alchemy and formations. Chen Lin inquired, so it follows that Wanxiang Pavilion must have a comprehensive selection of medicinal materials. Song Zhengwen replied with a smile. Our principle at Wanxiang Pavilion is simple. As long as you possess wealth, everything is negotiable. Then, are there any celestial artifacts or techniques available? Chen Lin asked. Indeed, Song Zhengwen affirmed. As long as you have the funds, anything can be procured, although celestial artifacts and techniques may come at a rather steep price. Wealth was something Chen Lin hardly regarded with concern. he was never in short supply of it. With the potential for a tenfold return on investment, he had no worries about finances. Since we are on this topic, I shall be frank. I require some medicinal materials of grade 9 or above, and I'm open to negotiation on the price. As an alchemist, he considered himself a 7th grade practitioner. He thought to seize the opportunity to enhance his alchemical prowess at a later date. Speaking of alchemists, the most formidable one in the Taishan domain was Gudan's master, the venerable elder of the Xianxia sect, Gohong, a royal grade alchemist. Each alchemist garnered immense respect and admiration from countless individuals. Not only alchemists, but weaponsmiths held similar esteem. Their standing within a sect could even surpass that of the sect leader. Song Zhongwen stated, I shall promptly report to the headquarters of Wanxiang Pavilion in the Taishan domain to prepare the medicinal materials for you, master. All you need to do is ready your spirit stones. Very well, Chen Lin responded, clearly satisfied. Since you have graced Wanxiang Pavilion with your presence, I shall arrange for your accommodations at once. Song Zhongwen instructed the steward. You, hurry and ensure the master is well settled. The steward promptly complied, not daring to delay. My goodness, this individual has actually made it to the top 5 of the fortune ranking. Even Master Song Zhongwen addresses him as master with such deference. He certainly does not wish to incur the pavilion's displeasure. In no time, Chen Lin was settled into the finest chamber of Wanxiang Pavilion. Not bad, this shows effort. Chen Lin remarked with satisfaction. The steward quickly replied, I am glad you find it to your liking. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command. I shall take my leave for now. As the steward departed, Chen Lin summoned Gu Qianxue, Shen Linglong, and Xianxia before him. Since we are at Wanxiang Pavilion, feel free to purchase whatever you fancy. With a wave of his hand, 3 million spirit stones instantaneously appeared before the trio, each receiving a generous pile. Master, is this for us? Shen Linglong asked excitedly. Of course, Chen Lin nodded. Thank you, Master, they replied in unison. The 3 individuals were overwhelmed with joy. Each pile of spirit stones amounted to a staggering 1 million. They felt as though fortune had smiled upon them. Without hesitation, they collected the spirit stones, their minds already wandering to the upcoming transaction fair at the Wanxiang Tower, hopeful of discovering some rare treasures. The auction was scheduled to take place 3 days hence. However, prior to that, an array of formidable beings and powerful factions had been drawn to the Wanxiang Tower, eager to capitalize on the opportunity. With the intent of reaping benefits, the tower organized a modest trading event, facilitating connections and providing a venue for independent transactions. Upon entering, they had already observed this arrangement. Little did they know, at that moment, Chen Lin was even more elated. Though 1 million spirit stones appeared substantial, in reality, it was hardly a considerable amount. After all, the Tai Mountain was rather impoverished. These spirit stones were rewards from a previous martial arts tournament, supplemented by the spoils of countless strong adversaries vanquished at the Demon Emperor's tomb. Now, however, a critical return had transformed 3 million spirit stones into a staggering 300 billion. It was likely that the total spirit stones across the entire Tai Mountain were not even a tenth of this sum. Ding. The host bestows 3 million spirit stones upon disciples Gu Qianxue, Shen Linglong, and Xianxia, qualifying for a critical return. Do you wish to proceed with the critical return? Critical return confirmed. Critical success. A reward of 10,000 times the critical return, yielding 300 billion spirit stones. Would you like to claim it? Claim. In an instant, a mountain of spirit stones appeared within the Tianyuan ring. This was indeed 300 billion. Master, we shall head to the trading fair now, Shen Linglong remarked. Very well, go ahead, Chen Lin nodded in agreement. However, Xianxia, you stay. Xianxia replied, taken aback. Master, Chen Lin said solemnly, you have been with us for several months now. Though I cannot take you as a true disciple, you are now a member of Tai Mountain. As a nascent cultivator and a steward of the sect, have you contemplated your future development? Xianxia replied, I shall heed your instructions, master. Wherever you send me, I shall go. Chen Lin could not help but roll his eyes, responding somewhat exasperatedly. Very well, I intend to have you study alchemy and serve as the alchemist elder of Tai Mountain. Are you willing? Xianxia affirmed, I will follow your lead, master. However, I must confess that my alchemy skills are somewhat lacking. I am merely a second-tier alchemist. You practice alchemy? Chen Lin inquired, surprised. His decision to have Xianxia delve into alchemy was primarily driven by the lack of talent for this art in both Gu Qianxue and Shen Linglong, despite his previous guidance yielding minimal results. Now, With one third-tier alchemist and one second-tier alchemist, he was reminded of Xianxia. He discovered that Xianxia possessed a wood-fire constitution, highly suited for alchemy. Unexpectedly, he was pleasantly surprised to learn that Xianxia was indeed a second-tier alchemist. Xianxia remarked, "Since childhood, I have held a profound passion for alchemy. This is not mere self-praise. Had it not been for my obsession with the craft, my cultivation would rival that of Lu Chuan. Among the younger generation of Jingzhou, I am undoubtedly the foremost expert." Chen Lin chuckled and replied, "I believe your words. Since you have a fondness for alchemy, the path forward is clear. I shall impart the secrets of the art to you." Thereafter, Chen Lin began to guide Xianxia. At that moment, Chen Lin realized he had indeed underestimated Xianxia's innate talent. Initially perceiving him as a frivolous youth, he had allowed him entry into Tiny Mountain, not anticipating that despite his mediocre aptitude and lackadaisical approach to cultivation, his gift for alchemy was truly remarkable. There was indeed potential for him to become a master alchemist. Chen Lin stated, "Alchemy may seem straightforward, yet it is fraught with complexities. To become a formidable alchemist, one must first master a method of flame potent enough to sustain your alchemical endeavors." When discussing flames, Chen Lin found himself at a loss. The most powerful flames he currently commanded, the Yin Divine Fire and the Yang Divine Fire, were ill-suited for alchemy. The most appropriate flames for this art were undoubtedly the 23 types of otherworldly fires born of heaven and earth. However, he possessed none of these. Chapter 113, The Bone of the Divine Beast. Currently, he could only hope for a critical return. The 23 otherworldly fires, in their primordial state, were all classified as royal-grade flames, yet they possessed the potential for infinite growth by consuming other flames. However, with two opposing flames, the likelihood of their harmonious fusion without catastrophic consequences was slim. It appeared that the bone of the disaster beast had found its master. Originally, Chen Lin intended to gift the bone of disaster to Shen Linglong, but it seemed he must reconsider. Chen Lin produced a piece of the precious bone and declared, "This is the bone of the ancient demonic beast, the disaster beast, containing the power of flame consumption. Since you have chosen the path of alchemy, I bestow it upon you." The bone of the ancient demonic beast signified that its inner powers were likely divine-level abilities. Xianxia trembled with excitement. With a thud, he knelt before Chen Lin, exclaiming, "I am deeply grateful for your generous gift, esteemed master." Chen Lin responded, "Rise for now, you must refine the bone, and I shall lend you my support." Xianxia promptly seated himself in a meditative posture as Chen Lin began the refinement process. The bone, a vital component of the ancient demonic beast, bore various runes, and to refine it, one must strip these runes from the bone and inscribe them within oneself to acquire the bone's divine powers. If Xianxia were to attempt this alone, it would be an insurmountable challenge, requiring years of effort. However, with Chen Lin's assistance, the situation was different. Though the bone was robust, it contained the essence of the sun's fire, which would be employed for direct incineration. The runes of the bone swiftly manifested, and then, with supreme sword intent, they were stripped away and finally infused into Xianxia's body. The entire process took merely a few minutes. "Quickly, refine the runes," Chen Lin urged. Xianxia, overwhelmed with excitement, prepared to absorb the runes. Certainly, the entity that devours is solely flames. Any flame can be consumed, transforming into its own essence, incinerating all in its path, with an astonishing upper limit. Though the ranking of the devourer is not particularly high, this is primarily due to the multitude of flames it must consume. The celestial realm holds but a finite number of flames, which are rare and elusive. Moreover, the ability to devour has its limitations. Unlike the insatiable appetites of Kunpeng and Taotai, which can consume anything, it is restricted to flames alone. Furthermore, it utilizes these flames to forge its body, soul, and magical power, integrating runes into its being. What follows rests solely upon Xianxia. As time flowed on, Xianxia remained immersed in his cultivation. Gu Qinshui and Shen Linglong returned from the trading venue. Upon entering, the two women presented a brocade box as if offering a precious treasure, exclaiming, "Master, behold what we have procured." With that, they opened the box. A cry resonated as a fire phoenix emerged, lunging toward Chen Lin. With a furrowed brow, Chen Lin waved his hand, causing the phoenix to vanish, revealing the herbs within the box that resembled the fire phoenix. This was the phoenix immortal elixir. No, it was a ruined version of the elixir, Regrettably, a once vibrant herb had lost much of its potency. Unless it were to be re-nurtured with celestial energy, it would merely qualify as a royal-grade spiritual herb. Chen Lin lamented. The Phoenix Immortal Elixir, also known as the Phoenix Celestial Medicine, is said to sprout from the saliva of a phoenix. Chen Lin inquired, "From whence did you acquire this spiritual herb?" Xianxia promptly recounted their experience. It turned out that they had not traded for the herb itself, but rather for a statue, a coral fish sculpture, visually appealing, although ordinary. Recognizing that their master possessed countless treasures, they sought a token of goodwill. Thus they purchased it. After acquiring it, the two vied to present it to Chen Lin. However, in an unfortunate mishap, the statue slipped from their grasp and shattered into pieces. In an instant, a fire phoenix soared forth. The two women swiftly destroyed the phoenix, only to uncover the damaged phoenix celestial medicine concealed within. "Master, though it is gravely damaged, it was once an elixir of immortality, and I present it to you," they offered. Chen Lin accepted the spiritual herb, shaking his head. "This elixir is of no use to me. However, it may assist Xianxia in his endeavor to refine the devouring rune." With that, he executed a swift motion, infusing the elixir into Xianxia's body. With the entry of the elixir, the devouring rune within Xianxia erupted with fervor, as if responding to a call. Directly absorbing the essence, a flame of devourer emerged from within him, and a trace of phoenix flame contained within the spiritual material was likewise consumed, elevating the devouring flame to the royal grade. Chen Lin had originally been contemplating how to acquire a unique flame. Now, with the addition of the phoenix flame, the Huidou fire has ascended to the rank of a kingly flame. Even for a 9th-tier alchemist, this Huidou fire would be more than sufficient. Beep. The host has gifted the disciple Xianxia with the Huidou bone, meeting the criteria for critical return. Shall it trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. The critical hit is successful, rewarding an 8,000-fold return, yielding a Kunpeng bone. The Kunpeng, an ancient mythical beast, ranks among the top 3 entities. It surpasses even Zhu Yin in ferocity, let alone Huidou. The Huidou primarily devours flames, whereas the Kunpeng consumes all. Huidou may be deemed a divine-level beast, but the Kunpeng embodies an unparalleled celestial beast. Though Chen Lin could not fully comprehend the significance of the Huidou bone, he highly valued the Kunpeng bone. The devouring ability it possessed was merely a weakened version of the Great Devouring Technique, which is a Grand Avenue spell, also known as an innate treasure spell. Beep. The host has gifted the disciple with residual immortal-grade medicinal herbs, meeting the criteria for critical return. Shall it trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. The critical hit is successful, rewarding a 9,000-fold return, yielding an immortal-grade phoenix elixir. To Chen Lin's astonishment, he had truly manifested the phoenix elixir. This elixir, often referred to as the elixir of immortality, can enhance one's aptitude, undergo a transformation, cleanse the marrow, and even grant a new lease on life. Practitioners also face lifespan limitations. Even a great emperor has a maximum lifespan of merely 10,000 years. To continue living, one must either transcend life and death, starting anew, or consume an elixir. In the Tianyuan World, there are only 9 such elixirs. Even the supreme elixir that Chen Lin consumed does not contain the essence of immortality. With this elixir, it is as if Chen Lin has been granted a second chance at life. The peach tree of immortality in Yaoqi sacred land is akin to an elixir of immortality. It bears 9 peaches over 3,000 years. Consuming just one is only considered a half-immortal elixir. One must consume all 9 to truly be reborn. Otherwise, it merely extends one's life. 10,000 years represent a critical threshold. Once this limit is reached, unless one consumes a complete elixir to be reborn, even taking a single peach will not surpass the lifespan constraint. As Chen Lin reaped substantial rewards from the 10,000-fold critical hit, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. The power of Huidou surged within him, and his cultivation began to elevate at a visibly rapid pace. Chapter 114. The Eve of the Auction. From the mid-stage to the late stage of condensation, and finally to the pinnacle of condensation, his cultivation ceased to rise. Feeling the enhancement of his cultivation, Xianxia was overjoyed. In just a few months, he had progressed from the qi refining stage to the pinnacle of condensation, mastering the Huidou fire. Though it was merely a kingly flame, it possessed remarkable versatility. Xianxia knelt before Chen Lin, expressing his profound gratitude, Disciple thanks the Grandmaster for the generous gift. Chen Lin spoke, rise, and become well acquainted with the power within you. Tomorrow, I shall impart to you the art of alchemy. Yes, disciple takes leave, Xianxia responded joyfully, departing to familiarize himself with his realm. Observing Xianxia's exit, Chen Lin turned to Gu Qianxue and Chen Linglong, inquiring, your gains this time are commendable. Recently, I have acquired a new technique that will greatly benefit you both, and I shall teach it to you now. Without delay, Chen Lin began to impart the Sacred Spirit Technique to the two women. The Sacred Spirit Technique is an unparalleled method, a pinnacle of divine-level mastery. In simpler terms, mastering this technique allows one to become as indomitable as an insect that cannot be exterminated. It is no wonder it stands among the 5 great legacies of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Of the 4 celestial arts, the Sacred Spirit Technique is the sole divine-level art. Ding! The host imparts the divine secret art, Sacred Spirit Technique, to disciples Gu Qianxue and Chen Linglong. The conditions for a critical return have been met. Shall it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical success. Reward. 10,000-fold critical return, acquiring the innate treasure art, Great Sacred Spirit Technique. To his astonishment, a critical return had yielded an innate treasure art, an existence even more formidable than celestial arts, a mere syllable away from greatness. It immediately ascended to the ranks of innate treasure arts. Innate treasure arts form the very foundation of all, the path of emperors, having evolved from such arts. Chen Lin was well aware that within the Yushu sect, there existed no innate treasure arts. These arts are the cornerstone of achieving greatness. At this moment, Chen Lin possessed the immortal body of the 9 turns profound art, the purple cloud immortal garb, the mysterious turtle immortal technique, along with the innate treasure art. Great Sacred Spirit Technique, truly the embodiment of an invincible being. Chen Lin couldn't help but smile wryly. Previously, he had obtained a completion pill, which could elevate any divine art below celestial level to the pinnacle of perfection. He intended to reserve it for the Sacred Spirit Technique post-critical hit, believing it would yield at most a celestial level art. To his surprise, it had resulted in an innate treasure art, his first, no his second, as he also possessed the 9 turns profound art. Now, he comprehended that the 9 turns profound art is undoubtedly the most elite of innate treasure arts. And due to the initial critical hit, the system's perfect outcome had bestowed upon him this supreme technique, one of the top 10 innate treasure arts across the myriad realms. With the Sacred Spirit Technique transformed into the Great Sacred Spirit Technique, becoming an innate treasure art, the completion pill was rendered unnecessary. He pondered which of his celestial arts to cultivate to perfection. The Sacred Spirit Technique was the primary choice, followed by the 1 Qi transforming into 3 clear sword technique, and the Emperor's prognostication art, one for the strongest offense, the other for the most powerful support. Let me consider this carefully, he thought. But wait, system, I inquire of you, why did I only receive a single critical reward for imparting the Sacred Spirit Technique to both Gu Qianxue and Chen Linglong? Are you withholding my critical returns? Chen Lin immediately questioned. This system adheres to the principles of fairness and justice, ensuring that the host's critical return is never compromised. Although you imparted the Holy Spirit Technique to both Gu Qianxue and Chen Linglong, it is indeed the same skill, allowing for the merging of critical returns, thus enhancing the multiplication of returns. Otherwise, do you truly believe you could acquire the innate treasure, the Grand Holy Spirit Technique? Furthermore, the combined critical strike only consumes 1 opportunity for critical return. Indeed, this is a tremendous gain. It is evident now. The critical return extends even to the Grand Holy Spirit Technique, an innate treasure. It appears that the first critical strike on Spirit Stones counts as 1, the Calamity Bone Treasure as another, the Phoenix Elixir as yet another, and the Holy Spirit Technique counts as 1 more, totaling 4 instances. While one can receive critical returns 5 times in a day, there remains another opportunity. Chen Lin chuckled. Linglong, your senior sister wields the yin-yang twin swords. Yet you lack a commendable celestial sword. Fortunately, I possess the Southern Bright Leaf Fire Sword, which I shall bestow upon you. The Southern Bright Leaf Fire Sword, a treasure of the Xianxia Immortal Sect's Shushan Sword Vein, is a top-tier divine treasure of fire attribute, perfectly suited for Chen Linglong. Chen Linglong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Thank you, Master. I adore it, and shall not disappoint your expectations. Chen Lin was quite pleased by her enthusiasm. As the fifth critical return unfolded, a notification chimed. The host has gifted Chen Lin the divine treasure, Southern Brightly Fire Sword, which meets the criteria for critical return. Would you like to activate the critical strike? Critical strike. The critical strike is successful, rewarding a 7,000-fold critical return, resulting in the acquisition of the celestial weapon. The Overlord Bow. It is not a celestial sword, but nonetheless, the Overlord Bow, a weapon of ranged attack, can eliminate foes from 1,000 miles away. It only requires the awareness of the opponent's aura to pursue it, striking true upon sensing blood. Once struck, the arrow activates the runes of Death's Lament, draining the target of all their essence, magical power, and vitality. What a remarkable celestial weapon. Its lethality surpasses that of the Xian celestial sword significantly. With the Overlord Bow, his combat prowess undoubtedly receives a substantial boost. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Chen Lin meticulously guided Xianxia, even granting him an opportunity for enlightenment. In just 3 days, he advanced from a second-grade alchemist to a fourth-grade alchemist, matching Gu Qianxue and Chen Lin in prowess, while Chen Lin himself smoothly ascended to the realm of 8th-grade alchemist. Moreover, within these 3 days, another reward materialized, the grand gift obtained from his relationship with Miaoshan, which finally granted him a combat technique, the Shadow of the Demon, allowing him to move like a fleeting shadow in battle, swift as lightning and nearly impossible to anticipate. As for the divine experience elixir, Chen Lin concluded that he would pursue the Emperor's Qi observation technique, deemed the strongest form of assistance. However, this does not imply that assistance cannot kill. Capturing fortune and using it to vanquish foes is a formidable ability only achievable at the pinnacle of cultivation. Much like a curse, it can strike unseen, taking lives without a trace. It can be said that becoming his shadow is the most formidable means. Thus, Chen Lin's attribute panel underwent a tremendous transformation in the span of just 3 individuals. Host, Chen Lin. Qualities: Supreme Immortal Body, 12th rank Immortal Body. Top-tier physique of the Tianyuan World. Realm: 8th realm of Martial Dao, late stage of Dongxian. First on the creation ranking, 2nd master of Yushu Immortal Sect. Among the top 20 in the Tai-Xian domain. Cultivation method: 9 transformations of profound art, a supreme technique ranked among the top 10 across all realms. Cultivated to the 3rd level of great accomplishment, mastering derived supernatural powers, an indestructible body of immense strength, capable of manifesting the laws of heaven and earth. Supernatural powers, great sage spirit art, 1 Qi transforming 3 pure ones, imperial Qi divination, spirit communication immortal technique, Xin turtle immortal technique. The first 2 forms of supreme divine fist, Great Zhou Tian star sword technique, Great Zhou Tian sword drawing technique, Great Zhou Tian destruction sword technique. A distance of mere inches, mist shadow technique, 10,000 swords returning to the sect, lunar divine fire, solar divine fire, and so forth. Appearance: exuding an air of dominance, invincible and unparalleled, the purple-robed sword immortal, capable of ranking among the top 10 in the Tai-Xian domain. Chapter 115. The first seat of the floating island. Secondary occupations: 8th rank alchemist, 7th rank artifact refiner, 7th rank array master, 7th rank talismonger, 7th rank immortal healer. Undoubtedly the strongest sovereign, proficient in every aspect. On the eve of the auction, Song Zhengwen came to pay a visit. My lord, these are the medicinal materials I have prepared over the past 3 days for your review. Chen Lin expressed his satisfaction, saying, not bad. There are actually 2 divine herbs, 11 king herbs, totaling 187 varieties of spiritual medicines, and the prices are quite reasonable. Song Zhengwen replied, I have calculated everything at the market's lowest prices for you, my lord. The total value is 352,300,000. You only need to provide 350 million. Chen Lin, displeased, remarked, do I appear to be lacking in funds? 352,300,000 is merely trivial. The return on investment is genuinely a bountiful harvest. My worth is now over 30 billion. So 300 million is but a drop in the ocean. Song Zhengwen hurriedly expressed his apologies, realizing that this individual was not to be trifled with. Although for this auction, the Wanxiang Tower had dispatched a transformation-level expert to oversee matters, compared to this present figure, that was insignificant. Chen Lin then said, by the way, I have some items I no longer need. I wonder if your Wanxiang Tower would be interested. We accept everything. Song Zhengwen promptly replied. Chen Lin nodded. That makes things easier. I have several treasures. Please assess their value. These treasures were all unexpected gains from the Demon Emperor's tomb, acquired by plundering numerous powerful beings at the third level of longevity, including several king-grade artifacts, countless 9th and 8th grade items, totaling 200 to 300 pieces. It is no wonder others often say, gold belts come from killing and arson, while roads and bridges are built without corpses. Song Zhenwen quickly assured, rest assured, my lord. Once the prices are calculated, I will deliver the spirit stones to you. My lord, the auction is about to commence. I shall personally escort you. Lead the way. Chen Lin instructed. Song Zhenwen respectfully escorted Chen Lin to the first private room, the finest one in the entire auction hall. Initially, he had intended for Chen Lin to occupy the third room, but early this morning, he received an order from the headquarters of the Taishan domain to host Chen Lin with the honor befitting a slayer of the Dao Kings. This news greatly alarmed him, for he understood the significance of the Dao Slayer. This status belonged to the third realm of ascension, approaching the divine. And those who had truly entered the upper echelons of the Tianyuan World were but 6 in the entirety of the Taishan domain. Each one was a stabilizing force from the ancient clans of the celestial sections. The fact that he, Song Zhenwen, was held in such high regard by the headquarters compelled him to swiftly adjust his strategy and usher Chen Lin into the first private room. Upon entering the room, Song Zhenwen took his leave. Indeed, the first private room was perfectly situated at the very center of the auction hall, offering an unobstructed view of the entire event. While the four waited, a sudden ruckus erupted outside the door. Your Highness, the first private room is already occupied by guests. Please do not intrude. Step aside. Knowing who I am, how dare you block my path? Tell me, what place is this? Jingzhou City. Does it not belong to the Great Tang? Who else is more qualified than I to occupy the first private room at today's auction? The steward, anxious, replied, Your Highness, inside sits a person from the celestial sect. The prince scoffed, and what of it? Do you know who stands beside me? The head of the Xianxia Island from the Luofu celestial sect. The Luofu celestial sect is situated in the far east of the Taishan domain, among the islands of the Eastern Sea, with each lineage divided by island. Xianxia Island being one of the 9. Step aside. With a resounding crash, the door to the private room was kicked open, and the prince, leading several others, entered in a procession. I must see which celestial sect head dares to seize my Li Qian's private room. Li Qian, you are being audacious, Shen Linglong exclaimed, furious at the blatant intrusion. The steward, covering his face, hurriedly apologized. My lord, I am deeply sorry. I could not prevent their entry. These esteemed individuals were personally brought to the private room by Lord Song Zhenwen, who instructed that they be treated with utmost respect. If they were to take offense, the entire Wanxiang Tower would face dire consequences. Yet, he had done his utmost to stop them, which proved futile. He could only hope that the esteemed guests would not hold him accountable. Otherwise, he shuddered to think of the repercussions. Li Qian, surprised to hear his name called, looked at Shen Linglong with astonishment. You know me? You look quite familiar. Ah, it's you, Shen Linglong. My ill-fated third brother wished to marry you. Yet you fled from the wedding. I never expected to encounter you here. How delightful. Although my unfortunate brother sought to marry you to win over your elder brother, I must admit, you are indeed breathtakingly beautiful, a sight to behold. Shen Linglong, why not marry me instead, as my esteemed consort? Once I ascend to the throne as the emperor, I shall bestow upon you the title of imperial concubine, allowing you to bring glory to your ancestors. Shen Linglong trembled with rage, exclaiming, Li Qian, do you wish to follow in the footsteps of the third prince and meet a similar fate? How dare you speak to the crown prince in such a manner? Shen Linglong, do you wish for the annihilation of the Shen family? Chided a middle-aged man standing behind Li Qian. Shen Linglong retorted disdainfully, Li Qian, you truly overestimate your own significance. If you think you can obliterate the Shen family, you clearly remain ignorant of how your third brother met his demise. Li Qian's expression darkened, an inexplicable shiver coursing through him. The third prince was his greatest rival for the throne, a significant threat due to their father's favoritism. Yet, he had mysteriously died not long ago. With the emperor forbidding any investigation, could they have orchestrated his death? As the crown prince, he understood that the Tang dynasty was not entirely devoid of fear. Certain powers held sway that they could not afford to offend, such as the immortal sect, the ancient clans, and the 5 great sects. However, considering the presence of the esteemed master of the floating island beside him, he felt a sense of relief. His intent in visiting the first private room was to curry favor with this influential figure, as securing the support of the master would undoubtedly earn him the emperor's favor. With a cold sneer, he declared, "I care not how my brother met his end. What I do know is that we have set our sights on the first private room. You may either relinquish it willingly or face our wrath as we force you out. Do you dare, Li Qian? Go ahead and try," Chen Lin seethed. Li Qian's kufa. "Then I shall demonstrate." Just as he was about to act, the master of the floating island suddenly stood up, as if confronted by a ghost that sent chills through him, and intervened. Li Qian respectfully inquired, "Master Zhu, do you have any instructions?" Zhu Xiaohu, the master of the floating island of the Ruo fusion sect, appeared to be in his 40s, with striking sword-like brows. Moments ago, he exuded an aura of sharpness. But now he was cautious. "May I inquire if you are Lord Chen Lin, the esteemed master of Tai Mountain from the Yushu sect?" Zhu Xiaohu asked in a hushed tone. "Indeed, my master is the master of Tai Mountain," replied Chen Linglong. Zhu Xiaohu turned pale, slapping Li Qian across the face. "You fool, do you wish to bring about my ruin?" He then cautiously added, "My lord, forgive me. It is this self-proclaimed crown prince of the Tang dynasty who insisted on bringing me to the first private room. Had I known it belonged to you, I would not have dared to be so presumptuous, even if you offered me 1,000 lives. I shall take my leave at once." Li Qian was momentarily stunned. What on earth was happening? The master of the floating island, an extraordinary being of divine transformation, was bowing and scraping before this young person, nearly prostrating himself. Who had he offended? The master of Tai Mountain of the Yushu sect. Could it be him? If there were anyone in the Tang dynasty with a reputation as resounding as thunder, it would undoubtedly be Shen Mengshi, the reincarnation of the god of war. Several days prior, a fierce battle ensued against the demon horde, resulting in the slaughter of over 10,000 demons, including a high-ranking demon of the Dao integration level, 12 formidable celestial demons, and more than 50 earthly demons. This marked the most significant devastation inflicted upon the demon kind since the onset of this chaotic era. The self-proclaimed Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf was honored with the title of Greedy Wolf Marquis by the Emperor himself, within the entirety of the Tai Xian domain. The one to be reckoned with was none other than Chen Lin, the head of the Yusu immortal sect and the esteemed master of Tai Mountain. He had vanquished the 3 principal leaders of the Xianxia immortal sect, Bai Mei, Fu Santong, and Qi Haoyun. Notably, he had slain the revered Bai Mei Jinjun, who held the 9th position on the creation list, showcasing his decisive ruthlessness and formidable power. To provoke him was tantamount to challenging the king of hell himself. It was no wonder that the illustrious head of the Luo Fu immortal sect, stationed on the floating island, was rendered utterly terrified in his presence. With a thud, Li Qian fell to his knees in fear, slapping his own face with vigor. He pleaded, "My lord, spare my life. I was blind to your greatness and have offended you. I deserve this punishment. I implore you, consider my status as the crown prince of Great Tang, and let me live this time." With disdain, Chen Linglong retorted, "Now you realize fear? Is it not too late?" Li Qian responded, "It is not too late, Miss Shen. Upon my return, I shall report to my father and have the warrant for your arrest revoked. I will personally apologize to your esteemed Shen family on behalf of the royal family." Fuming, Chen Linglong replied, "You still have not rescinded the warrant against me? This cannot simply be overlooked." Li Qian, on the verge of tears, lamented, "Miss Shen, this matter does not concern me. It is my father's decision, and I am powerless as his son." Chen Linglong scoffed, "If you are indeed powerless, what right do you have to persuade your father to revoke the warrant against me?" At a loss for words, Li Qian fell silent. Chen Lin interjected, "Enough. The auction is about to commence. Let them leave." Chen Linglong remarked, "Your Highness, you should consider yourself fortunate that my master has allowed you to depart, thus sparing your life." With a sense of relief, Li Qian felt as if the command to leave was music to his ears, hastily retreating from the scene. Once outside the private room, he wiped the sweat from his brow and addressed Zhu Xiaohu, "Master Zhu." "Leave." Zhu Xiaohu barked in response, "Li Qian, were it not for your status as the crown prince of Great Tang, your actions would have provoked my ire against Lord Chen Lin. I would have struck you down right here and now." With a flourish of his sleeve, he turned to depart. Li Qian, on the verge of tears, realized his attempt to ingratiate himself with Zhu Xiao who had backfired, landing him in an even more precarious situation. "Your Highness, what shall we do now?" a subordinate inquired. "Let us return to the capital," Li Qian thought, his mind set on the singular notion of returning to safety, for the outside world was fraught with danger. The auction soon commenced. Although the Wanxiang building had hastily organized this event in light of the emergence of the Demon Emperor's tomb, an impressive array of treasures awaited the attendees. Each private room had already prepared a set of pages, clearly documenting the items for auction. As advertised, the treasures were indeed scarce, with even a divine-grade artifact among them. However, what truly captured Chen Lin's attention was a piece of wood, inscribed with the words exotic treasure. This exotic treasure, with its peculiar nature, remained uncertain in rank, yet its price was relatively modest, placed as the third item for auction. Chen Lin was filled with uncertainty regarding this piece of wood. Chen Linglong inquired, "Master, what is so special about this piece of wood?" Chen Lin shook his head, replying, "I am uncertain. If it truly is what I suspect, it must not be lost." As Chen Lin examined the third auction item within the 12th private room, a figure clad in black robes was also fixated on the third auction item, brimming with excitement. It was indeed the legendary celestial pillar wood. He never imagined that the Wuxiang building would overlook such a treasure. This auction was a fortuitous event, and he was determined to possess this celestial artifact. Meanwhile, in the second private room, two elderly gentlemen sat. Had there been an outsider present, they would undoubtedly recognize these two venerable figures. They were from the Tai-Xian domain, two supreme elders of the Li Hui sect, known as the True Monarch of Creation, ranked just behind the Bai, make True Monarch on the creation list. One held the 10th rank, while the other was ranked 11th. However, to regard them merely by their rankings would be a grave error. Both bore the surname Xiao Tianzhua and Xiao Tianyu, twin brothers born together, raised together, and who entered the Li Hui sect together, sharing a profound connection and excelling in collaborative strategies. They had once joined forces to battle and defeat the top 3 experts on the creation list. As they perused the auction catalog, they too discovered the third auction item. Xiao Tianzhua asked, "Brother, do you think this piece of wood could be the legendary celestial pillar wood?" Xiao Tianyu responded with surprise, "Indeed, it seems quite likely. Regardless of whether it is or not, let us acquire it. It is an exotic treasure, after all. The price is not steep, and the competition is not fierce. If it is not the celestial pillar, then it is no loss. Yet, if it is, it would certainly be an extraordinary treasure." The two brothers swiftly reached a decision. They would bid. Soon, the first auction item was presented. As the inaugural item, it could not be trivial. A royal-grade artifact known as the Heavenly Mechanism Fan, starting at 30 million spirit stones. Royal-grade artifacts would entice not only the various secular forces, but also many within the celestial gates and sections. The royal family of the Great Tang, the 9 prominent clans, held legacies, artifacts, and elixirs, with the Wuxiang building serving as their finest source. Chen Lin, however, had little interest in a royal-grade artifact, which was ultimately purchased by a sect elder for 80 million spirit stones. The second auction item was quickly brought forth, a 9th-grade elixir known as the He Dao Pill, designed to enhance one's cultivation in the He Dao realm. The starting bid was over 10 million spirit stones, and it ultimately sold for more than 30 million. Acquired by the royal family of the Great Tang. The crown prince, Li Qian, represented an individual. Meanwhile, the royal family's lineage office had officials specifically tasked with gathering resources. Chapter 117. The three-way contest soon. The third auction item was presented. It was placed on a tray, covered by a red veil. The moment it was brought forth, Chen Lin discerned that this wooden block was indeed the pillar of heaven. The Jianmu, known as the celestial tree, Jianmu serves as the bridge between the mortal realm and the celestial realm. Ranking among the top 10 innate spiritual roots of the world, exceedingly rare and regarded as a celestial treasure. With profound mastery of the Emperor's Qi observation technique, Chen Lin immediately perceived the essence of the wood. Beneath its withered exterior lay a trace of celestial energy. "It truly is Jianmu," Chen Lin declared. "Master, do you mean this is Jianmu?" Gu Qianxue inquired, astonished. "Master, we cannot allow others to acquire this Jianmu," Chen Lin replied with a smile. The auctioneer proclaimed loudly, "The third item for bidding is a peculiar treasure, a piece of extraordinary wood. Some say it is thunderstruck wood, others claim it is ironwood, while there are those who assert it is the legendary Jianmu. However, what it truly is depends on your discerning eyes. The starting bid is set at 10 million. The highest bidder shall take it." As the auctioneer announced the commencement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Thunderstruck wood is well understood, valued at several hundred thousand. If it were ironwood, it would be worth a few spirit stones. However, if it were Jianmu, its value would be immeasurable, potentially reaching billions. Thus, this was a gamble, A wager on the true nature of the wood. I bid 11 million. Instantly, someone raised the stakes. I bid 12 million. I bid 13 million. In less than 2 minutes, the price surged to over 30 million. Xianxia urged anxiously, Master, quickly place a bid, or it will be bought by someone else. At this point, most were intimidated by the 30 million price tag. After all, no one could guarantee whether this wood was indeed Jianmu. With a smile, Chen Lin raised his hand and declared 40 million. He raised the bid by 8 million, causing a stir among all present. Is this person mad? Does he truly believe it is Jianmu? Jianmu is extraordinarily precious. In the ancient era, there was indeed a Jianmu on the Tianyuan continent. But during the latter part of the ancient age, it was destroyed amidst relentless wars. Any Jianmu that once existed had long since vanished. Even 1,000,000 years ago, if there were 1 or 2 pieces of Jianmu, they had already been divided among others. In my view, this piece of wood is merely thunderstruck wood. Fool! A figure in a black robe in box 12 snorted coldly, clearly hearing the surrounding discussions. This is acceptable. At least no one will contend with me for the Jianmu. However, who is the person in box 1? Could it be that he has discerned the true nature of this wood? It seems unlikely. This Jianmu has been buried underground for ages, stripped of any Jianmu characteristics. Perhaps he is just a wealthy nouveau riche. The figure cloaked in black soon regained composure, leisurely increasing the bid. 41 million. 42 million. The bids came from box 2, the Xiao brothers. The black-cloaked man was taken aback. At this moment, only 3 contenders remained. Box 1, Box 2, and his own box 12. I bid 50 million. While the black-cloaked man was momentarily distracted, Chen Lin made his offer. Such funds were trivial. With a potential 1,000-fold return, wouldn't the money materialize? The black-cloaked man frowned and countered 51 million. 52 million. A minute later, the price soared to 70 million. The competition still involved 3 parties, and the atmosphere became increasingly peculiar. The Wanshan auction house was modest, housing merely 12 boxes, accessible only to individuals of esteemed status within the immortal sect. Even disciples, stewards, or elders of the sect were relegated to seats outside. This exclusivity left all present in astonishment. They might profess ignorance, yet these influential figures could not be mistaken. Many were tempted. 70 million was comparable to an exceptional treasure of royal caliber. The crux lay in its accessibility. If it were truly the fabled Jianmu, it would be worth a fortune. But if not, the losses could be catastrophic. At this juncture, the Xiao brothers grew somewhat anxious. 70 million spirit stones. Xiao Tianzu was incensed. Who on earth are the occupants of box 1 and box 12? Brother, do you truly believe this is Jianmu? Xiao Tianyuan replied. Judging by the demeanor of boxes 1 and 12, it is highly probable that this piece of wood is indeed Jianmu. Very well, let us gamble, Xiao Tianzu declared. I, Xiao Tianzu of the Lihua sect, bid 80 million for this wood. I wonder if the esteemed guest present will grant me this favor. What? The elder of the Lihua sect, ranked 10th on the fortune list. Instantly, the entire auction hall erupted in excitement. This was a genuine heavyweight, akin to a sect leader. The fortune list boasted over 30 formidable figures, encompassing the true monarchs of fortune from the entire Taishan domain. Anyone named on that list was a dominant force. Moreover, the Xiao brothers held a unique position on this ranking. There was a saying in the Taishan domain, left does not part from right, nor right from left. Where there was Xiao Tianzu, there would surely be Xiao Tianyuan. It now appeared that this piece of wood might indeed be Jianmu. But what of that? Could anyone dare to contest the Xiao brothers? Silence enveloped the crowd. However, within box 12, the black-cloaked man furrowed his brow. It was indeed the Xiao brothers, which posed a dilemma. Yet what of it? Jianmu was his to claim. I bid 81 million. The black-cloaked man showed no signs of yielding. Chen Lin was well aware of the Xiao brothers' reputation. Not just him, but even Xianxia, Shenling Long, and Xianxia regarded them with indifference. With a dismissive tone, he remarked, Master, the Xiao brothers are indeed arrogant, attempting to intimidate others with their power. Chen Lin shook his head and replied, to exert power over others, one must truly possess that power. If they cannot intimidate, then their efforts are utterly meaningless. I bid 82 million. A thunderous reaction ensued. The Xiao brothers were enraged, perceiving this as a blatant insult to their status. They knew their identities, yet dared to raise the price. Fuming, the Xiao brothers shouted, You must think carefully, if you recklessly increase the bid and disregard my face. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chen Lin scoffed. Is your face truly worth anything? This piece of wood is not even a precious Jianshu, But if it were, I wouldn't care about your reputation, nor even the heavens. Well, while Xiao Tianzu coldly huffed, you have guts, friend. If you have the ability, leave your name. I, Xiao Tianzu, shall see who dares to compete with us for this treasure. Chen Lin disdainfully replied, you two are worthless. There's no need for you to know my name. I offer 100 million. This piece of wood is mine. Incremental bids are cumbersome. I have more than enough money and fear no one. A collective gasp filled the room. The audacity of this nouveau riche was astonishing. Disregarding the value of spirit stones and directly escalating the bid to 100 million. Even the Xiao brothers furrowed their brows. The figure in black was visibly discontented. In box 1, he slammed his palm against his thigh, a fierce glint of malice in his eyes. Is it because you have wealth? If Chen Lin could hear him now, he would have thrown a handful of spirit stones into his face, clearly signaling, I am indeed wealthy. What of it? The Xiao brothers seethed. Listen well from box 1. You're showing no respect to me, Xiao Tianzu. In the Taishan domain, no one dares to disregard the Xiao brothers. Today, I declare that this piece of wood is yours, but I wonder if you will leave this Jingzhou city alive. Their words undoubtedly served as a warning to the figure in black. Indeed, why compete now? Once the auction concludes, they could eliminate the occupants of box 1, and the Jianshu would be theirs without spending a single spirit stone. Chen Lin scoffed at the Xiao brothers' threats, calmly stating, if you wish to fight, I will oblige. However, I must remind you, brothers, is life not precious? Do not seek your own demise. His voice, though soft, was heard clearly by all present. Have they lost their minds? Who is in box 1? Do they not realize that these are the Xiao brothers? If they seek death, who can they blame? Following this minor altercation, neither the Xiao brothers nor the figure in black continued to contest. Ultimately, the piece of wood was sold for 100 million. Soon, Song Zhongwen personally approached Chen Lin with the item in hand. Sir, this is your auction item. As Chen Lin accepted the piece, a surge of joy flooded through him upon inspection. Indeed, it is truly the Jinmu, the pillar of heaven, the tree that connects to the celestial realm. Even this small fragment could be classified among the treasures of the immortals. The previous mountain treasure was also one of such celestial artifacts, a material for forging divine instruments. If one possesses the mountain treasure, one could forge a celestial instrument. However, with the addition of Jinmu, a skilled craftsman might indeed succeed in creating a divine artifact. Speaking of celestial instruments, Chen Lin is not lacking in them. Yet, acquiring this piece of Jinmu would not be unwelcome. Jinmu, when refined and absorbed into the body, can continuously draw upon the essence of the celestial realm. Alas, this fragment of Jinmu is severely damaged, leaving only a faint glimmer of vitality. Otherwise, it would not merely be a treasure, but rather an innate spiritual root. Song Zhongwen, puzzled, inquired, My lord, is this piece of wood truly Jinmu? Chen Lin chuckled, What? You from the Wanxiang Tower do not recognize your own treasures? Song Zhongwen replied, Some of the items in this auction are provided by our Wanxiang Tower, while others are consigned by various individuals. This piece of wood is among the consigned items, and we at Wanxiang Tower cannot be certain. Hence it is placed in the section for extraordinary treasures. Chen Lin remarked, At this moment, does it matter whether or not you know if it is Jinmu? Song Zhongwen smiled wryly. You are right, my lord. I shall not disturb you further. I take my leave. With that, Song Zhongwen departed. The auction continued, and this piece of wood was merely a small interlude. However, it revealed that box number 2 belonged to the Xiao brothers, instantly elevating the status of this auction. Following this, Chen Lin did not make any further bids. Only the Jinmu caught his eye, as the other treasures seemed rather ordinary. After leaving the Wanxiang Tower, Chen Lin, accompanied by Gu Qinxue and the others, turned and exited the city. Xie Qingshan expressed regret. Chief, my father has prepared a feast at home to welcome you and the 2 senior sisters. Chen Lin shook his head. Desiring a meal is one thing, but there are those who do not wish for us to dine peacefully. Let's leave the city. Gu Qinxue immediately perceived the implication. Master, could it be the Xiao brothers? Chen Lin nodded. It is not just the Xiao brothers. Come, once we exit the city, observe closely how I wield my sword, and strive to enhance your swordsmanship. Yes, the 3 rejoiced. Although Xie Qingshan had pursued the path of alchemy, it did not hinder his development in swordsmanship. Upon traveling 4 to 5 dozen miles beyond Jingzhou City, Chen Lin halted, gazing into the void, and spoke, Since you have arrived, you may as well show yourselves. A hearty laugh echoed, shaking the air, as 2 figures strode forth. Not bad, kid. You actually sensed our arrival and did not flee, but instead came to deliver yourself to your demise. The newcomers were none other than the Xiao brothers. Chen Lin, disinterested in their taunts, continued to gaze upward, stating, "So, will you come forth on your own, or shall I invite you out?" "There are others," the Xiao brothers frowned. Immediately following the tumultuous disturbance, a figure cloaked in black materialized in the air, his tone frigid as he inquired, "How did you discover my presence?" Chen Lin, with a hint of disdain, retorted, "Surely, you do not believe that I could fail to perceive you." Naturally, Chen Lin would not divulge the truth to the cloaked man. His awareness stemmed from the palpable aura. Under the celestial art of Qi observation, no matter how well one conceals themselves, they remain utterly exposed. Now that everyone is gathered, the Xiao brothers and the two esteemed elders from the Li Hui sect, powerful beings of the transformation realm, you must be in box number 2. As for you, my mysterious guest, you should be in box number 12. Concealed yet revealing, too timid to show your true self. Your aura is peculiar, indicating that you are indeed a demon. Chen Lin remarked with scorn. What demon? The Xiao brothers immediately distanced themselves from the cloaked figure, their expressions wary. The cloaked man scoffed. Do not be deceived by his words. How could I possibly be a demon? He is clearly attempting to sow discord between us, hoping to benefit from our conflict. Indeed, you are correct. We must not allow ourselves to be misled, Xiao Tianzu affirmed. Boy, surrender the Jinmu tree, and I shall spare your life. Chen Lin shook his head. It is said that the Xiao brothers possess pure hearts, yet from my perspective, you appear to be two foolish souls. The demon stands before you, yet you do not believe him. What a buffoonery, since you choose not to heed my warning. Do not blame me for being inhospitable. Let the three of you come at me together. I am pressed for time. You are quite audacious, demanding us to attack simultaneously. The Xiao brothers expressed their disbelief. The cloaked man, undeterred, suggested, why not join forces? Let us eliminate him, seize the Jinmu tree, and afterward, we can determine its rightful owner. Agreed. Let us strike together. Boy, receive my blow. Left Azure Dragon Fire Technique. Right Azure Dragon Fire Technique. The Xiao brothers unleashed their assault, their hands transforming into Azure Dragons that lunged toward Chen Lin. The cloaked figure, not to be outdone, morphed into a shadow, darting forward with the speed of lightning, his presence almost indistinguishable. Master, be careful. Gu Qinshui and Shun Linglong promptly cautioned. Unfazed by the trio's onslaught, Chen Lin smiled. Watch closely. I shall first employ the Great Zhou Tian Sword technique against our adversaries. Should anything be unclear, take note. And we shall address your inquiries once I have dealt with these three. Chapter 119, The Xiao Brothers. At this moment, Chen Lin had only mastered 3 forms of the Great Zhou Tian Sword technique. The Great Zhou Tian Stellar Sword technique, the Great Zhou Tian Sword Drawing technique, and the Great Zhou Tian Destruction Sword technique. He had imparted the first 2 techniques to Gu Qinshui and Shun Linglong. Through his teachings, Gu Qinshui had achieved a state of full mastery in the Great Zhou Tian Stellar Sword technique, while the Great Zhou Tian Sword Drawing technique had reached a significant level. Shun Linglong, however, fell slightly short. Her Great Zhou Tian Stellar Sword technique was only at a significant level, and her Great Zhou Tian Sword Drawing technique was merely at the entry level. This battle was about to unfold. Not only does he intend to confront his adversaries using the Great Zhou Tian Sword technique, but he also plans to seize this opportunity to glean some insights into the art of swordsmanship, thereby enhancing the essence of the 10,000 swords returning to the origin, or the one Qi transforming into 3 pure ones. Both splendid choices indeed. Boom! As Chen Lin's voice faded, he had already unleashed the Great Zhou Tian Sword technique. The intent of his sword divided into 3, each directed towards the trio with swift, ruthless precision. One sword, 1,000 bones wither, another blood surely spills. Just moments prior, the 3 were brimming with confidence, dismissing a mere late-stage Dong Xin youth who dared to challenge their formidable prowess, an act they deemed suicidal. Yet, in that instant, astonishment enveloped them. What astonishing sword intent! Elder brother, do you not find the sword intent eerily familiar? Xiao Tianyu inquired. Does it not resemble the sword intent left behind after slaying the white-browed true monarch in the 100,000 Great Mountains a few days prior? The Great Zhou Tian sword intent. Xiao Tianzu suddenly connected the dots. Late-stage Dong Xian's. Dong Xian surpassed his transformation. You are Chen Lin, the head of the Tai Mountain at the Yushu Xian sect. Recognizing Chen Lin's identity, the Xiao brothers felt no fear. Instead, their fighting spirits surged. Laughter erupting as they declared, "Chen Lin, we have long heard of your slaying of the White-Browed, a Dongxian defeating transformation, shaking the entire Tai-Xian domain. We, the brothers, were the first to doubt your might, and sought you out to witness your prowess in the Dongxian realm. We did not expect to meet you so soon. Let us show you the strength of our brotherhood." Second brother, let the yin and yang harmonize, engaging in mutual combat. The Xiao brothers lunged towards Chen Lin, no longer empty-handed. Each bore token. This token, known as the Li Huoling, was a sacred relic of the Li Hua sect, a divine-grade treasure forged from the celestial iron of the nine heavens, indestructible. It also contained the highest techniques of the sect, the pure yang Li Hua method, overseen by the esteemed elders of the Li Hua sect throughout the ages. It served perfectly as their weapon. With a flourish, the Li Huoling transformed into a flaming great sword, ablaze with the celestial fire of the Dong Tian. As twins, their minds intertwined. Their combined combat strength far exceeded the simplistic arithmetic of 1 plus 1. It was akin to the one chi transforming into three pure ones technique, one person becoming three. Yet, as a trio united, their combat prowess surged exponentially by dozens, even hundreds of times. The figure cloaked in black, witnessing the Xiao brothers engage Chen Lin, silently withdrew, his heart brimming with murderous intent. He is Chen Lin, the very one who brought death to the Golden Eagle Demon Commander. How intriguing. Should I slay him, the Emperor would surely reward me handsomely. However, now is not the time to reveal my strength. I shall wait for the moment when both sides are locked in a life-and-death struggle before striking. With a flicker, the figure in black vanished from sight. Although embroiled in battle with the Xiao brothers, Chen Lin remained acutely aware of the black-cloaked figure, never allowing his vigilance to wane. As the figure cloaked in black vanished from sight, the Emperor's Qi observation technique allowed him to distinctly sense the presence of this individual, leaving him profoundly astonished by such a formidable concealment technique. It was as if the figure had merged seamlessly with the very fabric of the universe. Surely, even the invisibility of the 72 earthly fiends could not compare. It remained uncertain whether this was a manifestation of the demon's innate racial abilities or the result of cultivated techniques. Chen Lin felt a surge of intrigue, contemplating a thorough interrogation once the opportunity arose. It must be acknowledged that the alliance of the Xiao brothers was indeed formidable. At this moment, Chen Lin, the foremost expert of the first stage of longevity, found himself somewhat challenged. Fortunately, his unparalleled defenses, 4 layers of protection, rendered him impervious to any harm. He stood steadfast, allowing the Xiao brothers to unleash their assaults without shedding a single drop of blood for an extended period. In this scenario, he regarded the brothers merely as instruments for demonstrating swordsmanship, guiding them through the intricacies of their craft. Notably, the trio's swordplay skills advanced remarkably under his tutelage. Yet, the Xiao brothers were incensed, exclaiming in frustration, "Chen Lin, you go too far. This is a disgrace." They could hardly bear the indignity of being disregarded. Chen Lin, with a dismissive tone, retorted, "If you cannot even breach my defenses, what audacity do you possess to covet the Jimu? Who do you think you are?" The renowned Xiao brothers, supposed masters of the Taishan domain, are reduced to this level? Chen Lin, you shall pay for this. The Xiao brothers, driven to the brink of madness, shouted in unison, "You will die for this. Even if you are as slow as a turtle, we shall slay you." They unleashed the Li Hua Shi Ri Bao, the most potent attack within the pure Yang Li Hua technique. With the force of Sunbeam, it was designed to annihilate foes, rendering defenses utterly impotent. Once released, the arrow would no longer belong to its shooter. However, what did that matter? The Li Hua could be discarded to defeat the enemy and retrieved afterward. With a thunderous roar, the Li Hua was propelled forward. An overwhelming sense of crisis washing over Chen Lin as he sensed a hint of danger. His brow furrowed, and the intent of the sword flowed through him. The Great Zhou Tian Star Sword Technique and the Great Zhou Tian Draw Sword Technique merged instantaneously, maintaining the essence of the Great Zhou Tian Sword Technique while unleashing a far more terrifying assault. This moment sparked a new enlightenment in Gu Qinshue's eyes, deepening her understanding of the sword path, and Chen Lin experienced a similar awakening. Was this a minor epiphany? At last, his second sword technique reached an extraordinary level of mastery. Consequently, the potency of his strikes surged, achieving a perfect synergy that rendered it akin to a celestial sword technique. With a single stroke, he cleaved the Li Hua in twain, causing it to clatter to the ground. The Xiao brothers, struck with astonishment, hurried to retrieve the fallen Li Hua, but Chen Lin was swifter. With a flick of his hand, he appeared before the artifact, seizing it with ease. What remarkable treasure! 9 heavens falling iron. It is a pity that such a precious gem has been forged into a mere token. This waste shall not stand. I shall claim both of these tokens. The Xiao brothers grew anxious, demanding Chen Lin surrender the Li Hualing. The Li Hualing is a treasured artifact of our Li Hua sect. If you take it, our enmity shall endure eternally. Chen Lin scoffed, do you truly believe I, Chen Lin, would fear your sect? The faces of the Xiao brothers paled. After a fierce exchange, they recognized a harsh truth. They were no match for Chen Lin. Even the formidable Li Hua, Shi Ri Gong, was rendered ineffective, and now they could not even safeguard the Li Hualing, damn it. Where did that black-robed man go? He actually fled. Xiao Tianzu exclaimed in fury. The black-robed figure stood there, utterly astonished. He had witnessed the previous confrontation in its entirety and clearly perceived the strength of the Xiao brothers. To his dismay, he realized he might not be their equal either. Yet, they were not Chen Lin's adversaries. Chapter 120. Is it a lizard dragon or a lizard? Chen Lin, I concede that we underestimated your prowess. We acknowledge your victory in this battle. We implore you to return the Li Hualing to us, and we shall depart immediately. The Xiao brothers exchanged a glance before reluctantly lowering their stance. They sought the return of the Li Hualing. However, Chen Lin had no intention of complying. He wondered what sort of craftsman the higher-ups of the Li Hua sect had employed to transform exquisite Juqian meteorite iron into a mere token, a third-rate divine artifact. Such a divine material, wasted. Chen Lin huffed, what Li Hualing? It is mine. The Xiao brothers' expressions shifted dramatically. Are you certain you will not return the Li Hualing? Chen Lin disdainfully reiterated, I will state it once more. The Li Hualing is mine. There is no question of returning it. Do you truly believe we, the brothers Xiao, are powerless against you? They roared in anger. The Li Hualing is the supreme treasure of our sect. If you return it today, we shall immediately apologize and depart, henceforth maintaining our distance. But should you refuse, do not blame us. Even if it leads to mutual destruction, we shall make you pay dearly. Moreover, do not forget, there is a mysterious figure in a black robe lurking behind us, eyeing us with ill intent, eager to profit from our conflict. Chen Lin coldly retorted, and so what? Merely a demon. I have slain one of the 36 demon commanders before. The Xiao brothers were incensed. As I previously stated, is it not better to live? Today, not only do I claim the Li Hualing, but I shall also take your lives. My current standing is built upon my own strength. The Xiao brothers, infuriated, cried out, Chen Lin, if that is the case, then prepare to die. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted from the Xiao brothers. The pure yang Li Huaju is the most powerful divine technique of the Li Hua sect, capable of conjuring the Nanming Li Hua. The Nanming Li Hua, one of the 9 great divine fires of the world, is all-consuming, on par with the divine fire of the sun. Previously, the sword wielded by the venerable Bai Mei contained the essence of the Nanming Li Hua, each strike capable of unleashing this formidable fire. The Nanming Li Hua is classified into 9 distinct levels. To truly cultivate to the 9th level is to attain an existence akin to the radiant golden flames of the sun, one of the 9 primordial sacred fires. At this moment, the Xiao brothers, as formidable beings of creation, have evidently refined the pure yang Li fire technique to a remarkably advanced stage, enabling them to wield the southern bright Li fire and transform their bodies into flames. They now embody 2 blazing infernos, exuding an aura of inexorable destruction as they surged towards Chen Lin, intent on reducing him to ashes. Chen Lin, however, was amused. Playing with fire, are we? He was well-versed in the solar divine fire and the lunar divine fire. Although these were merely divine-level flames, neither was inferior to the southern bright Li fire. When combined, the union of yin and yang significantly amplified their potency, enhancing it by dozens of times, especially when both flames were unleashed together. Chen Lin had devised a technique known as the Rage of Taiji, which, when executed, formed a Taiji diagram of yin and yang capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth, rivaling the celestial fires. With a mere gesture, 2 types of flames erupted instantaneously, forming a Taiji diagram that surged towards the Xiao brothers. They scoffed, this is the southern bright Li fire. Do you really think you can compare with us in playing with fire? Surely, we haven't misheard. Chen Lin replied, you haven't misheard. When it comes to playing with fire, the Xiao brothers truly fall short. The effectiveness of their southern bright leaf fire, which was cultivated from the purest pure yang leaf fire technique, could hardly be a match for his prowess. The clash of their attacks resulted in a thunderous explosion, sweeping outward and causing Xianxia and others to stagger, nearly losing their footing. Chen Lin remained unfazed, allowing the fiery waves to rush towards him, only for them to be repelled upon contact. In contrast, the Xiao brothers were directly hurled away by the force. Before they could regain their composure, Chen Lin took the initiative, unleashing a sword strike. Xianxia, Linglong, observed closely. This move is called the Great Zhou Tian Destruction Sword Technique. With a sweeping motion, a cataclysmic intent of destruction surged forth. The Xiao brothers, taken aback, hurriedly attempted to defend themselves, but it was too late. The sword struck them fiercely, sending them crashing to the ground with a spurt of blood. Remarkably, they survived. Chen Lin mused, for this strike was potent enough to slay any being in the realm of creation. As the dust settled, the Xiao brothers' garments lay in tatters, revealing a suit of battle armor beneath, a golden lock battle armor, a royal-grade magical artifact. No wonder they sustained only minor injuries under the Taiji rage and could withstand his sword strike. Excellent armor. I do admire it, Chen Lin thought. Although he possessed the purple cloud immortal garb, who could resist acquiring more armor? With a return of 2 critical strikes, he contemplated obtaining 2 sets for his disciples as well. I hereby declare that your golden lock battle armor belongs to me, Chen Lin exclaimed with laughter, charging once more at the Xiao brothers. One breath transforms into 3 clear forms. One person becomes 3. 3 shadowy figures advanced towards the 2 individuals with lethal intent. Mastering celestial level techniques, the Xiao brothers were initially preoccupied with their bond as identical twins, one embodying 2 faces, yet 2 distinct souls. Despite their profound connection, they could not achieve perfect unity, functioning at perhaps 80 or 90% of their potential. In stark contrast, Chen Lin, embodying the essence of 1 qi transforming into 3 clears, was a singular entity. With a single stroke of his sword, he pierced through the skulls of both brothers. Clad in battle armor, their heads bore no defenses. With a thunderous boom, the Xiao brothers met their demise. This shocking turn of events left the figure clad in black robes astounded. The Xiao brothers, renowned for their ferocity, had fallen. Alarmed, he muttered to himself, "This is bad. I must flee." Chen Lin, dismissive, retorted, "Flee? Step forth." With a swift slice of his sword, the black-robed figure let out a muffled groan, plummeting from the void. "How did you discern my presence?" Chen Lin coldly replied. "It was merely a matter of using my eyes." The black-robed figure, filled with disbelief, insisted, "Impossible. I am not a demon lord. Even a king-level warrior would struggle to detect me. How could you possibly unveil my presence?" "You are indeed a creature of the undead," Chen Lin declared. "I have already vanquished a golden eagle demon lord, and now I confront you, an immortal demon lord. How audacious of you to trespass into human territory. You deserve death. Against demon lords, I shall eliminate each one I encounter." "Ah, I see now. You are a lizard that has become a demon." "Silence." The black-robed figure trembled with rage. "I am not merely a lizard. I am an immortal lizard dragon. Do not conflate me with those inferior reptiles." Chen Lin shook his head. "A lizard is a lizard, and you are merely embellishing your own identity. You shall pay for your insolence." The black-robed figure seethed. "I am an immortal lizard dragon. Hear me clearly." Chen Lin, unfazed, remarked, "Your fury cannot alter the truth of your nature. No, I will strike you until your true form is revealed." Chapter 121, A Small Town. With a fierce thrust, Chen Lin lunged his sword towards the black-robed figure. The immortal lizard dragon, akin to the previously encountered golden eagle demon lord, possessed 3 formidable racial talents: blood rebirth, invisibility, and an extraordinary tongue. Though these abilities were repugnant, they were undeniably exceptional. Transforming his tongue into a sword, this weapon was an extension of his very being. For others, mastering the sword path required immense effort. Yet in his hands, it was executed with unparalleled finesse. Indeed, it was no wonder he exuded such confidence. This lizard's swordsmanship was remarkably impressive. Chen Lin was astonished to discover that this black-robed figure possessed the most formidable swordsmanship he had ever encountered. Even the esteemed white-brow true monarch fell short in comparison. However, in terms of sheer strength, this figure was undeniably on par with the Xiao brothers. rivaling the likes of the bald, old monk Dingguang. In fact, he was not inferior to the Golden Eagle Demon Lord. Unbeknownst to Chen Lin, this immortal demon lord was ranked 11th among the 36 demon lords of the Demon Emperor's dynasty, just slightly below the Golden Eagle Demon Lord, yet far more tenacious. If one were to say that the Xiao brothers served merely as tools for their three disciples, then the figure cloaked in black before him is an even more formidable instrument. His swordsmanship is superior. As time passed, half an hour swiftly elapsed. Chen Lin finally heard the sound he longed for. Ding. The host instructs disciples Gu Qinshui, Shun Ling Long, and Xie Qing Shan in swordsmanship. The conditions for a critical reward are met. Will it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward: 10,000-fold critical strike, gaining substantial swordsmanship experience. May I inquire, host, where shall the swordsmanship experience be allocated? To the technique of 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities. Boom. With an immense influx of swordsmanship experience, Chen Lin's mastery of the aggressive sword technique was instantly elevated, achieving a leap from mere initiation to the minor success stage of 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities. This minor success allowed the 3 manifestations to endure longer and possess greater strength. Previously, the incarnations of 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities only represented 60% of the original's power. Now, they reached 80%. And their duration extended beyond the moment of attack, persisting even after the strike concluded. Lizard, with this sword, I shall bring about your demise. With the significant advancement in his sword technique, the black-clad figure had lost his value as a mere tool. Chen Lin no longer held back. The black-robed man bellowed. I shall repeat myself. I am not a wretched lizard. I am an immortal lizard dragon. Rending the air, Chen Lin unleashed the 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities once more. In the next instant, the black-robed man's chest was pierced through, a gaping wound oozing green blood. Chen Lin scoffed. What difference does it make? You shall still perish. The black-robed man gazed at his wound and let out a cruel laugh. I am an immortal lizard dragon. Do you think this strike can slay me? Humanity, the tree of creation may rest in your hands for now, but I, the immortal demon lord, have set my sights on you. I shall reclaim the tree from you before long. As he spoke, he retreated 2 steps, his form vanishing in an instant. Chen Lin dismissed him with contempt. Are you attempting to play tricks of invisibility on me? Do you not realize that the mystique of such techniques is rendered futile beneath my heavenly son's Qi observation? You cannot hide from me. Go. All swords return to their origin. The phrase all swords return to their origin signifies not merely my intent to wield countless swords, but embodies the essence of the most powerful sword control technique. With a mere thought, all of creation can be commanded by me. With a flick of his hand, the sword of heaven soared forth, once again piercing the black-robed man's body. The already grievously wounded figure could no longer conceal himself, plummeting from the void. Ah, what a splendid lizard. Your injuries have healed remarkably. The previous wound had ceased bleeding and was visibly mending at an astonishing rate. Chen Lin coldly remarked, undying and indestructible, reborn from blood. Yet, I wonder if you can withstand the onslaught of thunder. Yuqing divine thunder. Boom! Dark clouds loomed overhead, and a thunderous storm cloud materialized in an instant, unleashing a bolt of lightning as thick as a man. A piercing scream escaped the cloaked figure as his entire being erupted violently, flesh and blood scattering across the ground. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished instantly. Yet, Chen Lin remained vigilant, for another divine lightning bolt descended, reducing the remnants of flesh and corpses to mere ashes. The malevolent figure in the black robe was utterly annihilated. Master, you are truly formidable, exclaimed the disciples, Zhao's brothers, along with Shun Ling Long, Gu Qinshui, and Xie Qing Shan, who hastily surrounded him. Chen Lin instructed, gather the spoils of war and depart immediately. That thunderous strike must have alerted the people of Jingzhou. With a wave of his hand, the Xiao brothers transformed into 2 slick corpses, their garments tattered, armor stripped away, and no trace of their storage artifacts remaining. Barely 10 seconds had passed since Chen Lin and his companions departed when several figures arrived at the scene within Jingzhou. Upon witnessing the aftermath of the fierce battle, they collectively inhaled sharply in astonishment. It was evident that 2 unparalleled warriors had clashed here, but regrettably, they had arrived too late to discern the identities of the combatants. Wait, we know who they are. One pointed at the Xiao brothers lying on the ground. Could these 2 be the esteemed elders of the Lihua sect? Indeed, it was them. The realization dawned that they had met their demise, stripped of their garments. Swiftly, someone produced a piece of clothing to cover the fallen. The Lihua sect, one of the 5 major sects, stood second only to the 3 grand sects and 2 ancient clans, a revered entity throughout the Taishan domain. To die here in such a disgraceful manner was a bitter fate. The Xiao brothers, ranked 10th and 11th on the fortune ranking, could effortlessly defeat anyone present who possessed such formidable strength to have slain them. It was certain that the Taishan domain would not remain tranquil. The Lihua sect would undoubtedly seek retribution. Do you think it could be the individuals from the first VIP room? Someone speculated. Weren't they vying for a piece of wood earlier? They suggested it could very well be the legendary Jimu. Perhaps the Xiao brothers attempted to seize it, only to encounter a formidable opponent, resulting in their demise. Hush! Do not speak carelessly. Do you wish to court death? Those who can occupy the first VIP room must possess immense status and strength. Amidst their discussions, Chen Lin paid no heed. For him, the principle was clear. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. But if one dares to offend me, they shall meet a fate worse than death. The quartet soon arrived at a nearby quaint town and came to a halt. The town, ancient yet imbued with the charm of southern water village, featured a small stream meandering through its heart, surprising Chen Lin with its existence within Jingzhou. He had no intention of hastily returning to the mountain. Rather, he sought to meticulously appraise the spoils of war from the battle and the gains from Wanxiang Tower. Since they had encountered such a charming town, what harm was there in lingering for a day? Chapter 122. The Sister Leader. Upon arriving at the quaint town, the 4 companions took residence at the finest inn. Chen Lin commenced a meticulous inventory of their recent spoils. The Xiao brothers, indeed, were esteemed elders of the Lihua sect, and their treasures were plentiful. 2 Lihua tokens, inscribed with the divine pure yang Lihua technique, were among the loot. They also acquired 2 sets of golden lock battle armor. Regrettably, one was damaged, while the other remained intact. The amassed spirit stones exceeded 100 million, an impressive fortune. Though when juxtaposed with Chen Lin's valuation of 300 billion, it rendered him a mere pauper. Additionally, they had countless other treasures, including a set of royal-grade elixirs. The creation pills, which could elevate one's cultivation within the realm of creation, were also procured, having been won at an auction. Though both comrades were only at the latter stages of creation, the prospects were not bleak. Chen Lin presented the battle armor and declared, Xianxia, this royal-grade armor shall be yours. The royal-grade armor, far more precious than royal-grade artifacts, elicited great joy from Xianxia, who promptly knelt. Expressing his gratitude, disciple humbly thanks the esteemed master for this generous gift. Rise, Chen Lin replied. Devote yourself to the art of alchemy, and upon our return, I shall seek a dual cultivation method for you. From this day forth, you shall be the alchemy elder of Tai Mountain. I shall not disappoint your expectations, master. Xianxia vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. The thought of becoming an elder of Tai Mountain sent exhilaration coursing through him. With the first elder, the venerable by Mei Zhenjun, and the Xiao brothers, who could be dispatched without hesitation, the rise of Tai Mountain was inevitable. The former elder had been the foremost figure on the creation rankings, and Xianxia was confident that the current master would soon ascend to that pinnacle as well. Envisioning the future glory of Tai Mountain and his own potential as its leader, he could not help but chuckle softly to himself in delight. Beep. The host bestows upon disciple Xianxia a set of royal-grade golden lock battle armor, meeting the criteria for a critical return. Shall it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical success. Reward. 4,000 times the critical hit, receiving a set of divine second-rate battle armor, the Blazing Flame armor. The Blazing Flame armor. A subtle smile graced Chen Lin's face. Was this not intended for Shen Linglong? Linglong, do you desire this battle armor? He inquired with a grin. Yes, master. I too wish to have one. Shen Linglong replied eagerly. Indeed, there is one for you. Here, take the Blazing Flame armor, he said, handing it over. Clad in the purple cloud celestial garb, the Blazing Flame armor was of little consequence to him. Thank you, master, Shen Linglong beamed. But what of senior sister? Of course, there is one for her as well. Chen Lin retrieved another suit of armor, freshly acquired. Beep. The host gives disciple Shen Linglong a set of divine battle armor, meeting the criteria for a critical return. As the armor was obtained through system critical success, this critical hit qualifies for an equivalent return, resulting in a set of divine battle armor, the Ice Spirit armor. This armor set was none other than the Ice Spirit armor. Gu Qianxue, pleasantly surprised. accepted the armor with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, master." Chen Lin nodded and said, "All right, everyone can disperse now. Take a day's rest, and we shall set off for the mountains tomorrow morning." The three individuals immediately took their leave. As he watched them depart, Chen Lin took out the Li Hua Ling and began to study it. The pure yang Li Hua Gong instantly manifested in his mind, a divine technique, remarkably superior to the Tai Yi Shan Gong by a significant margin. While the Tai Yi Shan Gong was classified as a second-rate divine technique, the pure yang Li Hua Gong was of the first-rate caliber. Particularly, the final move, Li Hua Shi Ri, resembled a form of archery. Chen Lin recalled that he possessed a celestial artifact, the Overlord Bao, and had been at a loss for archery techniques. But now he found a way to make it work. As time passed, 2 hours slipped by. Chen Lin ceased his study of the mystical formula and departed from the inn, intending to stroll through the quaint town. It was a rare delight to visit such a classical Jiangnan town. The town bustled with life. People came and went, living in simplicity. This was the first time Chen Lin found himself fond of the town. In his past life, he resided in the clamor of a large city, while in this life, he lived on Tai Yi Mountain, where human presence was scarce, offering tranquility, leisure, and a sense of antiquity. The town before him bore both the vibrancy of a bustling city and the serenity and leisure of Tai Yi Mountain. As Chen Lin wandered the streets, a group of children suddenly emerged from nowhere, brandishing sticks and surrounding him. He was taken aback by the sight of more than a dozen children. Among them, a 7- or 8-year-old girl stepped forward with an air of authority. One of the boys approached her and said, "Big sister, it's him. He is the outsider who came to our town today. Should we capture him?" The children, ranging from ages 11 to 16, amusingly referred to the girl as Big Sister. The girl scrutinized Chen Lin and declared, "Bring him to me. I shall interrogate him thoroughly to ascertain if he is a thief from Erlong Mountain." The children began to move toward Chen Lin, but he quickly interjected, "Wait, I have something to say." "Speak," the girl commanded. "I am curious. Why do you call her Big Sister?" Chen Lin inquired. The girl proudly proclaimed, "Because I am the strongest. Indeed, our Big Sister is formidable. No adult stands a chance against her. She possesses innate strength. And that large cauldron in the center of our town weighs over 3,000 pounds. She can lift it above her head with one hand." Oh, Chen Lin squinted, studying the girl closely. Such a rich aura. Could she possibly be a divine body? A naturally gifted divine body, unlike Gu Qianxue and Shun Linglong, who relied on elixirs to become divine. "Big Sister, may I examine your physique?" Chen Lin asked. "How dare you?" The child retorted angrily. "How can you speak to our Big Sister like that? What are you waiting for? Capture him." Chen Lin furrowed his brow and said, "Hold on a moment. I just overheard your mention of the bandits from Erlong Mountain. Let me clarify that I am merely a passerby and not one of those bandits." The little girl snorted and retorted, "Have you ever seen a thief admit to being a thief? The gang from Erlong Mountain is truly wicked. Every year, they come to our small town to extort protection fees. The adults here are so spineless that they actually pay up. However, that was in the past before Empress Wu Zhao arrived. They dared to run rampant in our town then, but now that I am here, they shall not collect a single coin in protection fees. As for you, it just so happens that these days coincide with the bandits' collection time, and yet you appear in our town. Are you not a spy sent by them? Why are you still standing there? Capture him." The little girl waved her hand dramatically. Chen Lin smiled faintly and replied, "I must say, you are quite unreasonable. Very well. I shall not indulge you in this game." With a flick of his wrist, the children were suddenly rendered motionless. Terrified, they cried out, "Big Sister, save us. This person possesses sorcery. We cannot move." Chapter 123, I wish to take you as my disciple. The little girl, seething with anger, exclaimed, "A bunch of useless fools. You cannot even handle a single thief. Sorcery indeed, just watch me." With that, she charged at Chen Lin. To her credit, she did possess some skill. She propelled herself forward like a cannonball, her fist aimed vehemently at Chen Lin. The force behind her punch was akin to 10,000 pounds. Chen Lin smiled slightly, grasped the little girl's neck, and lifted her effortlessly. Upon inspection, he discovered that she indeed possessed an innate divine physique. It was quite unexpected to find such a remarkable child in this small town. "What is your name, little girl?" Chen Lin inquired. The girl, indignant, replied, "I am not a little girl. I am the Big Sister. Listen well, thief. My name is Wu Zhao, the future Empress Wu Zhao." "Wu Zhao, what a splendid name." Chen Lin chuckled. "Under the sun and moon, you embody the majesty of an emperor." The little girl retorted, "Thief, since you are aware of my prowess as Empress Wu Zhao, why do you not release me?" just as Chen Lin was examining the girl's potential. The other children regained their mobility. Terrified, they exclaimed, "Oh no, the big sister has been captured. Quickly, inform Old Man Wu." In an instant, the children scattered in panic. Before long, several of them returned, accompanied by a throng of over 100 individuals, armed and ready. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, who bellowed, "Thief! Release my daughter." Chen Lin replied, "So you are her father." The middle-aged man continued, "You people from Erlong Mountain are not to be trusted. We had an agreement. Each year, we would provide 5,000 taels of silver and 5,000 measures of grain, and in return, you would leave our Gulong town unscathed. Why, then, have you captured my daughter?" Chen Lin retorted, "Who said I am one of the bandits from Erlong Mountain? My name is Chen Lin, the esteemed leader of the Yushu Immortal sect at Taiyi Mountain. Passing through this region, I observed your daughter's extraordinary talents and wished to take her as my disciple. Would you consent to this?" The crowd erupted in astonishment. A true immortal. The middle-aged man, Wu Wei, father of Wu Zhao, remained skeptical and inquired, "You claim to be an immortal. What proof do you possess?" At that moment, the unusual happenings in the town had already attracted the attention of Gu Qinshui and others, who hurriedly arrived. "Master, esteemed leader," Chen Lin addressed them, "you have arrived just in time. Who among you will venture to Erlong Mountain and eliminate this band of thieves?" "Allow me to go," Gu Qinshui volunteered. "I shall accompany her," Shen Linglong pleaded. "Very well, you may both go," Chen Lin agreed. "Yes, master." The two women replied and departed in a flash, soaring into the sky. The townsfolk, witnessing the two women take flight, began to murmur excitedly. Could they truly be immortals? Not necessarily. Are you not aware that the leader of Erlong Mountain can also fly? True, but did you not see how they resembled celestial beings? They cannot possibly be thieves. Nevertheless, Master Wu, this immortal has expressed a desire to take your daughter as a disciple. If he is indeed an immortal, then congratulations are in order. Before long, Gu Qinshui and Shen Linglong returned, presenting the severed head of the leader of Erlong Mountain. As the head rolled to the ground, it became evident to all that these individuals were certainly not thieves. They were undeniably immortals. With a resounding thud, the townspeople knelt, exclaiming, "Immortal! It truly is an immortal! We pay our respects to the immortal." With a wave of his hand, Chen Lin commanded the crowd to rise. He turned to Wu Wei and asked, "Do you wish for your daughter to become my disciple?" "Absolutely. I am more than willing," Wu Wei exclaimed. "Wu Zhao, quickly, pay your respects to your master." His heart brimmed with joy, for his daughter was to become a disciple of an immortal. Surely, she would also ascend to immortality in the future. Gu Qinshui and Shen Linglong shared in the joy. "This is wonderful. With this, I shall have a junior sister," Shen Linglong remarked. "Junior sister? Come and greet your senior sister," she urged. "I refuse. I will not acknowledge a master," Wu Zhao pouted defiantly. The crowd was taken aback. Wu Wei, infuriated, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Kneel before your master at once. You cannot disregard your father." Stubbornly, Wu Zhao declared, "I shall not do it. I refuse to acknowledge a master." Fuming, Wu Wei raised his hand to strike her, but Wu Zhao stood unafraid. Chen Lin then inquired, "I wish to understand why you are unwilling to accept me as your master." Wu Zhao replied, "I, Wu Zhao, am the descendant of a great emperor, currently unrivaled in this town. Naturally, I seek a master who is invincible across the world. The elders in the town have said that the older immortals grow in strength. Yet, you appear younger than my father, and, therefore, cannot be that formidable. I refuse to accept you as my master." Chen Lin burst into laughter at her boldness. "Ah, so you doubt my abilities," Wu Zhao remarked. "Isn't that the case?" Chen Lin replied, "If I were to claim that I am exceptionally skilled, you would surely not believe me. Pray tell, how might I prove my prowess to earn your respect as a disciple?" Wu Zhao glanced around and, suddenly fixating on a distant hill, declared, "It is said that immortals possess the power to traverse the heavens and reshape the earth. If you can level this hill before us, I shall believe in your strength." Chen Lin chuckled at the simplicity of the task. "This is quite easy," he said, raising his hand and delivering a powerful strike. "Watch closely." With a resounding explosion, the modest hill, towering over 1,000 meters, was instantly imprinted with a colossal handprint, revealing a bottomless pit. The hill vanished, replaced by a vast lake, undoubtedly enhancing the town's scenery. "Now, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master?" Chen Lin inquired. "Absolutely, I am more than willing." "I bow to you, master," Wu Zhao exclaimed joyfully. "Master, I too wish to learn the art of transforming hills into lakes with a single strike." Very well, Chen Lin replied, delighted. I shall teach you. Do not think that even a great mountain is beyond my capability to shatter with a mere blow. Fantastic. At last, I have a little sister. Shen Linglong rejoiced. Gome. Little sister, call me senior sister so I may hear it. Wu Zhao, with an air of disdain, replied, to be my senior sister, you must first acquiesce to my terms. Shen Linglong chuckled. Oh, little sister, you dare to question my abilities? Today, I shall demonstrate why I am your senior. With that, she unleashed her aura. As a cultivator at the harmonization realm, her might overwhelmed Wu Zhao, who, though endowed with a divine physique, had yet to cultivate, and thus relied solely on her innate abilities. Even a hint of Shen Linglong's presence was too much for her, causing her to plummet to the ground. Yet, it was clear that Wu Zhao was not intimidated. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to rise. Surrender, little sister. I have only unleashed 1% of my power. Should I exert more, you might find yourself injured. Chapter 124, The Great Yin Divine Body. Chen Lin observed that his little disciple only respected the strong, so he permitted Shen Linglong to assert her dominance. Sensing the appropriate moment had arrived, he interjected, Linglong, enough of the bullying. Do not torment your little sister. Wu Zhao, you have yet to embark on your cultivation journey, and thus cannot match your senior sister's prowess. Address her as senior sister, for it would be wise. Should you surpass her in the future, you can easily reclaim the title. Wu Zhao's eyes sparkled with understanding. Master, you are right. For now, I am no match for her, and she is indeed my senior sister. In the future, when I am stronger, I shall be her superior. Wu Zhao bows to her senior sister. Shen Linglong couldn't help but smile. Good, you have ambition. I shall await your growth. And this is your elder sister, Gu Xianxia. Elder sister. This individual, referred to as senior brother, serves as a steward of Tianyuan Mountain and is of the same generation as us. So you may address him as senior brother, as instructed by Shen Linglong, pointing at Xianxia. Senior brother, the young girl Wu Zhao respectfully addressed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new disciple, Wu Zhao. Rewards include an additional daily critical return opportunity, an increased chance for treasure critical returns, and a disciple recruitment gift package. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Excellent. Indeed, the recruitment of disciples has proven fruitful. Previously, the maximum critical hits per day were 5, now increased to 6. Furthermore, a single treasure can now achieve up to 3 critical hits instead of 2. Most importantly, the disciple recruitment gift package. One wonders what extraordinary treasures it might contain. Congratulations, host. You have received the 3rd form of the Supreme Divine Fist, the Imperial Path Divine Fist. Boom. Splendid. With this, the entire set of Supreme Divine Fist has reached the level of celestial mastery. The Imperial Path Divine Fist is, after all, a pinnacle celestial martial art. Thus, this technique alone rivals the prowess of the 3 purities. Moreover, with the addition of disciple Wu Zhao, I have gained an invaluable ally. If I am not mistaken, my 3rd disciple possesses the innate Great Transformation Divine Body, one of the 5 Supreme Divine Bodies. Wu Zhao, go bid farewell to your parents, and then we shall return to the mountain. The next descent may not occur for several years, Chen Lin said. The young girl immediately realized she was leaving. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears began to flow unbidden. Father, Wu Wei knelt down, embracing the young girl tightly, saying, my daughter, in the future, when I am not by your side, be sure to heed your master's words. You have entered the celestial gate, and from now on, you shall become a being of the divine. Do not worry excessively about home. Your well-being is of utmost importance. The young girl cried, Father, I want to leave you. I don't want to go to any celestial gate. Nonsense, Wu Wei scolded. Entering the celestial gate is something we common folk can scarcely dream of. Speak not such foolishness. I have always known you to possess extraordinary talent, my daughter, and now you are destined for greatness. Go back and bid farewell to your mother. Then diligently train with your master and reach the status of a celestial being as soon as possible. The young girl nodded earnestly. After a while, Chen Lin departed the small town with the young girl. As they soared into the sky, she looked back at the increasingly distant town and burst into tears. After all, the girl was merely 7 years old. Gu Qinxue and Shen Linglong rushed to comfort her. Chen Lin, having lived 2 lives, had never cared for a child before, and found himself flustered in the moment. Enough of the tears. Although you have joined Tianyuan Mountain, remember, once you achieve mastery in your training, you can return to visit your parents anytime, Chen Lin reassured after much contemplation. The young girl shook her head and replied, I'm not missing my parents. I'm worried that with my departure, my explosive sky gang will fall apart. Woo woo woo. Chen Lin was momentarily at a loss for words. A few hours later, the group finally returned to Tai Mountain. Upon arriving at the mountain gate, Chen Lin intended to introduce her to their ancestors and formally accept her as a disciple. However, upon turning around, he discovered that the little girl had vanished without a trace. He inquired, "Where has the little girl gone?" "Master, my junior sister just spotted a celestial crane and chased after it," Xianxia replied with a wry smile. On the way back, she had witnessed the remarkable nature of her junior sister. Just moments ago, she had been weeping over her explosive temper, and in the next instant, she transformed into an inquisitive scholar, posing all manner of questions, both appropriate and inappropriate. "Why are you all so plump? My mother is also quite stout. Why am I so thin? Does my father prefer plump women? Will I also become a plump woman in the future? Why isn't my senior brother fat?" Xianxia and Chen Lin were left exasperated, quickly distancing themselves and ultimately handing the little girl over to Xianxia, who became her new target for torment. As soon as they reached the mountain, he hastily fled. When Chen Lin eventually found the little girl, he caught sight of her perched atop the celestial crane, plucking its feathers. Upon noticing Chen Lin's approach, the crane immediately flung the little girl off, who then ran to Chen Lin, tears streaming down her face. "Big Bird, don't run. How dare you mock me? Just wait until I pluck all your feathers," she shouted as she charged at the crane, scaring it to hide behind Chen Lin. With a resigned smile, Chen Lin seized the little girl by the back of her shirt and lifted her off the ground. "You little troublemaker, causing chaos right upon your return. Come, let us go back." The little girl struggled fiercely. "Master, let me go. I need to teach that big bird a lesson." Chen Lin's expression darkened, and he unceremoniously tossed the little girl away. She exclaimed, soaring through the air before landing with a thud in front of the ancestral hall. "Kneel." Chen Lin's voice resonated with authority. As the little girl attempted to speak, she was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense force, compelling her to kneel on the ground. In the next moment, Chen Lin appeared in the ancestral hall, his face stern. "Wu Zhao, from this moment on, you are a disciple of Tai Mountain. Bow." The little girl, unable to resist, began to bow her head, 9 times in total, before Chen Lin finally released her. "Xianxia, you are responsible for informing my junior sister the rules of Tai Mountain." Xianxia exclaimed in despair. "Master, please don't." But upon turning around, her master had already vanished. Returning to his chamber, Chen Lin let out a sigh of relief, his heart still racing. What kind of disciple have I just accepted? So unruly and unpredictable. Thankfully, I still have my senior and junior disciples to manage her. However, the following day, Chen Lin faced yet another trial. To impart his skills and activate the critical return system, he had to take matters into his own hands. "What? You can't read?" Chen Lin received some disheartening news. "Your parents never taught you to read?" he remarked. "They did," Wu Zhao boasted. "My parents hired many tutors, but I scared them all away." "Master, I am quite formidable, aren't I?" Chapter 125, The Realm of Transformation. "If you wish to teach me to read, you must first defeat me," Wu Zhao declared. Chen Lin, at a loss for words, replied, "So, at the age of 7, you remain illiterate?" Wu Zhao, indignant, retorted, "I am not illiterate. I can read." Chen Lin quickly inquired, "Then tell me how many characters you recognize." "Reading is rather simple," Wu Zhao raised 2 fingers and said, "2 characters, my name." Chen Lin rolled his eyes and stated, "Very well, from this moment onward, I shall teach you to read." Wu Zhao's enthusiasm waned, and he weakly protested, "Master, is it really so shameful to be illiterate?" "It is unacceptable," Chen Lin replied sternly. "Do you not aspire to become the great Emperor Wu Zhao? A dignified emperor cannot be illiterate. It would be a disgrace. Furthermore, how can you comprehend profound and enigmatic martial arts if you cannot read? Did you not say that one must defeat you to teach you to read? Do you think I cannot overcome you?" Wu Zhao sighed in resignation. For 3 consecutive days, Chen Lin attempted to instruct Wu Zhao, nearly reaching his breaking point. In 3 days, not a single character has been learned. Chen Lin erupted in frustration. Wu Zhao, rather than feeling ashamed, boldly asserted, "Master, my inability to read is a reflection of your teaching skills. When I learned my name, I mastered it in 2 days." Chen Lin, exasperated, declared, "Very well. If I cannot teach you, I shall find you another master." He immediately summoned Xianxia. Upon hearing that she was to teach Wu Zhao to read, Xianxia shook her head vigorously. "Master, I cannot do it." Chen Lin replied, "As the senior sister, you must diligently instruct your junior sister. This is an order. It is settled. Now, you may leave. He dismissed Xianxia without allowing her a chance to protest, waving them out of the room. The two were left staring at each other in bewilderment. Xianxia took a deep breath, adopting what she considered a serious expression, and said, "Junior sister, you heard Master S words. You must learn to read properly with me, or I shall strike your little palms." As she spoke, she produced a ruler from seemingly nowhere. Wu Zhao, pouting, extended her hand. "Say, then give me 10 strikes." Xianxia was taken aback. "Why should I hit you?" Wu Zhao replied. "Since you're going to hit me anyway, it makes no difference whether it is now or later." "You." Xianxia was infuriated. "Ah, you little rascal. Just wait. I shall pluck all your feathers." At that moment, a celestial crane flew by. Wu Zhao, her eyes sparkling, dashed toward the crane, shouting excitedly. Startled, the crane turned and fled. Xianxia, furious, immediately chased after her, calling, "Junior sister, come back." Chen Lin expelled Wu Zhao, releasing a sigh of relief. Over the past 3 days, he felt as if his blood pressure was on the verge of collapse. It was akin to a decayed wood, unfit for carving. Fortunately, he had entrusted the responsibility to his disciple. With his return to the mountain, it was time for him to break through. For others, ascending to the realm of transformation was an arduous task. Yet for Chen Lin, it was both a challenge and a simplicity. The difficulty lay in his cultivation of the 9 transformation profound art, which demanded a level of spiritual energy 1,000, 10,000, or even hundreds of thousands of times greater than that required by others. Conversely, it was simple because he possessed not only a peach of immortality cultivated from an innate spiritual root, but also a phoenix elixir, both of which were sufficient to propel him into the realm of transformation. The peach was the size of 2 fists, ripening once every 3,000 years. And a single fruit could enhance one's power for 10,000 years. While 10,000 years of power may seem substantial at this moment, Chen Lin's peak cultivation level allowed for only an enhancement to the initial stage of transformation. As he took a bite, the fruit was sweet and fragrant, leaving a lingering taste on his lips. Instantly, a torrent of immense spiritual energy surged forth from within him, flowing gently and enduringly. The peach, born from an innate spiritual root, naturally contained a trace of primordial spiritual energy. This primordial essence referred not to a realm, but to the vital breath from the time before the universe was formed, when all things were yet to exist. As the universe began, this vital breath ascended to become the celestial realm, while the ethereal essence descended to form the underworld. This vital breath represented the most fundamental power within the celestial spirit, surpassing even the highest levels of celestial energy. Even a mere trace was immensely beneficial to Chen Lin, causing his internal realm to stir. A crisp sound echoed as his cultivation achieved a breakthrough. He reached the pinnacle of the profound realm. Chen Lin smiled. With still more than half of the peach remaining in his hand, he continued to consume it. As the last bite was taken, a resounding boom signified his immediate ascent to the initial stage of transformation. Transformation occurred, and the world shifted. The cosmic phenomenon reminiscent of Panga's creation reappeared. In previous breakthroughs, the system had obscured his ascension, but this time, he chose not to conceal it, for there was no need. He also intended to announce to the entire Jade Void sect that he, Chen Lin, had transcended. A colossal figure emerged, standing tall in the void, wielding a massive axe. Gazing skyward, an overwhelming aura emanated from this giant, as if a suppression rooted in bloodline surged forth. The entire Jade Void sect felt its impact. Weaker disciples could not help but kneel, and even the elders felt an impulse to bow. This was the suppression of the heavenly law, a manifestation of bloodline dominance. From the direction of Tai Mountain, it was clear that Chen Lin had ascended to the realm of transformation. Su Yuan stood in astonishment. The pressure was formidable, truly befitting a naturally born celestial body. It seemed that the title of the foremost expert in the Jade Void sect would need to be relinquished. As he spoke, he transformed into a streak of light, making his way toward Tai Mountain. As the leader of the celestial sect, he surveyed the grand scheme of things, and rather than feeling envy at Chen Lin's ascension to greater strength, he was filled with an indescribable joy. The presence of more formidable practitioners only served to enhance the sect's influence, affirming his role as a competent leader. At Mount Luojia, the enchanting fairy Miaoshan gazed at the extraordinary phenomena emanating from Mount Tai, her heart swelling with delight. This was the moment her junior brother Chen Lin had broken through. Reflecting on their time spent together in the 10,000 Great Mountains, a sweet sensation crept into her heart. Could he be her destined partner? Such thoughts had never crossed her mind before. Yet during her recent return to the mountain, visions of Chen Lin frequently danced through her mind. She found herself pondering the nature of these feelings. Had she perhaps developed affections for him? Unbeknownst to her, she had already set off from Mount Tai the moment she sensed Chen Lin's breakthrough. Within the confines of Mount Tai, as Chen Lin attained his new level of mastery, over a dozen figures materialized in the vicinity. The sect leader, Yang Wudi, Luo Bad Dao, Fairy Miaoshan, and Taoist Huang Long were all present, representing the foremost of the 12 mountain gates. Master Brother, has junior brother Chen Lin truly reached the creation realm? Fairy Miaoshan inquired. Su Yuan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is true that junior brother Chen Lin has made this remarkable breakthrough. The cosmic phenomena reminiscent of Pangu's creation are unprecedented. Chen Lin, after merely 11 years of cultivation, has rightfully claimed the title of the foremost genius in the creation ranking, endowed with a natural celestial body. Chapter 126, Preparing to Reap the Rewards. Wu Zongyuan furrowed his brow and questioned, Brother, how can you be so certain that junior brother Chen Lin will maintain the top position in the creation ranking? Yang Wudi retorted with a scoff. Even the venerable Bai Mei from the Xianxia sect fell to junior brother Chen Lin when he was merely at the Dongxian realm. Now, having ascended to the creation realm, who else could possibly take that title? Truly, we owe a great debt to junior brother Chen Lin. Were it not for his timely intervention, I, Yang Wudi, would not only have failed to break through to the creation realm, but might have lost my life. If anyone dares to scheme against junior brother Chen Lin in the future, I, Yang Wudi, shall be the first to oppose it. With that, he cast a deliberate glance at Wu Zongyuan. Wu Zongyuan's expression changed. He could not contend with Yang Wudi and, with a cold snort, stepped aside. As time passed, the gathered individuals awaited silently outside Chen Lin's secluded chamber. Chen Lin, having utilized a precious peach to enter the creation realm, had no intention of emerging just yet. Instead, he produced a phoenix celestial herb and consumed it in one swift motion. This phoenix elixir, known to grant a powerful emperor a second chance at life, in Chen Lin's possession, transformed into merely a means to enhance his cultivation. Were Su Yuan and the others to witness this act, they would undoubtedly chastise him for squandering such a treasure. Even an emperor would be tempted by such an immortal herb, let alone ordinary individuals. Thus, this remarkable elixir was consumed by Chen Lin in a single gulp. To put it into perspective, the peach stemmed from primal spiritual roots. Although it could not compare to the 9 celestial peaches, its effects were still formidable, extending life by 3,000 years and potentially breaking through the millennia-long lifespan constraints. As the herb entered his body, a surge of potent medicinal energy was instantly activated. His recently attained mastery experienced yet another breakthrough. In the early, middle, and later stages of transformation, how splendid is the later stage of creation. Chen Lin felt that at this moment, a single punch from him could obliterate his former self. Encountering the Shao brothers, the bald monk Ding Guang, and the undying demon lord, he could easily vanquish them in just 3 blows. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, his attribute panel underwent a remarkable transformation. Host, Chen Lin. Talent, Supreme Immortal Body, 12th rank Immortal Body, top-tier physique of the Tianyuan World. Realm, 9th stage of martial arts, later stage of transformation, ranked 2nd in the Yushu Immortal Gate, ranked 1st in combat power. Cultivation method, 9 transformations of the mysterious art, a supreme technique ranked among the top 10 in the myriad realms, cultivated to the 3rd layer of great accomplishment. Mastering derived divine abilities, possessing an undying and indestructible body, immense strength, and the ability to manifest the heavens and earth. Divine abilities. 1 Qi transforms into 3 pure ones. Imperial Aura Observation Technique, Spirit Communication Immortal Technique, Mysterious Turtle Immortal Technique, top 3 forms of the Supreme Divine Fist. Return of 10,000 Swords to the Origin, Pure Yang Fire Technique, Tai Divine Art, Tai Sword Technique, Mist Shadow Technique, Great Zhou Tian Star Sword Technique. Great Zhou Tian Sword Drawing Technique. Great Zhou Tian Destruction Sword Technique, Close at Hand Yet Worlds Apart, Lunar Divine Fire, Solar Divine Fire. Treasures, Purple Cloud Set. Overlord Bao, Heaven Leaning Sword. Appearance, an immortal gracing the mortal realm, ranked 1st in the Yushu Immortal Gate, ranked among the top 10 in the Taishan domain. Haha, I have finally become the most handsome man in the Yushu Immortal Gate. With this, I'm more assured of winning over senior system Yaoshan. In 2 lifetimes, my previous life was that of a pauper, only able to witness such splendor through television and film. This life presents an opportunity one cannot let slip away. Oh, why have senior sister Yaoshan and the others arrived? Chen Lin exclaimed in surprise. He then relaxed, realizing they were likely drawn in by the spectacle of his breakthrough. It was time to meet my senior brothers and sisters. Chen Lin rose and exited his seclusion. Dear senior brothers and sisters, I apologize for keeping you waiting. In the next moment, Chen Lin appeared before them. Junior brother Chen Lin, Su Yuan inquired, have you broken through to the realm of transformation? Chen Lin nodded this time. I have not disappointed expectations. I am fortunate to have stepped into the realm of transformation. Good. Su Yuan exclaimed thrice. From this day forth, our Yushu Immortal Gate gains another master of the transformation realm. Years ago, Uncle Master Tai Xian suppressed the entire transformation ranking for centuries. Junior brother Chen Lin, we eagerly await to see how long you can maintain that supremacy. 3 years, Yang Wudi declared, holding up 3 fingers. Su Yuan chuckled. Junior brother Yang, do you underestimate junior brother Chen Lin? Do you believe he will only suppress the transformation realm for 3 years? Yang Wudi shook his head. Master brother, you misunderstand my meaning. I meant that within 3 years, junior brother Chen Lin will surely enter the immortal ranking. An immediate silence fell over the gathering. To enter the immortal ranking in 3 years, what a lofty appraisal. Su Yuan Sadenismaid. As the sect master, he had cultivated for over 300 years, having entered the transformation realm nearly a century ago, and he had yet to even touch the threshold of the immortal realm. Yang Wudi boldly claimed that Chen Lin could attain the status of a king in 3 years. Chen Lin shook his head and replied, Brother Yang, you hold me in far too high esteem. 3 years? That is utterly implausible. Perhaps 30 years would be more realistic. Chen Lin expressed his humility. Su Yuan sighed with a bitter smile and said, Junior brother Chen, do you know how many years I've spent in the realm of creation? Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback and shook his head, confessing, I truly do not know. Su Yuan continued, 98 years, nearly a century, and yet I have only recently reached the late stage of creation, the 3rd realm of immortality. It is a thought I scarcely dare entertain. He added, Indeed, junior brother, if you can ascend to the 3rd realm of immortality, our Yushu immortal sect shall thrive. Previously, Uncle Tai Xian was the most likely candidate to reach the kingly realm, yet unforeseen circumstances befell him. Fortunately, there is you, junior brother, who surpasses the master. Chen Lin felt a stirring within him. The heartfelt sentiment of the sect leader revealed a different perspective. He recalled the attribute panel he had previously observed, where his combat prowess ranked 1st, yet his realm was only 2nd. Could it be that the path of the Slayer Kings had encountered a setback? After all, he had been part of this sect for over a decade. Half a year ago, he had been in a state of concealment. The Yushu Immortal sect was akin to a second home for him. Though he was not a sage, he would not permit the slightest danger to befall it. No wonder he had sensed something peculiar about the sect leader recently. A revelation dawned upon Chen Lin. The Slayer King, is it? Perhaps I can seize an opportunity here. He understood that the higher one's cultivation, the more substantial the rewards for critical hits. These rewards not only depended on the multiplier of critical hits, but also on the cultivation level of the target. Few within the Yushu Immortal sect could compare to the sect leader. Chen Lin retrieved a brocade box and presented it, saying, Sect leader, with all the esteemed elders present, I have something that may assist you. Oh, Su Yuan remarked, a treasure that junior brother Chen holds in such high regard must be extraordinary. As he opened the brocade box, he exclaimed in astonishment, this is mountain treasure. He promptly closed the box, his expression one of disbelief. Chen Lin smiled and affirmed, indeed, this is the mountain treasure. Su Yuan hurriedly returned the brocade box to Chen Lin, exclaiming, Junior brother, this is far too precious. I cannot accept the mountain treasure. The surrounding elders were equally astonished, having never imagined that Chen Lin had acquired the mountain treasure, which was believed to have fled into the demon emperor's tomb, remaining unattainable after its closure. Chen Lin insisted, Sect leader, this treasure is rightfully yours. First, to my knowledge, you are the only king-grade artifact refiner within the entire Yushu Immortal sect. Second, as the sect leader in the late stage of creation, you are in dire need of this mountain treasure to forge a personal magical artifact. Moreover, I truly have no use for it. Therefore, please accept it. He turned to the assembled senior brothers and sisters. Do you not agree? They all nodded in unison, affirming, yes, sect leader, you should accept it. As the leader of the Yushu sect, I serve as the outward representation of our esteemed lineage. With the imminent arrival of the Taishan Grand Assembly, this opportunity is perfect for us to quell the Taishan and reclaim our rightful position at the pinnacle of power. Listening to the council of the gathered members, Su Yuan resolutely declared, very well, I shall accept the mountain treasure. Junior brother Chen, I am astonished that you would bestow such a precious artifact upon me. I am deeply grateful, he continued, bowing respectfully to Chen Lin. Chen Lin hastily supported Su Yuan, exclaiming, Senior brother, you are far too courteous. Indeed, courtesy is essential. At the moment Su Yuan accepted the gift, the system granted him a significant boon. Ding! The host has received a celestial-grade treasure, the mountain treasure, from a fellow disciple, meeting the conditions for a critical return. Would you like to proceed with the critical hit? Critical success. Reward. 6,000 times critical return. Acquiring the innate second-tier treasure, the Four Directions Hellfire Cauldron. This treasure possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities with boundless power. Most importantly, it is an innate spiritual treasure, albeit of the second tier. It is also suitable for both artifact crafting and alchemy. On the Tianyuan continent, even the most illustrious emperors of past ages would envy such a treasure. Chen Lin had been troubled by the lack of a quality alchemical furnace and crafting forge, but now all his concerns were alleviated. Moreover, it has the capacity to engulf a person within. In mere moments, they would be reduced to ashes. Truly, he is deserving of the title of sect leader. This critical hit is evidently not merely the result of the 6,000-fold bonus, but is also augmented by his identity and cultivation level. Thus, the Four Directions Hellfire Cauldron instantly became the most formidable treasure in his possession. The slaying of the Tao Kings, also known as the Sovereign Realm, represents the first stage of ascension. If Chen Lin's previous strength could contend within the transformation realm and even challenge a Tao King, now, with the Four Directions Hellfire Cauldron, he could genuinely rival a Tao King in power. His defenses, bolstered by the Great Spirit Technique, the Purple Cloud Immortal Garb, an indomitable body, and the Xian Gui Immortal Art, render him more formidable than the average Tao King. As for his offensive capabilities, with the One Qi transforming into three purities and the Supreme Divine Fist, coupled with the Overlord Bow and the Purple Cloud Sword, while his attack power is comparable to that of Sovereign, there remains a slight gap in direct confrontations. However, at this moment, the Four Directions Hellfire Cauldron entirely compensates for this shortcoming. In fact, thanks to the enhancement provided by the cauldron, his defensive strength ranks among the upper echelons of sovereigns. Suddenly, Chen Lin recalled the Jinmu he held. Should he seize another opportunity? What better tool could there be than the sect leader himself? His status, position, and cultivation level render him the most advantageous ally for exploiting opportunities. Without hesitation, Chen Lin produced the Jinmu and said, Senior brother, I have another item that will surely be of assistance to you. What is this? Su Yuan inquired, observing the wooden piece before him, clearly failing to recognize its significance, and furrowed his brow. Junior brother, have you been deceived? The other senior members echoed similar sentiments. Junior brother Chen, this piece of wood appears to be nothing more than an ordinary block. Gazing upon the object resembling charred wood, one might liken it to lightning-struck timber. It remains an uncertainty. Chen Lin, somewhat irked, remarked, Esteemed brothers, do you not perceive that this is a piece of Jinmu? Jinmu? Impossible, Wu Zongyuan scoffed. Junior brother Chen, we comprehend your desire to curry favor with the sect leader, especially after you presented the rare Shanbao, which indeed garnered our admiration. However, to assert that this charred wood is Jinmu borders on jest. Have you ever encountered Jinmu? Su Yuan furrowed his brow and reprimanded. Junior brother Wu, cease your frivolous chatter. Junior brother Chen did not intend any offense. Chen Lin retorted coolly, Brother Wu, shall we wager once more on whether this piece of wood is indeed Jinmu? Wu Zongyuan snorted, Why would I engage in a bet with you? Seek a challenger elsewhere. His declaration elicited a chorus of laughter from the assembly. Brother Wu, are you afraid of losing? Did you not claim it was utterly impossible for this to be Jinmu? Why the hesitation? Young Wu Di interjected. Junior brother Chen, I have faith in your assertion. This is indeed Jinmu, proclaimed the enchanting maiden Miaoshan. Chen Lin nodded appreciatively. Thank you, brother Yang and sister Miaoshan. However, esteemed sect leader, I offer this treasure to you, and yet you doubt its authenticity. Perhaps you could return the Jianmu in your possession. Su Yuan quickly withdrew the Jianmu from his grasp, stating, Junior brother, how could one retract a gift? I am convinced this is Jianmu. With a smile, Chen Lin replied, You speak wisely, sect leader. Since one cannot reclaim a gift, and, as you all doubt its nature, I shall demonstrate its worth. Brothers, simply channel your energy into the wood, and you shall discern the truth. Boom! As Su Yuan infused the wood with his energy, a radiant golden light erupted, revealing the ethereal silhouette of a towering tree. An innate aura emanated from the Jianmu, enveloping the assembly in a warm embrace that invited them to revel in its essence. Indeed, this was Jianmu, truly a piece of Jianmu, still harboring a trace of primordial energy. The wood's value rivaled that of celestial treasures. Su Yuan trembled, nearly dropping the Jianmu, as the gravity of the revelation struck him. Previously dismissing it as mere wood, he now struggled to comprehend its true identity. Offering a wry smile as he exclaimed, Junior brother Chen, you ought to reclaim this Jianmu. Chen Lin inquired, Brother, do you possess the Shanbao I previously entrusted to you? Are you confident in crafting a celestial artifact? Su Yuan shook his head with a rueful smile. No. Chen Lin pressed on. And what if this Jianmu were added to the mix? Su Yuan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. With this addition, I would possess an 80% certainty of forging a celestial artifact. Precisely, Chen Lin exclaimed. All for the sake of celestial artifacts, brother. Consider this. If our Yushu sect were to acquire an additional celestial artifact, would it not represent a significant enhancement to our sect's influence? Indeed, Brother Chen's words resonate profoundly. Brother, what hesitation remains? Jianmu must be accepted, not solely for your sake, but for the honor of our Yushu sect. Brother, please accept it. In an instant, the crowd began to persuade fervently. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and declared, Very well, I shall accept it. Chapter 128, The Unwanted Wu Zhao. Ding. The host has gifted the headmaster a celestial-level treasure, Jianmu. It meets the criteria for a critical return. Shall it be activated? Critical hit. Critical success. A reward of 6,000 times the critical return has been granted, yielding a complete Jianmu seedling. The Jianmu seedling. Chen Lin's heart stirred. A seedling appeared in his mind, no larger than a pinky finger, adorned with a singular leaf. Jianmu, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, is revered as the pillar of the heavens and the divine tree of transcendence. This truly is an innate spiritual root seedling. The innate spiritual root is a force mightier than celestial herbs, capable of being refined into one's body, becoming a companion spirit. If Chen Lin were to refine this seedling into himself, he could share vitality and the divine powers of Jianmu. This is indeed a bountiful windfall, delightful and sweet. Furthermore, he garnered gratitude from his senior brother, the headmaster. While all were extolling Chen Lin's noble character and dedication to the sect, Gu Xianxia approached angrily, dragging her newly acquired disciple Wu Zhao, who appeared disheveled and defiant, clutching a broken branch. She cast both Wu Zhao and the branch onto the ground before Chen Lin, exclaiming, Master, your third disciple is beyond my control. You must manage her yourself. Xianxia, who is this? Su Yuan inquired. Gu Xianxia replied respectfully. Disciple Gu Xianxia greets all esteemed uncles. This is Master's newly accepted disciple, Wu Zhao. At that moment, Chen Lin noticed the broken branch. Could it be the only divine oak tree of Tai Mountain? Gu Xianxia nodded. Indeed, Master, you are correct. However, this oak tree no longer exists. Just moments ago, it was destroyed by your young disciple. Chen Lin was infuriated. Unruly disciple. Do you not understand that this was the sole divine tree left by your ancestor? You have utterly destroyed it. I am beside myself with rage. Wu Zhao showed no sign of remorse, lifting her chin defiantly. Master, as the saying goes. Out with the old, in with the new. It is merely a tree. Cannot you plant a few more? Chen Lin was not angered by the loss of the tree itself, but rather by her insolence. Su Yuan quickly interjected. Junior brother, do not let this vex you. It is merely an oak tree. Upon my return, I shall arrange for several divine trees to be sent to Tai Mountain. Uncle Tai Xian, who focuses on cultivation and often roams afar without taking disciples, has indeed neglected Tai Mountain, rendering it somewhat desolate. This was precisely the outcome Chen Lin desired. He smiled and said, In that case, I am most grateful to you, senior brother. Su Yuan shook his head. Junior brother, you are too courteous. You speak of celestial treasures as if they are nothing, and this is merely a divine tree. As Su Yuan approached Wu Zhao, he crouched down and asked, Little girl, What is your name? Wu Zhao tilted her head back and proudly declared, Old man, remember this. I am no mere girl. I am Wu Zhao, the future master sister of Tai Mountain. Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at her boldness. He raised his hand, intending to ruffle her hair. But the little girl retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at his hand, showing no regard for his intentions. As their hands made contact, Su Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. He realized she possessed a natural divine physique. He instinctively grasped her hand to examine it further. It was astonishing indeed. She truly had a natural divine body. One of the 5 supreme types, the Great Yin Divine Body. What? The Great Yin Divine Body. Brother Chen, this marks your 3rd disciple with a natural divine physique. Doesn't it? Su Yuan admitted to feeling a surge of desire. As the head of the Yushu Immortal sect, he had only recruited 1 disciple with such a physique, while Chen Lin had gathered 3, including this extraordinary one. Chen Lin smiled and replied, It's just luck. Su Yuan shook his head, saying, This cannot merely be deemed luck anymore. Brother Chen, I find this little girl quite appealing. How about allowing her to become my disciple? Chen Lin's brows furrowed slightly. Before he could respond, the little girl interjected, asking, Old man, who is stronger, you or my master? Su Yuan paused for a moment before replying. It should be your master. Wu Zhao pouted disdainfully, retorting, I wouldn't want to be your disciple. I, Wu Zhao, the empress, shall only take the strongest as my master. Su Yuan erupted into laughter, exclaiming, What an impressive young empress Wu Zhao. I eagerly await the day you become a formidable empress and elevate our Yushu Immortal sect. Su Yuan continued, More seriously, Brother Chen, I must apologize for my earlier greed. This girl is extraordinary. You must take great care with her. The Great Yin Divine Body could very well lead to the emergence of a supreme emperor within our Yushu Immortal sect. Chen Lin responded, Brother, if you truly wish to take her as your disciple, you may take her with you. I can no longer teach this girl. Su Yuan expressed surprise. What happened? Did she anger you? Chen Lin sighed. She nearly tore down Tai Mountain. At that moment, Wu Zhao's voice called out, Hey little one, stop running. Come back to your big sister. Turning around, they saw her chasing after a treasure mouse that had appeared from who knows where, disappearing in an instant. Su Yuan felt a momentary thrill at the thought of potentially taking the little girl as his disciple, but doubt crept in. Could he truly accept such a student? Perhaps it was wiser to refrain from jeopardizing his reputation. He shook his head, saying, As an elder brother, how could I snatch away what belongs to my junior? Chen Lin then addressed the other elders, Brothers, if anyone is interested in taking my disciple, perhaps you could bring her back to the sect for proper training? The senior brother spoke wisely. There is no need for us to covet another's affection. Such exceptional talent and aptitude are better suited for you, my junior. Ultimately, Wu Zhao was not sent away. Everyone took their leave in succession. However, Chen Lin discreetly called out to the exquisite fairy Miaoshan. Sister, I have missed you. Have you thought of me? Miaoshan's cheeks flushed as she replied, Junior, I am sorry, but I have not thought of you. Chen Lin, taken aback, retorted, Sister, your words lack sincerity. I know you must have thought of me. I have not, Fairy Miaoshan insisted. Some have returned to the mountain for several days. If it were not for my breakthrough today, I would still be unaware of whether you missed me at all. Chen Lin exclaimed in protest, Sister, this is unjust. It is merely that I have been overwhelmed by Wu Zhao's antics these past few days. That is why I have not come to see you. If you do not believe me, I can swear. If I lie, may I be struck down? Who asked you to swear? Fairy Miaoshan interrupted him immediately. I believe you. Is that not enough? Chen Lin's heart soared with joy as he said, Sister, did we not agree to spar last time? Now that no one is around, shall we? Who wants to spar with you? Bah! Miaoshan's face deepened in color. Chapter 129, Jade Void Academy, Chen Lin remarked. I have recently developed some new techniques that I am sure you will appreciate. New techniques? Fairy Miaoshan suddenly recalled Chen Lin's earlier mention of a dragon strike. Blushing, she stamped her foot and exclaimed, Rogue. With that, she turned and departed. Chen Lin was left feeling disheartened. How am I rogue? I simply wish to demonstrate my new techniques to you. He called after her. Sister, I am serious. If my techniques are paired with the dragon strike, they will surely bring you delight. At that moment, Fairy Miaoshan, who had just taken flight, nearly lost her balance in the air, prompting her to accelerate her pace. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Lin smiled and shook his fist in encouragement, saying, Chen Lin, press on, strive to win the heart of Fairy Miaoshan soon. Such candidness had not incited her anger. There might be hope. Master, you are truly foolish. Fairy Miaoshan clearly did not reject you. You should have pressed your advantage and seized the opportunity instead of letting it slip away, Gu Xianxia remarked disdainfully. Chen Lin was startled and queried, Xianxia, what are you doing here? Your junior sister, she replied. Upon mentioning Wu Zhao, Gu Qianxua's expression changed instantly. Master, I do not care. Your junior sister is your responsibility. She is infuriating. Chen Lin countered, but you just said she is your junior sister. Who else is to be responsible? Have you not heard the saying, when the master is occupied, the disciple bears the burden? Gu Qianxua shot back, then why not seek out the second junior sister? Chen Lin replied, you just said she is your second junior sister. Who said you're the eldest sister? Gu Qianxua fell silent, gritting her teeth as she declared, I do not care. I simply cannot take charge of the junior sister. Chen Lin asked, what is your plan for taking care of her? Gu Qianxua smiled and said, Master, as you can see, my little junior sister is quite the mischievous one. She's like a rotten wood that cannot be carved. It would be better to kill me than to take her along. Of course, you are my master, and I am your disciple. So if you insist on having me take her, then I must implore you to teach me how to merge the Great Zhou Star Sword technique with the Great Zhou Sword Drawing technique into a single sword form. Chen Lin chuckled. This is quite simple. I can impart the secret to you right now. Ding. The host imparts the essence of the Great Zhou Sword technique to disciple Gu Qianxua, meeting the critical strike return condition. Shall it be a critical strike? Critical strike. Critical strike successful, awarding an 8,000-fold return, gaining a considerable amount of swordsmanship experience. Shall it be claimed? Claim it. How could I not? Chen Lin couldn't help but feel elated. He had reaped a benefit while also dealing with that little girl, Wu Zhao. Naturally, the experience in swordsmanship was far more valuable than mere practice. Regrettably, he was still a step away from perfection, but the completion was not far off now. All right, let's begin. I leave my little junior sister in your care, he declared. Gu Qianxua frowned, saying, why do I feel as though I've been deceived? Chen Lin replied solemnly, nonsense. How could I ever deceive you? Now, I have just broken through a realm and need to solidify my foundations. So I shall take my leave. With that, he vanished in an instant. Watching Chen Lin's departing figure, Gu Qianxua couldn't help but smile. Master, despite your cunning, you did not anticipate that our Yushu sect also has a Yushu Academy. The Yushu Academy serves as a preparatory ground for aspiring disciples before they officially enter the Yushu sect, divided into the lower academy and the upper academy. The lower academy focuses on teaching disciples to read and write, understand the sect's rules, and basic cultivation methods. The upper academy is dedicated to imparting martial skills, including a set of techniques and a series of boxing forms. Only upon graduation may one join the major sects as an initiate disciple. Although Gu Qianxua had not attended the academy due to special circumstances, she was still aware of its existence. In the lower academy, she carefully prepared to bring Wu Zhao there. My little junior sister, once you arrive at the lower academy, you must diligently learn to read. Look at you, unable to recognize characters. How will you ever become the Empress Wu Zhao in the future? Gu Qianxua admonished. Wu Zhao replied, elder sister, are there many people in the lower academy? Indeed, there are probably over 100. Gu Qianxua responded. Wu Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Doesn't that mean I can be the big sister again? I've decided. I, Wu Zhao, will rebuild the explosive heaven gang. Gu Qianxua quickly interjected. Little junior sister, do not act recklessly. This is not ancient Dragon Town. Though you possess exceptional talent and immense strength, you have yet to begin your cultivation. If you misbehave in the lower academy, they will not show mercy just because you are a true disciple. You could end up getting spanked. Wu Zhao scoffed. Who knows who will be spanking whom by then? Sister, hurry up. I'm simply eager to head to the academy, Gu Qianxua exclaimed. She had initially thought she would have to persuade Wu Zhao at length to accompany her to the academy, but to her surprise, he agreed immediately. Master. Did you expect this? As the champion of this year's martial arts competition and the esteemed head of Tai Mountain, Gu Qianxua's reputation was gradually resonating throughout the Yushu immortal sect. Some had begun to refer to her and Xiao Yi as the unparalleled prodigies of their sect. Before long, Gu Qianxua led Wu Zhao to the lower courtyard of Yushu. Upon hearing of Gu Qianxua's arrival, the head of Yushu Academy personally came to greet them. The head of Yushu Academy, an elder of the Zhongman lineage named Elder Wang, possessed a cultivation level of harmonization realm. Master Uncle, Gu Qianxua said, this is my little junior sister. I will entrust her to you from now on. Elder Wang smiled warmly. Rest assured, my dear niece. If Brother Chen has chosen to send his disciple to our Yushu Academy, it reflects his trust in us, and we shall not disappoint him. Gu Qianxua added, Master Uncle, My little junior sister can be a bit mischievous, so I may have to trouble you. Should Wu Zhao inadvertently offend any teachers at the academy, feel free to discipline her sternly. Do not spare us face for the sake of Tai Mountain. Elder Wang chuckled. Yushu Academy has a history of over 10,000 years. We have encountered all manners of disciples. No matter how unruly a student may be, they will surely find their path here. Gratefully, Gu Qianxue responded, "Thank you, Master Uncle. It is reassuring to hear. I only fear that your esteemed academy may not be able to handle her. However, it is good to finally be rid of this pesky little sister." At that moment, Gu Qianxue wished to avoid her junior sister for even a moment longer. Turning to Wu Zhao, she stated, "This is Yushu Academy, and this esteemed elder is a member of the academy. You must listen carefully to the teachers and learn to read as soon as possible. I shall take my leave now." "Go on," Wu Zhao waved her off, sister. "I know you have long wished to abandon me. I've been longing to break free from your shadow as well. I, Wu Zhao, the Empress, shall conquer the entire Yushu Academy as the leading figure." Chapter 130, A Gap Emerges. Wu Zhao turned to Elder Wang and inquired, "You're Elder Wang, are you not? Please lead the way. My little brothers are eagerly awaiting to meet their big sister." With that, she strode into the academy. Elder Wang was momentarily taken aback, watching Wu Zhao's retreating figure, an ominous premonition stirring within him. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the feeling. Surely not. After all, this little girl was merely 7 years old. How much chaos could she truly unleash? Meanwhile, Gu Qianxue had already vanished from sight. At Tai Mountain, Chen Lin had bid farewell to everyone and once again entered seclusion, intending to refine the sapling of the Jinmu tree, merging himself with it. Much like the legendary Tianyuan Daxian, embodying the ginseng fruit tree itself. Achieving the status of the Grand Celestial Master, Chen Lin became intertwined with the Tree of Creation and the Celestial Realm. Once these two entities merged, he would be able to continuously draw upon the celestial energies from the void through the Tree of Creation for his cultivation. Extracting a sapling from the tree, Chen Lin refined it deep into his heart, opening up a primordial space. This sapling connected heaven above and earth below, linking the entire expanse, though small. This space was born from Chen Lin's utilization of the Tree of Creation. When the tree matured into a towering giant, truly becoming a pillar of the heavens, the space within him would transform into a world, a universe of its own. At that moment, he would be able to ceaselessly draw power from this universe, perfecting his cosmic path. The instant he refined the tree, a scripture appeared in his mind. This scripture, though merely 200 characters long, contained the most fundamental principles of the universe. Each character represented a pathway of profound laws, continuously merging into the space of the tree, solidifying and strengthening it. As these 200 characters integrated into the tree's space, Chen Lin was pleasantly surprised to find his body, soul, and magical power undergoing a peculiar enhancement, as if they had been reinforced anew. His physical strength increased by 5-fold, his soul by 7-fold, and his magical power by 6-fold. Most remarkably, his supreme celestial body exhibited signs of evolving towards the innate divine demonic form. Merging himself with the sapling appeared to be a wise move. With a thunderous punch, Chen Lin felt the space tremble. The immense power surged within him, elevating his combat prowess by at least 5 or 6 times. Alas, the sapling was still in its infancy, and the 9 transformations of the profound art demanded excessive magical power, preventing him from reaching the pinnacle of creation. However, he had managed to save several millennia of effort. At that moment, Chen Lin received a transmission from the sect leader's lineage, summoning him to the Sanqing Hall. The esteemed heads of the 12 mountain gates had already gathered. Upon Chen Lin's arrival, Su Yuan nodded slightly, gesturing to the first position on his left, saying, "Junior brother Chen, you shall sit here." Chen Lin paused, realizing that while the seating arrangement seemed arbitrary, where one sat signified their standing within the Yushu celestial sect. The first position on the left indicated a status just below that of the sect leader, Su Yuan. Observing the smiles on the faces of those present, it was clear no one opposed to sitting there. He then proceeded to take his seat. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the heads of the 12 mountain gates had all arrived. Sect leader Su Yuan announced, "I have gathered you all today to declare 3 matters. The first is that junior brother Yang from Taiwan Mountain and junior brother Chen from Tai Mountain have both broken through to the realm of creation, further enriching the foundation of our Yushu celestial sect. As a reward, I shall arrange for gifts to be sent to the respective mountain gates after this meeting concludes. The second matter at hand is that Brother Chen with the recent opening of the tomb of the Demon Emperor in the 10,000 Great Mountains, has showcased the formidable might of the Yushu immortal sect, achieving a remarkable feat by slaying the transformation of fate. Notably, this transformation true monarch ranks 9th on the transformation list, and now Brother Chen has also reached the realm of transformation, his strength and cultivation level having been sufficiently elevated. Henceforth, Brother Chen shall occupy the first position to my left. Thirdly, a breach has appeared in the barrier between the Taishan domain and the Demon Emperor dynasty. What? A breach has emerged? The Taishan domain, one of the 9 great territories of the Tianyuan World, was isolated by the Emperor thousands of years ago. To connect with other realms, one must traverse the 10,000 Great Mountains. The purpose of this isolation was to prevent the Demon Emperor dynasty from encroaching upon the human territories. For the Demon Emperor dynasty to reach the human domains, they too must navigate through the 10,000 Great Mountains. Although the Demon Emperor dynasty lies on the opposite side of these mountains, they do not govern it. Rather, it is fraught with peril, including ancient demon beasts. Should a breach occur, it would significantly shorten the distance between the Demon Emperor dynasty and the Taishan domain, facilitating their potential assault on the human territories. Luo Baddao remarked, "Did I not say? How could the people of the Demon Emperor dynasty suddenly appear in our Taishan domain? It seems they have entered through this breach." Yang Wudi Ingrid, Master, is there a way to reseal this breach? The Demon Emperor dynasty is exceedingly ruthless, particularly towards humans, whom they view as sustenance to hasten their cultivation. This suggests that the Taishan domain must now contend with the constant threat of demons infiltrating human society. High-ranking demons can assume human form, with the sole drawback being that they reveal their demonic power once they engage in combat. Demon generals and commanders can even mimic human magical abilities, and unless absolutely necessary, they will not disclose their true identities. Should demons be granted the opportunity to enter the Taishan domain, it would spell an unprecedented calamity for humanity therein. And the Yushu immortal sect would also find no peace. Maintaining the safety of our realm and exterminating demons is our solemn duty. Su Yuan shook his head, stating, "If only we could reseal it." This seal was placed by the emperor himself, and unless one possesses the emperor's level of cultivation, it is utterly impossible to re-establish it. Thus, I have convened you all to discuss how we should confront the impending crisis, as demons may already be lurking among the human populace. Chen Lin wore a serious expression. Demons can consume human flesh and blood to cultivate, making their presence in human territories a guarantee of chaos, as they will undoubtedly seize opportunities to orchestrate heinous bloodshed. We cannot foresee how many lives may be lost at the hands of demons. The Demon Emperor dynasty is exceedingly formidable, not to mention the powerful demon kings. Even the so-called 36 demon commanders and 72 demon generals possess the strength of the transformation realm, sufficient to sweep through all the great sects and ancient clans of the Taishan domain. The transformation list consists of only 32 transformation powerhouses. Huang Long spoke, sect leader. "We shall heed your words. Whatever you decide, we shall follow. All the elders and disciples of Xianxia, including myself, stand ready to descend the mountain and eradicate the demons." Chapter 131. Wu Zhao confronts the teacher. Chen Lin added, "While vanquishing demons is indeed imperative, I have observed a significant flaw among our esteemed Yushu Xianmen during the recent awakening of the Demon Emperor's tomb. We are not adept in combat." Chen Lin, what do you mean by that? Chen Lin explained, "Upon entering the inner tomb, I encountered formidable powers from various realms and even engaged in battle. In those moments, I realized that our Yushu Xianmen, despite being of the same cultivation level, would struggle to match them in a life and death struggle. As they entered the inner tomb, all became clear with the emergence of Shan Bao and Jianmu. What astonished everyone was that Chen Lin had indeed met individuals from other realms." Yang Wudi remarqued, "I have long heard that the Demon Emperor's tomb connects the 9 great realms. It appears to be true." Su Yuan asked Chen Lin, "What is the strength of the powers from the other realms?" Chen Lin promptly shared everything he knew with those present. Su Yuan nodded, "Indeed, our Yushu Xianmen was not always known by this name. It was once called the Yuqing Holy Land. Moreover, our sect was not situated in the current Yushu mountain range, but rather in the Kunlun Mountains. Unfortunately, after a great battle, the Yuqing Holy Land nearly faced annihilation. The ancestors of our sect brought most of our legacy to the Taishan domain and rebuilt what is now the Yushu Xianmen. Throughout the generations, The leaders of our sect have harbored a desire to restore our former glory and return to the Holy Land. I had not held any expectations, merely hoping to prevent the decline of Yushu Xianmin under my stewardship. Yet now, I behold a tremendous hope, and that hope arises from you, Chen Lin. Chen Lin solemnly vowed, since you hold me in such regard, I, Chen Lin, hereby pledge that on the day I attain the status of an emperor, it shall be the moment Yushu Xianmin returns to the Holy Land. Is it not merely the status of an emperor? I possess this confidence, he declared. Wu Zongyuan scoffed. Chen, confidence is commendable, but arrogance is not. Our Yushu Xianmin has existed for tens of thousands of years, and when combined with the history of the Yuqing Holy Land, we're talking about several 100,000 years. Aside from the illustrious Yuqing emperor, there have been numerous extraordinary talents throughout these millennia, yet not a single emperor has emerged. Do not be mistaken, Chen Lin, I do not look down upon you, but you must recognize the reality. Yang Wudi furrowed his brow and said, Wu, what do you imply? Do you doubt Chen Lin? I firmly believe he will indeed become an emperor. Moreover, Wu Zongyuan, I care not for any past grievances between Wulong Mountain and Tai Mountain, but from this moment forth, should you dare to trouble Tai Mountain again, you will have to contend with me, Yang Wudi. Wu Zongyuan huffed in annoyance and turned away. If I cannot provoke you, I shall simply avoid you, he muttered. Su Yuan interjected, enough, we are all comrades here. What animosities remain unresolved? Junior brother Chun. Your encounter with the Guangxing immortal sect, this time, seems to be a continuation of the Kongtong mountain lineage. It appears that even as our jade pure sacred ground fell into disarray, the major sects have retained their heritages and flourished, establishing their own immortal sections. If our Yushu immortal sect could merge with these sects, it is indeed possible that we could restore the grandeur of the jade pure sacred ground. The sect master speaks wisely, Luo Bad Dao remarked. Although we brought the majority of the heritage to the Yushu immortal sect thousands of years ago, some traditions still linger outside. If we could truly integrate and engage with these powers, reclaiming the lost legacies would undoubtedly elevate our Yushu immortal sect significantly. The assembly of elders nodded in agreement. Not to mention the Kongtong Mountain's method of refining the Fantian seal, the life and death seal of Taiwan Mountain, and the supreme divine treasures, such as the 9 dragons' divine fire cover of Tai Mountain. Su Yuan stated, the emergence of this gap presents an opportunity. While this breach connects the Demon Emperor dynasty with our Taishan domain, it indirectly links our Taishan domain with the other 8 great territories. Moreover, my master has predicted that soon, the 9 great territories will reconnect, rather than being accessible only to those who have reached the 3 realms of longevity. The 9 great territories, sealed off by the emperor from the Demon Emperor dynasty, have resulted in each territory governing itself independently, with only the 3 realms of longevity able to traverse the barriers. This has particularly led to the stagnation of the Taishan domain. Su Yuan took a deep breath and said, enough of this talk. What is paramount for us now is to enhance our strength. Let us not forget the impending grand event of our Taishan domain, the Taishan Assembly, with interterritorial communication becoming more convenient. This assembly will undoubtedly attract formidable beings from other realms, bringing forth a myriad of uncertainties. Yang Wudi, brimming with confidence, declared, what of it? With the current strength of our Yushu immortal sect, as long as they are not cutting path sovereigns, what is there to fear? Chen Lin radiated a powerful battle intent. Yang brother is right. If a battle is to be fought, let us engage without fear. Just then, a disciple outside reported that the head of the Yushu Academy sought an audience. Su Yuan furrowed his brow and said, let him enter. Very well. Soon, Elder Wang arrived. Not alone, but accompanied by a teacher from the academy. However, the teacher appeared quite unkempt, with a bruised face and tattered clothing, resembling a beggar who had just returned from a desperate plea. Upon entering the Sanqing Hall, the 2 knelt down. Sect Master, you must take charge on our behalf. Elder Wang proclaimed. Su Yuan inquired, Elder Wang, you oversee the Yushu Academy. What brings you to me today? Elder Wang replied, Sect Master, I implore you to speak to Elder Chen Lin and allow him to take back his 3rd disciple. Immediately, Elder Wang recounted the events that had transpired, and indeed, it was for Wu Zhao that he had come. Upon her arrival at the academy, Wu Zhao immediately sprang forth, boldly proclaiming her intention to establish the explosive gang and to become the leader among all. Although the lower academy primarily consisted of students dedicated to scholarly pursuits, it was not devoid of a few scions from distinguished families, all around the tender ages of 15 or 16. The sudden emergence of a mere 6 or 7-year-old girl, declaring her ambition to reign as their leader, elicited a chorus of laughter from the crowd. This, however, incited Wu Zhao's ire. Despite her lack of cultivation, as a bearer of a yin divine body, she had already awakened her innate powers. Her physical prowess alone was comparable to that of a qi refining practitioner. Who among the lower academy's disciples could rival her? In no time, she bested all of them and successfully formed the explosive gang. Naturally, there were dissenters who reported her to the teacher. When the teacher sought to punish Wu Zhao, she would not acquiesce and promptly retaliated, even striking the teacher down. The teacher, a mere external disciple with primarily physical cultivation, stood no chance against Wu Zhao. This incident summoned Elder Wang's attention. Chapter 132, A Mishap. For Chen Lin, only embarrassment remained. This Gu Xianxia had cunningly orchestrated matters, sending the little girl to the Yu Su Academy, as if I would foresee the chaos she would unleash upon her arrival. It has indeed come to pass. Filled with regret, Chen Lin remarked, Elder Wang, logically speaking, with your intervention, my third disciple should not be a match for you. Since she has been entrusted to you, please deal with her severely. I only desire results, not the means. Elder Wang replied with a bitter smile, Lord Chen Lin, I too consider the option of suppression through force, but the crux of the matter is that I am simply not her equal. Furrowing his brow, Chen Lin stated, That cannot be. I have yet to impart any cultivation techniques to her. Elder Wang responded, Indeed, the little girl Wu Zhao has not undergone any training. Yet she possesses a divine artifact and wields it with ease. In the face of her artifact, I am utterly outmatched. Lord Chen Lin, I beseech you to take your disciple away. I cannot teach her. When I arrived at the Sanqing Hall, Wu Zhao was still accompanied by her gang from the lower academy, claiming that she intended to subdue the upper academy's students and even threatened to dismantle the Yu Su Academy. This ungrateful disciple has pushed me to my limits. Wu Zhao, the Empress, I should send you back to learn your letters. On the very first day, you have already caused a calamity. At this moment, Su Yuan finally comprehended the reason behind his unease at Tai Mountain. It was because she was there waiting for him. Fortunately, he had refrained from taking her as a disciple, or else she might have brought ruin upon Yu Su Mountain. Junior brother, you ought to check on the situation. We must ensure the Yu Su Academy remains intact. Chen Lin sighed. Very well, I shall go take a look. With that, he vanished in an instant. Su Yuan said, Brothers, we might as well accompany him. Indeed, let us go and see. The others nodded in agreement. Soon, Chen Lin arrived at the Yu Su Academy. Just as he approached the main entrance, suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Before Chen Lin's eyes, the library collapsed with a resounding crash. Wu Zhao, with an air of authority, stood with her hands on her hips, gazing at the fallen library, and proclaimed, Did you all witness this? Reading is of no avail. Can one conquer the world through books? Certainly not. Can reading grant immortality? No. Can it elevate one to the status of an emperor? Absolutely not. Indeed, it cannot. We have come to join the Yushu immortal sect to cultivate and attain immortality, not merely to read, and thus we must topple this library. Only by dismantling the library and destroying the academy can we enhance our chances of becoming disciples of the immortal sect rather than languishing in the Yushu Academy. Do you all agree? Long live the big sister, echoed the voices of hundreds of disciples from Yushu Academy, resonating throughout the institution. Wu Zhao waved her hand and declared, Excellent, the academy has been toppled. Let us join the immortal sect and cultivate martial arts. Join the immortal sect and cultivate martial arts. With that, they surged towards other parts of the academy. Chen Lin's face darkened with fury. Wu Zhao, stop right there. Upon seeing Chen Lin approaching, Wu Zhao displayed no fear. Rather, she beamed. Master, you arrived just in time. Am I not impressive? I am now the leader of the explosive Sky Gang. Look at these individuals. They're all my subordinates. Come, shout out big sister. Big sister. The crowd echoed in unison. Chen Lin swept his gaze across them and discerned that these so-called subordinates bore bruises and a look of fear, clearly indicating that their allegiance was not willingly earned, but rather enforced through intimidation. Fuming, Chen Lin retorted, Do you still have the audacity to speak? Look at them. Are they truly eager to join your explosive Sky Gang? You set fire to the library and sought to destroy the academy, and you claim you did not coerce them? Wu Zhao turned to her assembled followers, raising her fist as she inquired, My master has a question for you. Did I, the Empress Wu Zhao, force you in any way? No, the big sister did not force us. We willingly follow her. They exclaimed, fear evident in their voices as they hurriedly nodded in agreement. Wu Zhao, satisfied with their response, turned to Chen Lin and stated, Master, see? I told you they are all here of their own volition. Why we come to the Wu Zhao immortal sect? Naturally, to cultivate. It is unjust that we are confined to Yushu Academy without being taught the methods of cultivation. Hence, my disciples must rectify this injustice by dismantling the academy. We too require martial training to become disciples of the immortal sect. Chen Lin was incensed. Wu Zhao, how dare you speak such nonsense? Do you truly believe you can fool me? In front of our esteemed elders, you show no remorse. Are you seeking punishment from me? Unfazed, Wu Zhao replied, Master, you heard them. I did not coerce them. I established the explosive sky gang for their benefit. Meanwhile, Su Yuan and others nearby listened intently, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and intrigue. Previously, they were envious and jealous of junior brother Chen Lin for having taken in a disciple with a natural divine physique. Yet now, it is evident that he has not merely acquired a disciple. He has seemingly welcomed an ancestor into their midst. On the very first day, she has already established herself as a little tyrant, a headstrong leader, and even founded the explosive Heaven Gang. Fortunately, she is not my disciple. Otherwise, I would surely be driven to despair. It is often said that one can gauge a person's future by their childhood. Undoubtedly, she will become a little devil in the world. With a sigh, Su Yuan stepped forward and proclaimed, I am Su Yuan, the headmaster of the Jade Void sect. If any of you bear grievances, do not hesitate to voice them. I stand here to advocate for you. Headmaster, we pay our respects to you. They exclaimed. You must stand up for us. It is all her doing. Ever since she arrived at our academy, she has used her strength to coerce us into joining her explosive Heaven Gang, demanding that we call her big sister. Should we refuse, we are met with violence. Woe is us. She even forced us to access the library. We never laid a finger on it. Chen Lin's countenance darkened at their words, feeling utterly humiliated. Wu Zhao was infuriated. They are spouting nonsense. Well, have I ever coerced you? You all willingly chose to follow me. You traitors. How dare you falsely accuse a disciple of the explosive Heaven Gang? Just wait. I shall make you forget your own mothers. Chen Lin admonished. How dare you speak so recklessly in front of the headmaster? Su Yuan, caught in a difficult position, remarked, Junior brother, Wu Zhao is your disciple. It is up to you to decide her fate. Chen Lin replied, Brother, I apologize. It is my disciple's misdeeds. I shall take her away. And as for the destruction of the Jade Void Academy, I am willing to compensate. Rest assured, I will discipline her severely upon our return. Su Yuan nodded and said, Elder Wang, what is your opinion? Elder Wang responded, I shall defer to the headmaster. Su Yuan declared, Very well, we shall proceed according to Junior Brother Chen's suggestion. The library shall be rebuilt, and from this day forth, disciple Wu Zhao is forbidden from stepping foot in the Jade Void Academy. Chapter 133, Provocation. I refuse to accept this. Wu Zhao shouted defiantly. Old man, on what grounds do you deny me entry into the Jade Void Academy? I, Wu Zhao, the Empress, am destined to become a great emperor. Are you truly willing to treat a future emperor in such a manner? Ha ha ha. Su Yuan could not help but burst into laughter. Having confidence in becoming an emperor is commendable, but you must first achieve that status. Should you truly ascend to such heights, not only will you be welcomed into the Jade Void Academy, but even if you were to raise the entire academy or the Jade Void sect, no one would dare utter a word against you. Alas, it seems you may never attain the title of emperor. Wu Zhao retorted, I will. Just wait, old man. I shall soon become a great emperor, and then I will take you down with me. Junior brother Chen, this is your disciple, threatening even the headmaster. Such audacity. If the disciple behaves in this manner, one can only imagine what ill thoughts the master harbors. Wu Zongyan seized the opportunity to mock Chen Lin. At this moment, Wu Zongyan, feeling outmatched in strength and connections, could only indulge in verbal jabs to relieve his frustrations. Su Yuan remarked, Martial brother, your words are excessive. If brother Chen truly intends to strike me, I am presently no match for him. Moreover, children often speak without restraint. Should any of the next generation disciples truly manage to defeat me, it would signify the remarkable talent within our Yusu immortal sect, heralding the arrival of a prodigy. I would be delighted rather than dismayed. Chen Lin furrowed his brow and said, Wu Zhao, do you comprehend why our master brother asserts that you cannot ascend to the status of an emperor? Wu Zhao, with a disdainful attitude, retorted, It is out of jealousy. My senior sister has proclaimed that I am a naturally gifted divine body, destined to become a female emperor. Chen Lin scoffed, You aspire to be an emperor? Have you ever witnessed an illiterate individual rise to such heights? Without literacy, you cannot grasp the cultivation techniques. Without understanding these techniques, your path to cultivation becomes arduous. Mark my words, with your illiteracy, within 5 years, those little brothers and sisters you've gathered at Yusu Academy will not be at your mercy, but rather, you shall be at theirs. The assembled students, with the master present and the esteemed elders in attendance, were already seething with indignation towards Wu Zhao. They stood forth, voicing their sentiments. Indeed, Wu Zhao, it appears you are an illiterate. Without the ability to read, your path to cultivation will be fraught with challenges. Yes, you possess extraordinary talent and currently surpass me, but I am confident that in 5 years, I shall surpass you. The humiliation you face today will be repaid in kind. And I, Wu Zhao, in 5 years, shall return the favor you have bestowed upon me. I join in this as well. Soon, the first voice was met with a second, and in an instant, all hands were raised in agreement. Wu Zhao, filled with rage, gritted her teeth and declared, "Very well. You shall wait for me. It is merely a matter of learning to read. I am destined to become the future Empress Wu Zhao, and upon my return, I shall demonstrate my literacy to you all. In 5 years, you will find yourselves looking up to me. Do you realize what you have missed today? The opportunity to be my little brother. Once I ascend as an emperor, you will long for that role, and I may not even entertain the thought." Tianyuan World, saying, "Disciple, I appreciate your spirit. Upon your return, ensure you guide them well. Who knows, perhaps our Yusu immortal sect shall indeed yield an emperor, nay, 2 emperors, perhaps even a dual master and disciple of imperial stature. I hold great admiration for your teaching abilities, particularly in light of the achievements of our dear disciple Xianxia." At this moment, Chen Lin was utterly delighted. This was precisely the outcome he sought, and he had not anticipated such unexpected joy. He was not concerned about his disciple's inability to learn. His only worry was that she might not embrace the learning process. Literacy was the foundational step of cultivation, a concern that had previously troubled him greatly. With a smile, he said, "Rest assured, senior brother, I shall diligently instruct her upon my return, nurturing several emperors for our Yusu immortal sect." Several emperors? Why not mention cultivating a few immortals instead? Wu Zongyuan retorted with a cold snort. Chen Lin responded, "That is an excellent suggestion, martial brother. Very well. I shall endeavor to cultivate a few immortals for our Yusu immortal sect. It is indeed you, brother Wu, who, despite being a failure yourself, imparts such mediocrity to your disciples. It seems improbable that you will ever cultivate a formidable sovereign, let alone an emperor. Furthermore, brother Wu, remember that the next time you find yourself dissatisfied and resort to sarcasm, take a moment to reflect on your own cultivation. I shall overlook this instance. But should there be another, if you dare speak without restraint, I shall respond with force." Boom! The formidable aura of the transformation realm surged forth, descending upon Wu Zongyuan with the weight of a mountain. Thud! Overwhelmed, Wu Zongyuan collapsed to the ground. Chen Lin cast a cold glance at him before departing Yusu Academy with Wu Zhao. Upon returning to Tai Yi Mountain, Gu Qinshui and Chen Linglong approached. Having heard the commotion, noticing Chen Lin's pained expression and the fury on his junior sister's face, they inquired, "Master, did you not send junior sister to Yusu Academy? Why has she returned?" Chen Lin retorted, "How can you even ask? Knowing full well that your junior sister is inherently rebellious and ungovernable, you still sent her to Yusu Academy. Do you realize that upon her arrival, she proclaimed herself the eldest sister and formed a formidable faction? The future Empress Wu Zhao, she decreed that those who obey shall prosper, while those who defy shall perish, mercilessly striking anyone who does not submit. Your junior sister is indeed impressive, having taken on the role of the eldest sister. I too held such a position during my time in the Shun Family Academy," Chen Linglong remarked in admiration. Chen Lin shot her a fierce glare and exclaimed, "You dare boast? If that were all, it might be tolerable, but she has audaciously struck even the Academy's teachers, not to mention the destruction of the library. And this treasure is a gift from you to her." In his hand appeared a flying ring, the indeterminate flying ring. Chen Linglong was taken aback by her junior sister's propensity for chaos and sighed, "Junior sister, I intended for you to use the indeterminate flying ring for self-defense, not as a weapon." Wu Zhao scoffed. "Who told him to strike me?" "Sister, this treasure is remarkable. That old man was no match for me. And those traitors? How dare they flee in the face of adversity? It infuriates me. They even claimed that after I defeated them today, they would retaliate in 5 years. Who gave them such confidence? Once I learn to read and begin my cultivation, I will ensure they all face my wrath. Sister, would you teach me how to read? Ah, teach you how to read? Chen Lin quickly shook her head. I can barely recognize a few characters myself. Perhaps let the eldest sister teach you instead. Xianxia, startled, interjected, no, I cannot do it. Junior sister, you should teach. No, you teach, Chen Lin immediately countered. Chen Lin decisively proclaimed, enough of this bickering. Chen Lin, since you so readily bestowed the indeterminate flying ring, a divine treasure, upon your junior sister, it is evident that your bond is strong. Therefore, the responsibility of teaching her to read shall fall upon you. Chapter 134, The Hunyuan Stake Skill. Ah, no. Chen Lin cried out in dismay. Master is truly wise. Xianxia exclaimed joyfully. Chen Lin remarked, Linglong, upon your return, be sure to diligently instruct your junior apprentice. Should you fail in this endeavor, both of you shall face punishment. Do you understand? Understood, master, replied Chen Lin, her heart heavy with regret for having lent the unpredictable flying ring to her. Now, she found herself in a predicament. Wu Zhao interjected, Senior sister, are you reluctant to teach me how to read? Chen Lin quickly denied, nonsense. How could I possibly be unwilling? I was merely contemplating the best approach to impart literacy to our junior. Wu Zhao reassured her, do not worry, senior sister. I shall strive earnestly to learn and cultivate, eagerly anticipating our return to Yushu Academy to properly reprimand those traitors. Once one enters my explosive heaven gang, they are bound for life. That is indeed reassuring. With Wu Zhao's promise, Chen Lin finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. Master, I shall dedicate myself to teaching our junior sister well. Hold on, Chen Lin interjected. As you join my tiny mountain while learning to read, cultivation must not be neglected. Wu Zhao, I happen to possess a set of simple body refining techniques. You should practice them first. This was a 9-tier body refining technique. Though termed a body refining art, it was more accurately a foundational stance training. It was regarded as the cornerstone of all body refining techniques. Yet, this seemingly simple stance training, rated at 9 tiers, had sparked a thought in Chen Lin's mind upon his first encounter. Could this be a technique dedicated to the realm of body refining? Alas, it was merely foundational stance training, lacking any subsequent techniques. Nonetheless, it was exceptionally suitable for Wu Zhao. This set of stance training comprised a singular movement with 3 variations, simpler than the mighty bull demon fist, embodying a method of long-term accumulation. Thus, Chen Lin imparted this stance training to Wu Zhao, instructing, do not underestimate this technique. Should you master it, your strength will multiply exponentially. In due time, striking anyone will become a matter of a mere punch. Master, can I truly defeat anyone with my fists? Wu Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chen Lin nodded affirmatively, indeed. Wu Zhao vowed, rest assured, Master, I shall diligently cultivate upon my return. Little did Chen Lin realize that this decision would cultivate a violent empress. A single disagreement could lead to a fist fight. Her iron fists would, in the future, sweep through all challengers, publicly hailed as Empress Wu Zhao, yet privately referred to as the Violent Empress. Ding. The host imparts to disciple Wu Zhao the foundational Hunyuan stance of the innate Thunderbody refining immortal technique, meeting the criteria for critical return. Will be a critical hit. Remarkably, it was an innate body refining treasure technique. Truly extraordinary. Yet, it was merely a foundational stance. Let be a critical hit. Chen Lin silently mused. Critical hit successful. Reward of 10,000 times critical return. Obtaining the complete version of the Grand Dao level innate Thunderbody refining immortal technique. Will it be claimed? Grand Dao level immortal technique. Boom. A surge of memories flooded Chen Lin's mind, transcending the realm of immortality. This is thus far the most formidable cultivation method aside from the 9 transformations of mysterious arts he has acquired. It is a discipline of body refinement, encompassing not only the fundamental primordial stance, but also the more formidable primordial fist technique. From the external to the internal, one cultivates strength within. The first layer involves body refinement. The second layer transitions from cultivating chi to cultivating strength. The third layer does not focus on refining the spirit, but rather on blood transformation. Following these are the 3 realms of divine abilities, the 3 realms of longevity, and the 3 realms of transcendence. This represents an alternative cultivation system. Nevertheless, it is not without precedent, strictly speaking. 2 cultivation systems have been passed down in the Tianyuan continent. the body refinement school, and the chi cultivation school, with the latter being the most widely practiced today. Although the body refinement school has a lineage, it has long been in a state of extinction. In any case, no one from the Yushu sect has pursued the path of body refinement. The primary drawback of the body refinement method is its slow cultivation speed, particularly in the early stages when facing opponents of equal rank, where it tends to be at a disadvantage, especially in the realm of divine abilities, where it has thwarted countless prodigies. Of course, once the body refinement practitioner reaches the realm of longevity, they can easily overpower their chi-cultivating counterparts of the same rank. Despite this, the technique appears to be tailor-made for Wu Zhao, embodying the pinnacle of the 5 supreme divine bodies. The limits of the divine body also signify both potential and peril, possessing an astonishing innate constitution, once cultivated. The power harnessed surpasses that of other divine bodies and royal bodies. The Dian divine body breaks through with sheer force. Even so, Chen Lin did not intend to impart this technique to Wu Zhao immediately. He would wait until Wu Zhao reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Nonetheless, this technique remained beneficial for him, as he suddenly realized it could assist in the cultivation of the 9 transformations of mysterious arts, accelerating its progression. The 9 transformations of mysterious arts, harmonizing body refinement and chi cultivation, achieves the ultimate manifestation of proving the path through strength. Chen Lin calculated that cultivating the innate Thunder Immortal technique would at least enhance the speed of his 9 transformations of mysterious arts by more than 10-fold. After dismissing several disciples, Chen Lin began to delve into the primordial stance. The primordial stance consists of a singular movement. Chen Lin suddenly recognized that this was none other than the so-called horse stance. He then raised his leg, punched, and evaded. Before long, he found himself immersed in practice. He was unaware of how much time had passed when he was interrupted by an arrival. Xiao respectfully remarked, "Master Uncle, I hope you are well. I have come at the behest of the Master to Tianyuan Mountain, specifically to present 3 royal grade spirit trees and 1 divine grade spirit tree. The spirit trees complement the mountain gate. Typically, spirit trees are planted in caverns of fortune, while they require the absorption of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. They also play a role in gathering and replenishing the spiritual energies of the world. The more spirit trees planted at the mountain gate, the more abundant the spiritual energy becomes, which is beneficial for cultivation." Chen Lin smiled and replied, "Please convey my thanks to the sect master. I shall gladly accept these spirit trees." Xiao continued, "Master Uncle, I notice that the martial arts you are cultivating are quite extraordinary, simple and direct, imbued with the essence of the Tao. Yet I have never encountered such a technique before. May I inquire as to its nature?" Chen Lin did not conceal the fact. This is the Hunyuan Zhuang Gong, a practice that when diligently cultivated over time can enhance one's innate qualities. The rarity of this celestial technique lies in its ability to refine the body and serve as the foundation for all physical cultivation arts. Remarkably, long-term practice can gradually elevate one's innate talents. Xiao felt a stirring in his heart. He understood the arduous nature of improving one's aptitude. Not everyone possesses a system like Chen Lin's, capable of yielding 10-fold rewards, allowing one to reclaim any elixir. "Master Uncle, may I learn it?" "Of course," Chen Lin replied. "I shall impart to you the Hunyuan Zhuang Gong right now." Beep. The host imparts the Hunyuan Zhuang Gong to disciple Xiao. Meeting the criteria for critical return. Would you like to trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Rewarded with a 4,000-fold return. Acquiring the royal grade secret technique, the layering wave technique. A powerful technique tailored specifically for the physical cultivation path. Chapter 135, Wu Zhao's Talent. The appearance of Xiao served as a wake-up call for Chen Lin. The innate thunder body refining celestial technique was indeed wondrous. Yet progressing in a step-by-step manner could take an eternity. One must not forget he possessed a critical return system. It was also a fine opportunity to see how many characters Wu Zhao had learned. In Tianyuan Mountain, from a small ravine, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Upon closer inspection, Chen Lin discovered that Wu Zhao was nestled beside a fire, leaning against a spirit beast. The celestial crane he had previously chased lay nearby, shivering and disheveled, its feathers nearly plucked bare. "Great bird, why did you run? All I wanted was for you to carry me aloft. Yet you refused. Now look at you, nearly bald. Rest assured, I, the Empress, shall not feast upon you. However, should you remain disobedient, who knows what might happen?" The celestial crane nodded vigorously, attempting to appease Wu Zhao. Is that so? Now that's more like it. Wu Zhao chuckled in satisfaction. Regrettably, while the mountain offered many wonders and countless spirit beasts, the cooking materials were rather lacking. Did they not eat? This empress shall starve. Done, Wu Zhao exclaimed, eagerly seizing the spirit beast meat, ready to indulge. Chen Lin shook his head as he stepped out, coldly remarking, "You possess quite the audacity, hiding here and troubling the spirit beasts of my mountain." "Ah, master." Wu Zhao jumped up as if her tail had been stepped on, hurriedly concealing the spirit beast meat. Lowering her head and saying, "Master, what brings you here?" Chen Lin retorted, "Bring it out. I've already seen it." Embarrassed, Wu Zhao retrieved the spirit beast meat and offered it to Chen Lin, saying, "Master, I was wrong." Chen Lin accepted the meat without hesitation and began to eat. Wu Zhao grew anxious. "Master, that is my roasted meat. How can you eat it?" Chen Lin replied, "Why can't I eat? I can, but you've only prepared this little. What shall you eat? You should have said so earlier. I would have roasted more," Wu Zhao insisted. Chen Lin let out a cold snort. "What? Do you wish to harm the spirit beasts on my mountain?" Wu Zhao retorted, "Master, is this truly considered harming? It is merely to satiate my hunger. Everything on this mountain is splendid, except for the lack of food. I am quite famished." Chen Lin replied, "If you are hungry, you may consume a pill of sustenance. Just one pill can sustain you for 3 days without food or drink, and it will also help cleanse your body of impurities, enhancing your cultivation." "I refuse to take the pill of sustenance." Wu Zhao shook her head defiantly. Chen Lin sighed, "Suit yourself. However, in the future, should you wish to eat, do not harm the spirit beasts or fruits of this mountain. Instead, go to the cafeteria at Yushu Mountain for your meals. By the way, I ask you, have you learned to recognize characters in this day?" Wu Zhao joyfully exclaimed, "I have, master. Not only can I recognize them, but I can also write." "Oh," Chen Lin inquired, "quickly write something for me to see." Wu Zhao immediately picked up a twig and began to write on the ground, forming the characters for Tai Mountain. "Is that all?" Chen Lin asked. "That is all, Wu Zhao." The empress replied, "I only know these 3 characters." Chen Lin was exasperated. "You only recognize 3 characters after all this time, and then you come to harm my spirit beasts? What of your second sister? I must inquire how she instructs you in recognizing characters." "Master, I am here." At that moment, Shun Linglong hurriedly emerged. "Master, behold my prowess. I have not disappointed everyone. I have taught our junior sister to recognize characters." "Just 3 characters." Chun Lin's face darkened. Shun Linglong continued, "Master, do not underestimate these 3 characters. I have done my utmost. Moreover, while our junior sister may be slow in recognizing characters, her cultivation has progressed swiftly. Just watch." The junior sister promptly showcased her abilities from master to see. Only then did Chun Lin notice Wu Zhao's cultivation level. You have actually reached the 2nd layer of body refinement. How little time has passed? Just half a day." Wu Zhao beamed. "Master, am I not impressive? The Hunyuan stake technique you taught me is exceedingly simple. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, she assumed a horse stance, executing punches, raising her legs, and dodging with fluidity. Chen Lin was utterly astonished. She had actually triggered the Tao rhythm. The Tao rhythm is a power that connects closely with the essence of the stance technique and the profound truths of the Tao. Once triggered, it signifies that one has cultivated this martial art to an unfathomable realm. Previously, Chen Lin had triggered the Tao rhythm as well. But one must consider his own cultivation level, late stage of the creation realm. Yet Wu Zhao had never practiced before. This was her first attempt at cultivation, and she had already managed to trigger the Tao rhythm. Moreover, the name of his disciple, Zhao, which signifies the sun and moon in the sky, seemed to Chen Lin to be non-existent, if his memory served him correctly. However, he could not fathom why, upon hearing his disciple Wu Zhao utter her name, it felt as though that character had always existed. Chen Lin inquired, "Wu Zhao, may I ask who bestowed your name upon you, and the reason behind the name Wu Zhao?" Wu Zhao replied, "Master, you are rather foolish. Naturally, it was my father who named me." Chen Lin's expression darkened as he retorted, "What a way to speak." He continued, "Enough of such inquiries. Since you have made commendable progress in cultivating the Hunyuan Zhuang skill, I encourage you to persevere diligently. Once you attain the realm of body refinement, I shall impart to you the subsequent cultivation methods." Wu Zhao affirmed, "Rest assured, Master, I shall strive to reach the Qi refinement realm as you described." "You were indeed truthful. This Hunyuan Zhuang skill truly enhances my strength." Chen Lin felt a twinge of frustration. The Hunyuan Zhuang skill was straightforward and direct. Yet Wu Zhao had already mastered it to the point of achieving a profound understanding upon her initial attempt. There was nothing more to teach. For the first time, he felt an urge to exploit a situation but found himself at a loss. Suddenly, an idea struck him. While he could no longer benefit from Wu Zhao, he still had two disciples at his disposal. Linglong, summon your senior sister and Xie Qingyun, as well as Shun Wan, so that I may guide you all in the Hunyuan Zhuang skill. He had acquired the stacking technique, Dailang Ju, from Xiao Yi, although it was of only royal grade quality, rendering it somewhat lackluster. He wondered what formidable secret techniques the four of them might unearth together. Soon, Shun Linglong brought the others to him. Ding! The host imparts the 9th grade Hunyuan Zhuang skill to disciples Gu Qianxue, Shun Linglong, Shun Wan, and Xie Qingshan. Conditions for critical return are met. Shall it trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward is a 10,000-fold return, acquiring the divine level secret technique, Tower Visualization Method. A cultivation method for the soul. Excellent. It was also a technique that could assist in the cultivation of the 9 transformations profound skill. Although it could not rival the innate thunder body refinement immortal technique, it undoubtedly compensated for the imbalance in Chen Lin's physical and spiritual cultivation. Chapter 136, Stepping into the 10th Layer. Ding! Disciple Wu Zhao, upon receiving guidance in the Hunyuan Zhuang skill, comprehends the true essence of Hunyuan. Her cultivation level rises, and conditions for critical return are met. Shall it trigger a critical hit? Chen Lin gazed at Wu Zhao in astonishment, utterly incredulous. To comprehend the true essence of Hunyuan was something he himself had yet to achieve. The true essence of Hunyuan was akin to reaching a transcendent state in his previous practice of the Great Zhou Tian Star Sword technique, wherein one grasped the true essence of the stars. This was the profound insight Wu Zhao had attained through her mastery of the Hunyuan Zhuang skill. Once again, he found himself vexed by his own disciple. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward is an 8,000-fold critical return, acquiring divine-level insight, enabling the elevation of any non-divine technique to the transcendent realm, grasping the true essence. A remarkable acquisition, surpassing even the divine completion elixir obtained from previous critical hits." During this period of cultivation, Chen Lin comprehended one truth. While achieving perfection in martial arts may be effortless, grasping their true essence is an arduous endeavor. The reason he was able to perceive the profound meaning behind the Great Zhou Celestial Star Sword technique was purely fortuitous. Now, the prospect of understanding the true essence of a divine skill seemed as challenging as reaching the heavens. However, a sudden breakthrough momentarily resolved this dilemma. Yet, to truly comprehend the extraordinary essence of that divine technique, careful consideration was imperative. Regrettably, he could only engage with techniques below the divine grade. Though he possessed a considerable repertoire of divine-level techniques, including the Great Zhou Celestial Star Sword, Great Zhou Celestial Sword Drawing Technique, Great Zhou Celestial Destruction Sword Technique, Instantaneous Distance, Tying Divine Fire, and Solar Divine Fire, each one ranked among the elite of divine arts. After thorough analysis, Chen Lin ultimately opted for the recently acquired Tower Visualization Technique, a method focused on the cultivation of the soul. It was a practice rooted in physical enhancement, with the body as the primary focus and the soul as a supplementary element. Conversely, the Qi refinement stream prioritized magical power, with the soul and physique in supporting roles. Regardless of the approach, the cultivation of the soul was indispensable. The physical refinement stream encompassed innate thunderous body refining techniques, emphasizing the need for the soul to keep pace. In an instant, as Chen Lin chose the Tower Visualization technique, his soul cultivation experienced an immediate elevation, as if it were undergoing a sublime transformation. His senses sharpened, his thoughts quickened, and even his reflexes became notably swifter. One should not underestimate this seemingly minor enhancement. At times, it could determine the outcome of life and death battles. It appeared that his choice of the Tower Visualization technique was indeed astute, for it had significantly amplified his strength. Chen Lin was immersed in his elation when suddenly, a powerful aura erupted. Turning to investigate, he found it was Wu Zhao, this spirited girl, who had comprehended the essence of the Hunyuan and was channeling the power of her a yin divine body, rapidly enhancing her physical refinement. This was the might of true understanding. Chen Lin felt a surge of inspiration and swiftly produced a jade vial, extracting a drop of true water to offer to Wu Zhao. As the true water entered her body, its medicinal potency was swiftly absorbed, leading to a rapid breakthrough in her cultivation, from the 3rd level of physical refinement to the 4th, then the 9th, and finally reaching the pinnacle of the 10th level. Only then did her cultivation cease to advance. The medicinal energy flowed throughout her vital organs, and as it was depleted, the formidable aura emanating from Wu Zhao gradually stabilized. With a quick flicker of her eyes, Wu Zhao awakened, her expression brimming with exhilaration, as if imbued with boundless strength. With a thunderous shout, she launched herself toward a nearby mound of earth. The impact was explosive. A resounding blast echoed as the ground trembled and the earth quaked. The mound disintegrated, rocks and debris flying, leaving behind a deep water-filled crater over a meter in depth. Chen Lin was astounded. Indeed, the Diyin divine body was formidable. Such power was truly overwhelming. At the pinnacle of the 10th level of body refinement, one must acknowledge her tender age of merely 7. While the recent drop of true water has indeed played a role, the crux of her achievement lies in her innate talent, which facilitates her effective absorption of medicinal powers. Without such aptitude, even with the presence of true water, reaching the 10th level of body refinement would remain an unattainable feat. Suddenly, Chen Lin appeared to perceive an anomaly. Just as Wu Zhao experienced her breakthrough, an unusual aura flickered around her. This essence bore a striking resemblance to that of the 4 Directions Hell Cauldron he had acquired. It was an aura of innate vitality emanating from Wu Zhao, fleeting yet profound. Had it been anyone else, it might have gone unnoticed. However, Chen Lin, proficient in the art of celestial observation, was particularly attuned to any atmospheric fluctuations. Even so, he could only catch a fleeting glimpse, which vanished almost instantaneously. Wu Zhao, allow me to examine your constitution, he stated, seizing her wrist to conduct an assessment. No issues detected. Indeed, a great evolution divine body. Could it be that I misjudged? In that moment, an incredible thought surged within Chen Lin, compelling him to seek validation. Regrettably, he found no evidence to support his suspicion. Perhaps he had erred. After all, she was merely a great evolution divine body, not an innate divine demon body. He shook his head in disbelief. Master, am I not impressive? Can I not shatter a mountain with a single punch? Wu Zhao inquired excitedly. Chen Lin rolled his eyes in exasperation. You? Not even close. Reaching the 10th level of body refinement is trivial. In our Yushu sect, that merely qualifies one as an outer disciple. Do you even understand what an outer disciple is? No, Wu Zhao replied, shaking her head. An outer disciple is the lowest rank, required to address all others as senior brothers or sisters. Wu Zhao protested. I refuse to call them senior brothers or sisters. I aspire to be the leader. She lamented, Master, I have diligently honed the primordial posture. I am ready to learn new martial arts. Chen Lin retorted with a scoff. Learn new martial arts? How many characters do you recognize? He continued. Even if I were to teach you, without literacy, you could hardly grasp the meanings of the characters, let alone practice them. Wu Zhao countered, Master, you're being disingenuous. The primordial posture you taught me did not require reading. That is not comparable, Chen Lin replied impatiently. That was foundational training, merely basic techniques. The advanced ones, could you truly master them? Feeling bashful, Wu Zhao remarked, Master, surely there are martial arts that do not require reading. Dream on. Chen Lin shot her an incredulous glare. Very well, I shall prepare a set of body refinement techniques for you. Whether you can cultivate them successfully depends on your own efforts. As the saying goes, a master leads one to the door, but the cultivation must rely on the individual. You have 5 years. If you fall short, I shall expel you from my tutelage. Please no. Wu Zhao hastily shook her head. I certainly do not wish to be expelled by you, master. Although he had ascended the mountain for only a brief period, Wu Zhao could discern that both her master and the senior disciples showered her with affection. The only drawback was her inability to assume the role of the eldest sister. It was all the fault of that old man. After all, she had merely dismantled the academy. Why was she expelled? And those traitors, she would return to settle the score with them. Chapter 137, The 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Shield. Chen Lin produced a jade slip, within which he recorded the innate thunder refining body technique, and presented it to Wu Zhao, saying, This technique is known as the innate thunder refining body technique, and I shall impart it to you now. Coincidentally, you all are present. You may also take a look at this body refining technique. However, since you primarily follow the Qi refinement path, I do not advocate dual cultivation. Though certain secret methods can still be practiced. With that, he retrieved several more jade slips, documenting the celestial technique and imparting it to the others. Celestial technique? What celestial technique? Gu Qianxue and the others were utterly astounded upon receiving the jade slips. An existence beyond the celestial level? Such a technique existed in the world? Should they choose to pursue this technique? However, they quickly dismissed the idea, as the technique explicitly stated that it demanded rigorous qualifications, while innate talent was indeed paramount. Perseverance and willpower were equally vital. Moreover, since their master could present a body-refining celestial technique, could he not offer even more formidable methods? Ding. The host imparts the disciples Gu Qianxue, Shen Linglong, Wu Zhao, Shen Wan, and Xie Shan the innate thunder-refining body technique. This meets the criteria for critical return. Do you wish to execute a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward. 10,000-fold critical return. Acquiring the Tao level technique. 9 Dragons Divine Fire Shield. Wow. Chen Lin was exhilarated. The 9 Dragons Divine Fire Shield. The most powerful method of Tai Mountain. However, wait a moment. The strongest method of Tai Mountain. The 9 Dragons Divine Fire Shield was merely a divine level technique. How had it transformed into a Tao level technique here? As he assimilated the memory of the technique, Chen Lin stumbled upon a shocking revelation. The 9 Dragons Divine Fire Shield of Tai Mountain was incomplete. A splendid divine ability had been reduced to less than 1/5 of its original form. Yet, astonishingly, this fragment represented only 1% of the inheritance he had obtained. This implied that the various sects of the Yushu Immortal Gate possessed incomplete lineages, akin to the Tian Seal and the Life and Death Seal, among others. In his past life, he had witnessed the might of these techniques in a novel, where techniques transformed into treasures and treasures into techniques, wielding tremendous power, serving as the strongest means of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. The Yushu Immortal Sect, even without mentioning the name Yushu, evidenced its connection to the 12 mountain sects through names like Kongtong, Tai, Wulong, and Taiwa. As for the exact nature of this connection, Chen Lin had his speculations. Could it be that the Yushu Immortal Gate was established by the incarnation of one of these powerful beings? Regardless, he had no time to ponder further. It can be said that for a considerable duration, the 9 Dragons Divine Fire Shield may well become his most formidable technique, ranking among the foremost in the realm of supreme methodologies. However, the path to mastering this technique appears to be fraught with challenges. The requirement of 9 innate fire dragon essences is daunting. Each innate fire dragon surpasses the celestial level, and he cannot even conquer a single one, let alone 9. Yet, there exists a compromise. The essence of the postnatal fire dragon could suffice. If successfully refined and merged with the innate flames, it could evolve into the grandiose 9 Dragons Divine Fire Shield. At present, it seems prudent to set this technique aside. Even the ethereal arts of communication cannot suffice. The prerequisites are simply insufficient. Nevertheless, Chen Lin finds himself harboring a flicker of anticipation towards the critical return system. The innate fire dragon essence is indeed elusive. But what if he could achieve a critical return of 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 times? Just then, the system unexpectedly chimed. Host has granted disciple Wu Zhao the 9th grade postnatal true water, meeting the conditions for critical return. Would you like to proceed with the critical return? Critical return. Critical return successful. Reward. 6,000 times critical return, acquiring a divine grade true water. A single drop. Chen Lin felt a tinge of disappointment. System. Could you not provide a little more? After utilizing 1 drop of postnatal true water on Wu Zhao, he received merely 1 drop of divine true water in return. However, despite being a single drop, it possessed the formidable ability to refine magical power and elevate one's realm. A worthy acquisition indeed. Boom! At that moment, Wu Zhao suddenly erupted with a powerful force, startling Chen Lin. The second realm of Qi cultivation is the practice of Qi, while the second realm of body refinement is the practice of strength. The essence of strength is deeply entrenched. At this moment, Wu Zhao had remarkably stepped into the realm of practice strength, her entire being harmonized into a singular force. With a punch, the air seemed to threaten to shatter, producing a thunderous sound. Master, look, have I successfully cultivated the Tianyuan fist strength? Wu Zhao exclaimed exuberantly. Chen Lin stared in disbelief. This punch must weigh at least several 100,000 pounds. Most astonishingly, this disciple had only begun her training on the very first day. With the aid of true water, she had advanced directly to the 10th level of body refinement, having just acquired the 2nd level of the innate thunder body refinement celestial technique. The Tianyuan Fizz strength propelled her into the realm of practice strength. If he had felt frustration before, he was now entirely elated. After all, this was his disciple. Chen Lin nodded. Indeed, talent. It barely suffices. Wu Zhao chuckled and inquired, Master, when do you think I will catch up to senior sister and second senior sister? Shen Linglong interjected, Little junior sister, do you so wish to surpass me? Wu Zhao replied confidently, If I am stronger than you, wouldn't that make me the senior sister? Ah, little junior sister, it appears you harbor ill intentions and aspire to become my senior sister. You should abandon that thought, Shen Linglong exclaimed vehemently. Gu Qianxue smiled and shook her head gently. Wu Zhao, brimming with confidence, declared, Go on, I, Wu Zhao, the Empress, will progress swiftly in my cultivation. If you do not believe me, ask the Master. Master, do you think I can become a senior sister? Absolutely not, Chen Lin replied curtly. Why not? Wu Zhao protested. Chen Lin responded, Because you cannot surpass your 2 senior sisters. Wu Zhao huffed, I refuse to believe that. I, Wu Zhao, the Empress, shall undoubtedly become the senior sister. Chen Lin replied, Since you are so confident, I shall eagerly await to see how you surpass your senior sisters. You two also heard that. Do not let your little junior sister outshine you, or you will be calling her senior sister in the future. He turned to Gu Qianxue and Shen Linglong. Gu Qianxue and Shen Linglong responded solemnly, Rest assured, Master, we will never allow little junior sister to surpass us. Wu Zhao suddenly interjected, Master, I have now cultivated to the 2nd level of martial arts. May I return to the Yushu Academy? Chen Lin frowned. What do you intend to do at the Yushu Academy? Do you not think you have suffered enough? Wu Zhao retorted, Of course, I intend to confront them. Did I not dismantle the academy? That old fool even dared to report me. Were it not for his complaint, I would not have been betrayed by a group of traitors. Chen Lin immediately understood whom she referred to, and his expression darkened. He admonished, Wu Zhao, listen carefully. As the academy's president, if you dare to take revenge on Elder Wang, be cautious, for I shall discipline you severely. Chapter 138, Digesting Gains. Wu Zhao hastily rubbed her backside and, feeling defiant, said, Fine, I'll 1T retaliate against him. Let him escape this time. Master, I have cultivated for several hours today and have recognized 3 characters. May I take a break? Go ahead, Chen Lin waved his hand. However, tomorrow you must double your efforts and recognize 6 characters. Understood, Wu Zhao nodded eagerly. Master, do not worry. 6 characters are hardly a challenge for this Empress. With that, she dashed off. This Empress is famished. Since Master does not allow me to capture spirit beasts on Tai Mountain, I can venture to other mountains. Without hesitation, Wu Zhao sprinted towards the nearest celestial mountain. Chen Lin shook his head in exasperation. He turned to Gu Qianxue and the others, saying, You all heard what your little junior sister said. If you do not diligently cultivate, you may soon find yourselves addressing her as senior sister. Gu Qianxue replied, Master, do not worry. I shall not easily relinquish the position of senior sister. Chen Lin nodded. Confidence is commendable, but do not become complacent. The innate thunder body refining technique I imparted to you can be complemented with beneficial secret methods, but your primary focus must remain on cultivating the chi flow. Once you attain the 3rd realm of longevity, I will teach you even more powerful techniques. Gu Qianxue and the others responded promptly, Master, we understand. All right, return to your cultivation, Chen Lin instructed. Gu Qianxue and her companions took their leave. As the crowd dispersed, Chen Lin felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger, particularly as a trace of primordial aura lingered in his mind. Was it truly merely the Yan divine body? Nevertheless, the invaluable medicinal herbs obtained from the Wanxiang Tower must be utilized. Initially, these herbs were intended for alchemical concoctions, but now a new purpose had arisen. The primordial thunder body refining immortal technique recorded not only the methodical approach to body refinement, but also 2 secret techniques, the medicinal bath and the power of thunder. These herbs were perfectly suited for concocting a basic medicinal bath. He retrieved the 4 directions purgatory cauldron, selected the necessary herbs, and placed them within the cauldron, adding a drop of true water obtained from critical strike. He then commenced the brewing process, igniting the cauldron with the sun's true fire. Soon, the medicinal bath within the cauldron began to bubble vigorously. It was complete. Chen Lin leaped into the seething concoction. To him, the scalding liquid felt akin to a soothing bath. The hotter it was, the more potent the effects. As the medicinal bath was continuously absorbed, Chen Lin's 9 transformations mysterious art began to operate at an accelerated pace. Indeed, it was effective. The medicinal bath served as an auxiliary to the primordial thunder body refining immortal technique, and it appeared to significantly enhance the efficacy of the 9 transformations mysterious art. While absorbing the medicinal bath, he simultaneously practiced the tower visualization method. Boom! Finally, the stagnation that had plagued his 9 transformations mysterious art was shattered once more. The third layer of the 9 transformations mysterious art reached perfection. Though it was merely a minor enhancement, it elevated his combat prowess manifold. At this moment, he felt truly emboldened to challenge the rulers of the Tao. He opened his status panel. Host, Chen Lin. Talent, Supreme Immortal Body, 12th rank Immortal Body. Top-tier physique of the Tianyuan World, second on the Tianyuan continent's physique gold list. Realm, 8th level of Martial Tao, Pinnacle of Dongxian. Ranking first in combat power within the entire Yushu Immortal Sect, and first on the creation ranking. His realm had experienced a slight elevation. Most importantly, his combat strength evidently surpassed that of the Tao rulers within the Yushu Immortal Sect. The advancements he had made during this time had indeed proven to be monumental. Technique, 9 transformations mysterious art, a supreme technique ranked among the top 10 across myriad realms, cultivated to the 3rd layer of great accomplishment, mastering derived divine abilities. An indestructible body, the ability to shape the heavens and the earth, and boundless strength. Primordial thunder body, refining immortal technique, has cultivated the Hunyuan posture, Hunyuan fist force, and utilized the medicinal bath. Divine abilities. 1 Qi transforms into 3 clears. Emperor's Qi observation technique, spirit communication immortal technique, Jade clear divine thunder, mysterious turtle immortal technique. First 3 forms of supreme divine fist, tower visualization method, all swords return to 1, sacred spirit formula, Great Zhou Tian star sword technique, Great Zhou Tian sword drawing technique, Great Zhou Tian destruction sword technique, inch from heaven, tying divine fire, sun divine fire. Appearance, exuding an aura of dominance, unparalleled, the purple robe sword immortal. Ranked first on the creation ranking, worthy of a place among the top 5 in the Taishan domain. The enhancement in appearance has significantly elevated his standing, now placing him among the top 5. Chen Lin is quite pleased with his attributes. However, the absence of the 9 Dragons' divine fire shield indicates that he truly requires the innate fire dragon essence to commence his cultivation. The next step in his training is to attain the status of the path-slaying sovereign. This exalted rank, also referred to as the King of Seals, represents the final great realm among the 4 major stages of martial cultivation, and it stands as the first realm within the 3 stages of ascension to immortality. The Taishan domain is one of the 9 vast territories of the Tianyuan World, where only a mere 6 path-slaying sovereigns can be found, not to mention the ascendant emperors and great emperors. Through this round of cultivation, Chen Lin has thoroughly absorbed all the benefits gleaned from the Demon Emperor's tomb. Yet he has reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. At this juncture, breaking through requires more than just a vast reservoir of spiritual energy. Were it that simple, he could easily reach the pinnacle of his powers and then unleash a devastating force, returning to the pinnacle with 10,000 years of accumulated energy. Regrettably, the process is not as straightforward as it seems. To become a path-slaying sovereign, one must comprehend the essence of the Tao and sever the Tao's resonance before one can ascend to kingship. This critical step cannot be accomplished merely through an abundance of spiritual energy. It necessitates personal enlightenment and the cutting of the Tao's resonance from within the heart. At this moment, Chen Lin finds himself within this realm. To take this step forward, it all hinges on opportunity. Some individuals achieve instantaneous enlightenment and step into the realm of kings, while others find themselves firmly obstructed, making no progress whatsoever. Rather than fixating solely on the cultivation of realms, it would be more prudent to delve into the various divine arts and extraordinary techniques. Swordsmanship, boxing technique, and the myriad secret methods of the innate thunder body, refining immortal art are all subjects of Chen Lin's current studies. On the following day, Chen Lin rose early, practiced the primordial posture, and stepped outside. There, he observed Gu Xianxia diligently practicing her swordplay. She had already mastered the 3 sets of the Great Zhou Tian sword techniques. All that remained was her cultivation. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Lin could not resist imparting some guidance, which proved immensely beneficial to Gu Xianxia. Yet, the true beneficiary was Chen Lin himself, as he gained substantial experience in swordsmanship, allowing his one qi transforming 3 purities sword technique to reach a state of great accomplishment. Chen Lin expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Xianxia, the Taishan Grand Assembly will convene in just a month. This assembly is unlike any before it. A gap has appeared in the 10,000 Great Mountains, establishing connections between our Taishan domain and not only the Demon Monarch dynasty, but also other territories. This grand event will undoubtedly attract the talented elites from various realms. It will be your time to shine." Gu Qianxue replied confidently, "Master, rest assured. I will strive diligently in my cultivation and not disappoint you." Chen Lin nodded, affirming, "Good, I have faith in you." Chapter 139, Preparing a Ruler's Staff. However, one must not be complacent. Chen Lin remarked, "The 9 great domains, particularly the central domain, are vast and boundless, rich in resources, far surpassing our Taishan domain by 10-fold. Not to mention the ancient sects and noble clans. There are 3 holy lands alone. The number of prodigies here is beyond count. Perhaps you might encounter 1 or 2 this time. Here, I impart to you 4 words. Do not forget your original intention." Gu Qianxue nodded solemnly. "Master, I understand." Although Gu Qianxue was confident, she never succumbed to arrogance. She recognized the arduous journey she had undertaken. It seemed that she would claim victory in this martial arts tournament, yet she was acutely aware that it was all thanks to her master's guidance. In terms of innate talent, she merely possessed a medium-grade divine physique, which hardly qualified her as exceptional. Not to mention, the sect leader's disciple, Xiao Yi, possessed a superior divine physique, not to mention the newly accepted disciples, including her little junior sister, whose talent could only be described as extraordinary. Chen Lin nodded. "Very well. Focus on your training. Once you master these 3 sword techniques, I shall impart to you new divine arts and secret methods. The Taishan domain will be your stage to display your prowess." After leaving Gu Qianxue, Chen Lin approached Shen Linglong. In the courtyard, Shen Linglong was vigorously pursuing Wu Zhao, wielding a stick. As she chased, she scolded her, while Wu Zhao giggled, repeatedly chanting, "Can't catch me, can't catch me." Chen Lin's expression shifted instantly. He let out a cold snort and strode forth. This sound immediately alerted the 2 girls, especially Wu Zhao. Upon seeing Chen Lin, her face paled in fright, and she quickly stood still, lowering her head, appearing as if she had committed an offense. Chen Lin inquired, "What are you doing this fine morning instead of studying characters and practicing martial arts?" Shen Linglong, as if she had found a savior, exclaimed, "Master, please take your little disciple away. I can no longer teach her." Chen Lin replied sternly, "Wu Zhao, have you mastered the 6 characters for today?" Wu Zhao responded, "Aren't there only 6 characters? I've learned them all. If you don't believe me, I can write them for you." Saying this, she picked up a twig and began to sketch in the dirt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Chen Lin scoffed. "Is this how you recognize 6 characters?" Wu Zhao protested, "But master, aren't these 6 characters?" Chen Lin, feeling exasperated, pondered for a moment. "All right, I suppose that counts as 6 characters. However, what are you 2 doing while chasing each other? Fooling around?" Wu Zhao replied, "Master, I know all 6 characters now. I want to practice martial arts and become the senior sister, but the second senior sister refuses to acknowledge me. She insists that I learn characters. Clearly, she is taking personal revenge, fearing I might surpass her and become the senior sister. Of course, I had to run away." "Master, didn't you say that without mastering characters, one cannot cultivate martial arts? How about my U-step just now? I learned it without knowing the characters." Chen Lin was taken aback. It dawned on him that Wu Zhao had indeed evaded Shen Linglong's pursuit with remarkable skill, demonstrating that her mastery of the U-step was not merely a coincidence. The U-step is an auxiliary footwork technique of the innate thunder body refinement cultivation method, classified as a divine level skill. It allows for seamless movement, characterized by its enigmatic and unpredictable nature, embodying the essence of the innate 8 trigrams. However, there exists a prerequisite for its cultivation. One must attain the Tao integration realm. It is also one of the essential divine arts that Chen Lin intends to master. This U-step has the potential to compensate for his shortcomings in battle regarding footwork. Yet, he is yet to embark on its training. Now this girl Wu Zhao astonishingly claims that he is executing the U-step. This cannot merely be described as a talent of extraordinary caliber, for mastering the U-step requires an exceptionally high level of control over one's internal energy. Utilizing the innate 8 trigrams as a guide, one can mobilize their entire energy, moving effortlessly within a limited space, standing invincible. Merely having grasped the foundational energy, one can execute the U-step. Chen Lin shook his head and remarked, "Never mind. Whether you can read or not is of no concern to me." "Master, is that true?" Wu Zhao exclaimed joyfully. Chen Lin snorted coldly. "Of course, it is false." "What? Are you so delighted by your inability to read? Given your remarkable talent, I hereby declare that from this moment onward, you must learn 100 characters every day, or else do not blame me for my disciplinary measures." With a wave of his hand, a large tree in the distance uprooted itself, its branches and leaves vanishing in an instant, its bark shedding away, revealing a flame. The once thick tree swiftly transformed into a thumb-sized ruler. Chen Lin painted in midair, inscribing countless symbols upon the ruler, instantly crafting a 9th-grade magical artifact. "Do you see this? It is a special ruler I have forged for disciplinary purposes. Linglong, this ruler is entrusted to you. If your junior sister misbehaves, you shall use it. This ruler serves only one purpose, to inflict pain without causing injury." Shen Linglong joyfully accepted the ruler, playfully threatening Wu Zhao. "Junior sister, see this? It is a personal gift from our master." Wu Zhao was nearly in tears. 100 characters. "Master, can I not learn them?" "No." Chen Lin replied with a cold snort. 100 characters, starting from today. "Linglong, why are you still standing there? Take your junior sister away." "Yes, master." Shen Linglong cheerfully said. "Junior sister, will you learn the characters with me? Or do you wish to discuss it with him?" Wu Zhao glanced at Chen Lin, exasperated, and cried, "Second sister, must I really learn?" Watching his 2 disciples, Chen Lin shook his head in disbelief. "Ah, here it comes again. This aura. It unmistakably emanates from Wu Zhao, a presence that is not of the mundane world, but rather of an innate nature." Chen Lin quickly employed the Imperial Qi observation technique to trace this aura. However, as if sensing the scrutiny, the aura swiftly dissipated, eluding pursuit. Chen Lin sighed. "Forget it. Regardless of what powerful being this girl may be reincarnated from, since she is my disciple in this life, I shall protect her at all costs. The only regret is that this girl is so unwilling to learn her characters. Once she begins, her mind becomes foggy, and she drifts into a stupor. Without the ability to read, how can one possibly learn the formidable esoteric arts? It is likely that even the primordial thunder body refinement technique cannot be fully mastered. It seems that the only recourse left is to resort to such desperate measures." Notification. The host bestows upon disciple Shun Linglong a 9th-grade ruler, which meets the criteria for critical hit return. Will it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward of 6,000 times the critical hit return. Acquiring a royal grade soul striking whip. The royal grade artifact is of the utmost excellence, specifically designed to attack the soul, exhibiting an exceptionally potent offensive capability against spiritual entities. It's rather mediocre. Chen Lin possesses quite a collection of such artifacts. While some were sold from the Universal Pavilion, they were merely inferior items. The true masterpieces remain in his possession. For others, a royal grade artifact would be regarded as a treasure beyond measure. Yet for him, it holds little allure. Not to mention the purple cloud set and the Overlord bow in his grasp, each a 12th grade celestial artifact. With such an abundance of treasures, perhaps it is time to reconstruct the treasure vault. Chapter 140, Establishing the Mountain Gate. A library, a treasure pavilion, a pill refining chamber, and other fundamental facilities may seem advantageous for cultivation, yet their paramount function is to suppress fortune. Without items to suppress fortune, no matter how formidable one may be, they remain merely a powerful individual. Their strength cannot contribute to the sect. Over time, fortune dissipates, leading to the decline of the Mountain Gate. Conversely, possessing items that suppress fortune ensures prosperity, allowing the Mountain Gate to endure. Tai Mountain, under the guidance of Chen Lin's master, the esteemed true monarch Tai Xian, was immensely powerful. Although he did not ascend to the 3rd realm of immortality, he dominated the creation rankings, indicating a flourishing fortune. However, upon his demise, Tai Mountain swiftly declined, nearly facing eradication. Had it not been for Chen Lin's rebirth with a 10,000-fold critical hit system, Tai Mountain would have ceased to exist. Behold, Tai Mountain is impoverished, with only 2 humble courtyards, lacking any library, treasure pavilion, pill refining chamber, or medicinal fields. The root cause lies in the scarcity of disciples. 3 true disciples and 2 stewards. In contrast, other sects boast thousands of disciples in their largest lineage, while the smallest, Logia Mountain, strictly admits only female disciples, totaling several dozen. This does not even account for the servants of the sect, who were initially disciples themselves. Outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples all have time limits. If they cannot break through within a designated period, they face 2 choices: leave the sect or remain as servants, assisting with the management of the sect's affairs. This entails responsibilities such as cultivating spiritual herbs and maintaining cleanliness. Remaining within the sect presents significant advantages. Firstly, the opportunity to cultivate in a conducive environment, and secondly, the ability to earn points to exchange for cultivation materials. This is far superior to returning to the mundane world. Consequently, 80 to 90% of individuals choose to stay within the sect when they fail to achieve breakthroughs within the stipulated time. Over time, this segment of individuals could rival the number of disciples within the celestial sections. Unlike his master, Chen Lin did not subscribe to the notion that one person's prosperity could suffice for the entire family. Tianyuan Mountain was indifferent to such matters, focusing solely on traversing the vast realms of Taishan with unparalleled freedom, embodying the true spirit of a chivalrous hero. For Chen Lin, as the head of Tianyuan Mountain, the mountain was akin to his home, and thus he felt a profound responsibility to foster its development. Moreover, the system actively encouraged him to recruit disciples. Disciples from the mountain gate are still disciples, although the rewards from critical returns may not be as bountiful as those from true transmission disciples. Even the smallest of contributions is still valuable. Chen Lin called out, "Xianxia, come here." Xianxia, who was engrossed in researching alchemical methods, immediately rushed over upon hearing Chen Lin's summons. "Headmaster," he greeted. Chen Lin inquired, "How is your research on alchemy progressing lately?" Xianxia replied, somewhat sheepishly, "It pales in comparison to the time you personally guided me, Headmaster." Chen Lin smiled and said, "That is easily remedied. When I have the time, I shall teach you the art of alchemy. The reason I summoned you today is to assign you a task." Xianxia responded, "Please instruct me, Headmaster." Chen Lin continued, "Do you not feel that our Tianyuan Mountain has too few disciples and appears rather desolate?" "Indeed, it does," Xianxia acknowledged. "Headmaster, are you suggesting that I select some individuals from my Xie family to become disciples of Tianyuan Mountain?" Chen Lin paused, realizing he had not considered this approach. However, it was indeed a commendable strategy. While Yushu Academy was the primary choice, its disciples, although involved in mountain affairs, primarily focused on their cultivation. Therefore, recruiting from the Xie family could be a viable option. Besides the Xie family, there were also the Shun family and the residents of Gulong Town. "Let us proceed with this plan," Chen Lin decreed. "I shall allocate 10 spots for your Xie family, starting from the servant level. After a year, those who pass the assessment will enter the mountain as outer disciples. You may also visit Gulong Town and your second senior sister as Shun family, granting them the same 10 spots. Lastly, make a trip to Yushu Academy to select 10 qualified outer disciples. You are now at the pinnacle of the condensation stage, serving as the Mountain-S steward, so I entrust this matter to you." "Yes, I will ensure this task is executed well," Xianxia affirmed. "Not to mention, the 10 spots for the Xie family must be chosen judiciously. This represents a golden opportunity for them to soar to new heights." Aligning with Tianyuan Mountain would solidify the Xie family's status among the 9 great aristocratic families of the Tang dynasty. With the command received, Xianxia descended the mountain without delay. Meanwhile, Chen Lin remained industrious. Committed to the robust development of Tianyuan Mountain, he decided to commence the necessary preparations. The realm of creation allows for the manifestation of all things, and this forms the foundation of its principles. The 2 small courtyards previously occupied required expansion as the number of disciples increased. He envisioned a grander courtyard, preparing to allocate small lofts for several true transmission disciples. Following that, he would arrange residences for stewards, core disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples, culminating in accommodations for the servants. However, none of this daunted Chen Lin. Standing in the void, with a mere wave of his hand, the entire Tianyuan Mountain underwent a tremendous transformation. Rocks and vegetation ascended from the ground, continuously assembling into exquisite pavilions and courtyards in the ethereal space. In truth, the Yushu Immortal sect had dedicated laborers who specialized in constructing mountain gates. adept at cultivating techniques to manipulate stones and plants. Yet, for Chen Lin, such skills were unnecessary. As a true monarch of creation, he could effortlessly erect entire halls and libraries with a mere gesture. The commotion at Tai Mountain had long since attracted the attention of Gu Qinxua, Wu Zhao, and others. Wu Zhao, witnessing the transformation of Tai Mountain, was filled with excitement. Senior sister, is Master demonstrating his supernatural abilities? How astonishing. Look at that small building. It appeared out of thin air. And over there, such a tall pagoda. Wow, this is incredible. I wish to be as formidable as Master. Shen Linglong was equally astounded by Chen Lin's grand display, her heart brimming with admiration. This is Master's supernatural power, truly impressive. Hearing Wu Zhao's remarks, she couldn't resist delivering a retort. Little junior sister, with your lackluster grasp of literacy, you wish to learn Master's abilities? I doubt you'll ever achieve it. Wu Zhao, unwilling to concede, replied defiantly, Senior sister, you're deceiving me. I mastered the Yubu technique early this morning. Shen Linglong scoffed. That was merely luck. As for the Yubu technique, did you not hear Master say that without literacy, you can only study simple and direct magical methods? Such complex creations out of thin air are beyond your capabilities. As for me, I shall soon accomplish these feats too. Humph. In an instant, Wu Zhao felt a surge of frustration and yelled, Senior sister, you're lying. You're just a big fraud. Shen Linglong retorted. It is your own inadequacy that makes you label others as frauds. A big fraud. Inadequate. Thus, the two sisters fell into a quarrel. Meanwhile, Chen Lin's grand construction at Tai Mountain had already caught the attention of others from the various sections. Su Yuan, who was in seclusion refining mountain treasures and constructing divine trees, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. This junior brother Chen has finally decided to invest in the development of his mountain gate. Previously, the mountain gate had resembled a desolate wilderness. Since you bestowed 2 generous gifts upon me, as your elder brother, I cannot be too stingy. I shall give you this treasure, Su Yuan declared, waving his hand as a pagoda soared through the air towards Tai Mountain. Overlooking the entirety of Tai Mountain, Chen Lin felt a profound satisfaction with his creation, a library, a treasure chamber, an alchemy room, a forging workshop, and medicinal fields, all were in place. It seemed that nothing was lacking. Just then, a pagoda flew in. It was from the sect leader, his elder brother. Chen Lin caught the pagoda, recognizing it as a divine artifact. How thoughtful of the sect leader. Before long, Chen Lin thoroughly examined the artifact, pondering why he felt something was amiss. He realized that what was lacking was a space to enhance the disciple's practical combat skills. This extraordinary artifact possesses the remarkable ability to conjure illusions, simulating the prowess of masters from various realms to enhance practical combat experience. The efficacy is evident, yet the drawbacks are equally significant. Ultimately, the illusions are mere fabrications, and the simulated masters are disappointingly conventional. While they may augment combat skills, the enhancement is limited, rendering it a marginal improvement. The breach in the protective barrier has resulted in the convergence of the Tai-Xian domain with the Demon Emperor dynasty and other territories, ushering in an era of great conflict. The various powers within the Tai-Xian domain now face adversaries from all directions, necessitating strategic choices in combat scenarios. Crucially, one must not overlook that although this pagoda is merely a divine artifact, could it potentially offer an opportunity for gain? Once it is in my possession, it becomes my treasure. With a slight smile, Chen Lin returned the pagoda to the sect leader, Su Yuan. Thank you, senior brother. I believe this item is better suited for you, as I have already found a more fitting artifact. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the pagoda. This object, an ancient relic, was initially intended as a gift for Chen Lin, only to be declined. In the next instant, Su Yuan was left astonished as a Taoist temple suddenly manifested within Tai Mountain. A celestial-grade artifact, a true treasure of the heavens. Beep. The host has gifted the celestial-grade artifact, Yusu Pagoda, to the sect leader Su Yuan, fulfilling the criteria for a critical hit return. Would you like to trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward. A celestial-grade artifact, a combat arena. One exceptional treasure. It seems that one's thoughts truly manifest. The spiritual projection allows entry into the combat arena for duels, enabling the simulation of opponents, where either side may concede or face death, concluding the battle. During combat, one can replicate any skill or ability of the opponent, even executing their ultimate techniques. Pain and damage are felt by the spiritual entity, providing a vivid experience of injury. This is indeed the ultimate treasure for enhancing combat skills. Most remarkably, it is a celestial artifact capable of suppressing destiny, an authentic tool for controlling fate. With a mere gesture, the entire combat arena appeared within Tai Mountain. The artifact, upon landing, resembled an ordinary combat arena, completely unassuming, leading no one to suspect it was a celestial instrument. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, rubbed his eyes, and murmured to himself, "Could it be that I am seeing things? Just moments ago, it appeared to be a celestial artifact. No, it must be an illusion. How could it possibly be a celestial artifact?" With that, he returned to his seclusion as the Grand Tai Xian assembly was imminent. The ability to forge a celestial artifact is paramount. The fusion of celestial treasures and the Tree of Creation will ensure that the Yusu sect shines brilliantly at the Tai Xian assembly, establishing it as the foremost power in the Tai Xian domain. Boom. The final step, cultivating the peach of immortality. The tomb of the Demon Emperor holds numerous treasures, including the peach of immortality tree, which yields the elixir of eternal life. Of the same caliber as the Phoenix elixir previously consumed, it matures over a millennium, yielding 9 fruits upon ripening. Interestingly, there exists another specimen within the sacred Yao Pond. This far surpasses the divine tree previously gifted by Su Yuan, exhibiting far greater resilience. Upon planting this elixir, Tai Mountain was instantly enveloped in resplendent radiance, with boundless spiritual energy surging towards it. The spiritual veins beneath Tai Mountain were thoroughly awakened, transforming it into a true paradise of celestial bliss. Master, sensing the commotion subside, the ethereal Tai Mountain drew Gu, Xianxia, and the others to Chen Lin. If the former Tai Mountain was regarded as a sanctuary for cultivation, a land of opportunity, it now ascended to the status of a celestial sanctuary, a dwelling for immortals. The spiritual beasts and cranes inhabiting the mountain, nourished by the abundant spiritual energy, appeared invigorated and full of vitality, while the flora exuded a robust and vibrant energy. The peach blossom tree stood proudly, unique and singular, surrounded by divine and royal trees, as if they were safeguarding this exalted celestial emperor. As a 7th-tier formation master, Chen Lin had previously set up a 9th-tier illusory array when he planted the peach blossom tree. To outsiders, the area resembled a shrouded mist, obscuring the sights within. Once inside, one would invariably be thwarted by the formation, always returning to their original position, regardless of their path. Chen Lin addressed his disciples. "You have arrived just in time. What do you think of my transformation of Tai Mountain?" Shen Linglong nodded, exclaiming, "Master, you are truly remarkable. This Tai Mountain is even more magnificent than the Sanxing Hall. When shall I be able to create such wonders like you, Master?" "That will come when you reach the transformation realm," Chen Lin replied with a smile. There was, however, one detail he did not disclose. This monumental endeavor required an immense amount of mana. His own cultivation of the 9 turns profound art endowed him with mana thousands of times greater than that of the same level. Strictly speaking, after infusing his body with mana twice and employing various secret techniques, he had already transcended the limits of the 9 turns profound art. Wu Zhao inquired. You shall speak of becoming an emperor first," Chen Lin interjected. Wu Zhao lamented. "How many characters have I recognized?" "Oh," she cried out in dismay, "Master, can we not discuss recognition of characters? I have done my utmost." With a chuckle, Shen Linglong remarked, "Master, our junior sister recognized 18 characters today. It's not that she is unwilling to learn. She simply dozes off as soon as she starts." Chen Lin's expression darkened at her words. "Some wood is beyond carving." He shook his head. "You are excused for today. We shall resume tomorrow. Shen Linglong will supervise. If you do not recognize 100 characters, you shall not practice martial arts, and the ruler shall be at hand." "Yes, Master." Shen Linglong laughed heartily. "Serves her right for angering me today." Chen Lin then addressed Wu Zhao. "You must pay attention." Wu Zhao lowered her head, replying, "I understand clearly." Chen Lin glanced at Gu Qianxia, Shen Linglong, and Shen Wan, contemplating their expressions. "As the grand event of Tai Xian approaches, I urge you to meet with me each morning, where I shall impart knowledge of the swordsmanship to you, striving for your swift mastery of the art." Chen Lin then turned his gaze toward Shen Wan and inquired, "Shen Wan, as you presently find yourself at the initial stage of condensation and hold the position of a steward within Tai Mountain, have you contemplated the path you wish to pursue henceforth?" Chapter 142, Shen Wan's auxiliary study of formation techniques. Xie Shan has opted for the path of alchemy. And now it is time for Chen Lin to make her choice. After all, she is not a direct disciple. Her focus is on cultivation, advancing her realm and combat prowess. She must prioritize the teachings of the sect while supplementing her practice. However, selecting this path does not signify abandonment. Rather, it represents a harmonious duality. Here, aptitude encompasses more than mere cultivation ability. It also signifies various aspects of one's being, including inner strength and willpower. Chen Lin understood why the system had prompted him to choose Gu Qianxue and Shen Linglong as disciples instead of Xie Qingshan and Shen Wan. For others, insufficient aptitude makes advancement arduous, but with the critical return system at his disposal, he can elevate his disciples with ease. For instance, Gu Qianxue, who initially possessed only third-grade aptitude, now wields the Ice-Soul Divine Body, while Shen Linglong, who once had 8th-grade aptitude, has transformed into the Flame Divine Body. As for Shen Wan, she embodies the Sword Path Sovereign Body, naturally destined for the path of swordsmanship. Yet, to solely pursue the sword path would be a regrettable limitation. Thus, Chen Lin made a decision on her behalf. Shen Wan replied, "Disciple shall heed your words, esteemed master." Chen Lin nodded and said, "Excellent. While you cultivate your sword techniques, you shall also study formation techniques, achieving dual mastery in sword formations. Have you delved into the realm of formations?" "Indeed," Shen Wan responded. "Recently, I have been contemplating what to pursue as an auxiliary study and have considered formations, having conducted some research." Chen Lin was pleased with her initiative and remarked, "Very well, I shall now impart to you a foundational formation technique, renowned as the king of formations. Study it diligently and do not hesitate to approach me with any queries." "Thank you, esteemed master," Shen Wan exclaimed joyfully. This formation is known as the Divine Ghost 8 formation diagram, encompassing the long snake formation, the 2 dragons playing with pearls, the 3 talents, the 4 directions, the 5 elements, the 6 harmonies, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, the 8 trigrams formation, and the 9 palaces formation, 9 transformations in total. This formation, classified as 9th grade, is vast and intricate, often regarded as the foundation of all formations. Mastering this set will likely elevate one's understanding to at least 5th or 6th grade formation levels. Recently, Chen Lin had been engrossed in studying this very formation. He believed he had gained proficiency, yet the more he explored, the more he realized the profound depth and astonishing variations embedded within it. This was merely a foundational 9th grade formation. Alchemy, Qi cultivation, talismans, runes, and formations. Each discipline holds the potential for one to attain the status of a great emperor or even ascend to immortality and sanctity. The myriad paths of the great Tao ultimately converge. In an instant, Shen Wan found herself captivated by the Divine Ghost 8 formation diagram. The term Divine Ghost aptly conveys the enigmatic and unfathomable nature of this art. Chen Lin instructed, "Shen Wan, upon your return, dedicate yourself to thorough study. The Taishan Grand Assembly in a month's time shall be your stage to shine." Shen Wan inquired, "Master, do I also have the opportunity to participate in the Taishan Grand Assembly?" The centennial event, with its grandiose name, is attended by powerful overlords, mountain sect leaders, celestial lords, and heads of various teachings. Even the disciples present are renowned prodigies listed among the dragon ranking. Yet, I am merely a steward of Tai Mountain. Chen Lin smiled and replied, "Indeed, you shall participate." Shen Wan assured him, "Rest assured, Master, I will strive diligently in my cultivation, living up to your expectations." Beep. The host imparts the 9-tiered formation to disciple Shen Wan, the Divine Ghost 8 formation. It meets the criteria for critical return. Shall it critically strike? Critical strike. Critical success. Rewarded with a 4,000-fold critical return, acquiring a fragment of a divine level 3-tiered formation diagram. A fragment of a formation. A divine level 3-tiered remnant. What is this? No way. Chen Lin suddenly felt as though he could hardly breathe. This formation is one of the 10 absolute formations, the Wind Howl formation remnant. No wonder a mere remnant holds such divine level significance. The 10 absolute formations comprise 10 supreme formations: the Heavenly Absolution formation, the Earthly Fury formation, the Wind Howl formation, the Ice Prison formation, the Golden Light formation, the Blood Transformation formation, the Fiery Blaze formation, the Soulfall formation, the Crimson Water formation, and the Crimson Sand formation. The Wind Howl formation, one among the 10, is profoundly mysterious, concealing enigmas within. Within the Wind Howl formation lies a concealed weapon nest, intricately woven with celestial threads. It can harm even divine beings, draining their essence and flesh. This formation, governed by the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, contains both wind and fire. These elements are primordial energies, the true fire of Samadhi, with millions of weapons emerging forth. Not to mention mortals. Even true immortals entering this formation would find themselves shredded to mere dust by the converging wind and fire, their bodies reduced to a putrid mass, unable to escape even with extraordinary abilities. This fragment is but 1/5 of the whole. Once 5 pieces are gathered, the wind howl formation can gradually be restored. The complete 10 absolute formations are ranked among the top 10 formations across myriad realms, while each individual formation is at least at the level of the Great Tao, and not of low caliber either. Although merely a remnant, the profound principles contained within remain vast and intricate. At this moment, even as a 7-tiered formation master, Chen Lin found himself enveloped in a haze of understanding, gaining immense insight. He was confident that if he could fully comprehend this remnant formation, his mastery could ascend to the 9th tier. The path of formations is sparsely trodden by practitioners and can only be deemed as a superficial understanding. After all, the strongest formation of the Yusu Immortal Sect is at the 9th tier. Just as Chen Lin was contemplating this, Shen Linglong asked, Master, what should I focus on in my auxiliary cultivation? Gu Xianxia similarly regarded Chen Lin. He replied, you should primarily focus on martial arts, while for auxiliary cultivation, I can impart knowledge in alchemy, artifact forging, runes, talismans, and formations. What you choose to study in your auxiliary path is entirely up to you. I shall not interfere. Master, I understand, the Empress Wu Zetian inquired. Chen Lin shook his head and remarked, perhaps you should reconsider. You struggle to recognize all the characters. Mastering the arcane arts is exceedingly difficult, let alone the intricate paths of alchemy and artifact forging. There is an unspoken truth I have yet to share. Your focus lies in the cultivation of physical prowess, where simply advancing forward suffices. Why bother with these complexities? In the days that followed, Chen Lin busied himself once more, imparting the swordsmanship to Gu Qianxue and Shen Linglong, while guiding Shen Wan in the art of formations. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. Chen Lin's swordsmanship flourished remarkably, with the most significant gains stemming from the One Qi transforming 3 purities technique, which ultimately reached a state of great perfection, allowing him to grasp the essence of the 3 purities sword intent. With a single stroke, he could divide his attack into 3, each capable of sustaining for a full second. Do not underestimate this fleeting second. It possesses the potential to unleash cataclysmic power. Though it may appear as 3 assailants striking one individual, it can manifest a combat prowess several tens, or even hundreds of times greater. The One Qi transforming 3 purities sword technique is merely the superficial manifestation of the sage's own mastery, yet remains unparalleled among celestial arts. Equally rapid progress was observed in the realm of formations. He had now ascended to the rank of a 9th grade formation master. Alas, the wind howl formation remained incomplete. One could only wonder at the magnitude of power it would wield in its entirety. To arrange such a formation is no trivial task. One must have a profound understanding of the forces of wind and fire, and the greater the strength of these forces, the more formidable the outcome. The flame, albeit merely the solar divine fire, holds the potential for infinite growth. Should it evolve into the solar golden flame, it would likely surpass the power of the formation wielded by the 10 absolute heavenly monarch himself. Chapter 143, 9th Grade Alchemist. Disciple Xie Qingshan paid his respects to the Grand Elder. After a week away, Xie Qingshan returned, not alone, but accompanied by 10 disciples from the Xie family and 10 from ancient Dragon Town. The warriors from ancient Dragon Town, led by Wu Wei, the father of Wu Zhao, had heard of the opportunity to enter the immortal sect. Both the Xie family and ancient Dragon Town approached this with utmost seriousness, selecting outstanding and diligent young talents aged between 15 and 20, who would not wish to join the immortal sect. This led to considerable competition, which is why Xie Qingshan took an entire week to finalize his selections. On the Shen family side, news had been conveyed, but the arrival of their candidates would take a few more days. Once he had settled the 20 disciples, Xie Qingshan promptly sought an audience with Chen Lin. Upon returning to the mountain, Xie Qingshan was astonished by the transformation of Tai Mountain. From the base to the summit, everything was orderly and well planned. Even the stewards had their own quarters. The 20 disciples, though not yet considered full-fledged disciples of the mountain, were merely servants for the time being. with a year-long assessment ahead, during which they would be under his guidance. Upon admission, they could choose to cultivate a martial art, selecting the body refinement technique and a foundational fist technique. In the remaining time, they were tasked with various chores around the mountain. All 20 opted for the body refinement technique, the three-body style, and the introductory fist technique, Tai Long Fist, which astonishingly triggered a critical return. 20 disciples of Tai Mountain practiced the introductory San Ti style, receiving a 10,000-fold critical return, thus acquiring the 9th grade technique, Xianxia Gong. Similarly, the 20 disciples trained in Tai Long Fist, earning a 10,000-fold critical return and obtaining the 9th grade martial art, Great Diamond Fist. Unfortunately, their levels were too low, and they could only access 2 martial arts stored in the library. Chen Lin remarked to Xianxia, "It is good that you are back. Since you have returned, I shall test your alchemical skills." The cauldron before them was the 4-directional hell cauldron, and the elixir he aimed to concoct was the 9th grade human yuan pill. Among the 9th grade elixirs, the human yuan pill was regarded as a premium one, rare for its ability to significantly enhance cultivation speed. Chen Lin had fortuitously acquired its recipe, which, once ingested, could exponentially increase one's cultivation speed for an extended period. However, Chen Lin was merely an 8th grade alchemist. To concoct the human yuan pill, he would need to rely on the 4-directional hell cauldron. As he spoke, he handed the recipe for the human yuan pill to Xianxia. Ding! The host imparts the recipe for the 9th grade human yuan pill to disciple Xianxia, meeting the criteria for a 10,000-fold critical return. Would you like to proceed with the critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. You are rewarded with 3,000 critical returns and acquire the recipe for the King Grade Earth Yuan Pill. What a marvelous acquisition. The human Yuan Pill could double one's cultivation speed within a month, while the Earth Yuan Pill could enhance it tenfold in the same duration. Such outcomes could hardly be described as miraculous. However, the Earth Yuan Pill was beyond his current ability to concoct. Setting aside his alchemical prowess, the ingredients were insufficient. The previous medicinal bath had consumed a substantial portion of the materials, and now, with the remaining ingredients for the human yuan pill dwindling, it became evident that alchemy was indeed a costly endeavor. Nonetheless, should he succeed, the benefits would be immense. High-level alchemists were rare, and advanced ones even more so. Chen Lin tucked away the recipe and continued. Alchemy requires 4 essential prerequisites: the cauldron, the flame, the alchemical techniques, and the power of the soul. Each is indispensable, with the techniques and soul power being paramount as they determine the quality of your elixirs. Your current alchemical technique in controlling the fire is commendable, yet your soul power needs enhancement. Thus, I shall impart to you a visualization technique, the tower visualization method. Ding! The host imparts the tower visualization method to disciple Xianxia. This technique qualifies for a critical return reward, granting the upgraded secret method, skull visualization method. Once again, a visualization technique was bestowed, though the two bore significant differences. One nurtured the soul with harmony. The other was rooted in destruction and slaughter. In essence, the tower visualization method was suited for those seeking tranquility and enhancement of soul power, applicable in alchemy, tool forging, runes, and formations. Conversely, the skull visualization method was tailored for those who practice swordsmanship and martial arts. Naturally, Xianxia was better aligned with the tower visualization method. For Chen Lin, it rather aligned with the concept of skeletal visualization. On another note, having acquired 2 visualization techniques, a child might choose one, but for an adult, one would desire both. However, this was not the time to cultivate such techniques. He continued to elucidate to Xianxia. As Chen Lin explained, he also demonstrated, encouraging Xianxia to voice any uncertainties immediately, to which he provided thorough clarifications. At that moment, Xianxia absorbed the knowledge of alchemy like a sponge, eagerly soaking in every detail. As the alchemical process gradually concluded, numerous human origin pills emerged. With a swift motion of his hand, Chen Lin collected the elixirs. Remarkably, 18 pills were successfully refined, all of high quality. In that instant of triumph, Chen Lin's alchemical prowess ascended to the 9th rank, achieved through his own initiative. This milestone was largely attributed to his earlier decision to cultivate the pagoda visualization to perfection, allowing his soul to reach the 9th rank. He merely required practical experience to compensate for this deficiency in personally refining 9th rank elixirs. Elixirs were categorized into 5 grades: inferior, good, excellent, flawless, and perfect. Inferior contained up to 60 impurities. Good had 40. Excellent contained only 20. Flawless had a mere 10. And perfect was devoid of any impurities. Achieving a state of harmonious unity. To attain such a level on his first attempt at refining a 9th rank elixir was indeed a pleasant surprise. With Chen Lin's successful refinement, Xianxia also experienced a remarkable breakthrough, becoming a 5th rank alchemist. Ding! Under the tutelage of the host, disciple Xianxia has become a 5th rank alchemist, meeting the conditions for a critical return. Would you like to trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Rewarded with a 4,000-fold return, gaining substantial alchemical experience. Would you like to receive it? Boom! A surge of alchemical experience was bestowed upon him, solidifying his status as a 9th rank alchemist. Although he was still far from becoming a king-level alchemist, such experience, with a couple more opportunities, would be ample for his advancement. 9th rank elixirs could immensely benefit practitioners below the transformation realm. The king level corresponds to the title of monarch. Once he had digested this wealth of alchemical knowledge, Xianxia promptly turned to Chen Lin and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude for the elder's teachings. Chen Lin nodded in response. Diligently practice. The dual cultivation of alchemy and martial arts is not mere talk. Once you integrate alchemy with your training, you will have comprehended the path of alchemy and martial arts. Your future achievements as a true monarch of transformation will merely be the beginning. Having entered my fold, I assure you, you will become a true monarch of transformation. The idea of becoming a true monarch of transformation thrilled Xianxia. Could it be possible for him to achieve such a status in his lifetime? Chapter 144. Almost killed Wu Zhao. After bidding farewell to Xianxia, Chen Lin couldn't help but think of that girl, Wu Zhao. A week has passed without any inquiry, leaving me uncertain about how many characters she has learned. I must admit, this girl indeed poses a conundrum when it comes to recognizing characters. However, her aptitude for cultivation is undeniably impressive, particularly in the realm of physical training. Just 3 days ago, Chen Lin observed her progress, having reached the 2nd level of the Mingjing realm. In merely a few days, her practice of the Hunyuan fist has been quite commendable, especially her mastery of the Yubu stance, which has not only achieved entry-level proficiency, but is also approaching minor perfection. Linglong, your junior sister, has vanished. Upon arriving at Shan Linglong's residence, my spiritual sense swept through the area, revealing no trace of the girl, Wu Zhao. Shan Linglong's expression shifted dramatically as she began to search frantically. It shouldn't be. Master, just moments ago, my junior sister was here practicing her calligraphy. I stepped away for just a moment, and she has disappeared. Master, it's possible that my junior sister has gone up the mountain to trouble those spirit beasts again. Chen Lin shook his head, stating, I have already searched Tai Mountain, and no one is there. Shan Linglong replied, could it be that my junior sister has gone to another sect? A vivid image formed in her mind. Wu Zhao chasing spirit beasts, causing chaos among the other immortal sections. Chen Lin, sensing her thoughts, smiled wryly and said, this time, you have indeed guessed correctly. Chen Lin, come out. At that moment, an irate figure appeared above Tai Mountain. The newcomer was none other than Wei Juetian, the head of Jintingshan, one of the 12 mountain gates. Wei Juetian appeared to be in his 40s. However, his cultivation level was second only to that of the Yu Su sect leader, Yang Wudi, and Luo Bad Dao. Not to mention Chen Lin himself. He possessed a cultivation level at the late stage of Dongxian. Moreover, Jintingshan is one of the 2 mountain gates among the 12 that emphasizes physical training. Although it primarily follows the Qi cultivation path, it possesses a secret inheritance that greatly enhances the physical prowess of its practitioners beyond that of other sections. To the left of Tai Mountain lies Wulong Mountain, and to the right is Jintingshan. Wei Juetian was holding a small girl, who was none other than Wu Zhao. With a defiant expression, Wu Zhao struggled and exclaimed, Bad man, let me go. Is it such a big deal that I ate a few of your spirit beasts? With so many spirit beasts, not eating them would be a waste. I must tell you, my master is formidable. If you dare to bully me, once my master comes out, he will surely deal with you. At that moment, Wei Juetian's face darkened, his body trembling with rage. You little brat, you destroy my mountain gate and kill my spirit beasts, and yet you dare to threaten me? If I let you go, even if your master appears, I, Wei Juetian, will not rest until I receive an explanation today. Suddenly, as Wei Juetian roared in anger, Wu Zhao bit down on his arm. The sharp pain elicited a cry from him, and his grip loosened. Wu Zhao immediately plummeted toward the ground. just as she was about to hit the earth. She executed the Yubu technique, soaring several hundred meters away in an instant. You little girl, are you a dog? Initially, out of respect for your master, I refrained from striking you, but now you have crossed the line. Even if I were to hit you, your master would have no grounds to protest. Wei Tian roared, raising his hand to strike Wu Zhao. Although Wu Zhao was clever, her cultivation ultimately fell short. She was no match for Wei Tian, and the slap landed squarely before her. Terrified, Wu Zhao exclaimed, "Someone's trying to kill me. Master, save me." Chen Lin, having listened to their exchange, shook his head in resignation. However, upon witnessing Wei Tian's intent to harm Wu Zhao, his anger ignited. He recognized that if that slap connected, Wu Zhao would have no chance of survival. With a cold snort, he swiftly appeared before Wu Zhao, embracing her and countering with a palm strike aimed at Wei Tian. A tremendous explosion resonated as Chen Lin remained unyielding, while Wei Tian staggered back several steps, struggling to regain his footing. "Chen Lin, you are overstepping your bounds." Wei Tian seethed, gritting his teeth as he confronted Chen Lin once more. Chen Lin furrowed his brow and replied, "It is you, Brother Wei. I thought I saw someone attacking my disciple and feared that demons from outside had infiltrated Tai Mountain. My earlier response may have been excessive. Please do not take it to heart." As he continued, his tone shifted, and he coldly remarked, "However, I must ask, Brother Wei, what grievance do you have with my disciple that would warrant such a lethal assault? I acknowledge that Wu Zhao can be mischievous and unruly. Indeed, she deserves discipline. It is true that she has caused trouble for your Jinting Mountain and should face consequences. I am willing to compensate for the damage, but you cannot resort to murder. Had I not intervened in time, Wu Zhao would undoubtedly have met her demise. Keep in mind, she is merely 7 years old. Your actions are excessively ruthless." Wei Tian scoffed, "Chun Shitty, since you inquire, you are welcome to visit Jinting Mountain and witness the devastation she has wrought. Several spirit beasts have perished, and countless spiritual herbs and trees have been destroyed, a scene of utter chaos, as if my mountain were on the brink of collapse. Furthermore, I have heard that your disciple was recently sent to Yusu Academy, where she not only bested the teachers and students, but also threatened to dismantle the institution. If you do not wish to intervene, I can certainly take care of matters myself." Chen Lin replied coldly, "There is no need for you to concern yourself with that. Brother Wei, since you claim my disciple has ruined your Jinting Mountain, I am not one to evade responsibility. I am willing to compensate for the damages. Coincidentally, I have recently concocted some Renyuan pills. Perhaps they may suffice to cover your losses." As he spoke, he produced 3 pills and tossed them towards Wei Tian. The Renyuan pill was well known to Wei Tian for its value. Though it was a 9th-grade pill, it surpassed many royal-grade pills in worth. Once consumed, it would double the user's cultivation speed for a month, serving as a veritable cheat, particularly beneficial when practicing certain secret techniques. Wei Tian said, "Well, since Brother Chen is so courteous, I shall overlook the damages to my Jinting Shan. However, Brother Chen, I must advise you to properly educate your disciple. If she were to encounter others instead of me, she might have already met with dire consequences." Chen Lin coldly snorted. "So, you intend not merely to discipline her, but to take her life?" Wei Tian furrowed his brow and replied, "Chen Lin, what do you mean?" Chen Lin, with a chilling intent, responded, "What do you mean? You nearly killed my disciple, just now." Wei Tian's expression shifted as he exclaimed, "Chen Lin, can you truly blame me? It is your failure to educate your disciple that has caused such turmoil for my Jinting Shan, and she has audaciously bitten me. Even if I were to kill her, what of it? Besides, I have not killed her, have I?" 20 days later, Chen Lin smiled, a smile filled with murderous intent. He retorted angrily, "What do you mean, what of it? Had I not arrived in time, will my disciple not have perished at your hands? Furthermore, it is my responsibility to educate my disciple, not yours." Wei Tian, fuming, challenged, "What do you want, Chen Lin?" Chen Lin declared, "It is quite simple. Take a palm strike from me. If you survive, we shall erase our grievances." Wei Tian trembled with rage. "Chen Lin, do you dare?" Chen Lin coldly replied, "Do you doubt my courage?" As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Lin struck towards Wei Tian. Wei Tian's face paled. "Chen Lin, do you truly dare to make a move?" Boom! A formidable palm descended before Wei Tian. He hastily attempted to defend himself. Unfortunately, Chen Lin's strength overshadowed that of the entire Yushu Xianmen, even surpassing the concealed might of the path-cutting sovereigns, let alone Wei Tian. With a single strike, It seemed as though the void itself had been shattered. In an instant, the palm was upon Wei Juetian. Puff! Wei Juetian spat out a mouthful of blood, plummeting through the air like a cannonball, crashing into Jintingshan and creating a vast, human-shaped crater. In delivering this blow, Chen Lin had shown restraint, for despite Wei Juetian's faults, he was still a fellow disciple deserving of a lesson rather than death. Wow, Master is so formidable. Even Wei Juetian could not withstand your palm strike. I always knew you were the strongest. Wu Zhao exclaimed excitedly, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Chen Lin's expression darkened as he reprimanded. How can you still laugh? Tell me, why did you venture to Jintingshan to cause havoc? Wu Zhao lowered her head and replied. Is it not because you forbade me from wreaking havoc on the spiritual beasts of Tai Mountain? I was hungry, so I went to Jintingshan. Besides, it was merely a matter of consuming a few spiritual beasts. Who incited them to insult me? It was only then that I took action. Who could have known they were merely a bunch of worthless individuals, each one my adversary, and that vile person from earlier, unable to best me in combat. He resorted to attacking me himself. Master, had you not appeared just in time, I would have surely believed I was on the brink of being slain by him. Your cultivation. Chen Lin gazed at Wu Zhao in disbelief. He recalled assessing Wu Zhao 3 days prior, when she was at the 2nd level of strength training. Now, astonishingly, she had reached the 7th level. This was simply inconceivable, especially within such a brief span of 3 days. Splendid, splendid indeed. Truly, she is my disciple. Chen Lin, such innate talent. I find myself utterly eclipsed by it. How long has it been since her initiation? The 7th level of strength training already. Furthermore, her sheer brute strength is likely unmatched by those who have not reached the divine refinement stage. Chen Lin snorted coldly. You consistently bring trouble upon yourself, particularly this time. As if it weren't enough to cause chaos at Tai Mountain, you have now dared to wreak havoc at Jintingshan. Immediately reflect upon your actions. With a wave of his hand, a set of shackles manifested around Wu Zhao. I shall now seal your cultivation and power. Focus solely on learning characters. The seal shall be lifted once you have mastered 3,000 characters. Shen Linglong interjected. Master, you are not entrusting the little junior sister to me, are you? Clearly, she was apprehensive due to Wu Zhao's earlier antics, and she cautiously inquired. Chen Lin shook his head. No, this time, Xianxia has brought numerous attendants down the mountain. We shall find a learned individual to instruct your junior sister in literacy. There is no need for you to take on that responsibility. Shen Linglong rejoiced. Long live Master. This is splendid news. Finally, I need not refer to her as little junior sister anymore. Chen Lin continued. Enough. The Taishan Grand Conference is merely 20 days away. Devote yourself to your training and do not bring shame to Tai Mountain at the event. Shen Linglong assured him. Rest assured, Master, I shall not disappoint you. Beep. The host has bestowed 3 9th-grade Tianyuan pills upon Wei Juetian, the head of Jintingshan. The conditions for critical return have been met. Will you initiate a critical return? Critical return initiated. Critical return successful. Awarded a 4,000-fold return, receiving 3 Earth-grade Tianyuan pills. Indeed, they're Earth-grade pills. Claiming the pills, Chen Lin handed 2 of them to Shen Linglong, saying, Here are 2 Earth-grade Tianyuan pills. 1 for you and 1 for your senior sister. Cultivate diligently. Thank you, Master, Shen Linglong exclaimed, elated as she took the pills and departed. Beep. The system chimed once more. The host has rewarded disciple Shen Linglong with 2 Earth-grade Tianyuan pills. As they are a critical return reward, they can only trigger an equivalent critical return, resulting in the acquisition of a soul-gathering pill. The soul-gathering pill, an aid for soul cultivation, truly beneficial for oneself to be safeguarded. Soon enough, more than 20 days had passed. The Taishan Grand Conference was now just around the corner. In the span of over 20 days, Chen Lin administered a rigorous form of punishment to the young Wu Zhao, sealing her powers and strength and assigning her to a servant for the purpose of literacy instruction. If she failed to grasp her lessons, she faced the consequence of a beating. Initially, she vehemently opposed this treatment, but soon enough, she was compelled to confront the reality of her situation. After all, at merely 7 years of age, she had regressed to the demeanor of a child her age, unable to contend with a servant of 17 or 18. Chen Lin further promised that if she could master reading, she would be the first to ascend as a disciple of the outer sect of Tai Mountain. With unwavering enthusiasm, he thoroughly disciplined Wu Zhao, ultimately leading her to acquiesce. Remarkably, Over these 20 days, she became acquainted with a significant portion of characters, and it was believed that within another week, reading would no longer pose a challenge. However, comprehending arcane techniques and aspiring for the title of top scholar would still require considerable effort. Throughout these 20 days, Chen Lin himself remained industrious, imparting the swordsmanship to Gu Qianxue and Chen Lin, while also guiding Xianxia in alchemy and instructing Shen Wan in formations. Although his cultivation level did not see an increase, his strength solidified, particularly in his secondary pursuits, formation and alchemy, both reaching the rank of royal quality. His swordsmanship, having achieved perfection in the unity of qi into 3 clarity, also saw the myriad swords return to origin cultivated to a state of completion. Most importantly, he unlocked the 4th great Zhou Tian sword technique, the instant kill sword art. This art epitomizes speed, precision, and lethality. The great Zhou Tian star sword technique encompasses all, serving as the foundation of sword arts, while the great Zhou Tian destruction sword technique possesses boundless power, capable of cataclysmic devastation. The instant kill sword art, akin to the sword drawing technique, is characterized by its capacity for decisive strikes, transcending space for a singular, lethal blow. Upon acquiring this sword technique, it was only natural for Chen Lin to pass it on to Gu Qianxue and Chen Lin. At this juncture, both women had entered the harmonization realm, and with the great Zhou Tian sword techniques, their prowess was now nearly indistinguishable from Chen Lin's initial emergence from seclusion. Their subsequent cultivation involved the innate thunder body refinement technique, with both choosing methods suitable for their development, allowing Chen Lin to reap substantial benefits. Chapter 146, the top 5 of the Tianyuan domain. The Hunyuan stake technique is profound and extensive, with a daily practice of 1 hour. The Hunyuan fist has reached completion, as have the U-step and blood transmutation technique. The 4th layer, drawing thunder into the body, and the 5th layer, thunder body refinement, have both been accomplished. He is now commencing the 6th layer, thunder true body, which is nearing completion. These 3 layers were entirely achieved through his own diligent efforts, unrelated to any external rewards. This progress can largely be attributed to the efficacy of the Yuling Divine Thunder. What could possibly rival the body-refining effects of the Yuling Divine Thunder? Opening the attribute panel. Host, Chen Lin. Qualifications. Supreme Immortal Body. 12th rank Immortal Body. Ranked 2nd in the golden list of physiques in the Tianyuan World. Realm. 8th realm of martial arts. Pinnacle of transformation. Ranking 1st in combat power within the Yushu Immortal sect, and 1st on the transformation leaderboard. In the entire Tianyuan domain, ranked 4th in combat prowess. Remarkably, I still stand at the pinnacle of transformation. The rankings in the Tianyuan domain have been released, and I find myself in the 4th position. It is noteworthy that the Tianyuan domain features an immortal ascension list, which documents 6 individuals, each a king in their own right. To find myself ranked 4th is indeed astonishing. Yet, this is not the most significant change. The most profound transformation lies in my secondary pursuits. Royal Grade Alchemist. Royal Grade Array Master. 8th rank Artifact Master. 8th rank Talismancer. 8th rank Rune Master. 9th rank Immortal Physician. 8th rank Poison Master, and so forth. Cultivation Technique. 9 transformations of the profound. An unparalleled technique ranked among the top 10 across myriad realms. Cultivated to the 3rd layer of great perfection, granting mastery over derived divine abilities, an immortal and indestructible body. The capacity to manifest the heavens and earth, and immense strength. Innate thunder body refinement technique. I have cultivated the primordial post, primordial fist techniques, blood exchange method, thunder induction, thunder body refinement, thunder true form, utilizing medicinal baths, and practicing the U-step. Divine abilities. 1 chi transforms into 3 pure ones. Imperial chi observation technique. Spirit communication immortal technique. Jade clarity divine thunder. Mysterious turtle immortal technique. The first 3 styles of supreme divine fist. Tower visualization method. 10,000 swords returning to origin. Holy spirit technique. Great Zhou celestial sword art. Great Zhou sword drawing technique. Great Zhou destruction sword technique. Great Zhou instant kill sword technique. Close as heaven and earth. Lunar divine fire. Solar divine fire. Appearance. Exuding a formidable aura, unrivaled. The purple robed sword immortal, ranked 1st on the transformation list. Certainly among the top 3 in the Tianyuan domain. Haha, splendid. I have made it to the top 3 in appearance. I wonder when the ranking of the 9 great territories will be announced. That would provide the most tangible understanding. Nevertheless, I believe it will be soon. The Taishan domain stands unique. The 9 great territories, particularly the central domain, is where true powerhouses abound. The Taishan Grand Assembly occurs once every 100 years, gathering all strong individuals from the Taishan domain. It also serves as an excellent opportunity for various sects and renowned figures to make their mark. This time, unlike before, the barriers for the Taishan domain's interactions with other territories have been lowered, inevitably attracting formidable beings and prodigies from beyond. In preparation for this grand assembly, the entire Tai Mountain has been on alert. After more than a month of cultivation, the benefits have been immense. In the courtyard where Chen Lin resides, Gu Xianxia, Chen Lin, Xianxia, and Chen Wan have been waiting eagerly. Also present is Wu Zhao, who has had her seal lifted by Chen Lin. Now, at the pinnacle of her power, she astounds Chen Lin. Truly, she is his disciple. Despite being sealed for over 20 days, she has remarkably broken through in her cultivation. Previously, both Gu Xianxia and Chen Lin received his impartation of knowledge, elevating their realms, while Wu Zhao proved too formidable to be suppressed. For over 20 days, we have endured a rigorous ordeal, but today, tranquility seems to have finally descended. Through the lens of the Heavenly Sun's Qi observation technique, Chen Lin surveyed the cultivation levels of his companions with satisfaction. Gu Qianxue, at the nascent stage of harmonization. Chen Lin, also at the nascent stage of harmonization. Xianxia, at the pinnacle of condensation. Shen Wan, at the initial stage of condensation. And Wu Zhao, at the peak of refinement. Clearly, they have all proven themselves to be competent tools. Chen Lin addressed them. The annual Taishan Grand Assembly is approaching. Whether you can establish your names and be remembered by the various powers of the Taishan domain hinges upon your abilities. Do not be overzealous. I impart to you a vital piece of wisdom. Understanding oneself and preserving oneself is of utmost importance. Engage in combat if you can win. Concede if you cannot. Do not cling to pride, for such stubbornness can lead to mutual destruction. Even the most gifted among us will lose everything if they perish. He particularly cautioned Xianxia. Though you stand invincible among your peers, do not let complacency cloud your judgment. Remember, there are always those stronger than oneself. This adage holds truth. Gu Qianxue replied, I assure you, I will not lose. Indeed, master, your concerns are unfounded. They should be the ones worried. For it is rare to find opponents for me and senior sister, Chen Lin declared with an air of pride. And I too, I am invincible among my peers. Wu Zhao confidently asserted. Chen Lin frowned. Wu Zhao, your role is to observe, not to engage. The Taishan Grand Assembly, while ostensibly a forum for philosophical discourse, inevitably involves combat training. Unlike the martial contests of the Yu-Su immortal sect, which are strictly regulated and determined by lot, the Taishan Grand Assembly is a matter of life and death, allowing for the selection of opponents at will. In fact, disciples may challenge their masters. Once a challenge is issued, unless one concedes, it must be resolved to its conclusion. Who would willingly surrender before even stepping in a battle? Wu Zhao lowered her head and said, Oh, very well, I understand. However, master, if I am not to participate, I still desire a magical artifact. Chen Lin furrowed his brow. What need have you for a magical artifact if you do not partake in the contests? Wu Zhao retorted, I don't care. They all possess magical artifacts, and I do not. I want one too. Senior sister wields the Yin-Yang twin swords. Second sister has the South Bright fire sword. Senior brother wields the Blood Dragon sword, and senior sister possesses the Heart Lamp and the Purple Mist sword. Chen Lin relented, very well. What kind of artifact do you desire? Wu Zhao's face lit up. I favor using a staff. Perhaps you could bestow upon me a staff, master? A staff? Chen Lin recalled that he indeed possessed a staff-type magical artifact, a 9th-grade treasure known as the Firewood Staff. You heard that correctly. Such was its name. And one can only wonder what the creator was thinking when bestowing it such a title. With a gesture, the Firewood Staff materialized in his hand. The staff was thick at both ends and slender in the middle, resembling a charred piece of firewood, indeed akin to a mundane firewood staff. However, if you underestimate this staff, you are mistaken. The fire stick, impervious to water and fire, weighs 3,000 pounds and is crafted from the legendary and hardest wood known as the Divine Statue Tree. Nevertheless, this staff possesses a singular capability. In the hands of a body-refining practitioner, it indeed serves as a formidable treasure. However, for a chi-refining practitioner, it is akin to a mere trinket. At this moment, Chen Lin felt fortunate that during his time at the Myriad Phenomena Tower, he inexplicably chose not to sell it. Chapter 147. What if I am mad? Chen Lin remarked. Very well, I shall give you this staff. Wu Zhao received the staff with great delight and began to playfully wield it, surprisingly adeptly. Chen Lin was familiar with this set of staff techniques, a rather common style known as the Taizu staff technique, reputedly created by the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty. It is a second-tier staff method belonging to military techniques, characterized by broad and forceful movements, generally possessing moderate power, yet each roll can unleash formidable strength. Wu Zhao inquired. Thank you, master. I adore it. Does this staff have a name? Chen Lin nodded. Indeed, this staff is called the Fire Stick. A chuckle arose from Gu Qinshui and the others, their expressions reflecting bemusement. Who names a staff Fire Stick? However, Wu Zhao joyfully exclaimed, Master, how did you know that I had a fire stick at home? Well, one could only deem it a coincidence. Yet, it was evident that the fire stick at Wu Zhao's home could hardly be deemed a first-tier weapon, while this one before them was a ninth-tier treasure. Weighing 3,000 pounds, in Wu Zhao's hands, it resembled a mere toy, which alone indicated the great strength she possessed. Ding! The host imparts the ninth-tier treasure. The fire stick to disciple Wu Zhao, meeting the criteria for critical return. Would you like to initiate a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical success. Reward. 9,000-fold critical return, acquiring the supreme staff technique, the Mad Demon staff technique. Well, it appears this staff technique has been tailored specifically for my disciple. System. You have exceeded expectations. Regrettably, the system paid no heed to Chen Lin. He shook his head. Let us depart, onward to the Taishan Grand Assembly. The five of them soared into the sky, leaving Tai Mountain and heading towards the gates of Yusu Mountain. Upon arriving at the gate, they encountered a familiar face, Wei Ju Tian. Wei Ju Tian seemed to regard the upcoming Taishan Grand Assembly with great seriousness, accompanied by about 10 outstanding disciples. Eager to shine at this event, the recent martial arts competition had seen none of the top 10 disciples from Jinting Mountain present. But that did not imply Jinting Mountain lacked formidable disciples. Let us not forget the competition rules, applicable within 10 years of entry. The son of Wu Zongyuan had merely employed a clever trick to exploit a loophole in the rules. Otherwise, how could Wu Lai have participated? Under Wei Ju Tian, many formidable disciples were indeed present. Wei Juetian's expression shifted instantly upon seeing Chen Lin, and he coldly snorted, I thought I was facing someone formidable. But it turns out to be you, junior brother Chen. I clearly remember that palm strike from over 20 days ago. As he spoke, an intimidating aura erupted from him. Chen Lin paused momentarily, then smiled. The true monarch of transformation, Wei Juetian remarked, Indeed, I owe you gratitude for that slap. Had it not been for you, I would not have reached the realm of transformation. To express my thanks, I, Wei Juetian, intend to educate your disciple thoroughly, especially considering your disciple's brief time in the sect. Chen Lin retorted coldly, There is no need for your concern. What the true monarch of transformation? I have slain others before. Wei Juetian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Lin's achievements were undeniably formidable. The demise of the Bai made a true monarch, and the Xiao brothers had long since spread throughout the land. While others might view Wei Juetian's ascension to the true monarch of transformation as invincible, in Chen Lin's eyes, it likely held little significance. Chen Lin continued, Wei Juetian, you ought to be grateful that we are fellow disciples. Otherwise, do you truly think you would dare to speak to me in such a manner? Now, unless you have matters of importance, you may leave. Do not provoke me, for I might be compelled to strike you again. The Taishan Grand Assembly is approaching. If you find yourself injured and unable to attend, you would surely regret it for a century. Wei Juetian's body trembled with rage. He stubbornly replied, Chen Lin, remember this. Chen Lin held no respect for such individuals, lacking true ability, yet boasting a hardened tongue. He was untroubled by conflict, nor did he shy away from it. Brother Wei, why stoop to the level of a madman? Engaging with a lunatic only serves to confirm one's own madness. At that moment, a voice laced with sarcasm resonated, revealing none other than Wu Zongyuan, accompanied by his disciple. However, he brought only one person with him, his son, Wu Lai. Wu Lai had previously employed forbidden techniques, sacrificing his life force in an attempt to defeat Gu Qinshui, only to be vanquished, leaving him with hair turned white and a lifespan reduced to but a few decades. At present, although his hair remained gray, his appearance had at least returned to that of someone in their 40s, and his vitality had visibly improved. It was evident that he accompanied his father in hopes of finding some elixir to prolong his life at the Taishan Grand Assembly. For the sake of victory, he would resort to any means necessary, oblivious to his own limitations. Wei Juetian was well aware of the animosity between Wu Zongyuan and Chen Lin, stemming from the bet of the martial arts competition and the century-long enmity between their sects. Were they not destined foes? Wei Juetian chuckled. Brother Wu speaks the truth. I should not lower myself to engage with a lunatic, for they are inherently unreasonable. Chen Lin laughed, suddenly unleashing a fearsome aura. If you deem me a madman, then I shall embrace this madness. Tell me, if this madman were to strike you both, would you bear the consequences? As he spoke, the tension escalated. Chen Lin took action, seeking trouble where none existed. He decided to oblige them since they had provoked him. It just so happened that they were outside the Yu Su immortal sect. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a powerful punch, Wang Dao killing fist. This time, Chen Lin was genuinely enraged and resolved to teach the two a lesson. The void trembled as he unleashed the full might of the Wang Dao and the killing Dao, striking with incredible speed. Wei Juetian and Wu Zongyuan were taken aback, unable to fathom that Chen Lin would truly dare to make a move. Chen Lin, you really dare to strike? They exclaimed in horror. Chen Lin scoffed. You all have labeled me a madman. Why should I refrain from taking action? With a series of thunderous impacts, the two attempted to evade, but it was too late. Chen Lin's fist had already materialized before them. They let out cries of despair, akin to two scarecrows plummeting from the void. What of Wei Juetian, the true monarch of creation? At that moment, Chen Lin faced the King's realm without a trace of fear. Among the 6 on the Immortal Ascendants list, he ranked 4th, meaning 3 of them were no match for him, though the King and creation realms differ by only 1 level. The disparity between them is akin to that between a single drop of water and an entire river, not to mention Wu Zongyuan, who was merely at the initial stage of the transformation realm. Master, father. As they witnessed their master and father being bullied by Chen Lin, Wu Lai and Wei Juetian's disciples rushed to their aid. Chen Lin dismissively stated, Wei Juetian, Wu Zongyuan. Remember this. My reluctance to engage with you is not born from fear, but from the bonds of our sect. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be wise for you to steer clear of me. Otherwise, each encounter will result in a beating. Now leave. Chapter 148. The Sword Enlightenment Grass. Let us depart. Wei Juetian and Wu Zongyuan, filled with resentment, swiftly retreated. It wasn't until they had traveled several dozen kilometers that they finally halted. That Chen Lin is a madman. He truly dared to act at the mountain gate. Wei Juetian gritted his teeth. Wu Zongyuan shook his head. What is there that he wouldn't dare? You're absolutely correct. He is a madman, utterly insane. Brother Wei, in the future, let us avoid him. If we cannot confront him, we can at least evade him. Wu Zongyuan had anticipated humiliating Chen Lin with Wei Juetian's assistance, only to be shocked by Chen Lin's audacity to strike. Completely hopeless against Chen Lin, he realized that even the sect master was clearly concerned about him. How could they possibly contend? Wei Juetian snorted coldly. What? Are you afraid, Brother Wu? I, Wei Juetian, will not let this matter rest. You may fear him, but I do not. I will have my reckoning with Chen Lin. He glared at Wu Zongyuan, calling him coward. Let's go. With that, he stormed off with his disciples, seething with anger. Upon witnessing the silhouette of Wei Juetian, Wu Zongyuan sighed, lamenting the necessity of confronting a bloody conflict before one could reconsider. Time and again, you provoke him. Do you truly believe that Chen Lin would hesitate to eliminate us? Mount Xianxia, situated at the fringes of the vast 10,000 Great Mountains, is also the site where the emperor sealed the demon monarchs alongside the barrier of the Taishan domain. However, at this moment, the barrier has begun to show signs of fractures, allowing easier passage between the Taishan domain and various other realms, including the demon monarchs. As the tallest peak within the Taishan domain and the traditional venue for the Grand Taishan Assembly, this year's gathering is naturally held here. Mount Xianxia towers into the clouds, perpetually enshrouded in mist, resembling a celestial realm. In times past, it was a desolate place seldom trodden by human feet. Yet today, its base is a thronging sea of humanity, as various powerful factions converge. The 3 great empires have dispatched armies across the realms, and the martial world's forces, along with the royal families, have also gathered in droves. Not to mention the 3 esteemed sects, 2 ancient clans, and 5 prestigious schools, all of which harbor formidable experts. The ancient clans and sects are renowned far and wide, basking in the glory of the Taishan domain. Meanwhile, the royal families, noble houses, and martial heroes seek merely to witness the splendor of the assembly, and if fortune smiles upon them, to gain the favor of the ancient clans and esteemed masters. Atop Mount Xianxia lies an expansive plaza, which, upon closer inspection, reveals it has been meticulously leveled by a single sword strike. At the center of this plaza stands a stone sword, and what draws the eye is a peculiar blade-shaped grass that has taken root upon it. An intense sword intent emanates from this grass, evoking a sensation akin to being pierced by a blade. The Taishan assembly has convened here throughout history, and at this moment, the plaza brims with people engaged in fervent discussions. Chen Lin turned to Chen Lin, inquiring, "Master, do you see that blade-shaped grass?" Chen Lin nodded, responding, "That grass is known as the Sword Enlightenment Grass, a divine-grade spiritual herb that matures once every century. Only those who have excelled in past Taishan assemblies are deemed worthy of obtaining this herb. The Sword Enlightenment Grass can propel one's mastery of divine sword techniques to the pinnacle instantaneously." "Ah, how wondrous!" Chen Lin exclaimed in astonishment. Even Xianxia was moved by its allure. Under Chen Lin's guidance, they have advanced in their training at an extraordinary pace, outstripping their peers by several folds. Yet, they remain acutely aware of the arduous nature of mastering a divine sword technique, especially at the divine level, as evidenced by Mei Jinjuan, a formidable figure who has only achieved minor success despite his formidable prowess. Chen Lin spoke calmly. "Is it truly wondrous? If you were to comprehend the origins of Mount Xianxia, you might not find it so remarkable. In ancient times, Mount Xianxia was known as Huayang Mountain, one of the 9 illustrious peaks of the Tianyuan clan. It was cleaved in two by a mighty emperor, resulting in the plaza we see today, with lingering sword intent that has coalesced into the Sword Enlightenment Grass, maturing once every century. This occurrence once incited great turmoil throughout the entirety of the Taishan domain. Later, the 3 great sects of the Taishan domain and the 2 ancient clans intervened, enforcing a suppression and hosting the Taishan Grand Assembly. Each session of the assembly rewards the most outstanding participants with the Enlightenment Sword Grass. Your esteemed ancestor, indeed, secured the Enlightenment Sword Grass for 2 consecutive sessions. Chen Lin expressed her regret, saying, "It appears that my senior sister and I have little hope of obtaining the Enlightenment Sword Grass. However, our master surely has a chance." Chen Lin shook his head and replied, "One must not speak in such a manner. The essence of the Taishan Grand Assembly is to honor the most exceptional individuals, not merely the strongest. Before your ancestor achieved the Enlightenment Sword Grass for 2 consecutive sessions, a junior disciple of the Condensation Realm had previously won it. That individual is now the esteemed leader of one of the 5 major sects, the true lord of the complete reality sect. If they could achieve this, why can my disciples not?" Xianxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chen Lin exclaimed, "So, we do have hope of obtaining the Enlightenment Sword Grass." Wu Zhao chimed in exuberantly. "And me, the Enlightenment Sword Grass is certainly meant for this empress." Chen Lin's expression darkened as he admonished, "What did I say when I arrived? Simply observe and broaden your horizons." "Oh," Wu Zhao murmured, lowering her head. At that moment, various factions congregated in the square, engaging in lively discussions. There were celestial sects, ancient clans, religious sects, and royal families. Even some martial artists from the Jianghu and court officials mingled among them. The presence of Chen Lin and his companions drew considerable attention. The men exuded an air of handsome elegance, while the women appeared like celestial beings descended to earth, unmistakably from the celestial sects, though their specific origin remained unknown. As they quietly discussed, they approached the stone sword, feeling the overwhelming intent emanating from it. A majestic sword aura that radiated an imperial presence, exuding the power to suppress all. "Master, this is not the name of our ancestor," Chen Lin remarked in astonishment. The 2 characters Taishan were distinctly visible. Chen Lin smiled and explained, "Naturally, all past victors have their names inscribed on the stone sword. Look, your ancestor has left her name twice." Chen Lin's heart stirred as she began to count the names. A total of 340 names. Had the assembly been convened 314 times, with a session every 100 years? That would mean over 30,000 years had passed. "Close enough," Chen Lin nodded. "I understand now. They are from Tai Mountain." Their conversation, however, was not concealed from those nearby, who listened in awe. "Isn't that the mountain where the true lord of Taishan resided?" the winner for 2 consecutive sessions. What a pity that the true Lord has perished. I wonder who the victor will be this time, since they are the descendants of the true Lord. Perhaps they are also the frontrunners for victory. Instantly, the gazes of those around shifted towards Chen Lin and his companions, their perspectives transformed. Previously sensing their exceptional nature, they now realized they were indeed from Tai Mountain. Chapter 149, A Stinging Defeat. What are the disciples of Tai Mountain? Do they think everyone is as formidable as the true Lord of Tai Xian? The examples of masters soaring through the heavens like dragons while their disciples are but mere snakes in small ditches are plentiful. At that moment, a voice laden with mockery echoed through the air. Chen Lin furrowed his brow, eager to discern the source of this disdain. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld several figures emerging from the void. The first to step forward was an elderly man, exuding an ethereal aura, his countenance marked by an air of disdain and aloofness. Was this not the esteemed Tianyuan, the leader of the Qianxia sect, the victor of the 32nd competition, who had once been known as Zhang Tianxian, a mere novice at the peak of the condensation stage? Since then, he had soared to prominence, ultimately assuming leadership of the Qianxia sect over 2 centuries ago. His arrival ignited a fervor throughout the realm. If memory serves, Tianyuan is ranked 3rd on the fate ranking, the foremost among the true monarchs of the past 5 centuries. The 1st and 2nd positions are occupied by ancient elders of the celestial clans, each having lived for 7 or 8 centuries. Zhang Tianxian basked in the accolades, smiling as he addressed the man behind him, who appeared to be in his 30s. Yang Kong, this time we have a great many prodigies among us. 3 centuries ago, I emerged as the ultimate victor. This time, it is your turn to shine. Yang Kong, brimming with confidence, replied, Master, rest assured. I shall seize victory and live up to your expectations, proving my prowess to the world. As he spoke, the power of his Tao integration surged forth. The individual behind him was none other than Yang Kong, the foremost disciple of the next generation of the Qianxia sect, born with a divine physique. Yang Kong had surpassed the age limit for the potential dragon ranking, which records extraordinary talents under the age of 35. Naturally, he did not qualify for that list. In the realm of Tao integration, Yang Kong truly stood out. I recall he was still under 40 years of age. A prodigy at such an age holds a genuine possibility of claiming victory at this Tai Xian Grand Assembly. The event does not solely reward brute strength. It assesses one's potential to dominate peers and sweep away rivals. Yang Kong believed himself capable of achieving this. With a demeanor both indifferent and contemptuous, he scoffed. How laughable, he remarked, observing Yang Kang's arrogance, compounded by the mocking tones of his master, Tianyuan, who often jested that a master is a dragon while the disciple is but a serpent, clearly ridiculing his own protege. Unable to restrain herself, she retorted, Sister, do you not find this man utterly ridiculous? Over 40 and only at the Tao integration stage. He dares to flaunt his might here and boasts of winning at the Tai Xian Grand Assembly, feeling quite pleased with himself. The haughty Yang Kang's expression shifted abruptly as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Chen Lin. Are you suggesting that I, Yang Kong, am unworthy? Chen Lin furrowed his brow and interjected, Yang Kong, is it? I apologize. My disciple speaks candidly and may have overstepped. Please do not take offense. He then turned to Chen Lin, admonishing her, when we set out, what did I instruct you? Why utter such harsh truths? While being over 40 and at the Tao integration stage may seem somewhat lacking, is it necessary to voice such thoughts? It is quite embarrassing, and it undermines his continued participation in the Tai Xian Grand Assembly. Chen Lin initially felt a sense of grievance upon hearing that Chen Lin was about to reprimand her. However, when she suddenly heard her master's words, she immediately smiled, lowered her head, and, suppressing her laughter, spoke with an apologetic expression. Master, I am sorry. I shall no longer speak the truth. Chen Lin nodded and said, recognizing one's mistakes and striving for improvement is commendable. However, I must admonish you all here. Dedicate yourselves to your cultivation and remain true to your original aspirations. If you reach your 40s and still possess only the cultivation level of harmonization, then do not claim me, Chen Lin, as your master. It would be quite embarrassing. Yes, I acknowledge my mistake, Chen Lin replied, lowering her head. Silence. Yang Kong trembled with rage. This was no apology. It was clearly a mockery directed at him. Chen Lin, are you educating your disciples or merely ridiculing me? Chen Lin's expression shifted abruptly as he cast a cold glance at Yang Kong. his eyes glinting like swords. The Imperial Chi technique instantly locked onto Yang. His aura threatening, sharp as a blade. He enunciated every word with precision. I am the head of Tai Mountain. Even your master, the true monarch Tianyuan, must address me as a fellow Taoist. Why do you have to utter my name? I offer you a choice. Apologize or face death. With a resounding force. His aura launched an attack, causing Yang to spit out a mouthful of blood. True monarch Tianyuan's expression changed drastically as he hurried to shield Yang. Seething with anger. Chen Lin, what do you intend to do? Chen Lin replied coldly. Is my meaning not clear? Or do you, true monarch Tianyuan, wish to engage me in a battle? If so, I, Chen Lin, shall gladly oblige. But once the battle begins, it will be a fight to the death. True monarch Tianyuan smirked, his face filled with murderous intent, and snorted. Very well, Chen Lin, I shall remember this. Yang, apologize. Yang was taken aback, incredulous. Master, you want me to apologize? Apologize, true monarch Tianyuan reiterated. Gritting his teeth, Yang turned to Chen Lin and said, I am sorry. Chen Lin persisted. What should you call me? And your voice is too soft. Yang repeated, Senior, I am sorry. Chen Lin waved his hand. Now that is more like it. One must acknowledge their wrongdoings and stand firm when facing retribution. I advise you to refrain from arrogance and possess self-awareness. Reaching your 40s with only harmonization level is akin to wasting your cultivation. Yes, Senior, your lesson is well taken. Yang could only swallow his resentment. After distancing themselves several thousand meters, true monarch Tianyuan remarked, Are you confused and angered by my demand for an apology? Yang nodded. Master, you are a formidable figure ranked 3rd on the fate chart. Would you truly fear Chen Lin? True monarch Tianyuan replied, You speak rightly. My strength is indeed formidable. However, Chen Lin is no ordinary opponent. Are you aware that the true monarch Bai Mei of the Xianxia sect, 9th on the fate chart, perished at his hands? Furthermore, the Shao brothers, ranked 10th and 11th, also fell to him. Yang frowned. I know. The 2 grand elders of the Lihua sect joined forces, and even you, Master, had to avoid their sharpness. Strength alone does not guarantee survival. Master, you cannot possibly believe that the Shao brothers were slain by Chen Lin, spoke the true monarch of Tianyuan. It is not a belief, but a certainty. A sharp intake of breath escaped Yang. Although the white-browed true monarch was formidable, he ultimately ranked 9th on the fate ranking. The Shao brothers, however, were a unique pair, twin brothers adept in combined combat techniques, each individually ranking around 10th. Together, their prowess was such that even my master would be compelled to tread carefully. Zhang Tianyuan, I must commend you. This time, you have indeed made a commendable choice. Just then, a voice laced with mockery pierced the air. Looking up, they beheld a middle-aged man striding forward with confidence. Upon recognizing him, the expression on the true monarch of Tianyuan shifted, and he coldly remarked, Chun He, are you attempting to instruct me, Zhang Tianyuan, on how to conduct my affairs? Chen He scoffed, what? Do you truly dare to confront Chen Lin? As a disciple of the supreme, true monarch, who once subdued you for over 3 centuries, I assumed that after his demise, you would relish the opportunity to reign unchallenged. Yet now, a new contender has emerged in Chen Lin, and he is also a disciple of the supreme, true monarch. Surely, this stirs a sense of indignation within you. Remember, it is not I who am instructing you. Rather, it is you who elicits my pity. Silence. Zhang Tianyuan bellowed, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from him, threatening to engulf Chen He. Unfazed, Chen He remained cold and indifferent. Chen He was the leader of the Mingyi sect, ranked 7th on the fate ranking. In truth, the disparities in strength among the top 10 on the fate ranking were not vast. Although one might appear to be ranked higher, any confrontation could exact a grievous toll. This was precisely why the news of Chen Lin's defeat to the White Brow and the Shao brothers had instilled trepidation in Zhang Tianyuan. At that moment, the atmosphere grew tense, a palpable sense of impending conflict hanging over all present, as though a great battle were imminent. Suddenly, a boisterous laugh broke through the tension. Ha ha ha! Might I say, gentlemen, one a leader of the Chuanjian sect, and the other of the Mingyi sect, both esteemed members of the 5 great sects. Why engage in such a heated dispute over trivial matters? As the laughter subsided, a young man radiating an astonishing sword intent emerged, leisurely riding upon a large yellow bull. Upon seeing him, both Zhang Tianyuan and Chen He instinctively shifted their expressions and took a step back. With a smile, the young man remarked, "Ah, it is an honor to meet the true monarch of Tiantong in person. The true monarch of Tiantong, leader of the Luofu immortal sect, similarly held the 5th rank on the fate ranking. More importantly, the Luofu immortal sect, being an immortal sect, possessed a depth of heritage and influence that surpassed that of the sections. Not only did it carry the legacy of an emperor, but also had the backing of those who had severed the path of kings. With the true monarch of Tiantong present, both men were obliged to show him respect. The true monarch of Tiantong chuckled. Are you two quarreling over the matter of Chen Lin, the head of the Yushu immortal sect at Tai Mountain?" Zhang Tianxian and Chen he exchanged wry smiles. The celestial monarch Tiantong remarked, "Chen Lin, the chief of Yushu immortal sect at Tai Mountain, was accepted as a disciple by the esteemed Taisu monarch 11 years ago. This year, he has reached the age of 21. What, 21? That cannot be possible." Zhang Tianxian and Chen he were evidently taken aback. Celestial monarch Tiantong, such jest is far from amusing. Chen he shook his head disapprovingly. "Are you suggesting that I have erred in my statement?" Tiantong questioned. "Is it so hard to believe? At 21, I recall your master, the Taisu monarch, leaving his mark at the Taisu Grand Assembly, challenging those above his rank, suppressing peers of the same level, and seizing the coveted Wujing grass. Among the top 10 of our fate ranking, you were the youngest, merely a trifling 300 years old." Zhang Tianxian forced a bitter smile. This comparison is utterly unfounded. At 21, I merely stood at the pinnacle of the condensation stage, while he has successively vanquished both the Baimei monarch and the Shao brothers, true monarchs of destiny. Such prodigious talent. It is as if we have squandered our lives in vain. No wonder my disciple Yang Kong, who achieved the harmonious path at over 40, was derided by his peers. In this light, does it not render him somewhat of a waste? At that moment, Zhang Tianxian felt a burning shame flush across his cheeks. Tiantong continued, "If I were to tell you that the Wanxiang building is about to revise the fate ranking, placing him at the very top, would you harbor any thoughts on this?" "First? He's first." Chen he frowned. "Celestial monarch Tiantong, do you not find it peculiar that Chen Lin, at the mere age of 21, ascends to the rank of a monarch of destiny?" Zhang Tianxian nodded in agreement. "I, Zhang Tianxian, celebrated as an unprecedented genius of the Chuanjian sect, only attained the status of monarch of destiny at over 80. A 21-year-old monarch of destiny must possess extraordinary treasures or have encountered unfathomable fortuity." A thought struck him. There are rumors that the Taisu monarch ventured into the demon emperor's tomb, and since his emergence from it, he soared to great heights, quickly claiming the top position on the fate ranking, reigning supreme for centuries. Could this be connected to his disciple? Moreover, Chen Lin also entered the demon emperor's tomb, and, prior to that, was relatively unknown. Yet upon his return, he too ascended rapidly to an astonishing level of cultivation. Chen Yi interjected, "Furthermore, he has reportedly brought back 2 celestial treasures, which he submitted to the Yushu immortal sect. The notion of casually relinquishing celestial treasures suggests he possesses even greater artifacts. It is said that he wielded celestial weapons upon exiting the demon emperor's tomb." As the three conversed with growing excitement, it was as if they had unearthed a new world. In their eyes, Chen Lin had undoubtedly transformed into a walking treasury of secrets, a repository of celestial artifacts, and the enigma surrounding his rise to become a monarch of destiny at 21. After the conclusion of the Taisu Grand Assembly, let us convene to deliberate on how to contend with him. At that time, let us share our secrets, proposed celestial monarch Tiandong. Agreed. Both Chen He and Zhang Tianxian responded in unison. The three individuals exchanged knowing smiles, and in an instant, the animosity between Chen He and Zhang Tianxian dissipated into thin air. On Chen Lin's side, having driven Zhang Tianxian away, he lifted his gaze and spotted several familiar figures. It was the enchanting fairy Miaoshan, who, this time, was accompanied by Lin Xue and a few disciples, totaling 5 people. Chen Lin approached with a beaming expression. "Sister, you have come as well." "Junior brother," Fairy Miaoshan replied, equally delighted. Chen Lin promptly enveloped her in a hearty embrace, relishing the softness and warmth of her presence. The sensation was delightful, and he thought to himself how he wished to hold her forever. "Sister, your reserves seem more abundant now." Fairy Miaoshan's face flushed at his words, and she playfully pinched his side. Chen Lin yelped in mock pain, his expression one of feigned grievance. "Sister, why do you pinch me?" With a dismissive snort, she retorted, "Who asked you to speak nonsense? You deserve it." A pinch is too mild. I could almost slap you. With that, she turned her attention away from Chen Lin and glanced behind him, where she spotted Wu Zhao. Little Wu Zhao, you have also come to participate in the Taishan Grand Assembly. Wu Zhao nodded vigorously, greeting her. Hello, Master Ant. It seems you have gained a bit of weight. Weight? Fairy Miaoshan looked down in confusion, quickly realizing Wu Zhao's implication, causing her cheeks to redden in embarrassment. Chen Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're still laughing, she exclaimed, stamping her foot in irritation. Chen Lin quickly shook his head. I won't laugh anymore. However, sister, I just pointed out a fact. And now Wu Zhao merely mentioned your weight. They say that children speak without restraint. I did not err, did I? Chapter 151. The pill is stolen. Sister, am I not allowed to be wrong? I apologize. I have missed you. Fairy Miaoshan huffed. You miss me? This time, for the Taishan Grand Assembly, I left early. Who knows if I will wait for you? Chen Lin hastily acknowledged his fault, swore oaths, and presented several human yuan pills. Sister, I recently refined some human yuan pills. I offer you a few, hoping they may assist you. Human yuan pills. Fairy Miaoshan's interest was piqued. They enhance cultivation speed. This was indeed a valuable item. Receiving 5 in total, she finally relented. Given your sincerity, I shall forgive you. Sister, you're truly kind. Beep. The host has gifted Fairy Miaoshan 5 9th grade human yuan pills, meeting the criteria for a critical return. Would you like to trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. A reward of 4,000 times the critical return has been granted, resulting in a divine grade pill, Tianyuan pill. Wow, it's actually a Tianyuan pill, Chen Lin exclaimed. With a 50-fold increase in cultivation speed, this was extraordinary. If a 2-fold increase in speed was a miracle, then a 50-fold increase was akin to cheating. And this was just the beginning. There were still Xianxia pills, innate Dao fruits, and chaotic Dao fruits, existences of even greater potency. Chen Lin felt a stir in his heart and said, Senior sister, you may give those 5 human essence pills to your disciple. I have a superior elixir here, the heavenly origin pill. The Miaoshan fairy was taken aback, a wave of gratitude welling up within her. Junior brother, thank you. Chen Lin smiled and replied, there is no need for thanks between us. However, the Miaoshan fairy shook her head and said, but I cannot accept the heavenly origin pill. Chen Lin's smile immediately faltered, confusion crossing his face. Why not? The Miaoshan fairy explained, the heavenly origin pill is a divine grade elixir, capable of enhancing one's cultivation speed by 50 times within a month. It is far too precious. I cannot take it. Chen Lin let out a sigh of relief and said, if you truly feel uncomfortable, then accept it. It is settled. With that, he forcibly placed it into the Miaoshan fairy's hands. She was momentarily stunned. The heavenly origin pill had been given to her. No, she thought. While the heavenly origin pill is indeed invaluable, her junior brother needs this elixir more than she does. Resolutely, she prepared to return it once more. Just as she reached out, a figure suddenly appeared, snatching the heavenly origin pill away. So this is the heavenly origin pill. Ha! Such a treasure is now mine. With boisterous laughter, an elderly man, his hair completely white and appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, excitedly toyed with the heavenly origin pill in his hands. With this treasure, I shall surely advance further and attain kingship. I have come to the right place for the Taishan Grand Assembly. The Miaoshan fairy's expression turned furious. Senior, please return the heavenly origin pill. The old man pocketed the elixir and chuckled. Heavenly origin pill? I know nothing of it. I was merely passing by, yes, just passing through. I shall take my leave now. With that, he attempted to depart. Just as he made a move, a fist suddenly blocked his path. The old man furrowed his brow and could only retreat. Upon looking up, he found Chen Lin standing before him, his face etched with murderous intent. Hand over the heavenly origin pill. The old man shook his head. What heavenly origin pill? I know nothing of it. Kid, step aside quickly. Do not force this old man to take action. Chen Lin's murderous intent intensified, and he spoke each word with emphasis, for the last time. Relinquish the heavenly origin pill. The commotion had already drawn the attention of the surrounding crowd, who gathered curiously. Upon hearing the words, heavenly origin pill, everyone was struck with astonishment. This was a divine grade elixir. The Wujing grass could spark an entire Taishan Grand Assembly, and the heavenly origin pill was several times more valuable. To think it had appeared at the Taishan Grand Assembly. I know who he is now. He is none other than Shuangguang, the supreme elder of the Xianxia sect. Indeed, it was him. Who would have thought that Shuangguang would emerge from seclusion? My goodness. The second person on the fortune list is none other than Shuangguang. Second person? That is an outdated tale. Since the fall of the Taishan true monarch, he is the true first person on the fortune list. Tearing apart, it seems that these few individuals are destined for misfortune this time. It is often said that wealth should not be displayed ostentatiously. To reveal such a divine treasure as the Tianyuan Dan is to invite competition. However, that is not necessarily the case. You are unaware of the true identity of this person, which is why you speak so lightly. Suddenly, someone proposed a similar condition, their eyes gleaming as if they were spectators at a grand performance. Could this individual perhaps possess another hidden identity? Someone questioned, perplexed. This person replied with a sly grin. He is none other than Lord Chen Lin, the esteemed leader of Tai Mountain from the Yushu Shinzo. Just moments ago, even the leader of the Chuanjian sect suffered setbacks against him. Who do you think he is? It is he. Instantly, some recollected Chen Lin's identity, recognizing him as the one who had slain the white-browed true monarch in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Indeed, it is he. Hiss. Once again, the crowd inhaled sharply. The white-browed true monarch is ranked 9th on the list of creation. Their conversation, of course, did not escape the notice of the elder Xianxia, who narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Youngster, no wonder you dare to block my path. It appears you possess some skill, although the character of that old rascal, the white-browed one, leaves much to be desired. His strength is commendable. Yet, do you truly believe that by slaying him, you can impede my progress? I must say, you are still rather naive." Chen Lin retorted disdainfully, "Whether I am young or not is not for you to determine. What matters is whether you possess the qualifications to obstruct me. You've had your chance to claim the Tianyuan Dan. If you refuse to return it, then I shall take it myself." Chen Lin was thoroughly incensed. He launched a punch toward Elder Xianxia. The King Dao killing fist, a fusion of royal and lethal paths, unleashed its might. With a single blow, the void shattered. With another, heaven and earth were annihilated. In that moment, Chen Lin resembled a merciless deity of slaughter, his murderous intent rampant. "Since I have chosen to engage, prepare to meet your demise." Mastering the third technique, the Supreme Divine Fist had now ascended to the level of an immortal class technique. What appeared to be an ordinary punch was imbued with formidable killing intent. Upon witnessing Chen Lin's attack, Elder Xianxia remained dismissive, saying, "You dare to strike at me? It seems I have not fought in quite some time. Do you believe that I have grown feeble? As the leader of Tai Mountain, you may fancy yourself a formidable opponent, but since you are his disciple, today I shall end your life and send you to accompany your deceased master." The Wujik Shun Fist, a divine martial art of the Xianxia sect, embodies the principle that the boundless gives rise to the ultimate, which in turn gives birth to dualities, leading to the four symbols and a myriad of transformations. Each punch creates a vast Taiji symbol, balancing offense and defense. Now, in the hands of Elder Xianxia, this technique is executed to its fullest potential. Taiji patterns rose behind him as his fists advanced, enveloping Chen Lin in a barrage of Taiji symbols. Chapter 152, Slaying Elder Xianxia. Chen Lin snorted coldly. "A fine Wujixin fist, but alas, you have mistaken your opponent. How effective is your boundless defense? It shall be shattered all the same." Boom! A colossal fist collided violently with the Taiji patterns, producing a resounding crack. The Taiji pattern shattered. Yet Chen Lin's fist retained its formidable power as it struck fiercely towards the venerable Xianguang. The elder's expression transformed in an instant, incredulously exclaiming, "What martial art is this? How could it possibly breach my Wuji defense?" The Wuji defense, a manifestation of the Taiji diagram, was renowned for its unparalleled protective capabilities. Since its successful cultivation, it had never been directly shattered, unless the opponent's strike possessed a force several times greater than that of his own Taiji pattern. As a true monarch of creation and an esteemed elder, on the verge of kingship, only a true king-level powerhouse could shatter his Wuji defense with a single blow. Yet, Chen Lin's realm was certainly not that of a king. However, he could not afford to ponder this further. Chen Lin's fist was already upon him. Taking a deep breath, Xianguang swiftly maneuvered his hands, instantly unleashing the Wuji rebound technique. Any force of attack weaker than its own strength would be reflected back with absolute certainty. It is worth noting that this Wuji Divine Fist evolved from the Taiji diagram itself. The Wuji Divine Fist and the Taiji pattern stand among the pinnacle of divine techniques. Akin to the Celestial Gate's transcendent seal, one hailed as the supreme defensive art, the other as the foremost offensive art. Chen Lin was undoubtedly aware of the formidable nature of the Wuji Divine Fist, yet he remained disdainful. Its unrivaled defense had never encountered his might. With his 3 supreme techniques, the Supreme Divine Fist had already ascended to the ranks of celestial arts. Coupled with his cultivation of the 9 transformations' profound art, both his strength and magical power far exceeded those of others at the same level by dozens or even hundreds of times, causing the Wuji defense to shatter once more. A mere flicker of rebound force required no evasion on Chen Lin's part, as his own defenses effortlessly countered it. For him, while his attacks were undeniably fierce, it was his defense that truly reigned supreme. The intensity of his strikes could only be likened to that of a novice king-level fighter. Yet his defense could easily dominate those in the mid to late stages of kingship. With the 9 transformations' profound art, the purple cloud celestial garb, the profound turtle celestial technique, and the great sage spirit formula, the might of the kingly killing fist was ultimately diminished. Nevertheless, the residual force sent Xianguang retreating several steps. What a remarkable disciple of the supreme Xian. I, Xianguang, concede defeat and shall return the Tianyuan Dan. The elder's countenance darkened, for in that brief clash, he realized with dismay that he was, indeed, no match for this young man named Chen Lin. Though it appeared that neither could decisively overcome the other, a true battle would undoubtedly lead to his own downfall. Having lived for 7 or 8 centuries, what could he fail to comprehend? Reputation is important, but is renown truly significant? Damn it, the Supreme Xian was terrifyingly powerful. Yet his disciple proved even more extraordinary, one punch shattering both his Wuji defense and Wuji rebound, 2 of his ultimate techniques. Xianguang's return to the Tianyuan Dan signified his surrender. At last, I understand the true extent of Lord Chen Lin's strength. The surrender of the venerable Xianguang once again elevated Chen Lin's formidable prowess to an entirely new echelon. Such strength could, at the very least, secure a position within the top 3 of the creation ranking. Upon receiving the Tianyuan Dan and confirming its authenticity, Chen Lin coldly remarked, "Indeed, this is the Tianyuan Dan." Xianguang inquired, "Am I free to depart now?" Chen Lin, with unwavering murderous intent and a voice as frigid as ice, replied, "Have I granted you permission to leave?" With a furrowed brow, Xianguang questioned, "What do you mean?" Chen Lin articulated, "I am particularly fond of the adage, one must acknowledge their wrongdoings and stand firm when facing retribution. Since you have just seized the Tianyuan Dan, you must be prepared for death. Therefore, it follows that you must kill me." Xianguang scoffed, "Youngster, I concede your extraordinary strength. As the grand elder of the Xianxia sect and the foremost figure on the creation ranking, I have no desire to engage in prolonged combat with you, lest I deplete my own power. Do not mistake my reluctance for fear." Chen Lin retorted, "You truly prattle on excessively. You may as well perish." In a swift motion, the Ziyun sword manifested in Chen Lin's grasp, and he executed the One Qi transforming 3 cleansings technique to its fullest potential. This swordsmanship had been cultivated by him to a state of consummate perfection, allowing him to maintain 3 corporeal figures for a fleeting moment. The 3 figures united in a coordinated assault, making it seem as though one faced the onslaught of dozens, if not hundreds, of adversaries. Xianguang, incensed, declared, "You dare to attempt my life? Then I shall take yours first." With a flick of his wrist, a fan materialized in his hand, the banana fan, a divine artifact. As the grand elder of the Xianxia sect, ranked 2nd overall, he was indeed entitled to wield such a celestial treasure. The banana fan was divided into the Yin fan and the Yang fan, one to summon wind, the other to conjure fire. At that moment, Xianguang wielded the Yang fan, unleashing torrents of true fire directed at Chen Lin. Unfazed by the sudden eruption of flames, Chen Lin fully embraced the One Qi transforming 3 cleansings sword technique. One figure advanced to intercept the true fire, while the other 2 surged forth to strike at Xianguang. As the flames engulfed Chen Lin, Xianguang momentarily reveled in triumph, only to be gripped by a chilling dread as the specter of death loomed ominously. Realizing the peril, he turned to witness 2 Chen Lins charging towards him. This maneuver was alarmingly familiar. Was it not the One Qi transforming 3 cleansings? It was the supreme technique of the Xianxia sect, and originally one of the 3 great techniques of the Tai-Ching Holy Land, now long lost. Even now, the Xianxia sect possessed only fragmented remnants of it. To maintain even a single corporeal form was a near impossibility. Yet here it was, manifested by Chen Lin. You young rascal, you wield the one chi transforming three cleansings sword technique. How did you come to possess this skill? Speak the truth. Chen Lin disdainfully responded. Why should I owe an explanation to a corpse? In an instant, Xian Guang was pierced through, meeting his demise. This truly embodies the transformation of the three purities. I never anticipated that I, the venerable Xuanguang, would meet my demise beneath this celestial technique. I suppose my death holds value. However, young one, since you have mastered the transformation of the three purities, prepare yourself for the inevitable visit from my Xianxia sect. Your time of reckoning shall come. As the words escaped his lips, his body crumpled softly to the ground. He was dead. Chen Lin remarked indifferently, Xianxia sect. How many times has this been? Is it not merely the ascension to the throne? I, Chen Lin, await your arrival. Thus, the venerable Xuanguang met his end before the eyes of all. Prior to the grand gathering of the Taishian, the crowd was struck with astonishment. He truly dared to slay the venerable Xuanguang. Such audacity, such formidable prowess. After all, Xuanguang was the esteemed elder of the Xianxia sect. It seems we are in for quite a spectacle. It is said that this esteemed Chen Lin has already taken the lives of Bai Mei Zhanjuan from the Shushan sword sect, Fu Santong from the Maoshan talisman sect, and Qi Haoyan from the pure Yang sword sect. The two great sects are indeed on the brink of a relentless conflict. Chapter 153. Does this constitute the pinnacle of the world? With the demise of the venerable Xuanguang, the spoils of battle could not be disregarded. Soon enough, Chen Lin, through a thorough search, uncovered a wealth of valuable information. Notably, he discovered a divine-grade treasure, the banana fan. Alas, it was not the innate version. Had it been, its power would have been even greater. Yet, let's not forget that he possesses a critical return system. Perhaps he might just receive the innate banana fan as a reward. Chen Lin returned the Tianyuan Dan to the esteemed Miaoshan fairy, stating, Senior sister, as promised. I have retrieved the Tianyuan Dan. Having experienced the theft by the venerable Xuanguang, Miaoshan fairy considered for a moment before accepting it. However, concern lingered in her expression as she cautioned, Junior brother, how could you have killed the venerable Xuanguang? Chen Lin replied, Who was it that seized your Tianyuan Dan? Senior sister? Miaoshan fairy shook her head. That is not what I meant. The venerable Xuanguang is the esteemed elder of the Xianxia sect. Your actions may incite an unending feud with them. Chen Lin scoffed. The Xianxia sect desires war? Let them come. What harm is there? I have already slain 3 of their foremost leaders. A confrontation was inevitable. Does the death of the venerable Xuanguang, the first on the destiny ranking, truly alter the situation? Moreover, by eliminating such a formidable adversary, I have merely lessened the threat I face. But Miaoshan fairy's worry remained palpable. Master. She was abruptly interrupted by Wu Zhao, who rushed over, brandishing a firewood stick with admiration etched across her face. Master, you are incredible. That old man was so wicked. He dared to seize our uncle's possessions, clearly a villain. I heard them say that he is the venerable Xuanguang, rank number 1 on the destiny ranking. Master, by slaying him, does that not mean you are now the highest on the destiny ranking? Gu Qinxue and Shen Linglong approached, their eyes gleaming with disbelief, particularly Shen Linglong, whose excitement surpassed even the joy of being crowned first on the destiny ranking herself. Master, I have heard that this time at the Taishian Grand Assembly, the rankings are to be restructured. Is that true? The Immortal Ascension list, the Transformation list, and the Hidden Dragon list. These 3 prestigious rankings stir the hearts of countless individuals. It is only fitting that the first place on the Hidden Dragon list belongs to my esteemed senior sister, with myself securing the 2nd position, and of course, I shall also claim the 3rd. Wu Zhao exclaimed joyfully. Shen Linglong glanced at Wu Zhao and remarked, with your current standing, you still have some distance to cover. However, fret not, you are still young, merely 7 years of age. The notion of a 7-year-old mastering the pinnacle of martial prowess seems somewhat surreal. Beep. The host has gifted a couple's divine elixir, the Tianyuan pill, which meets the criteria for a critical return. However, the Tianyuan pill is categorized as a reward for critical returns, applicable only for equivalent critical returns, granting 1 Tianyuan pill. A trade-off. Very well, I shall accept it. Yet the conditions for this gift have shifted slightly. Previously, it was bestowed upon fellow disciples. Now, it is for couples. Quite amusing. Chen Lin felt a sudden inspiration. After defeating the elder Xianguang, he acquired a divine artifact, the fire banana fan, which seemed of little use to him. It would be perfect to give to senior sister Miaoshan. Chen Lin presented the fire banana fan and said, "Senior sister, this is for you." Miaoshan was taken aback, but quickly received it. "Junior brother, this treasure belongs to the Xianxia sect. How can you dare to claim it?" Chen Lin scoffed. "What is there to fear? This is my spoils of war." "Senior sister, this is a top-tier divine artifact, a gift for your protection," Miaoshan cautioned. "Yet you must remain vigilant towards the Xianxia sect, junior brother. Though you are formidable, the Xianxia sect is not to be underestimated, especially with their formidable king behind them." Chen Lin chuckled. "Senior sister, do not worry. Is it merely the Xianxia sect? I know how to face any challenge that arises." Beep. The host has gifted a couple's divine artifact, the fire banana fan, which meets the criteria for a critical return. Would you like to initiate a critical return? Critical hit. Critical hit successful, rewarding a 10,000-fold critical return, acquiring the innate fire banana fan. Indeed, it is the innate fire banana fan, a treasure of the Tao level, also known as an innate spirit treasure. These are classified into 3 tiers: third tier, second tier, first tier, and the exceptional grade. The innate fire banana fan is classified as a second tier innate spirit treasure. Previously, Chen Lin had obtained the square refinement cauldron, which was merely a third tier innate spirit treasure. The banana fan consists of 2 types, wind and fire banana fans. When separated, they are second tier innate spirit treasures. When combined, they become a first tier innate spirit treasure. For Chen Lin, this fan now stands as the most potent artifact in his possession. There is none other like it. The fire banana fan can unleash the innate true fire of the 3 mysteries, capable of incinerating all things and obliterating the heavens and the earth. Moreover, each wave of the fan does not merely conjure a single strand of true fire. Instead, it instantaneously generates 3 strands of true fire within you. This implies that with one sweep of the fan, there is no escape. The sole drawback lies in its immense consumption. Chen Lin realized that, even for himself, he practiced the 9 transformations of the mysterious art. At the pinnacle of creation, even the most adept could merely wield a fan. Once the fan was set into motion, the energy within was instantaneously depleted, leaving not a trace behind. Thus, at that moment, he could barely manage to fan it. However, one must consider that this single action unleashed a formidable might capable of annihilating a king. Upon reviewing the attributes panel, a notable transformation was evident. Host, Chen Lin. Talent, Supreme Immortal Body, 12th Grade Immortal Body, top-tier physique in the Tianyuan World, second in the physique gold list of Tianyuan continent. Realm, 8th stage of martial arts, pinnacle of creation, ranked first in combat power within the Taishan domain, first in the Tianyuan World below the realm of creation. 11th in overall combat power across the entire Tianyuan World. 11th place, such a lofty position. Was this due to the fire banana fan? Yet, did this ranking imply that there were 10 quasi-emperors? Ultimately, his understanding remained limited. Nevertheless, this was undeniably a significant advancement. His ranking had spread from the Taishan domain to encompass the entire Tianyuan World. Secondary occupations: King Grade Alchemist, King Grade Formation Master, 8th Grade Weaponsmith, 8th Grade Talisman Master, 8th Grade Rune Master, 9th Grade Immortal Physician, 8th Grade Poison Master, among others. Techniques: 9 transformations of the mysterious art, a supreme technique ranked within the top 10 across myriad realms. Cultivated to the 3rd layer of consummation, mastering derivative divine abilities, possessing an indestructible body, manifesting the laws of heaven and earth, and exhibiting immense strength. Techniques: innate thunder body refining immortal technique, having cultivated the primordial post, the primordial fist blood exchange method, thunder induction, thunder body refinement, true thunder body, utilizing medicinal baths, and training in the U-step. Divine abilities: great sage spirit formula, 1 chi transforms into 3 purities, imperial chi observation technique, spirit communication immortal technique. Jade clarity divine thunder, Xian turtle immortal technique, the first 3 styles of supreme divine fist, tower visualization method, skull visualization method, 10,000 swords return to origin. Great Zhou Tian star sword technique, Great Zhou Tian sword drawing technique, Great Zhou Tian destruction sword technique, Great Zhou Tian instant kill sword technique, close at hand. Lunar divine fire, solar divine fire. Magic treasures: innate fire banana fan, 4 directions refinement cauldron, purple cloud set, overlord bow, Etienne sword. Appearance: dominantly charismatic, invincible. Purple robe sword immortal, the most handsome man in the Taishan domain, ranked within the top 50 of the Tianyuan World. Chapter 154. Subsequent impact, surely not. Being ranked first in appearance within the Taishan domain, yet merely placing in the 40s across the vast Tianyuan world. Chen Lin understood that the beauty ranking was a composite measure, encompassing appearance, strength, fortune, status, and merits. To be in the 40s indeed seemed rather low. Such a position was rather disheartening. Were these sentiments to reach the ears of others, they would surely scoff in disbelief. At that moment, the Master Brother had arrived. A large group appeared on the horizon, distinctly recognizable as Su Yuan and his companions, including the two esteemed leaders, Yang Wudi and Luo Bad Dao, accompanied by their disciples. In the previous martial arts tournament, Yang Lin and Luo Tong excelled, both having reached the late stage of condensation. It appears that the rewards from the competition have significantly enhanced their cultivation. However, the one who has made the most remarkable progress is Xiao Yi. True to his status as a Jade Void Divine Body, has attained the cultivation level of late Tian Gang. Besides these three, there are several other disciples at the Tian Gang realm, seemingly in their 20s or 30s. The sect leader congratulated them, under the Heavenly Sun's Qi observation technique. Su Yuan's situation was swiftly discerned by Chen Lin. With a smile, Su Yuan remarked, "Chen Shidi, you possess a remarkably keen eye. You have seen through this." Yang Wudi and Luo Badu, still bewildered, inquired, "Brothers, there's some good news you're not sharing with us?" The celestial maiden, Miao Shan, looked on with curiosity at Su Yuan. Su Yuan smiled and replied, "You should ask Chen Shidi." "Chen Shidi, what is the matter?" Yang Wudi Preset. Chen Lin responded, "Congratulations to my senior brother for successfully forging a celestial artifact." Astonishment struck the three as they exclaimed, "A celestial artifact?" The greatest trump card of the Jade Void sect is a celestial artifact, which is to be used only in dire circumstances and is guarded by the Grand Elder. The revelation that the sect leader possesses one has led them to recall the mountain treasures and the Jianmu that Chen Lin had gifted to him not long ago. It must be that these two treasures have been refined into a celestial artifact. Though precious, treasures alone cannot fully manifest their worth unless forged into celestial artifacts. Su Yuan chuckled, "Indeed, I cannot hide this from you, Chen Shidi." With a wave of his hand, he produced a seal, crafted from the essence of mountainwood. Regretfully, Su Yuan said, "Alas, my forging skills are still lacking. It is merely of second-tier quality. This seal is a replica of the Fan Tian seal, and I shall name it the Yusu seal." Yusu seal, what a splendid name. I wish you great success in the upcoming Taishan Grand Meeting, brother. Priset Yang Wudi. Su Yuan shook his head. Winning the championship is not so simple. However, Chen Shidi, you have a promising chance. In an instant, his expression turned solemn as he addressed Chen Shidi. "On our way here, we heard that you killed the Xianguang old ancestor." Chen Lin did not conceal the truth. Pointing not far away, indeed, the body still lies there. Luo Badu hurried forward to examine it. "Brother, it truly is the Xianguang old ancestor." Su Yuan Said, Sivi, you are pushing the Jade Void sect into a relentless feud with the Xianqing sect. Chen Lin was taken aback, thinking that his senior brother would chastise him for killing the Xianguang old ancestor. Instead, Su Yuan appeared remarkably unperturbed. Su Yuan shook his head. "It is merely the Xianguang old ancestor. Killing him is no great matter. The Jade Void sect has never shied away from conflict, nor do we instigate trouble. Both the Luo Fu sect and the Xianqing sect are not as tranquil as they seem on the surface. If it comes to a confrontation, remember that thousands of years ago, the three sacred grounds clashed, leading to a catastrophe that reduced our once proud sacred grounds to the status of mere sections. For countless millennia, the struggle for supremacy has never ceased among the three grand sections. Sooner or later, a confrontation will inevitably arise. Disciple, it is indeed true that you are the fortunate star of our Yushu sect. In the previous election among the three grand sects, Yushu ranked last. However, since your ascent, our sect has soared to unprecedented heights. In contrast, the Xianqing sect has suffered greatly. The demise of Bai Mei, the death of Fu Santong, and the murder of Qi Haoyan. Now, with the demise of Patriarch Shuangguang at your hands, it brings immense satisfaction to the hearts of many. Young Wudire Marquet, you speak wisely, elder brother. A battle is inevitable. The death of Patriarch Shuangguang simply means one less adversary. The news of Shuangguang's death is indeed monumental and has spread far and wide. Although the list of the creation rankings is updated every decade, and the latest rankings have yet to be revealed, it is widely acknowledged that Shuangguang held the top position without contest. The fact that such a formidable being has perished, slain by Chen Lin, The head of Tai Mountain from Yushu's sect is astonishing. Chen Lin, known as the Purple Robe Sword Immortal, was a disciple of the revered Tai Xianxia, who had dominated the creation rankings for over a century. Just a month prior, he had vanquished Xinjuan by May, earning his reputation as the foremost sword immortal beneath the realm of immortality. On the opposing peak of the Two Realms Mountain, the trio led by Tianyuan Xinjuan found themselves united by a common goal, forging an alliance to confront Chen Lin and seize his opportunities. The news of Xuanguang's demise struck them with profound shock. How dare he? What was Xuanguang doing? Does he not fear the wrath of the Xianxia sect? Tianyuan Xinjuan furrowed his brow. Chun He, with a serious demeanor, interjected, "That is not the most critical point. You have overlooked a significant detail, Xuanguang. The top of the creation rankings and a senior elder of the Xianxia sect has been killed by Chen Lin. How is this possible?" Zhang Tianxian nodded in agreement, stating, "I had a brief encounter with Chen Lin before. If he employs a celestial artifact and catches Xuanguang off guard, he could indeed slay him. Celestial artifacts are rare. Among the three factions, only the Luofu sect possesses one as their foundation, while neither the Chuanjin sect nor the Mingyi sect has such a treasure. A single celestial artifact can often determine the outcome of a grand battle. Chen Lin appears to act with impunity, having offended nearly half the forces within the Taishan domain, including the Lihua sect and the Xianxia sect, as well as us. This may actually work to our advantage." Chen He mused. "The greater the chaos at the Taishan Grand Assembly, the more opportunity we will have to strike against him." Tianyuan Xinjuan nodded in agreement. "Let us join forces. We will divide the spoils equally among the three of us." With that, the three men exchanged knowing smiles. Simultaneously, the Xianxia sect received the news of Xuanguang's death. The sect leader, Yin Zhong, trembled with rage. Chen Lin of the Yushu sect. "Do you think my Xianxia sect is easy to bully? How many times has this happened?" "Master, this time the Yushu Immortal sect must provide us with an explanation and hand over Chen Lin. Otherwise, our Zhuanging Immortal sect is prepared to engage in battle with Yushu without hesitation. In my opinion, we should annihilate the Yushu Immortal sect, for their venerable ancestor must be nearing 900 years of age by now, and their lifespan is approaching its end." This declaration undoubtedly stirred the hearts of all present from the Zhuanging sect. Setting aside Chen Lin's slaying of Bai Mei, the enmity with Fu Santong and ancestor Xuanguang, the long-standing animosity among the three great immortal sects, spanning tens of thousands of years, cannot be resolved. The truth of who was right or wrong in the past remains untraceable. However, it was precisely due to the fierce battles when the three immortal sects were still sacred lands that led to their decline, resulting in the suppression of Tianyuan and their current plight, reduced to a corner of the Taishan domain, struggling for survival with diminished influence. Moreover, the resources of the Taishan domain are limited. By vanquishing their opponents, they could acquire greater resources. Yin Zhong decisively declared, "Let us formally prepare for battle against the Yushu Immortal sect. However, we must wait until the Taishan Grand Assembly concludes." The Master's reasoning is sound. The Taishan Grand Assembly occurs once every century, having transpired over 340 times. In the past two instances, the Yushu Immortal sect as Taishan True Monarch emerged victorious. This time, we must not allow Yushu to triumph again. A disciple immediately voiced, "Chen Lin is likely to be the most promising contender for victory this time." Yin Zhong scoffed, "To secure victory in this Taishan Grand Assembly, consult me first." At that moment, a beam of golden light shot into the sky, enveloping the entire summit of the Two Realms Mountain, conjuring a dreamlike world before the onlookers. The secret realm was opening. With the emergence of the golden light, excitement surged among all present. Surrounding the secret realm were names, each one belonging to the victors of past Taishan Grand Assemblies. Among them, the name of Taishan True Monarch stood out the most, signifying that he was the victor of the previous assembly. As names appeared, a list materialized before everyone. Yet, it was understood that this list would soon record the rankings of this Taishan Grand Assembly, with the first place denoting the victor. At that moment, the list bore no names. The disciples of Yushu were all eager and ready. Unlike a martial arts tournament, this competition focused solely on combat prowess and martial arts mastery. To seize victory would draw the gaze of the masses and bring fame to the Taishan domain. Even if one could not have their name etched upon the Two Realms Mountain, ascending the golden list would ensure that the entire Taishan domain knew of their name. Especially among the younger generation, enthusiasm ran high. Zhang Tianxian from 300 years ago Gu Jiani from 700 years ago, and Di Tian from 2,000 years ago. All of them had claimed the top position with mere mastery of divine arts, leaving their names carved upon the Two Realms mountain. If they could achieve it, why not us? Not only the major powers of the Tai Xian domain, many prodigies have also arrived in the remaining territories, hoping to seize the opportunity to ascend the rankings and claim the coveted Wujing grass. At this moment, the esteemed master Tiantong addressed his disciple, Tianbao. My dear disciple, I do not demand that you secure first place this time, but at the very least, you must make your mark on the golden list and uphold the prestige of our Luofu immortal sect. Zhang Tianbao nodded in agreement, assuring, rest assured, master, I shall certainly make it onto the list. Well, confidence is a virtue, yet remember to remain vigilant. Once you enter the illusionary realm, your cultivation will be sealed, relying solely on your mastery of divine techniques and your innate combat instincts. Danger and opportunity coexist, although I do not require you to reach a particular realm. It nonetheless grants you a chance to enter the top 10. The dialogue between Master Tiantong and his disciple echoed in many places. This battle was meant for the younger generation, as it would not be fitting for the elder strongholds to engage in such behavior. Meanwhile, Chen Lin had also instructed Gu Qinshui and her companions. All four were to participate, leaving only Wu Zhao behind. At this moment, Chen Lin was completely unaware that the usually lively Wu Zhao was surprisingly quiet today. When the secret realm was opened and the battle among the youth commenced, it was then that he discovered Wu Zhao had stealthily leapt into the secret realm. By the time he realized it, the realm had already closed. The secret realm's competition was a chaotic melee, with the golden list determining the rankings. That girl, well, given her unique constitution, she should be fine. The secret realm could serve as a lesson for her. At such a tender age, she remains blissfully unaware of her limitations, Chen Lin mused, shaking his head. Fortunately, death within the secret realm was not permanent, which somewhat eased his worries. However, little did Chen Lin know that the very Wu Zhao he fretted over was currently wreaking havoc within the secret realm, wielding a staff with extraordinary prowess. Her combat strength was astonishing, almost frenzied. Previously, Chen Lin had imparted the mad demon staff technique to her, and coupled with her exceptional physique, she wielded immense power, injuring several contenders with her strikes. Those who had entered the secret realm with unwavering confidence soon found themselves eliminated. What? I've been disqualified. And by a little girl at that. The eliminated participants were utterly astounded. They felt they had not even demonstrated their true abilities before being bested by a mere child. You've been eliminated too? So have I. Another flash of white light signaled yet another unparalleled prodigy being disqualified from the secret realm. Cradling their heads, they felt a throbbing pain. 1, 2, 3, 7, or 8 individuals in total. They collectively realized, goodness, we've all fallen victim to a little girl. Armed with a simple stick, she appeared harmless, yet her strength was formidable and her strikes merciless. One moment, she was an adorable child, the next, she transformed into a little demon, ruthlessly eliminating them. It is often said that one should not provoke children. The more charming they are, the more one should tread lightly. Today, I have witnessed this truth firsthand. The feeling of discontent lingered. However, what does it matter? Elimination is elimination. Witnessing the downfall of certain individuals naturally draws the attention of various factions. Their conversations are distinctly audible. A young girl, a mere child, has vanquished them all. What child? The crowd is left in utter confusion. Yet, the disciples of the Yushu sect are well aware of the existence of this girl, Wu Zhao, and are profoundly astonished. Fairy Miaoshan inquires, Junior brother, is it truly the work of this girl, Wu Zhao? Chen Lin responds with a bitter smile, I fear it indeed is. Fairy Miaoshan nods thoughtfully. The battle in the secret realm demands a high level of personal physique, mastery of divine abilities, and the prowess of weapons. Not to mention, this girl's cute appearance and her element of surprise could genuinely lead her to wreak havoc. Su Yuan shakes his head, lamenting, what a pity. Wu Zhao, though talented, is still inexperienced, having only trained for a month. Her deceptive appearance may grant her temporary strength, but once her opponents realize, they are likely to face dire consequences. Chen Lin, however, counters that may not necessarily be the case. The dying divine body? It has manifested twice already, he murmurs. If this is true, then the upcoming Taishan Grand Assembly may prove to be quite intriguing. Fairy Miaoshan, puzzled, asks, Junior brother, do you intend to provide Wu Zhao with any additional means? Chen Lin replies, perhaps. Chapter 156, What a Disgrace. In the secret realm, young Wu Zhao swings a firewood stick, shouting, "You all stop right there." No one is allowed to flee. Before her stands a throng of individuals in utter disarray, scrambling away in panic. It is terrifying, brutally ruthless. Is this truly a 7 or 8-year-old girl? Those who lagged behind fell victim to her stick without mercy. They had considered resistance. After all, how formidable could a child be? Yet, reality has shown them that this girl is not merely formidable, but extraordinarily powerful. Her strength is astonishing, and each strike is infused with a bizarre force. Any attempt at defense seems futile, crumbling under her assault as if it were made of dust. "Halt! Stand still!" Young Wu Zhao exclaims jubilantly, her voice echoing throughout the secret realm. "Run! I do not wish to be eliminated." Where has this little girl come from? A little girl? Perhaps little demon would be more fitting. Isn't that our junior sister? At this moment, Gu Qinxue and Chen Lin also notice Wu Zhao, displaying unparalleled prowess while pursuing a large crowd, leaving them utterly astounded. "Senior sister, is that truly little Wu Zhao?" Chen Lin speaks in disbelief. Gu Qinxue nods affirmatively. "Who else could it be?" Chen Lin sighs. "Our junior sister is too fierce. I suspect that even I would not stand a chance against her if I were to falter slightly." Gu Qinxue, looking solemn, adds, "Master once mentioned that our junior sister possesses a unique physique, likely far beyond the mere Dian divine body. It appears that this may indeed be the case. It is not merely the Yin divine body. Could it be the celestial body, or perhaps even more formidable?" Chen Lin remarked. Gu Qinxue nodded slightly. Bang! Bang! Once again, the two were dispatched by the diminutive Wu Zhao. The ensuing panic among those fleeing was accompanied by cries of despair. Being eliminated is not the most terrifying aspect. Rather, is the fact that this little demon enjoys targeting the head. Just observe the unfortunate souls he had previously vanquished. Their heads drenched in blood, a sight too grim to behold. Although death within the secret realm does not equate to true demise, the agony is undeniably real, and the sensations leading up to death can be utterly overwhelming. Some are so frightened they ceased their flight and pleaded with Wu Zhao, "Little lady, please, no more." Ikinseed, Isudanif. Yet, Wu Zhao seemed oblivious, raising her staff to deliver yet another blow, sending them out of the secret realm. Surrender was not an option, nor was fleeing. What could they do? A band of worthless individuals. This spectacle swiftly attracted the attention of the prodigies from various celestial sects, ancient clans, and schools. Observing Wu Zhao's display of prowess, they wore expressions of disdain. A circle of individuals was being pursued by a 7 or 8-year-old girl, an utter humiliation. The speaker, named Xianxia, hailed from the Luofu sect, a true disciple of the heavenly absolute island, and was at the Tianyuan realm. "Watch as I eliminate this little girl." "When did our previous competition include such a small child?" Xianxia declared, drawing his sword to strike at Wu Zhao, renowned for its swordsmanship. The Luofu sect's heavenly absolute sword technique is of the highest caliber, capable of rendering heaven and earth absolute with a single stroke. At this moment, Xianxia unleashed this formidable sword strike, and under the enhancement of the secret realm, a devastating sword intent manifested before Wu Zhao. Chen Lin, infuriated, exclaimed, "Dare to harm my junior sister, and I shall slay you." Just as she was about to act, Gu Qinxue intervened, reassuring her, "Do not worry. My junior sister can handle this. Moreover, this is, after all, the secret realm, not a place for her to engage. Being eliminated might be for the best. We can seek revenge for her later." Reluctantly, Chen Lin acquiesced. However, in the next moment, facing the absolute sword strike, Wu Zhao brandished her makeshift staff and struck down. The sword intent shattered. She remained unfazed, while the furious Wu Zhao turned her gaze upon Xianxia, shouting in outrage, "You villain! How dare you bully your empress? I shall strike you down with a single blow." Her movements were as swift as lightning, unpredictable and extraordinary. Gu Qinxue and Chen Lin, along with the others, stood in astonishment. This was the U-step, a manifestation of the perfected realm of the innate thunder refining body technique. The U-step, a footwork within the innate thunder refining body cultivation, can only be mastered at the 3rd level of divine abilities. They had merely dabbled in it. Yet within a mere span, they felt invincible, seemingly simple, yet profoundly mysterious, transcending all steps they understood. They had not even reached the threshold of initiation. My junior sister has indeed reached the pinnacle of strength. No, it seems she has now transitioned to the first layer of blood renewal. Yubu has unexpectedly reached the realm of great accomplishment. Indeed, as Master predicted, our junior sister is truly remarkable, remarked Chen Lin. Sister, could it be that we will have to address our junior sister as Master Sister in the future? Xianxia shook her head resolutely, declaring, I shall not allow her that opportunity. Chen Lin nodded firmly. Indeed, I too shall not permit her to ascend to the title of Master Sister. Once a junior sister, always a junior sister. Xiao Wujiao, releasing the fleeing individual, instantly appeared before Xianxia, delivering a crushing blow with her staff. Xianxia was quite astonished that Xiao Wujiao could shatter his sword intent, but that surprise lasted only a fleeting moment. He raised his hand and struck back with another sword attack. You foolish little girl, seeking death, he exclaimed. However, the next instant, regret washed over Xianxia. Xiao Wujiao's staff struck fiercely against the blade in his hand, and he immediately sensed a bizarre force surging towards him. The attack shattered, the power collapsed, and it struck straight at his heart, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of fresh blood. His entire being exploded into a mist of crimson. Moments later, his figure appeared outside the secret realm, eliminated. Xianxia, touching the tail of the hidden dragon rankings, was precisely 35 years old, a second-place contender. Thus, he found himself eliminated. As a prodigy of the Luofu immortal sect, he instantly attracted considerable attention, with many approaching to inquire. Faced with their questions, Xianxia snorted coldly, remaining silent as he turned to leave. How could he confess that he had been eliminated by a 7- or 8-year-old girl? What a disgrace. Similarly, within the secret realm, Xianxia's elimination sparked a wave of astonishment. However, it was soon met with acceptance. In the secret realm, every individual's realm was equal. What mattered was the cultivation of divine abilities, the understanding of techniques, and the prowess of magical artifacts. The victory of a 7- or 8-year-old girl was not impossible. As for Xianxia's elimination, it merely indicated that he was a man of mere reputation. Brothers, tell me, would you feel ashamed to be pursued and beaten by a 7- or 8-year-old girl? At worst, let us all join forces and eliminate this little girl. They exclaimed. Yes, that's right. Let us all take action. This rallying cry inspired a significant number of individuals to respond, with more than 10 joining in. This scene infuriated Xianxia and her companions. How could a dozen people bully a small girl? Do you have no shame? If you wish to target Xiao Wujiao, have you consulted us first? Chen Lin scoffed. Xie Shan and Shun Wan also stepped forward. Chapter 157, climbing the SWO now, with a dozen of them joining forces. There is little reason to fear the 5 adversaries across from them. Indeed, it is wise to tackle this together. Eliminating them will enhance our chances of success. Let us not forget that those who rank within the top 10 will receive the coveted enlightenment in the secret realm. Opportunities must sometimes be seized through our own endeavors. Facing the onslaught of these numerous opponents, Xiao Wujiao felt no trepidation, but rather exhilaration, exclaiming, Senior sister, there is no need for your assistance. A bunch of insignificant trash is no match for me. With a fierce shout, she raised her makeshift weapon and brought it crashing down. Junior sister, Chen Lin exclaimed, anxious and ready to intervene, but once again, she was halted by Xianxia. Perhaps the junior sister truly could handle them herself. As the words were exchanged, Xiao Wujiao began to exhibit her remarkable prowess, delivering blows with remarkable precision. Each strike appeared to be imbued with some magical potency, rendering any form of defense or attack as frail as paper, swiftly shattering their resolve. How formidable our junior sister is! The awe was palpable. Soon, all of the attackers were eliminated. In the aftermath, the conversation among the onlookers inevitably centered around a single individual, a 7- or 8-year-old girl. Their discussion was not lost on Chen Lin and the others, who listened intently. Su Yuan inquired, Chen, could it be that they refer to Xiao Wujiao? Chen Lin nodded, expressing disbelief. Surely not. One person defeating a dozen? Xiao Wujiao cannot be that powerful. Yang Wudi interjected. Chen, you are being modest. Aside from you and your disciple, who else could it be? Besides, we must not forget that Xiao Wujiao possesses the Yin divine body. Su Yuan remarked earnestly. If I am not mistaken, Xiao Wujiao must have reached the 3rd realm of martial arts, the soul refinement stage. Master, surely you jest. How could Xiao Wujiao reach the soul refinement stage in such a short time since her entry? The group gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. Su Yuan turned to Chen Lin. Am I mistaken? Chen Lin sighed, conceding, Indeed, Xiao Wuzhao has entered the third realm of martial arts. Su Yuan frowned. This should not be possible. She has only been practicing for a month. Even with the Yin divine body, it is improbable unless suddenly a thought struck Su Yuan, and he articulated slowly. Chen Lin, could it be that Xiao Wuzhao is the reincarnation of a celestial being? The notion of reincarnation of a celestial being, a concept that had long dwelled within the realm of myth. Even emperors of yore had not received such an exalted commendation. Now, Su Yuan was suggesting that Xiao Wuzhao might embody such divinity. Zhang Tianxian scoffed. Su Yuan, how can you entertain such fanciful notions? She is merely a 7 or 8-year-old girl, displaying temporary strength. Have you considered the caliber of those who were eliminated? As members of the 5 great sects of the ancient celestial clan, who among us has been eliminated? It seems that due to his youth, many do not wish to engage with him on the same level. And yet in your mouths, he has become a reincarnation of a celestial being. I recall when I, Zhang Tianxian, claimed the title of champion at the Taishan Grand Assembly. Was I not also regarded as a reincarnation of a celestial? Such talk of reincarnation is merely an excuse for your ignorance and failures. Zhang Tianxian's words drew frowns from the crowd. Chen Lin scoffed. Zhang Tianxian, silence your foul mouth. What, are you dissatisfied? Let's engage in a duel, to the death if need be. I would be more than willing to oblige. Having been forced to retreat after a mere exchange, he continued, What, are you aware that you cannot defeat me? Hence you come to me? Chen Lin showed no respect for Zhang Tianxian, stating, Who told you to disregard my disciple? At that moment, Chen Lin emanated a formidable battle intent. His eyes sparking with electricity, clearly prepared to strike at any moment. This sudden display caused Zhang Tianxuan's expression to shift. He coldly remarked, Su Yuan, is this the attitude of your Yusu sect? Su Yuan replied, You are correct. This is indeed the stance of our Yusu sect. Or do you presume that you, Zhang Tianxian, speak for the entirety of your Xianxia sect? This time, 8 of the 12 sect heads from Su had arrived, each casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Tianxian. His expression darkened, and he angrily retorted, I can't be bothered to converse further. Just wait and see how the little girl you speak of as a reincarnation of a celestial is eliminated. Within the secret realm, the young Wu Zhao demonstrated remarkable prowess, astonishing everyone around her. Though the realm was ethereal, it felt palpably real, resembling a world of its own, complete with mountains, rivers, and a variety of wild beasts. To ascend the golden rankings, one must defeat opponents and slay fierce creatures. At that moment, prominently displayed atop the rankings was the name Wu Zhao. Not only were those outside the realm astonished, but those within it were equally unconvinced. Now is not the time to confront Wu Zhao. There exists a saying about harvesting chives. They plan to allow her to accumulate points, only to defeat her later and reap the rewards. How formidable could a 7 or 8-year-old girl truly be? Wu Zhao was elated, not merely due to her ranking, but because of the exhilarating thrill she felt during her recent skirmish. Senior sister, where shall we go next? Are there more villains awaiting us? My firewood stick is quite powerful. None of these villains stand a chance against me. Senior sister, do you think I am invincible? Gu Qianxua nodded affirmatively. Indeed, our little Wu Zhao is undoubtedly invincible. No one can rival you. Pointing towards the most significant mountain in the secret realm, akin to a sword, Gu Qianxua declared, Do you see that mountain? That is our objective. We shall ascend the heavenly sword mountain to comprehend the true essence of the sword path. This is the very purpose of our entrance into the secret realm. Though the secret realm allows for the selection of those who achieve golden rankings, the paramount goal remains the ascent of Heavenly Sword Mountain to grasp the sword intent left behind by the Emperor. Upon reaching the base of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, the true and brutal process of elimination commenced. In one-on-one duels, the victors would seize their opponent's points, granting them access to higher elevations of the mountain, where they could delve into deeper realms of sword intent. Ultimately, the one who emerged victorious would be crowned as the champion. Soon, the group arrived at the foot of the mountain, which was already teeming with spectators, all eager to ascend. Once they stepped onto the mountain, the 5 would be separated, their battles determined by chance and random pairing. In Chapter 158, the little girl, a veritable whirlwind of mischief, had also made her appearance. This diminutive figure had already eliminated several contenders, leaving a trail of defeated adversaries in her wake. To the onlookers, she resembled a child brandishing a golden brick in a bustling market, sparking everyone's desire to seize her. The gazes directed at her were filled with intrigue and wonder. However, rather than feeling intimidated by the attention, the girl, Wu Zhao, radiated excitement, tightly gripping her makeshift weapon. Sister, could they be looking to challenge me? She wondered aloud, raising her stick in defiance. Come on, come at me. I promise I won't kill you. Little sister, you mustn't speak so recklessly. Gu Qinxue and Chen Lin exclaimed in shock, hastily covering her mouth. Wu Zhao shrugged off their hands, insisting, I speak only the truth. I am the Empress Wu Zhao. The audacity of the girl was remarkable. It was unwise to underestimate her just because she had been pursuing and defeating her opponents. They were merely a group of weaklings. Let me entertain you, said a newcomer, eliciting gasps from the crowd. This girl was unaware of the peril she faced, for he was Lu Qian from the Xianxia sect, a prominent figure of the Shushan sword lineage. The Xianxia sect and the Yushu sect were currently at odds, with Chen Lin having already slain several key members of the Xianxia sect, leading to an imminent clash between the two factions. Had it not been for the upcoming Taishan Grand Assembly, conflict would have already erupted. Lu Qian, the esteemed disciple of the White Eyebrow True Monarch, was the most likely successor to the position of sect leader following the monarch's demise, making him a formidable contender for the title of champion. An overwhelming aura of killing intent radiated from him, instilling a sense of dread in Gu Qinxue and Chen Lin. If Lu Qian seeks to engage my little sister, he must first contend with me, Gu Qinxue declared, stepping protectively in front of Lu Qian. Lu Qian scoffed, if you insist on stepping forward to meet your demise, I shall oblige you. After eliminating you, I will deal with this little brat. I know of you, Gu Qinxue. Your master, Chen Lin, killed mine. Today, I shall collect my due, Lu Qian retorted. Indeed, your senior brother has slain several of our members. Chen Lin has acted too arrogantly, and I shall not rest until this grudge is avenged. Though death in the secret realm was not permanent, it was necessary to impart a lesson. In an instant, several figures emerged, each with fierce expressions, clamoring for action. So you wish to fight? We of the Yushu sect shall not shy away from your numbers. As the sound echoed, Xiao Yi emerged from an unknown direction, followed by several disciples from various major sections. In an instant, both sides, numbering dozens, faced each other in a tense standoff. One faction belonged to the Xianxia sect, while the other hailed from the Yushu sect. It felt as if the very air had thickened with the weight of anticipation. Cease this at once, just as the situation seemed poised to erupt into violence. Xiao Wuzhao leaped forward, shouting defiantly, they are mine. No one is permitted to strike. Brandishing a firewood stick, she declared, you nefarious villains, come at me. This empress fears you not. Gu Qinxue quickly interjected, junior sister, return at once. Do not act recklessly. Chen Lin added, junior sister, you're no match for them. The audacity of Xiao Wuzhao's actions provoked laughter from Lu Qian and the others, who could not help but chuckle. Little girl, are you seeking death? You needn't trouble them. Lu Qian, can handle you alone. Since you have stepped forward, I shall oblige your wish for elimination. With that, Lu Qian swiftly took action. In an instant, a celestial sword appeared in his grasp, an exquisite Wangpin sword, the Seven Refinements blade. The sword's intent sliced through the air, aimed directly at Xiao Wuzhao. Chilled to the bone, Gu Qinxue felt a surge of murderous intent. Lu Qian, how dare you? Yet, Xiao Wuzhao faced Lu Qian's assault with unwavering courage. Turning to Gu Qinxue, she reassured, elder sister, do not worry. This empress is formidable. And with that, she vanished from her original position. In a single stride, she reappeared before Lu Qian. Initially brimming with confidence and a fierce glare, Lu Qian's expression shifted as he suddenly found Xiao Wuzhao standing before him. A frown creased his brow, and an ominous premonition welled up within him. So swift was she. However, he quickly regained his composure, snorting disdainfully as he unleashed his sword intent. Should his blade connect, it would cleave Xiao Wuzhao in twain. Junior sister, be cautious. Gu Qinxue cried out, but it was too late for intervention. She could only offer a warning. Xiao Wuzhao scoffed, dismissing the threat as her firewood stick swung down with ferocity. With a single strike, the sword intent shattered. The stick crashed against Lu Qian's head. Blood spraying forth as the searing pain caused him to tilt and collapse to the ground. In an instant, he was eliminated, his figure disappearing. When Lu Qian regained his senses outside the secret realm, disbelief washed over him, his face a mask of incredulity. He had been eliminated by a mere 7- or 8-year-old girl with a single blow. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Xiao Wuzhao's defeat of Lu Qian left all present in stunned silence. Previously, Xiao Wuzhao's display of prowess had only been witnessed by a few. Now, at the foot of the heavenly sword mountain, hundreds in the secret realm bore witness. Lu Qian, a figure poised to become the foremost disciple of the Shushan sword sect, stood at the pinnacle of the harmonious Dao realm. In a sudden and brutal turn of events, the young Wu Zhao struck down Lu Qian with a single blow. Filled with confidence, she disdainfully challenged the others, proclaiming, "A mere bunch of trash. Count me all together. I am pressed for time." For a moment, everyone exchanged bewildered glances, paralyzed by her audacity. In frustration, Wu Zhao stamped her foot and declared, "If you won't make a move, then I shall take action." 1, 2, 3. It was utterly inconceivable. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. None could withstand the might of Wu Zhao. It was as if she were empowered beyond reason, rendering any form of resistance futile. Any attempts to evade her strikes were in vain, akin to being marked by a tracker, leaving them unable to escape her relentless assault. Within a mere 3 minutes, over a dozen disciples from the Xianxia sect were eliminated. The sheer scale of this defeat quickly garnered the attention of the sect's higher-ups. Yin Zhong inquired, "I ask you, who was responsible for your elimination?" He turned his focus on Lu Qian and Gui Yuan, particularly emphasizing them. "With your combined cultivation in the harmonization realm, one on the verge of becoming the foremost in the Shushan sword lineage, and the other my own direct disciple, who could possibly have bested you?" Gui Yuan offered a wry smile and replied, "Master, would you believe me if I said we were defeated by a 7 or 8-year-old girl?" "Nonsense," Yin Zhong retorted angrily. "A girl of such tender age? Why not just say you committed suicide?" Lu Qian interjected, "Master, Gui Yuan speaks the truth. We were indeed bested by a young girl. I suspect others share our plight as well." Chapter 159. Seizing the Opportunity. Suddenly, Lu Qian exclaimed, "I understand now. Fellow brothers, when you engaged with that girl, did it not feel as if all resistance and evasion were futile, and that she simply dispatched us with a single strike?" "Indeed, Brother Lu is correct. I felt the same," another added. "I even summoned 3 layers of the Golden Bell Shield, yet could not withstand her blow. I fared worse. I thought I had dodged her attack, only to be struck on the head by her staff," lamented another. The group nodded in agreement with Lu Qian's observation. "What is it that you've come to understand, Lu Qian?" Yin Zhong asked. With a serious expression, Lu Qian replied, "Master, esteemed leaders, do you recall how my master met his demise? My master, the white-eyebrow true monarch, ranked 9th on the fortune list and renowned as the foremost swordsman of the Taishan domain, was slain by Chen Lin. It is rumored that Chen Lin possessed a celestial artifact, and I suspect that during this Taishan Grand Assembly, he has likely bestowed that artifact upon this young girl. Clearly, he is cheating." Indeed, that must be the case, the others realized as clarity dawned upon them. Otherwise, they could not comprehend how they could be defeated by a mere child. Yin Zhong chuckled, "Ah, Chen Lin, to ensure your disciple's victory, you resort to employing a celestial artifact. This is blatant cheating. I shall see how you Su sect, will provide an explanation to everyone." Thus unfolded the battle in the secret realm. The significance of magical treasures, extraordinary skills, combat experience, and cultivation aptitude cannot be overstated. However, the realm of cultivation itself has been conspicuously overlooked. The stronger your innate talent, the more your power can be amplified without bounds. Those qualified to enter the secret realm are invariably of at least 9th grade physique, often even possessing the regal or divine body. If the young Wu Zhao were an adult, her remarkable achievements and divine physique would be understandable. Yet, she is merely 7 or 8 years old, possessing only a celestial artifact. As discussions proliferated, news of a 7 or 8-year-old girl wielding a celestial artifact competing in the secret realm quickly spread throughout the 2 realms of mountains. It is noteworthy that the current competition is among the younger generation, followed by their own entries into the fray. They are all confident, each possessing formidable strength, rich combat experience, and profound mastery of extraordinary skills. However, once they enter the secret realm, their cultivation will be suppressed, and they may not necessarily stand as rivals to the young Wu Zhao bearing a celestial artifact. Thus, various major factions began to approach. One such figure was Chen Lin, expressing incredulity at bestowing a celestial artifact upon a mere child, questioning the intentions behind such a gesture. Was it a ploy to humiliate them, allowing the world to mock the esteemed leaders of the various sects for being outdone by a child? Yin Zhong's voice, though soft, resonated throughout the 2 realms of mountains, asserting the need for an explanation. The schemes of the Yushu sect seemed deeply calculated, threatening to turn their entire Tianyuan domain into a laughingstock. With a celestial artifact in hand and cultivation suppressed to the same level, who could be a worthy opponent? Su Yuan and the others exchanged astonished glances with Chen Lin, asking if he truly allowed Wu Zhao to wield a celestial artifact. Chen Lin shook his head, asking if his senior brother would believe him if he claimed he had not given her one. Su Yuan nodded affirmatively, prompting Chen Lin to express his gratitude. However, Su Yuan continued, stating that while belief was one matter, Chen Lin would need to clarify why Wu Zhao could exhibit such prowess in the secret realm. He recounted how Lu Qian, Gui Yuan, and the previously mentioned Xianxia, all renowned prodigies, had been eliminated by Wu Zhao, who was still merely 7 or 8 years old. While he acknowledged her divine body, such overwhelming strength seemed improbable unless he had truly misjudged. This inquiry was not the first time Su Yuan had raised such concerns. Taking a deep breath, Chen Lin replied that his senior brother had indeed misjudged this time. Su Yuan immediately grasped the implication. Without further ado, his junior brother was the embodiment of a celestial physique, a divine body, an emperor's demeanor. The celestial physique represented the essence of ascension. All of this suddenly made perfect sense and filled Su Yuan with excitement. 2 celestial physiques, 1 master and 1 disciple. This foretold the imminent rise of the Yushu sect. With 2 great emperors within one sect, they could dominate for millennia. To reclaim a sanctified ground, even without returning to the central domain, is sufficient to dominate the Tianyuan domain. Su Yuan, Chen Lin, do not presume that silence equates to acquiescence. You must provide us with an explanation today, or we shall not let this matter rest, Yin Zhong remarked with a cold snort. The Xianxia sect and the Yushu sect are destined to clash sooner or later. Had it not been for the delay caused by the Tianyuan Grand Assembly, a monumental battle would have undoubtedly transpired by now. They have already slain their 3 esteemed leaders. Now, they must pay the price for the death of their grand elder. Or I, Yin Zhong, shall resign from my position as the sect leader of Xianxia. Chen Lin responded with a dismissive snort. You demand an explanation, do you? Very well. I shall provide you with one at this very moment. Stepping forward, he wielded the Tian sword, executing a swift strike. The great Zhou Tian's swordsmanship unleashed a formidable intent, cleaving through the void towards Yin Zhong. Startled, Yin Zhong's expression shifted to one of fury. Chen Lin, how dare you truly strike? In a flurry of confusion, he hastily summoned the Wuji divine fist, erecting a colossal taiji symbol before him as a defense. Chen Lin scoffed. Why would I hesitate? Firstly, I have not equipped my disciples with any celestial artifacts. As for those who have been eliminated, they are merely pretenders. Secondly, what grounds do I have to offer you an explanation? With a thunderous crash, the sword intent collided with the taiji symbol, shattering it with a resounding crack. The relentless sword intent surged forward, piercing directly toward Yin Zhong's chest. How is this possible? Yin Zhong exclaimed, his spirit nearly departing in terror. This was Wuji defense. It was so easily breached. Chen Lin sneered. You remain blissfully unaware of much more. In light of this turn of events, Yin Zhong dared not underestimate the situation. He swiftly waved his hand, sending a bracelet soaring to intercept the sword intent. Upon impact, the great Zhou Tian's sword intent dissipated, and the bracelet completed a rotation in the air before returning to Yin Zhong's grasp. Upon catching it, he hurled it once more toward Chen Lin, furrowing his brow. Chen Lin recalled the name of a powerful artifact. Unwilling to underestimate the situation, he gripped the Tian sword tightly and launched another strike. The great Zhou Tian destruction sword technique unleashed a devastating intent as if it sought to annihilate the very world. Upon contact with the destruction intent, the bracelet absorbed it instantaneously, and Chen Lin felt the Tian sword, as if possessed, strive to break free from his grasp and fly towards the bracelet. Indeed, it was the legendary artifact, the Xianxia sect's most potent divine artifact, the diamond bracelet. Invulnerable to fire and water, it could obliterate all things and absorb any artifact. Fortunately, this was merely a replica. Had it been the genuine article, surrender would have been the only option. Despite its counterfeit nature, it still ignited a sense of envy within Chen Lin. The authentic item is a unique artifact interwoven with the dual forces of reason and might, a vessel for enlightenment. The imitation retains traces of this extraordinary power, offering insights that would undeniably elevate one's mastery in crafting artifacts. Beyond mere forging, it would significantly enhance one's abilities in runes. inscriptions, and more. However, the immediate priority was to vanquish Yinzhong and seize the treasure. With a disdainful snort, Chen Lin relinquished his grip, allowing the sword of Etienne to soar towards Yinzhong. The latter laughed triumphantly, proclaiming, "Chen Lin, is that all you have? I shall graciously accept your celestial sword." As he reached out to grasp the sword, the onlookers were filled with delight. Truly, the master of Xianxia sect was formidable. Despite being a disciple of the true monarch of Taishan, he remained no match. The Yusu sect had overstepped its bounds. A mere chief disciple resorted to using a celestial artifact to secure victory. As the crowd scoffed, their amusement was abruptly silenced, their faces etched with shock. At the moment Yinzhong seized the sword of Etienne, Chen Lin suddenly appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Yinzhong was sent flying. Akin to a mere scarecrow, his bracelet slipping from his grasp and plummeting to the ground. Chen Lin swiftly caught it. "Return my bracelet," Yinzhong exclaimed, panic-stricken. Chen Lin retorted disdainfully, "What do you mean return? This bracelet rightfully belongs to me." A surge of thunder crackled in his hand. The Yuqing divine thunder struck the bracelet with ferocity. In an instant, the lingering soul within the bracelet was shattered, and Chen Lin firmly held it in his possession. "Return my diamond bracelet." Yinzhong's expression shifted dramatically. The diamond bracelet, an unparalleled divine treasure, ranked at the pinnacle of the Xianxia sect's artifacts. Deserving of the title of first divine artifact in the entire Taishan realm, reserved for the sect's successive leaders. Yet, it had been snatched away by Chen Lin. With a cold snort, Chen Lin declared, "The diamond bracelet in my possession is undeniably mine. Not only do I claim this bracelet, but I also demand your life." Boom! As he spoke, he launched another punch towards Yinzhong, invoking the supreme divine fist of the kingly path. The fusion of royal and murderous intent unleashed a devastating blow. As this punch was delivered, even Yinzhong felt the ominous sensation of death looming over him, as if he were destined to perish beneath its weight. The infinite rebound technique. Yinzhong, not daring to underestimate the situation, hastily prepared to defend himself. Crack! One punch shattered the infinite rebound, disintegrating it on the spot. Not only was there no rebound, but not a trace of power was returned. The overwhelming force seemed capable of annihilating the very world itself. Yinzhong grunted, his body flying backward like a rag doll. This scene left all present utterly dumbfounded, gasping in astonishment. A single step to seize the treasure. A single punch to wound Yinzhong. A series of measures instilled a sense of dread. So powerful, too powerful. Chen Lin's gaze was piercing, and with a dismissive expression, he declared, "Is there anyone who dares to challenge me? If you are dissatisfied, feel free to step up. I, Chen Lin, shall face you all." Boom. He intended to confront everyone present alone. "Chen Lin, you are exceedingly audacious. Do you truly believe yourself invincible?" Chen Lin replied, "Indeed, I do consider myself unparalleled. If you are unconvinced, I shall fight until you are." Madness indeed. He sought to challenge every individual present. Zhang Tianxian narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "Very well. Since you court death, we shall oblige. Let's all strike together. Is he not the one who proclaims himself invincible? We will teach him that arrogance is permissible, but hubris is not. Indeed, we shall instruct him in humility. Do not presume that a modicum of strength and possession of a celestial artifact grants you the title of the world's greatest. Such a title is not easily claimed. Even the illustrious Tai Xianxia would not dare to call himself the world's #1. Does he think himself worthy?" Instantly, the crowd's murderous intent solidified. Coldly regarding Chen Lin, poised to act, Chen Lin smiled. "Very well, if it is battle you seek, I, Chen Lin, am always ready. Kill." In that moment, Chen Lin held nothing back. The Ziyun sword appeared in his hand, pointed at the crowd as he proclaimed, "I possess a sword named Ziyun, which was previously slain by Mei, Fu Santong, Qi Haoyun, Ding Guang, and Xianguang Laozu. Today, I wonder how many among you shall meet your demise beneath this sword." Boom! A tremendous sword intent surged forth from the Ziyun sword, as if it sought to rend the very air asunder. A celestial artifact, indeed a celestial artifact. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Su Yuan and the others were left in shock, although it was no secret that Chen Lin possessed a celestial artifact. The moment he revealed it, the impact left everyone awestruck. Alongside the shock, a deeper sense of greed stirred. With such an artifact in hand, one's combat prowess could surge dozens, even hundreds of times. How delightful it would be if this celestial artifact belonged to oneself. the heavenly transmission Tianyuan World. With Chen Lin wielding a celestial artifact, none among us can stand against him. Let us strike together. Whoever delivers the fatal blow shall claim the artifact. The heavenly transmission Tianyuan was correct. Does he not wish to battle us all? Let's grant him that wish. Fight, fight, fight. Kill, kill, kill. The members of Yushu were utterly astonished. Do you truly believe that the Yushu immortal sect is without capable fighters? If it is battle you desire, we shall not cower. Sujuan sitteth. Yang Wudi laughed heartily. I have just recently stepped into the realm of creation. I have yet to engage in combat. Let me take my first strike against you. I, Luo Ba Dao, stand here. Who dares to challenge me? Though I'm a woman, I'm Yao Shan, shall also accompany you to the end. And I, Huang Long, am here as well. In an instant, at the forefront, Su Yuan, along with the heads of the 4 great mountain gates, emanated an astonishing battle intent, ever prepared for conflict. Chen Lin expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, fellow brothers and sisters. I am confident I can handle them alone. You all need only to support me. If it comes to the point where I cannot cope, then it is not too late for you to intervene." Su Yuan nodded in agreement, declaring, "Very well, I shall stand with you." As he spoke, Su Yuan unexpectedly produced a seal from his hand, exuding the distinct aura of a celestial artifact. His eyes swept the scene, fierce and resolute. A celestial artifact, yet another one. The Yushu sect had not anticipated the existence of a third celestial artifact. Truly, a sect with a heritage spanning millennia possesses extraordinary depth. As Su Yuan unveiled the Yushu seal, the expressions of Zhang Tianxian and the others turned grave. They had been confident in facing Chen Lin alone, but with Su Yuan's presence, their certainty wavered. Chapter 161. A flourishing master-disciple bond. Chen Lin had no intention of letting them off easily. With one sword in hand, he lunged at the group. The sword intent surged forth, reminiscent of a merciless demon of slaughter, sweeping towards all present. The great Zhou Tian sword technique, profound and inscrutable, was wielded to its utmost by Chen Lin, who had mastered the 4 schools of swordsmanship. Each school possessed a distinct attribute, and the fusion of 3 constituted a celestial-level sword technique. At that moment, Chen Lin had indeed merged 3 sword styles, particularly excelling in the great Zhou Tian stellar sword technique, which had reached a transcendent realm. This strike encompassed the vastness of the great Zhou Tian stellar sword technique, the swiftness and precision of the great Zhou Tian sword draw technique, and the earth-shattering power of the great Zhou Tian destruction sword technique. Alas, he had not integrated the great Zhou Tian instant kill sword technique. Had he done so, this strike would have been even more formidable, perhaps surpassing the 1 Qi transforming 3 purities. Chen Lin suspected that the complete great Zhou Tian sword technique could rival the innate Thunder Heaven body refining celestial technique. Nevertheless, armed with the Ziyun celestial sword, he was more than capable of wreaking havoc, rendering all opponents defenseless. One strike compelled Zhang Tianxian and the others to retreat, each gasping in astonishment. Such strength, that single blow instilled in them a sense of imminent death. This was the might of a celestial greatsword. Their greed heightened. The group exchanged glances and declared, "Let us all strike together." Chen Lin smiled, "Excellent. Together we shall engage. This is how it should be." Zhang Tianxian, Chen He, True Monarch Tiantong, and Yin Zhong, all 4 of you are leaders in your own right. Very well, I shall take you on as my targets. The murderous intent crystallized as Chen Lin instantly split into 3, employing the 1 Qi transforming 3 purities sword technique. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Gu Qianxue and the others officially stepped into the Tianjin mountain. As they entered, the golden list of the secret realm unveiled itself before all. The position of the first rank astonished everyone. Wu Zhao, that 7 or 8-year-old girl. Unbelievable. Everyone joined forces, retreating and striking back. With both Gui Yuan and Lu Qian defeated, and more than 10 outstanding disciples of the Shuqing immortal sect eliminated, they came to a stark realization. The little girl before them possessed something extraordinary. Particularly, someone shouted, "I understand now. The staff in her hand must be a celestial artifact." Celestial artifact? What nonsense! It was clearly a 9th-grade treasure. However, at this moment, Gu Qianxue and her companions had no time to clarify. Within the secret realm, celestial artifacts wreaked havoc. Possessing such an artifact meant that the top position on the golden list was hers alone, which underscored the greatest flaw of the secret realm. Once inside, everyone would manifest their most formidable treasures. 300 years ago, Zhang Tianxian was indeed formidable, a prodigy who claimed victory in the condensation realm primarily due to wielding an exceptional divine treasure. In an instant, Xiao Wuzhao became the target of collective aggression. This time, it was not merely 7 or 8 individuals, nor a mere dozen, but a staggering 40 to 50 opponents, including the likes of Lu Qian and Guo Yuan, powerful entities. Kill. If you wish to eliminate my junior sister, have you consulted us first? Gu Qianxue snorted coldly, her dual swords transforming into a pair of golden scissors, which she wielded against the crowd. This was the most lethal move of the Tai sword technique, the golden Jiao scissors. Chen Lin was equally unyielding, brandishing the southern Ming fire sword, executing the great Zhou Tian star sword technique with impeccable precision. Xie Shan, Shen Wan, and Xiao Yi also joined the fray. Bai Mei Jinjuan, at the creation realm and having cultivated for centuries, had only achieved a minor mastery of the divine sword technique. Myriad swords returned to origin. The royal-level sword technique, Skyward Sword Intent, was also merely at a major accomplishment. Yet, all present were disciples of the next generation, although many practiced divine martial arts. Most had only just begun their training, and those who reached minor mastery were no more than 5. How could they compare to Gu Qianxue and her companions? Gu Qianxue had perfected the Tai sword technique, the great Zhou Tian star sword technique, the great Zhou Tian sword drawing technique, and achieved great mastery in the great Zhou Tian destruction sword technique. Chen Lin had also perfected the Tai sword technique and the great Zhou Tian star sword technique, while achieving major mastery in the great Zhou Tian sword drawing technique and minor mastery in the great Zhou Tian destruction sword technique. Xie Shan was slightly behind, having reached major mastery in the Tai sword technique. Shen Wan had perfected the Tai sword technique and achieved major mastery in the great Zhou Tian star sword technique. Faced with their respective adversaries, the 4 were overwhelmingly dominant. Xiao Wuzhao appeared almost invincible, dispatching foes with a single strike. The golden list scores visibly shifted under the watchful eyes of all. As they ascended the sword mountain, the rankings became apparent to the outside world. First place, Wu Zhao. Second place, Gu Qianxue. Third place, Shen Lin. Fourth place, Xiao Yi. Fifth place, Shen Wan. The top 10 were all from a Yushu immortal sect. As each individual was eliminated, it became evident to all that within the secret realm, the Yushu immortal sect was engaged in battle with everyone else. What astonished them even more was the sight of the disciple wreaking havoc within the secret realm, while the master held his ground against 4 adversaries outside, instilling fear in all. The moment Chen Lin took action, his first target was Yin Zhong, who had not only snatched away his Vajra bracelet, but had also inflicted injury upon him. Seizing the opportunity of his vulnerability, he aimed to take his life. With a swift stroke, he pierced through Yin Zhong's body. Just as he intended to deliver another strike, he was intercepted by Zhang Tianxian. Chen Lin let out a cold snort in his heart. Zhang Tianxian, very well, then I shall direct my assault towards you. Without delay, Chen Lin launched a flurry of attacks, forcing Zhang Tianxian to retreat continuously, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Had it not been for the intervention of Chen He and the Heavenly Communication Sovereign, within 10 moves, he would have surely met his demise beneath Chen Lin's blade. Witnessing Yin Zhong gravely wounded, the other 3 were no match for Chen Lin. A wave of shock and humiliation swept through the hearts of everyone present. Su Yuan and the others could only marvel in disbelief. Was this truly the Chen disciple they knew? His strength was astonishing. No wonder he could slay the venerable Shuangguang. With such combat prowess, who could rival him without claiming the throne? With a swift slash, another strike was unleashed. Chen He, a moment too late, found his chest marred by a long gash from Chen Lin's sword, blood gushing forth. Zhang Tianxian and the Heavenly Communication Sovereign were thoroughly terrified. Chen Lin, cease your assault. You have won, we concede. The situation was clearly more formidable than they had anticipated. Chen Lin sneered. It was you who initiated the conflict. And now it is you who capitulates. Your surrender does not compel my agreement. As he spoke, Chen Lin's sword grew swifter and sharper. The Heavenly Communication Sovereign implored. Chen Lin, I acknowledge we are no match for you. Yet do not forget that we are at the Grand Assembly of Taishan. What must we do for you to relent? Chen Lin chuckled. There's a saying, one must acknowledge their misdeeds, stand tall when receiving blows, and surrender must bear the semblance of defeat. You 4 are the leaders of celestial sects, formidable beings of the transformation realm. It is quite simple. Each of you must present a divine-grade treasure. and I shall immediately cease my assault. Otherwise, whether or not I dare to take your lives is a gamble you must consider. The four, Zhang Tianxian and the others, were utterly unprepared for Chen Lin's audacious declaration of intent to kill. Chen Lin dismissively remarked, "Enough of your prattling. Either produce your divine-grade artifacts, and I will cease hostilities at once, or we shall gamble on whether I dare to commit murder."